Welcome to Brands Hatch, where the 2008 British Touring Car Championship season is about to begin. As usual, the finest tin-top drivers in the land will compete over 30 races at Britain's best racetracks to decide the champion. And you can bet there'll be plenty of spectacular door-banging action.
Reigning champion Fabrizio Giovanardi stays with VX Racing and hopes to emulate his new teammate's record of back-to-back titles. Matt Neal is looking to regain the trophy he lost to Giovanardi last year, and they'll be joined by Tom Onslow-Cole, who has switched from Team RAC for his second year in the championship. The Seat Sport UK team has a new sponsor and new diesel engines. Last year's runner-up Jason Plato hasn't won the championship since 2001. Could this be his year?
The long shot is to win. That's why we're all here. That said, we've got a lot to learn in a very short space of time with our new diesel package.
Darren Turner also stays with Seat.
This season, hopefully less dramas for me and a bit more luck. Hopefully if I can stay out of trouble this year, then expectations could be a bit harder than last year.
Seat's the first manufactured-backed team to race a diesel in this series. At Team Halfords, Gordon Shedden's become a team leader and he's very confident.
Our Team Halfords Honda Civic's gone through a bit of an evolution over the winter, which is great, and hopefully we'll be right up the front challenging for race wins.
He's joined by a very happy Tom Chilton, who's swapped with Matt Neal.
Team Halfords is the best team I've been with so far. The car's pushing all the right buttons for me, and as far as I can see, it's another piece to the Chilton puzzle. If there's any year I should win, it's this year.
Team Halfords could once again be a major title contender. Team RAC have the current independent drivers' champion Colin Turkington on board once again, but this year he's going for outright honours and is positive his BMW can win more races.
Expectations are very high. This is the second year with the BMW, and I feel very confident in the car more times we drive it, so we're definitely aiming for the title this year.
Stephen Jelly joins the team after finishing third in a competitive year of British F3.
I've got to learn fast and win races. That's the aim, that's why I'm here.
The team believe they can win the championship outright and have the drivers to do it. Top rookie last year was Matt Jackson. He won the final race of last season and he's been setting the pace in testing for BMW Dealer Team UK. Another potential future star is 18-year-old Andrew Jordan, who joins his father's John Guest-backed team in his debut year in touring cars.
I'm hoping to learn as much as possible from Dad. He's got huge experience, probably one of the most experienced guys in the championship, so I'm going to try and learn and enjoy it at the same time.
The trusty Honda Integras could still win races this year. Motor-based performance is back for a second year in British touring cars with the experienced Rob Collard leading the way. His rookie teammate Stephen Kane finished third in the Porsche Carrera Cup in 2007.
I know I'm capable of doing a good job, so there's no reason why we can't be up, hopefully, with the front guys and fighting.
Adam Jones may spring a surprise in his brand new team air-cooled Seat Leon. Robert Shaw Racing's Matt Allison and Harry Volkard will drive their Chevrolet Lasettis, and the team will also run an Integra for Alan Taylor. At Arcas Racing, Erkut has been joined by former BMW stalwart Martin Bell, and John George returns in his Honda Integra run by TH Motorsport. British truck racing champion Stuart Oliver joins Chris Stockton at BTCC Racing. Jason Hughes will be replacing his MG with a Honda very soon. Young Scot Michael Dahl debuts in a family-run Integra. Well, I'm here on the grid with Steve Neal. Now, Steve, it's been about 5 years since you were last partnered with your son on a professional basis. It must be very strange for you now.
It is a pretty weird sensation, I must admit. Although he's been with Vauxhall before, as you probably know, and so we raced against him in those days, but never quite so competitively, I don't think. Both Honda and Vauxhall have won the championship, and nothing else has ever won the championship, and so it's a real needle match.
How involved were you with his decision to move over?
I wanted him to make him feel at ease that it wasn't a decision that I think he should really worry about us with. It's a personal one for him, and told him straight off that I was okay with it, whatever he wanted to do. So that was the important thing, wasn't it?
For sure. Now you've got Gordon stepping up to team leader. What are your expectations of him?
Well, I've got expectations of both the boys. They're both equally as fast. Tom's got a lot of experience. Gordon's got a couple of years under his belt with us, so he knows how we operate. Tom's learning how we operate, but he's slotted in really well, and I think both of them are going to be damn quick,
And Tom's like your new adoptive son then, is he, now Matt's gone?
Yeah, well, Chili's trying to pass him over. That's his dad. Yeah, he'd love to get rid of him, I think.
Talk Talk to us a little bit about the dynamics of the team. Is it easier or harder when you're not working with a family member?
Probably a little more difficult because we have a lot of day-to-day contact. We both work in the same sort of arena ourselves in the wheel business, so we do see each other a lot. And he comes around with his kids on a weekend, so yeah. But that still happens.
Okay. Thank you very much.
25 cars on the grid beginning to move away on the first formation lap of the season here at Brands Hatch, and it's the white BMW of Matt Jackson that leads the field away from the reigning champion Fabrizio Giovanardi. Now then, Tim, what about these conditions? Looks as though it could be tricky.
Well, it's drier than it was in practice, but of course it's treacherous just slightly offline. So although some sections of the track are dry virtually across the road, and particularly along the start-finish straight, once you get down into Druids and Graham Hill, it's very slippery offline. And if we get side-by-side racing, there you see coming down the hill from Druids, if you get offline there, it could be very tricky.
Right, well, let's see how they line up on the grid for this one then. It is Matt Jackson, his first ever pole position, a superb effort in qualifying, but he's got the reigning champion, Fabrizio Giovanardi, in the Vauxhall right alongside. Colin Turkington, who was fast here last year many times in the Team RAC BMW, starts third. And there's Jason Plato, the man who narrowly lost the title last year in the diesel-powered Seat. He's fourth on the grid. Fifth on the grid, Tom Onslow Cole, new at VX Racing for this year, and alongside in the second of the Seats, the second diesel, it's Darren Turner. Next up is Gordon Shedden, now effectively team leader at Team Halfords, and alongside him the best of the rookies, the best of the men making their debut here today. That's Stephen Kane in the Motorbase BMW. Tom Chilton has also shifted teams this year. He's at Team Halfords, he's ninth on the grid, and there's Matt Neal, Giovanardi's teammate, but qualifying didn't go well. He starts down in 10th. 11th on the grid, another man making his debut, Stephen Jelly at Team RAC, and Matt Allison alongside him. Well, he knows the series, but he's in a new car, the Chevrolet Lacetti. Behind them, we've got Rob Collard and Andrew Jordan. Rob in the Motorbase BMW, Andrew Jordan also making his debut, the John Guest Racing Honda Integra. Behind them, we've got Adam Jones in the Team Aircool Seat that was only arrived here at Brands this week. His first time out was an official session here. Chris Stockton's alongside in the BTCC Racing Lexus. Behind those guys, it's Mike Jordan, father of Andrew. We've got the father and son team both on the grid. John George, he's 18th on the grid in his TH Motorsport Honda Integra. Towards the back of the grid, we've got Aircut and Harry Volkard. He's making his BTCC debut as well in the second of the Chevrolets, starting back on row 10 of the grid. And towards the back, Stuart Oliver, 7 times British truck racing champion. He starts 21st. The MG of Jason Hughes, about to be pensioned into retirement, but he is here this weekend. And then at the back, Alan Taylor in 23rd place. Martin Bell in 24th place, having switched from a BMW to a Vauxhall Astra for this year. And last man on the grid is another new boy. That is Michael Doyle. That's how the 25 cars then ready to line up for this first race. Lights go out, away we go, and it's not a good start from Giovanardi. It's a good start from Colin Turkington in the Team RAC BMW. Matt Jackson gets away well from pole, and Jason Plato up into third place already, getting straight past Giovanardi. And those two campaigners from last year are going wheel to wheel immediately. They're side by side, and Giovanardi's trying to get it back.
Yeah, Giovanardi's usually a great starter, but he's having to fight it out with his old nemesis Plato from the very first corner, while the two BMWs of Jackson and Turkington streak off into a gap, a sizable gap on this first lap.
One of the cars ended in the gravel, half in the gravel there, but got going again. That was Andy Jordan, I think, who lost out. Oh, we've got a spinner towards the back, and I think it's Martin Bell, quite possibly, in the one of the Arcus. No, it's the Aircut in the second of the Arcus cars, and so Aircut Kazilimark has lost it, but he will be able to rejoin. So Matt Jackson made a perfect start from pole position, and he's already opened up a little bit of a gap over Colin Turkington in second, Fabrizio Giovanardi, Jason Plato, but some good battles going on further back. Stephen Kane, Rob Collard in there as well, all trying to get past Matt Neal.
Yeah, Stephen Kane and his teammate Rob Collard in the two Motorbase BMWs already up behind previous champion Matt Neal, struggling a little bit in this first race with his new ride in the Vauxhall, but he will come through, we know, but he only qualified 10th.
That's right, so Matt Neal's, well, Turkington's off from second place, man, off on the grass. That's out of Graham Hill Bend, and that means Giovanardi now will move to second place. That's an unusual error from Colin Turkington. That means Giovanardi second, Plato third, Darren Turner fourth. The two diesel Seats, they're the yellow and green cars. They're going very well on their debut. Remember, we haven't seen a manufacturer run diesel-powered cars in the British touring cars. A privateer did manage it last year, but now they're running up front. Behind them, we've then got Tom Onslow Cole, and then the two Team Halfords cars.
Well, lap time's very similar, but a man who's just set the fastest lap of the race is Colin Turkington, who we went off earlier, and then we have a big slide there.
Shedden running very wide, and it allows Tom Chilton through. That's an unusual mistake too.
Yeah, again, just got out a little bit too wide, just off the perfect dry line, and the front-wheel drive car with more grip at the front. Here he comes, in a bit too fast, runs out a bit wide, they're still on the brakes, and the rear tyre just slides. He has no option but to turn into the slide and run wide.
Here we are, another look at it from on board Tom Chilton's car, and Tom was on the inside, saw it beginning to happen, made sure he got tight into the curb there and took advantage. So that puts Chilton up into 7th place now. Shedden back, no, in fact, into 6th place now. Chilton 6th, Shedden into 7th place. And there is our race leader though, Matt Jackson. While he was very impressive last season on his way to a couple of victories on his debut season, there we are, Tim, riding on board with him.
Yeah, on board, watch his gear changes. He has the 5-speed gearbox, so not a sequential. So he has to go across the gate. They're just about to do it there from 4th to 5th, but only 5-speed, but no disadvantage. They decide that it's better to have a 5-speed gearbox than a 6-speed and carry the extra 30 kilos of lead, which the motor-based team have to do.
That's right, if you run with a sequential gearbox. So there's been a change there. Matt Neal has been passed by Stephen Kane. Just noticed that. So Matt Neal has gone back down to 9th. Stephen Kane in the white and red BMW there has got past. And this is where it happened. It was out of Druids.
Yeah, he did. He got up the inside there and gave an old stager in Matt Neal a bit of a push wide. Matt had a problem in practice when he broke his front splitter, but nevertheless, you wouldn't expect to see him going backwards. Look, we've got rain on the screen.
Yeah, could be exciting. We're only half distance in the first race of the day here at Brands Hatch, and there's rain on the screen of Tom Chilton's Honda, and this could make life very exciting. They're all on slick racing tyres. The track had a good dry line when they started this race, but life could be getting difficult out there for them now, and in fact, Matt Jackson could find himself under a bit of pressure. Just depends how the BMW reacts to these conditions. He has managed to put some back markers between himself and his nearest opposition. There is Jackson then, behind him some back markers before you see the red and white car of Fabrizio Giovanardi, and Giovanardi's got to cut his way through here as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the front-wheel drive cars gain a bit of an advantage if the track does get greasy, because the BMWs require a lot of tyre temperature to make the car work properly. And in qualifying on a drying track, it was the front-wheel drive cars, particularly the Seat Leons and also the Honda Civics, the Dynamics cars, that were very, very fast until the last few minutes of qualifying when the track dried enough for it to come to the BMW. So let's watch what happens with the turbo diesel Leons and also with the Honda Civics.
Well, here comes the Seat of Plato, getting past on the inside there as they go through Paddock Hill Bend, just going past Erkut Kızılırmak. And so does Darren Turner, just getting past that next little group. It all gets a bit bunched up now as they find their way through the back markers, but Matt Jackson managed to maintain his advantage. Alan Taylor with his rear bumper flapping away there on the Honda Integra. Hopefully that won't cause any problem. We're back on board with Jason Plato, and he's got himself through Graham Hill Bend. Tom Onslow Cole has run on the grass in the background there, trying to get past the back marker, and has been passed by Tom Chilton. So there's been a change behind. Tom Chilton has now taken 5th from Tom Onslow Cole. Here comes Fabrizio Giovanardi at the inside. What a beautiful manoeuvre. Jackson just a bit wide. Giovanardi crossed up sideways and slid through.
Absolute class. This man's a joy to watch. He came into this championship 2 years ago, learned the British Series, did a brilliant job last year, pure class, and as all of his teammates are finding out, there's something a little bit special about Fabrizio Giovanardi.
That was absolutely stunning, and Matt Jackson had nothing he could do about that, and it's purely down to the conditions and the way they've changed. Take a look at it.
He sets him up, he's quicker through the preceding corner, gets on the inside, drags the brake a little bit late, just a bit of a drift, and perfectly done.
And Matt Jackson had just made a little mistake on the braking, which meant he went in a bit wide, so that gave the space. Look, this is the view. Watch from on board Jackson. He does get into a bit of a slide here, and then there's no way of cutting into the corner.
No, we're back, and Jackson did a good job actually to leave some room there. He could see what was happening, and he left a little bit of room and didn't have contact. Sensible driving.
Now look how Tom Chilton has caught the two Seat. So Turner's been trying to get past Plato, but in the meantime here, Tom Chilton in his first race in a Team Halford Honda, the orange car, the third of those 3 cars across the line, he's caught them. Meanwhile behind, we've got 2 Vauxhalls of Tom Onslow Cole and Matt Neal. Remember, there are 3 Works Vauxhalls in this race. There's the lead car flashing his lights, Giovanardi, as he comes up behind some of the back markers, because he's not pulled away that much from Matt Jackson, and the track is perhaps beginning to dry again.
Here we go, Matt Neal on Tom Chilton, a typical Matt Neal move that, right up the inside. Chilton gets pushed wide onto the greasy stuff, and through goes Shedden and Onslow Cole.
Yeah, and maybe even Stephen Kane, because he was right in the group as well. Race leader Giovanardi will be coming around this time to go on to the final lap. Can he do enough to stay in front of Jackson, or will Jackson put in a last-minute lunge? That BMW likes it when it's drier, and it has dried up again in this race. What a race of changing conditions this has been. Cross the line, onto the final lap then. Giovanardi still just with the edge over Jackson.
Yeah, everything to play for on this final lap. Jackson will be trying to just put Giovanardi under pressure, see if he can make a mistake. I doubt very much that will happen, but a great drive by both of these two guys.
Good stuff. Through the hairpin they come then. There is a car of John George a little ahead of them. You just see the red Honda Integra. Now this could worry Giovanardi, but they may catch him at a point. Yeah, John George actually getting right out of the way. Good driving that from the experienced racer. He just moves out of the way. The battle for the lead can continue, and it's Giovanardi from Matt Jackson as they come up to the final corner into clearways. No mistakes this time from the reigning champion, and surely Fabrizio Giovanardi is going to win the opening encounter of the 2008 season. Matt Jackson drove beautifully, but it's Fabrizio Giovanardi who wins for Vauxhall. Matt Jackson takes second place in the BMW. I think it's going to be Jason Plato home in third position. Across the line he comes, and Darren Turner in fourth, then Matt Neal. Good result for Matt Neal. He started in 10th, finished in 5th place ahead of Gordon Shedden and Tom Onslow Cole, with Stephen Kane in 8th, and Tom Chilton, who ran such a strong race until that incident between himself and Matt Neal. He finished down in 9th place, just ahead of Adam Jones. Let's just confirm that result then. Giovanardi the winner for VX Racing by just 0.2 of a second from Matt Jackson. Jason Plato took third on the diesel debut for Seat, with his teammate Darren Turner right behind. In 5th, Matt Neal. Gordon Shedden finished in 6th in the Team Halford's car ahead of Tom Onslow Cole. Stephen Kane on his debut finished a very creditable 8th ahead of Tom Chilton in 9th, and Adam Jones in 10th place.
Fabrizio, congratulations. I can see the steam coming off your head there. Looks like that was a hot race.
Yeah, inside the car was very hot race. Well done, thank you. It was a hot race, different condition. We start with the dry. It was very, very strong. I couldn't catch him. When I see some rain is coming, I say I can make it. So just concentration is done.
Matt, Rookie of the Year last year, fastest in testing. You got pole, and it looked like you were going to have the win as well.
It was going to be a dream, wasn't it? But no, there you go. It's one of those things. Obviously, it rained halfway through, and being rear-wheel drive, it hurts us more, I think, than it does in the front-wheel drive. At the end of the day, I think it's 3 points difference. We got a point for fastest lap. It's a long championship. You know, there's 29 rounds to go. Their aim coming in here today was obviously to take away 3 solid results. That's the first part done, so we can tick that one off the list. And it's really moving forward into race 2.
Jason, congratulations, first podium of the year.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, good result for the team. I mean, we've had a tricky winter in that we're very late with our diesel programme, and I think prior to this race we only had like 120 miles worth of testing. So really good, really. You know, to get on the podium first time out with the diesel is a great result, and testament to the hard work the guys have put in back at the workshops.
Now, you had a bit of a clash with your teammate. Talk us through that.
Nothing really to talk about. I was looking where I was going, and I think he drove in the back of me. I mean, until we have a look at what went on, it'd be unfair for me to pass comment at this stage.
Just a little cheeky punt.
A little love kiss, I would think.
You remember in round 1, Jason Plato was on the receiving end of a little love kiss from his teammate Darren Turner. I just want to know, Darren, did you enjoy that bit of loving just as much?
No, not from where I was sitting. It wasn't deliberate. I basically got my braking wrong under the Graham Hill corner and just locked it up under the brakes, and then the only thing I could do was dive to the inside and hope JP was able to control it, in which he was, thankfully, and then I thought I'd better sit behind for the rest of the race. But I think we're all right at the moment, but hopefully this time in this race I'll stay away from him.
Okay, thank you very much, Darren. Yeah, you never want to see teammates. I know that if you're not touching, you're not racing. That's the phrase, isn't it, for the touring cars? But someone else who had another little collision was Matt Neal with Tom Chilton. What happened there in round 1?
Nothing happened, did it?
We saw it.
We have to be pretty careful. Obviously, I don't want to. Coming from Halfords last year, didn't want to do anything stupid. But there's a little bit of a gap up the inside, and my VXR Vectra fitted there very nicely.
Well, you've managed to work yourself a bit more forward for the grid for round 2, so that makes a big difference for your start.
We're in the right ballpark now, but it was the wet that played into my hands in the first race. In the dry, I was struggling a little bit, so we've changed the setup, and we're now going to try it again. But at the moment, I don't know. We're just going to try and make as good a start as we can and hang on in there.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. Now, I just want to see if you can see right at the very, very back of the grid, there's a bunch of orange RAC. That's Colin Turkington. Now, he's had a bit of a tough weekend because last year they were running with a 6-speed sequential box. This year, those guys are running with a 5-speed H box, and he's having trouble getting the gearing just right.
So here's the grid. Giovanardi, Jackson on the front row, then Plato and Turner in the Seats, followed by Matt Neal and Gordon Shedden on row number 3 of the grid. Behind them it's Tom Onslow-Cole in another Vauxhall, then Stephen Kane in the BMW, Tom Chilton, Adam Jones, Matt Allison and Rob Collard complete the top 12. Behind them Mike Jordan and Stephen Jelly, then Andy Jordan with Jason Hughes alongside. So father and son are pretty close together on the grid. Then it's John George and Harry Volkard. Behind them, it's Erkut and Colin Turkington with lots to do from 20th. Alan Taylor and Michael Doyle, then Chris Stockton and Martin Bell. And then at the back of the grid this time is Stuart Oliver in the BTCC Racing Lexus. Engine revs beginning to rise. We're all set to go. Lights are on, lights out, away we go. And it is a good start from Giovanardi. Here comes Jackson with the BMW. It's a bit more bunched up behind with the Seat of Jason Plato Turner. And a great start by Gordon Shedden there. Gordon Shedden may well have taken third. I think he has, yeah. Fantastic start by the Scot in the Team Halford Honda, up into third place. But up front, it's Giovanardi leading from Jackson.
All safely through Paddock Hill Bend this time, and Giovanardi did get that excellent start we knew he was capable of on a dry track, but he's under pressure immediately from Jackson.
Down the hill through Graham Hill Bend, and you're right, Jackson is pushing all the way along the back straight. Off, wide's gone Turner, but he's back on track, and he just slots back in behind his teammate Jason Plato. So far so good. Top 3 up into clearways. Slight lock up on the brakes. Giovanardi in the Vauxhall, then Jackson on board. Jackson in the BMW. He led that race earlier on. He had a comfortable lead before the rain came down. He wants to try and take victory in the dry here, coming around to complete the lap. Giovanardi just ahead with maximum ballast. Jackson in second place.
Jackson's got Shedden and Plato all over the back of him. Plato challenging at the end of straight. Shedden up the inside. Can he do it?
Gordon Shedden is going to try
he
and
might take Plato through as well.
Oh, Matt Jackson runs wide and Plato's going to try and take advantage in the Seat. He's up the inside and Matt Jackson's gone from second down to fourth place. He might even lose another one here to Darren Turner. And maybe this is the tyres are not up to temperature and he is struggling a little bit on the restart.
Yeah, he didn't have his tyres up to temperature. He ran wide at paddock and the others just slipped up the inside. Once he got hung up to dry, it was like a NASCAR race. He couldn't get back in line.
Giovanardi's been given a good break as a result of that. Gordon Shedden now up into second place, Jason Plato in third, and now he's under pressure from Matt Jackson, who managed to stop the other Seat coming past him, but now he's really got his work cut out as a man who was potentially going to go for the win. Now he's trying to get himself back into a podium finishing position, and up front Plato having a little look there at getting past Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, I tell you what, I've seen something in this race with the diesel there. It's very quick at the end of this straight, and this is a very short straight. When we get to places like Thruxton and Snetterton, that car is going to absolutely fly.
Oh, no! Terrible place to have an accident coming onto the straight. Maximum speed out of clearways, and that could have been much worse. Kane's car slammed into the barrier, but thankfully just rubbed along the concrete wall. Take another look at this.
Well, I don't know if Stephen Kane didn't know that Jordan was there, because he took the normal racing line, which is to come across close to the inside, but Jordan definitely had his inside alongside there. The contact is actually very early in the corner, and I just hope that car hasn't hit the wall too hard, because that's the last thing that poor Dave Bartram wants, is one of his brand new BMWs needing a reshell.
What a shame. They had a good run in that first race and they were very, very pleased with the result Stephen had in 8th place. But this one, of course, is not going to be the same way. We've got yellow flags being shown there, but no sign of the safety car. So it looks as though the race continues. Giovanardi up front still. Tom Chilton has adapted well to the Honda that he's driving, the Civic Type R. Oh, he's having to defend pretty hard here. He does just ease across in front of Turkington, who slides his way through Surtees. Is there a chance in the clearways? No, because Chilton shuts the door firmly and very fairly in Turkington's face, and now Turkington's going to have to work his way on the exit of the corner.
Turkington's very good at manipulating the situation. He works and works, changes his lines, puts the guy under pressure, and he'll just keep working at it until he finds a gap.
No gap into Paddock Hill Bend though. Chilton covers that line very effectively. They both run out onto the rumble strip on the outside. And now up to the hairpin, where again there's no opportunity for Turkington to nip through on the inside. Up front, remember, it's still Giovanardi in the Vauxhall who leads. It's Chilton's teammate Gordon Shedden currently running in second place. Then it's Plato in the Seat, Jackson in the BMW. Here comes Turkington again. Oh, is he through this time? He might be. Oh, that's a tricky place to nip through, and Chilton just gave him enough space.
Oh, but Chilton's coming back at him. Chilton's coming back. This could end in tears. Oh, well, that was very close, because we saw Turkington got spun out there last year with a touch on the rear. It's very difficult to save the rear-wheel drive car when they get tapped wide. But that's put Mike Jordan back on his bumper, but well saved by Turkington.
Here's another view of it, and just talk us through this second part here, Tim.
Well, they gave each other room, but then Turkington got a little wiggle on, and Chilton smelt an opportunity to get back inside. And, well, I think Turkington must have on full lock there, but I don't know if Chilton's actually got a puncture or damaged his steering, but it looked a little bit terminal.
Well, that was the move. You could see it. That's how it sort of started. This was on board Tom Chilton. And then Chilton tried to get up the inside. There was the big opposite lock slide from Turkington. Great piece of car control. Saved it and continues. Turkington now in 8th place. Jordan is up to 9th place. Adam Jones into 10th. But the race leader is this man, the Italian Fabrizio Giovanardi. There's damage to Chilton's car. He is not going to be able to make the finish of this race, and he will be, therefore be starting from the back in race 3. It's not turning into a good day for Tom Chilton.
No, that's a puncture, and this is something Tom needs to do. He's got the pace, he's got a good car underneath him, he just needs to finish a few more races.
Onslow Cole has caught up to the back of Darren Turner, just behind those two, but Jackson there right with Jason Plato, which is also key, because that's the final podium slot we're looking at. Jason Plato in the green and yellow Seat is going to have to work here, and we're on board with Jackson, looking to try and get into 3rd. Remember, he was 2nd earlier on in this race. Matt Jackson lost that position on the restart, didn't quite get the restart correct. Oh, look how close, almost touching the rear bumper of the Seat, but cleanly through and out of clearways, up through the gears, back up to maximum speed, 125 miles an hour, flashing past the stricken car of Stephen Kane, and a little bit too far away to challenge into the right-hander at paddock.
And a good drive by Tom Onslow Cole. He passed his teammate and illustrious former champion Matt Neal. He's caught up behind Darren Turner, who's done a really good job in this race.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But look at Giovanardi. No problems for him at all. It was a good enough getaway by Fabrizio Giovanardi. He's carried absolute maximum ballast of 45 kilograms in this race, but it doesn't seem to have slowed him down at all. And it is the reigning champion Fabrizio Giovanardi. He's going to make it 2 out of 2 here at Brands Hatch to take victory in the second race. Shedden takes 2nd. Plato just holds on to 3rd. Matt Jackson is 4th. 5th goes to Darren Turner. Then it's Onslow Cole. Matt Neal in 7th. Colin Turkington takes 8th from 20th on the grid. Mike Jordan is 9th, and Adam Jones finishes in 10th place.
What has made the difference then, do you feel? What has surprised you about it?
It's difficult to say, because we had different conditioning during this week, so I think we have just made the maximum to keep the concentration on the weekend, and this is why.
And you're carrying ballast, of course, as a result of the victory in the first race. What difference did you feel that made? You made a terrific start.
The ballast makes some difference, not in the lap time, but in the end the tires suffer more. So in the end the other drivers lighter can catch you easily. But anyway, my car was perfect today, so no way.
Any concerns at all during the course of the race? How conscious of you of what was happening behind?
Yeah, I've seen some accidents. I was just in control the second car behind me. I just checked if the gap was more on less, and that's it.
So this is how the grid looks then, with Mike Jordan and Colin Turkington on the front row. Now that Team RAC car's been very rapid. It should be quick off the line. Could be a possible victory for them in this race. Onto the second row, and we've got Matt Neal, double champion with his new team, VX Racing, and alongside him his very impressive 20-year-old teammate Tom Onslow Cole, who passed him in that last race. I wonder what's going to happen between them this time. Behind them on row 3, we've got Darren Turner in the first of the diesel-powered Seats, and then Matt Jackson, who's been fast all day. He was on pole position for the first race of the day, today. Second in that first race, but dropped away a little bit in the second one. Plato starts 7th. Gordon Shedden, who was so fast off the line in race 2, he starts 8th. If he makes another start like that, he could still be leading into the first corner. Behind them, we've got Fabrizio Giovanardi, winner of both races so far today, and Adam Jones in the Team Air-Cooled Seat, a car he's only just got to grips with this weekend. Next up, it's Stephen Jelly in the Team RAC BMW, the second of those cars, and Matt Allison in the Robert Shaw Racing Chevrolet Lacetti. Behind those guys, it's Jason Hughes in the trusty MG. It's still going strong, and alongside him, Mike Jordan's son. He's back there on the 7th row of the grid in 14th place. Let's see how much progress he can make. Harry Volkard and Erkut Kazilimak are next up. They're together on row number 8. On row 9, it's Martin Bell in the second of the Arcus Racing with Sunshine cars, and then it's Michael Doyle alongside on his debut weekend. John George and Alan Taylor are on row 10 together, both with identical Honda Integras. And then behind them, watch out, because we've got a couple of quickies. Tom Chilton in the Team Halfords car and Stephen Kane in the rebuilt Motorbase BMW. At the back, also watch out for Rob Collard, another of the Motorbase cars capable of a good result. And at the back there, we've got Stuart Oliver in the BTCC Racing Lexus. Watch that orange BMW on the right, starting in second place. That is Colin Turkington, and he could well make a rocket start. Red lights are on, lights go out, away we go, and it is Turkington. Look at this getaway, as expected, and also for Matt Jackson, a very, very fast start in the white BMW on the outside. Matt Jackson's going to try and take second into the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend, round the outside. He's gone, yes, he's up into second. What a start by both BMWs. It's Turkington leading, Jackson is second, pushed by Jordan. Jordan squeezes, hold off, it's got one of the Seats. It's Darren Turner. Turner's off at the hairpin.
Yeah, Darren Turner's miserable luck continues. He started 5th, that was his best chance of a good result. The dive up the inside, I think that was Chilton. There's a bit of rubbing down the back rail. Oh, Shedden straight into, big shunt.
That's a big, big accident from Tom Onslow Cole in the Vauxhall, and that's surely going to bring the safety car out immediately. Too many cars gathered together in one section of track, and the front end of that Vector has been wiped out.
That car's a write-off. That'll need reshelling for sure. I hope Tom's okay. He's moving in the car, so hopefully he's okay. And well, that was Turner from the first lap skirmish at Druids. We sort of predicted this could happen. There was a bit of a hold up at Druids. There was an even bigger hold up at Graham Hill. The cars were 3 abreast and moving about on the bottom straight, and that was the inevitable result.
What happened here? Oh, Plato initially made contact with Shedden, and Shedden shot into Onslow Cole.
Yeah.
They were trying to go 3 abreast there, and it just isn't the space. Plato had a good run off the corner, and I think he was almost in the process of trying to back out of it when he bashed into the back of Shedden.
He had the momentum, and I think he thought there'd be room to go up the inside, but it just ran out of room, and his touch on Shedden flicked the car, typical front wheel drive, no grip at the rear, just flicked the car straight into poor Tom Onslow Cole, and off they go. A very good restart.
So we're underway once again, and Colin Turkington takes them across the line ahead of Matt Jackson. Now watch out behind as well. Mike Jordan's going to come under some pretty severe pressure from Matt Neal right behind him in the Vauxhall, and then Jason Plato trying to feel whether that Seat is damaged or not. Plato, and right behind him Stephen Jelly. Already they're all ganging up on one another into the hairpin of Druids. We've got some side-by-side action going on there. Squeezed out wide, I think Shedden on the grass.
Shedden been taken out wide.
Adam Jones it was that he made contact with, I'm pretty sure, as they came through the hairpin. Jones is going very slowly down the hill, but the challenge for the lead is still on. Turkington versus Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson's really looking racy. He's actually had to dive out of the way twice on this lap, not to run into the back of Jackson.
And look how
Turkington.
And look how Jordan's been able to stay with them. Because of that, he's nudging Jackson himself a second.
Yeah, this is what we saw last year with the West Surrey cars, that they took a couple of laps just to get into their stride. Whether they set the tyre pressures a little bit lower and they come in a bit quicker, but Matt Jackson was like lightning off the restart. Another safety car, I think.
Yeah, safety car is back out. They've all slowed it down through Paddock Hill Bend, and there is the safety car. So once again, Colin Turkington slows it all down, and there's the damaged Shedden's car coming down the hill. That is still down towards Graham Hill Bend. But a lot of damage to the left front. He hit the tyres pretty hard there.
Yeah, he got taken wide round Druids with Adam Jones and sort of got onto the grass, which of course is very wet, and he literally just couldn't steer it. That's the way I saw it. And he's actually driven the car out of the way himself.
Yeah.
Here we go. He's out on the grass. Now he can't steer the car. It's got a mind of its own at this point. It catches the tyres, which sucks the front end in. and around he goes.
The lights are out once again. Look how Turkington has backed them all up. Now he's going to get his foot hard on the gas and accelerate that BMW out of clearway. It's well judged. Just misses the back of the safety cars. It heads into the pit lane. That was good judgment by Turkington, and he's made a better restart this time.
Yeah, he has. He was aware that he was caught napping the last time, but just see if Jackson closes on this first lap, because Colin Turkington is a little bit weak on restart first laps of racing.
That's right, but the two of them have got away pretty evenly here. Again, the two BMWs absolutely together. Mike Jordan holds on to third from Matt Neal. Bit of a wide line a little further back there by Stephen Jelly in the second of the Team RAC BMWs, and that put him under pressure from Matt Allison in the Chevy, and in fact he's gone wide and the Chevy's gone past, but the Chevy under pressure himself from Giovanardi. Here comes the Italian taking advantage, taking 2 spots in one go.
Yeah, great opportunistic move by Matt Allison and in turn by Giovanardi.
Still very little change here. It's still Northern Irishman Colin Turkington just keeping the man from Henley and Arden, Matt Jackson behind him, but there's never really been more than about a car length, and then it's a similar gap now between Mike Jordan and Matt Neal in that race for third place, the final podium slot. Well, Mike Jordan said his aim this year is to just try and get some podium finishes. He's in that position at the moment, but he's got one of the toughest competitors behind him. It's Matt Neal.
Yeah, Matt would like to get a podium as well on his debut for Vauxhall. He did, of course, drive for Vauxhall previously under the Egg sponsored team, and that was the part of the factory team as well. So he has been with Triple Eight before, but I'm sure he'd like to get a podium.
Yes, he would, because the weekend started a bit in a difficult fashion for him, only qualifying 10th for that first race, and he's seen his new teammate Fabrizio Giovanardi take 2 wins already here this weekend. That drops him down the points. Look at this, very, very, very close, and using the grass and dirt. Here comes Matt Neal. He's up the inside. It's a classic Matt Neal manoeuvre into clearways, shoving a little bit, but there was just enough space.
Well, there was enough space. He used a little bit of grass, but as you say, that is such a classic Matt Neal move. We've seen it so many times over the years, and really and truly, if you're going to defend against Matt Neal there, you need to drive on the inside line completely, because if there's a slightest gap, he sticks the nose in. But I think Mike knows fully well if Matt's committed up the inside there, it's best to let him go.
Yeah, he's still very close to him though as they come through the hairpin. I noticed there was nothing between them. Look, Mike Jordan has not given up on that. We're looking at the race leaders there, Turkington versus Jackson, but if you look as they come through, look, there's nothing to choose there. And in fact, Mike Jordan, I thought for a moment, might have been nudging him round. Meanwhile, I can tell you that his son, Andy Jordan, has managed to get past Stephen Jelly. Those two are having quite a good race as well on the backstretch, and that's put Andrew Jordan now up into 9th place. So both of the Jordans in the points, and the youngster, the 18-year-old, really getting a good start to his touring car career here this weekend. Over the line, another lap completed. So we're now on lap 26, just 2 laps to go. There is Fabrizio Giovanardi versus Tom Chilton. Chilton having a little look down the inside. Not quite there. I wondered if he was going to try and stay with it and keep the nose alongside the Vauxhall, but it didn't happen. Behind them, it's then Matt Allison and then Andrew Jordan. So that's oh, look at these two, the leaders now with a lap and a half to go, as close as ever. Lights ablaze on Matt Jackson's car. Can Colin Turkington fend him off up into clearways? Holds it tight. Jackson's looking for the better run out of the corner, but Turkington's clever, waits to get on the bow. Now he nails it.
Yeah, Jackson took a wide line in, but he couldn't gain the momentum out on the outside of the corner. It was almost as though Turkington slightly brake checked him just to kill his inertia.
Last lap for these two who've been racing within inches of each other for the entire race distance of 27 laps, and Colin Turkington has to cover the inside this time. Matt Jackson will try and run around the outside, but he knows that's not really possible and he could lose more time. Again, they're virtually touching down the hill to Graham Hill Bend for the final time. Turkington holds it tight. This will give Jackson a better run off the corner. Turkington may have to defend into the left-hander at Surtees. There's one more chance to overtake, and that's into clearways. Coming up now, what's going to happen? Is Jackson going to go for it? He has to go to the outside. There's no space, but he's trying to go right round the outside. They are absolutely side by side off the final corner. Jackson's on the grass. He loses momentum. It's going to be Colin Turkington to win race 3 at Brands Hatch. Team RAC do it from Jackson in 2nd place, Matt Neal takes 3rd, with Jordan in 4th, Jason Plato survives in 5th, Fabrizio Giovanardi takes 6th, then it's Tom Chilton. What a race to the flag there, Tim. That was absolutely an immense battle between these two.
It was a fantastic battle of wits and drivers, and both of them should have full marks for not indulging in anything naughty. I mean, Jackson there tried everything, even going around the outside in the last corner. Ever so brave, because certainly Turkington was going to lead on the outside. It nearly came off, but Turkington just put him on 2 wheels on the grass, and then he lost traction. But fantastic racing, full marks to both guys.
What sort of pressure, Colin, did you feel under in that last lap?
Yeah, a lot of pressure, really, the whole race. I thought I could get away at the start, get a wee gap and get my head down, but no such luck. You know, I was under pressure that whole race, but all credit to my guys at Team RAC. You know, I had a terrible start to the weekend, spinning off in the first race, so it was very hard work to get here now, but you know, delighted.
And Matt, did you think you had him on that last lap, especially approaching Clearways?
It's always going to be tough early, obviously, you know, early in the championship, but you know, we've always got to keep it clean and as clean as we can. And on the last lap, we knew we'd got the run through Colin through Surtees and on the brakes into Clearways, and for sure he was going to defend, and he did. And I thought, okay, well, let's try around the outside, and hopefully we can get enough momentum to get past. But you can see there, we're around the outside now. We've gone for the move. I thought, okay, let's hold it in there. But Colin did exactly what I expected him to do, really, and that was roll the car out. And you know, in a situation like that, I think it's fair.
And what sort of respect do you need to have for each other in a racing situation like that?
Yeah, a lot. You know, it takes a lot of trust in the guy beside you, and you know, with so many cars out there, and this is only 1.2 miles track, so there's really not much room for error at all. So yeah, it was a good race.
Difficult start for things for you in race one. You must felt, as you said on pole position there, that you needed to deliver something from that third race this afternoon.
It's very frustrating to start the weekend on the back foot, and not only that, but then I start race two at the back of the grid. So you know, this championship is so competitive now. You need to finish every race, get some points, and that's going to put you in a good position at the end of the season. So I think I've redeemed myself in that race.
And Matt, you might have felt you were on for victory in that first race. It wasn't to be. How would you sum up the start you've made in the championship?
Yeah, I think it's been good. Obviously, we had a really good qualifying on Saturday. We put it on pole position, which was a great result for the team, and the sponsor Accident Exchange. It was you know, it was a fantastic start to the weekend. Race one didn't quite fall our way. We got the lead over Fabrizio, and then the rain came, and I'm sure Colin will vouch for it, but rear wheel drive in the rain is
well, you've made a great start on behalf of the championship, because that was racing of the absolute highest quality. Well done, fellas. Congratulations on the win, Colin. And let's get more reaction now from Matt Neal, I believe, who's with Janie.
He certainly is, with a well-deserved podium. Well done. I gather that was a very clean, fair, but very Matt Neal move.
Aren't I always clean? Oh, I suppose not. If you talk to other people. No, I could see Mike was struggling a little bit up into Clearways, just through the kidney up into Clearways. It was my one chance, so yeah, I know the car pretty well. So if I thought I could just get my nose along the inside, we could have a chance, and it worked.
I've got to pick you up on that. You know the car pretty well. Explain why.
It was my championship winning car from a couple of years back, and Jordan's put it to pretty good use, and it's a tough customer to get past with either of them. So yeah, it was very satisfying.
Gordon Shedden takes us round the unique Rockingham Super Speedway track. Watch that speedo, 130 miles an hour there on the apex of the flat out turn one. Still on the throttle, late braking, all the way down to second gear. Braking across the camber on the turn, but getting the throttle bang on there. Look at the telemetry, flat out, up through the gears again to this right-hander at Yentwood. The car always wants to understeer there. Use the curbs, get the power on early, full throttle there, and then up to the tricky technical section. This right followed by 4 consecutive lefts. Again, watch the throttle, only part throttle here. An early shift up to 4th. And Gordon Shedden is the fastest man through the speed trap, just here at 103 miles an hour. Round this tricky left, making sure the car doesn't run off wide and drop off the curb on the outside. Down to the final hairpin here. This is Tarzan, a late turn in, get the power on, feed it on then, and then bang, full throttle again. Another speed track coming along here, and up to the final chicane. Just the last bit, very tricky again. Don't run over the big curbs or you can break the suspension, but there's a lot of time to be gained and lost here, and it's an overtaking place. And back out onto the banking with good traction, full throttle to complete the lap that was good enough for pole position.
It's round 4 of the High Q NSA British Touring Car Championship here at Rockingham, just under 2 miles around the configuration that we're using today, and it's the first pole position of the season for Team Halfords and Gordon Shedden in his Honda Civic. Alongside him, Matt Neal is starting his 350th race in the British Touring Car Championship. That's his best start since he went back to Vauxhall. Adam Jones, another best start for him, just his 46th race in that Seat Leon. Look at that, on the inside of row number 2, alongside him the birthday boy, Darren Turner, in his Seat. Then it's Jason Plato and Tom Onslow Cole. Behind them, Colin Turkington and Tom Chilton. Matt Jackson didn't get the qualifying he was hoping for, a little bit damp for the BMWs, and championship leader Fabrizio Giovanardi down in 10th position. Then it's Jordan and Kane on the next row back. Stephen Jelly has dashed back from A1 from GP2 in Asia to be with Matt Allison on the next row. Andrew Jordan and Rob Collard are the next back. Then it's Harry Volkard in the Chevrolet with John George in the Integra, Jason Hughes and Martin Bell, Urquhart and Alan Taylor, and right at the back, Stuart Oliver. Green flag at the back of the grid. Gordon Shedden is the man on the front row in the Halford Civic. Up goes the revs. Any creeping, a little bit of creeping maybe from row 2 from Jones, and Shedden gets the start. Matt Neal has to defend straight away as Jones gets a good one. And our man down the inside in the BMW, Turkington, not bad either. Down through turn number 1. It's a great start for the pole man.
Yeah, and a good start from Turkington all the way around the inside, underneath the white line. He's holding down 4th place as they get into the first corner. Let's hope they all get round.
Round the outside, Darren Turner having a little look as well in the BMW. There he is with the red shade banded. He's got a great start up into 2nd place already. The torque of that diesel engine already making its presence felt, and off goes Plato.
Well held Plato, bit of right foot to bring the front end round. It didn't work out for Turkington, he got muscled out wide, but as you say, great start for Adam Jones, although sliding up the inside back into the 2nd place, looks like Matt Neal.
What a start though by Shedden. He's got away. Turner is in 2nd, Matt Neal. Oh, indeed, that's Michael Doyle in the Intune Honda. He's gone off very early on. It hasn't hampered the start, as I say, by Shedden, who got an absolute flyer. Now have a look a little bit further back down. Battle for 5th position. And once again, Matt Jackson's right in the mix there in the BMW. He's got a reasonable start there.
Yeah, remember these guys only had one warm-up lap. It's quite a short lap and it's very cold at the moment, so it's going to take a little while to get some tyre temperature up.
This is a great performance from Darren Turner in 2nd position. Didn't have the best of events at Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago, but he's up there on merit and on pace at the moment.
Yeah, let's not forget that Seat were slightly embarrassed, shall we say, to have their 2 factory turbo diesel Leons out-qualified by Adam Jones with his privateer petrol engine car. And let's not take anything away from Adam Jones. He's still running a very strong 4th place with good pace. Now there's a waft of rain. I can see there's a waft of rain coming over. Start watching for people missing their braking points. As I said it, there goes Matt Neal. I could see the rain coming. It's swart. There's a lot of rain down at that part of the circuit. It's come. The wind has changed direction, and the rain is coming from that side of the track. They're coming back towards the drier part of it. Across the start-finish line is where it's driest, but that section very damp. Wipers on now as well.
And remember, these cars are running absolutely slick tyres. There's no grooves in them, so there's nothing to move the water. They work very well when they're up to temperature. Lots of contact on the racetrack when there's water underneath. It's basically like driving on ice. Now here is our leader, Gordon Shedden, from pole position. Coming onto the start-finish line, you can see that's the first 3 all in shots together.
And I can see more rain. They can't see it yet, but they're going to go through this turn 1. Look, you can see it. Now this corner, I can't tell you how difficult this corner is in a front-wheel drive car on slicks when it's starting to rain, because it's not a corner you slow down and speed up through in a traditional way. You sit in that corner, it's an oval, and it's really frightening.
Yellow flags now at Dean, and that should mean there's someone. And there we are. It was Michael Doyle coming back on the circuit. He'd outbreak himself right in front of the leaders.
Yeah, and it looked like Neal running wide again. This is not psychological rain. This is definitely test your metal rain. This is ultimate car control.
Now look at the weather. You can see it's only though half of the circuit again. We're on board with Darren Turner in 2nd place. And you can quite clearly see the difference in the rain from one side of the circuit to the other. In fact, now it's starting to get heavy again here, Tim.
Yeah, it's now getting heavy all round the circuit. I mean, the pace has dropped off by sort of 3-4 seconds, and I still think they're doing well to do that. But I do worry about this first corner. You know, it's actually very heavy now. It's raining heavy on the start-finish line. The guys are coming round. They've got a couple more corners to go. This is getting really treacherous now, and I'm very worried about the first corner.
Well, the leaders are into the last chicane now. There's Shedden. Turner has definitely slowed down a lot. His pace has dropped right off. Alan Taylor's just gone through in front of us.
Right.
Jones in third is pushing really hard.
Hold your breath. Shedden's the first one into the first corner. Here he goes. It's front-wheel drive, short wheelbase car. He's got through there, Darren Turner's got through there, Jones has got through there. So, thank goodness for that. So far, the leaders all got through.
Matt Neal's through, and behind him, Onslow Cole and Giovanardi's two Vauxhall teammates. Jackson's through as well.
These guys will be frantically in the front-wheel drive cars, winding their brake bias towards the rear to take some of the pressure off the front tyres, which will obviously lock up easier with the minimum grip conditions.
Now Giovanardi and Onslow Cole getting to it as well. Giovanardi in the number one car, second of those two red and white cars there, with Matt Jackson looking to pick up any pieces from the big table if it all goes wrong. Oh, Onslow Cole's fighting rather too hard against his teammate there.
Yeah, but that was a great demonstration of where the grip is here at Rockingham. The grip is on the outside of the track. Now, Onslow Cole was forced wide, but actually ended up finding more grip. He's been hit by Jackson, but he saved it.
Tremendous stuff again by Tom Onslow Cole. Buried his right foot there to straighten the car back up.
And here comes Chilton as well, trying to gain a little bit. Chilton's gone sideways, he saved it.
Well, this is treacherous out there now, and this is why we tell you that these drivers are the best in the business. They're earning every penny at the moment. Slick tyres, damp track now, almost wet in some places. You can see the wipers are going, and this is really difficult. It's like driving on a completely slick floor with completely bald tyres.
One more lap to go after this, so they'll be very, very pleased to see the checkered flag here when it comes through. Once more time, the rain has eased off just a little, so the conditions the same as last lap.
Matt Neal challenging for third position there, Tim. Look at that as he comes up on Jones. Jones has had to lift, and it seems to me as though Matt Neal's got his head round these conditions. Remember, he overshot here. He's learned a lot from that, and he's going back up into third.
Well, that was pure bravery by Matt Neal round turn one. He kept it maybe not flat, but he certainly kept more speed up, and the momentum took it up. But Jones is fighting back now. We're coming into the infield section. Jones wants that podium.
Alan Taylor behind is already a lap back, so watch out for Giovanardi coming through in fifth position. I think Matt Neal's realised he can push probably a little bit harder than anyone else. These Vauxhalls are going very well in these transitional conditions.
Yeah, I think the slightly longer wheelbase perhaps and the geometry of the Vectra makes it very suitable for the wet, and certainly Matt's bravery is helping him there. The slightly shorter wheelbase Leon, I believe, is potentially a little bit twitchier, and in fact if you watch, Matt Neal is actually catching up with Darren Turner. Only a couple of corners to go, but he's closing hand over fist, and there it is.
He needs a couple of more laps, I think, and he'd have been right on terms with Gordon Shedden. He's heading off towards the checkered flag. There he is, and look at this battle for second place. This is not all over by any stretch of the imagination. They've got the tight chicane onto the start-finish line. Shedden's going to go through and claim the victory. But look at Neal, he's closing in. Turner must know he's there.
Yeah, but Turner's got it. He just needed to not make a mistake in the chicane. But a great victory by Shedden. From pole, lights to flag. Excellent drive by Shedden. Second is Turner. Third is Neal. Fourth, unfortunately, is Jones, just missing out on the podium. Giovanardi and Jackson come through in fifth and sixth.
Onslow Cole in seventh, Chilton, Plato and Kane making up the top 10. Now, John George has got Colin Turkington behind. That gives you the idea of the trials and tribulations that poor Colin has had in this race. Remember, had a little bit of a ding earlier on that put his steering out of kilter.
I believe this is for 15th place, but Turkington not giving up, trying to get the power down earlier on the inside. But George has got a strong engine in that Honda, and I'm sure he'll get to the line first. He does.
And it was indeed for 15th and 16th. A win for Gordon Shedden for Team Halfords from pole position. Darren Turner celebrates his birthday with a second position. A fighting third from Matt Neal, had been up there, threw it away and then fought back in the terrible weather conditions at the end of the race, just easing out Adam Jones for fourth position. Giovanardi gets good points, fighting his way up to fifth ahead of Matt Jackson in sixth. Then it's Onslow, Cole, Chilton, Plato and Kane for the top 10. So after the fourth round of the High-Q British Touring Car Championship, Fabrizio Giovanardi continues to lead from Matt Jackson in second place. Gordon Shedden shoots up to third for Team Halfords. Then it's Matt Neal, Jason Plato and Darren Turner, your top 6.
Congratulations, Gordon. That's your first win this season. Must feel very good.
It's good to get off the board and get a win without any shadow of a doubt. You know, to qualify in pole yesterday was great. And you know, looked up at the sky, you know, sitting on the grid, and I thought, oh, you sod, you're going to rain and make this really interesting. And you know, especially when you're the lead car, when it starts to rain, you're the one that looks really silly if you drive off the road in the conditions. So you've got to be, you know, very, very cautious and careful, just to make sure that you're absolutely kind of on it all the time. And it's probably more tricky to drive going that slow in those conditions than it is to drive the cars flat out in the dry. You've got to pay so much attention to just keep the car on the road. But you know, fantastic for everybody at Team Halfords, and you know, obviously dedicating this one to David Leslie and you know, Richard Lloyd and the others that died in that tragic accident a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, this one's for David.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you in race 2 today. Moving on then, second place, Darren. Now, you had very tricky qualifying, right down in the 20th until the very final few moments, so you must be pleased to get this podium today.
Yeah, really pleased. I mean, obviously qualifying wasn't exactly to plan, but we still managed to salvage fourth on the grid. And we've been away, we've done a bit of start practice. So for me, which is the starts are always my bad point, I was quite pleased to even stay with the pack. So I was, you know, delighted to be on the run down to the first corner, being in contention. Everyone went to the left, I went to the right where there's some grip, and went round the outside. And luckily, normally in those cases you can get fired off, but luckily no one tapped me and got into second. Early part of the race, tried to challenge Gordon as much as I could, but as the race went on, he sort of got a bit more pace and just sort of settled in second. But Matt Neal at the end was very strong, and I was another lap, and I'm sure we would have, well, we could have been quite exciting the last lap if it was one more lap. But thankfully, we held it out to the end, and for Say it's a great start with the diesel engine. So we're looking forward to race 2 now.
Okay, best of luck for round 5.
Thanks.
Well, I think we've got a drive for this one. Everyone's on slick tyres. It's all stations go again for Gordon Shedden from the front of the grid, Tim, but a very different car for him with the weight on this time.
Yep, 45 kilos now in Shedden's car that he didn't have in the first place. Giovanardi, by comparison, loses just under 40 kilos.
Let's see if everyone gets off the line. Matt Neal just got onto the grid in time. A gearbox change between the two races. He does. That's good news for the Vauxhall Vectra and the VXR team. Mike Jordan possibly still in the pits. We haven't seen him out there. No, he's not on the grid. 2, 3, right at the back. He's just made it round to the back of the grid. He's just being pushed out by people power.
That's actually young Andrew who's at the back there. Then Mike is coming out of the pit lane, so he will have to start from the end of the pit lane on cold tyres after the end of this lap.
So the grid for round 4 of the High-Q MSA British Touring Car Championship set on the finishing positions from the last race. And on the front row, it's Gordon Shedden who shares with Darren Turner. Honda Civic versus Seat Leon TDI. On row 2, Matt Neal for Vauxhall with the petrol-powered Seat Leon of Adam Jones. What a result from him in the last race. Then Giovanardi and Matt Jackson make up row number 3. Matt Jackson will be looking for one of his trademark rocket starts. Row 4, Tom Onslow Cole for Vauxhall against the Civic of Tom Chilton. Jason Plato is on the inside of row number 5 alongside Stephen Kane in the Motorbase BMW. Then on row 6, it's Stephen Jelly with Matt Allison. That's BMW versus Chevrolet. Row 7, Rob Collard and Jason Hughes. Another BMW versus the venerable MG ZF, but remember, a new car on the way for Team KWR. Row number 8, John George and Colin Turkington. Turkington hoping for no repeat of the problems in that first race. Row 9, Urquhart and Martin Bell. And row number 10, Stuart Oliver and Michael Doyle. Behind them, it's Alan Taylor. Mike Jordan won't be there on row 11. He'll start from the pit lane. Row number 12 is Harry Volkard and Andrew Jordan.
Yeah, well, Giovanardi's proved he can win races with the ballast. Can Shedden do the same? But the fast cars for me are going to be Giovanardi, Jackson and Turkington. Watch them fly.
Well, I've got a little suspicion that Matt Neal's problems, if he can get over them, won't slow him down too much. Watch him from the start. And, of course, Darren Turner's on the outside of the front row in that TDI. Oh, a little bit of creeping there from Matt Neal. I wonder if the clutch just gave up on him there. And it is Turner who gets a great start, as does Matt Jackson from row 3. He's coming alongside the challenge very early on. And it looks like Turner's got a good start as well. There's Matt Neal on the inside. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 wide as they come down into the first corner, and Turner's gone through.
Turner's gone through. Giovanardi's past Matt Neal. Jackson round the outside, may get collected. We'll have to watch. He's going all the way around like Turkington in the first one, but brilliant start by Turner.
Well, he's celebrating his birthday in style, second in the first race, and he's already up into the lead. Looks like Giovanardi in second place. Yes, it is. The red shade band on that Vauxhall telling us it's the number 1 car. Just look at Shedden, he's dropped back in the clutches already of that white BMW of Matt Jackson.
Well, Giovanardi, I said watch out for him. He started on the 3rd row and he absolutely flew. Bit of side-by-side action there. That's Matt Allison diving up the inside of John George, I think it is.
Once again, Jason Plato hasn't got the best of starts. He was mired in the midfield. He got pushed wide in that first corner. There he is, down in 8th, 9th position.
Yeah, but up front, then side by side again. Turner defending the inside. Giovanardi cutting across the front of Shedden. Jackson with Turkington, another good start. So the quick ones are up there. Oh, yeah. Well, Turner has the inside for this final chicane. I'm sure that Matt Neal was creeping on the line though, so we'll have to wait and see if he gets a penalty. Safety car's out.
Safety car is rolling right in front of us. Now, of course, off goes Stephen Kane there, gets a little bit of a helping nudge in the chicane area. Turner sees the waved yellow flags and will be lifting off. Side by side, Turkington and Collard on the line. He'll have to lift off.
Yeah, one of the Lexus is off at, in the gravel trap. I'm not sure if it's Stuart Oliver or Chris Stockers. I think it's Oliver. Oliver's off. There he is. He's beached it there. He'll need a tow out because he's definitely in a dangerous position. But
just look at Shedden in 3rd place. He was right up the rear bumper of Giovanardi.
He's not. He's backing them up. He's backing them up. He hasn't gone yet. He's waiting for the lights to change. Now he goes.
And he uses the torque of the Seat Leon TDI to pull away 1, 2, 3 cars led straight away from Giovanardi, who's under pressure from Shedden, Jackson, Jelly Jones and Onslow Cole. And the next car's around, but look at the gap that the leader has pulled out, and Darren Turner's done exactly the right thing, but he's had to bring a little bit early. Down the inside comes Shedden, but he's not close enough to make the pass.
No, again, it's very close. I mean, it was a good tactic of his to use that extra power on the straight to get away, but it did mean that everyone else bunched up, and here's the result. Adam Jones looking up the inside.
Yeah, Onslow Cole was right there as well, having a little sniff.
Oh, I think Turner's run wide. I've just seen it out of the commentary box. If we can get back to the front, we'll show it to you. But I can tell you, Turner's gone back to 3rd place.
So let's see exactly how that happened. Down through the gearbox. Look at this. This is the new battle for the lead, and this is, of course, Giovanardi now with Matt Jackson, who slipped through into 2nd place. And look at Turner really having to defend now against Gordon Shedden in a new battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th with himself, with Shedden and with Onslow Cole. And look at Jelly. Jelly's almost on terms with them as well.
Yeah, this getting great racing. Oh, well, hopefully we can see how he lost the lead. Was there some contact from Giovanardi just to nudge him wide and slip through on the inside? Because it is so hard to pass a car that's always quicker than you on the straight, and maybe it required a little bit of forceful driving.
A little bit of persuasion, perhaps. There's the 2 leaders then. Giovanardi from Jackson, Turner back down into 3rd position. Shedden in 4th.
Oh, Giovanardi's gone wide. Fantastic opportunity to drive by Jackson. Wow, so rarely you see Giovanardi make a mistake like that. Has he got a problem, or did he just run wide? That corner, Yentov, I think it is a corner that you tend to understeer on. And Gio maybe just went in a bit too quick. He seems to be up to speed, so I think he just went in a bit too quick and ran out wide, but Jackson was on him so quickly.
Here's how Giovanardi got the lead.
Yes, coming up to the left-hander. Oh, a nose down the inside. There's a tiny bit of contact, maybe, just there. And that's what cost him the extra place. But that was Giovanardi really putting it across the inside. 2 wheels on the grass and 2 wheels on the inside of the track. Here we go. Watch this. On the brakes, dives really. He doesn't hit Turner early, which is good driving.
Do think I wonder if Darren had just backed out of that a little bit earlier, might have saved 2nd place there, Tim.
Well, difficult to say, to be honest. I mean, he had to back out a little bit to stay on the track because he was then put out on the marbles. But opportunity for Jackson to claw some of those championship points back on Giovanardi. And isn't it amazing? These two guys who ended up after the first race at Brands, first and second in the championship, they've come into this meeting and they're slugging it out again. It's got that championship look about these two guys, hasn't it?
Yeah, we could be standing here at the end of the season watching a very similar shootout between the BMW and the Vauxhall. And how great would that be? Matt, of course, running in the Independence Championship as well. Let's just remind ourselves, although it's got BMW on the side of there, and he's got some help from BMW UK, this is a family-run effort, and that is just terrific.
Oh, now he's really got no choice.
Oh dear, and Matt Neal's turned around and through goes Turkington. He's the one who benefits. Jelly goes backwards a couple of positions. Adam Jones was in there as well. Architect of his own disaster.
Need to see that one again, really. It was sort of building. But I'll tell you what it has done, it's put Jason Plato onto the back. I don't think that move was really on there. I think the gap was going. But it was a decrease though. It just wasn't cleaning up the inside. Jelly very lucky not to spin. Remember, that's a rear-wheel drive car. Now look, there's Plato stuck into this gaggle, trying to gain some places. In front, you've got Kane and Jelly, two more, the motor-based BMW, the West Surrey BMW. Plato up the inside, he's going to gain another place.
Now this is on board with Gordon Shedden. Already a winner this weekend. Can he hold on to the back of that Seat going through turn one? Not a hint of a lift there, by the way.
No, I mean 130 miles an hour, I've seen it on the data. That's what they're doing at the apex there. In the dry, not too bad. As the tyres start to go off, becomes a little bit more tricky, but Darren is very keen to maximise the strengths of that car, and he's got to keep it flat on the fast bits.
Well, I've got to tell you that his performance has been impressive after he lost that place, that lead early on. Oh, that's Stephen Jelly who's lost it, down at the hairpin.
Well, there was contact there, possibly. He had Stephen Kane behind him. Is there some contact between them down there? Stephen Jelly had been running a little bit wide in that corner, but did Stephen stick it up the inside? We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Turner still under big pressure. Here we go, we're going to see just the end of Stephen Jelly. Oh, there was some contact there. Couldn't see the lines that the cars were on, but there's some damage on the front of Stevens. Here we go again, up behind, right behind, just on the second apex. Well, I think that was just one of those things where they were both carrying speed and he just ran into the back of him, really.
This is still the battle for third, fourth and fifth, with Turner, Shedden, Onslow, Cole and Turkington getting on the back of this as well. Plato still in ninth. He's got about a second and a half between himself and Adam Jones. But this is the battle for the final step on the podium.
Last lap, definitely Jackson, who has it all in hand. 1.5 seconds just over Giovanardi. Turner's now got a little gap for third place because of Onslow, Cole and Shedden fighting it out.
Colin Turkington on the back of this group, coming down towards the braking area for Dean. He's trying to go the long way around. Can he get it fixed? I don't think he can. Turns it in, but now he'll do the old out and in cut back, and he's going to be alongside Onslow Cole as they come to Yentwood, but that's the wrong way as far as the BMW driver is
concerned. He's on the outside. He'll try and cut back, but I don't think he will. There's not enough room here. It's easy to shut the doors. Onslow Cole's won races here before. He knows how to defend as well as attack.
Down through the triple left-hander, and again the Vauxhall just sliding a little bit wide. Can we get the BMW up the inside? We can't, but that is the BMW everyone's going to be talking about at the end of this race as Matt Jackson continues his tremendous start to the season. He's got just over 1.5 seconds on Giovanardi in second. Here's the battle for the third spot on the podium, and it's not over and done with by any stretch of the imagination. Turner's got to keep his concentration here. Look at that battle in the background as Onslow Cole has gone past Gordon Shedden. Meantime, the leaders have gone through. It's Jackson going to win it. Matt Jackson is going to win it in the BMW from row 3 of the grid. That's a phenomenal drive by the young man. Second is Giovanardi, also coming through from row 3. And Darren Turner will hang on. That is a great drive by Turner to hang on to a car that was going away from him at the end.
Yeah, excellent drive there, really good drive. Lots of excitement in that race. Some standout performances, but excellent job by Jackson.
The winner, nice one. Just tell us about that moment when you took the lead.
Yeah, it was always going to be a difficult race around here. It's very hard on tyres and the cars are moving around a lot. And we just sort of sat there, bided our time. And Fabrizio made a mistake going into Yentwood, I think, and he locked up, went wide onto the grass, and we politely put it up the inside and got on with qualifying laps. And that was really where the race changed.
Very nice. And of course, we started the weekend 2 points behind in the championship. It seems like now you've won. A bit disappointed it's only 1 point and Giovanardi's still in front.
Well, yeah, Fabrizio had a good race this morning and he pipped us, so it gave him that advantage. But it's a long championship, you know. We're here at the moment, but there's a long way to go. And at the moment, it's racking up points. And you know, from experience in past championships, if you can take the points early, it makes the championship a lot easier at the end.
Well, there may be some gaps, but this is how they should be lining up. Adam Jones for Team Aircool on pole position. Remember, he was lucky number 8. Alongside him, Chilton. Turkington's in the pits to change tyres onto wets. Onslow Cole on row 2. Shedden on row 3 with Darren Turner. Expect to see lots and lots of gaps. In fact, only at the moment Jones is on his proper grid position. Row 4, Fabrizio Giovanardi and Matt Jackson. That's how it should be. Row 5, Plato and Kane. Matt Neal and Collard on row 6. On 7, Harry Volkard, we know, is on wet. He'll be staying out there, taking a chance for Robert Shaw and Chevrolet. Jason Hughes alongside him, then Jelly, George and the rest of the team. Forget about the grid, look at the gaps on the grid and look to the pit lane.
Yeah, Onslow Cole's pulled up in the wrong place because he can't tell where he should be. Half of the grid, more than half the grid are in the pit lane. This is definitely a case of wets being the right call. It's now tipping it down. I don't think, I mean, it's almost dangerous, but the cars that are on the grid at least are well spaced apart.
The safety car is standing by at the end of the pit, and the start has been aborted, we're hearing. Well, what a shame for everyone who took the gamble.
That is a result for those that are on the grid, because they'll be able to go round and put wets on now, and we'll get everybody on wets for the start of this race. It's the only thing to do for safety. If we'd started this race, I think with some cars on slicks, we'd have been looking at a big accident.
The marshals getting over the wall very quickly, and I think that's a very good idea. Look at the back of the grid. There's Jones. Well, what's going through his mind? He's had a great meeting so far. He certainly got speed in that petrol-powered Seat, and 1, 2, 3 cars, Urquhart and both of the Jordans have come into the pit lane again. I think they're just going to sit out and let everyone go by.
No, they thought they were going to start from the pit lane to avoid any possible carnage at the first set, but they're actually changing tyres. They're putting slicks on, which is a gamble, and a bizarre gamble, and well.
The lights are out and we're racing. It's a big gamble, and Adam Jones has bogged down, and it is the BMW that gets the run on the inside. Colin Turkington's managed to get the rear drive car off the line, and I think in the spray I can just see the orange car, yes, but it's side by side going down into Dean Hepburn for the first time. How can anyone see behind that as the leaders 1, 2 wide come down into it, and they're going to tough it out? Surely there's going to be some contact. Yes, there it is further back.
And it's Plato again, but he's saved it, he's held it together. There's further contact behind one of the motor-based cars. In fact, the 2 motor-based cars getting together. I think it was Kane that got turned around.
It was indeed Stephen Kane. Collard was in there as well. That's Giovanardi who's off, I think, as well. Is that further back down the road? What's he doing all the way back down there? Hasn't had a great start if it was him. Meantime, Colin Turkington has got away in the BMW. What were we saying about the wet weather for those Beamers? At least he still did get it off the line.
They still have the advantage off the line because they put more weight on the driven wheels, so they still get away off the line very well, but can he hold on to it? He's got a very, very determined Chilton behind him. Chilton desperate to get a good result out of this weekend.
30-second stop-go penalties for cars 11, 28 and 55. That's Plato, one of them. 28 is Jason Hughes, and 55 is John George. So all of those cars will be coming into the pit lane for a stop and go, and 30 seconds. Now this is Matt Neal trying to have a look at the inside of Jason Plato on the first lap. Looks pretty clean to there.
Yeah, you couldn't see him pushing the other car out wide, but he certainly got underneath and stopped the car. But that is big drama for the 30-second stop-go penalty for Jason Plato. That's a huge penalty.
Off has gone Tom Onslow Cole, and the angle of the left front wheel tells me he's had some contact somewhere. Now 30 seconds, I wonder if they were still working on the car at the inside the 3 minutes.
That is a technical infringement. It's not a jump start. It's at some kind, because it would be a drive-through penalty otherwise. It must have been from the first start.
Now someone has peeled into the pit lane, and it is Jason Plato. Plato's peeled off into the pit lane. for his 30-second stop-go. He's being held by the officials.
Well, the only thing that can save him now actually is a safety car, because of course he won't lose a lap here. He'll get back out, and if there's a safety car, he'll be back in behind him. And the other two cars, Jason Hughes and John George, following him in the pit lane.
Meantime, the battle for third position. Jason Hughes with the yes, and we're hearing now from the grid that it was exactly as we thought. People on the grid inside the 3 minutes before we started the race.
Yeah, well, we knew that. The team should know that. Jason Plato's just getting off back onto the circuit, so he will not lose a lap. But Turkington actually now has the fastest lap and a 2.5 lead. There he goes. He's the only one who's got a decent track in front of him, no spray, and that's on board with Turkington.
Well, I can take that. Now that I'd be able to work out where I was on the track, but anybody following doesn't have that advantage. You can still see there's quite a bit of spray coming up as in comes John George to serve his 30-second penalty as well. Oh, Darren Turner's off again. Not the end to his birthday he would have liked. Had a great second race here. Really looked like he turned the corner with that car, but he is embedded now in the gravel.
Well, the safety car is standing by. We've got a yellow flag. We have got the safety car out. This is heaven for Jason Plato. He's obviously slipped Alan Gow a few quid, and this is going to close the whole bunch up, and it's going to help Jason Plato enormously. It'll be a 4-lap race, so 4 laps to go.
Just under 8 miles.
Can Turkington hold them off?
Now we're hearing from the race organisers that the laps are going back up again to 18 laps because of the safety car. So there's the safety car pulling off. We are going to have a green flag finish, we hope. Turkington, what's he going to do? Surely he just wants to get the hammer down, and he does. No sliding around. Now look, it's exactly what we said. Chilton can't pass Jason Hughes until he goes across the line. That's so frustrating for the second place car.
Yeah, but Jason Hughes stays out wide. He doesn't get in the way. He tried his best to get to the line as fast as possible, and then he pulled out the way. It's very good driving by Jason.
Another flash of lightning greets the cars down to Dean Hairpin as we've gone green again, and the leader Colin Turkington is again trying to find out where the grip is. Remember, they've been driving slowly. Great slide by Matt Jackson.
Yeah, that was nice, wasn't it? Jackson can sniff something a little bit better here. He's already had his first win in the last race, first win of 2008, and he can sniff some more.
And look at this, Chilton having a look round the long way. He's looking for a bit of grip round the outside of the oval. He dives down to the left-hand side. It's all going to be about the brakes now. He's got a chance. He's in position. He's got to hold the tight line. We've seen that the Honda can do that, and he's gone through into the lead.
Brilliant stuff. I thought he might run wide, but he absolutely held it together. Brilliant, brilliant move. Real good overtaking. Very, very brave and committed. Oh, no, now he's thrown it all away. Oh, he's thrown it all away at the very next corner. He's lost 3 places.
And through goes Matt Jackson, through goes Adam Jones. So from first back down to 4th position, but he's got his head straight back together as Chilton. He's having a look. He's going to have Matt Neal in his mirrors as well for company. Well, he can't see him through the spray, but he's going to feel that pressure. And look how quick Chilton has picked up the pace again.
Yeah, well, no choice but to, really, but he's lost his rhythm. He lost his rhythm. This was a beautiful move, absolutely perfect. Just ran the car out a little bit, just there to make sure Turkington didn't come back at him. And he's no need, really, now. He's no need to go in too quickly here, but the rear just steps out fractionally, and bang, that's enough to draw him wide.
Matt Jackson has gone from the picture. Matt Jackson is off in the gravel. Matt Jackson is off from 2nd position. Look at this, he was battling for the lead with Turkington. He tries to go the long way around.
What happened was he was on the outside, and Turkington was braking to the outside of the track and just took him wide. Wasn't deliberate, that's just the racing line in the wet.
So that means Turkington leads from Adam Jones in 2nd place. Matt Neal up to 3rd, then Chilton 4th, Shedden in 5th, Giovanardi in 6th, Collard 7th, Plato to 8th. Jackson's falling down, Urquhart's going to be in 9th, and believe it or not, number 77, Mike Jordan is back up to 10th place.
Yeah, Matt Neal there's just taken Adam Jones as well, so he's up to 2nd. Place is changing all the time. Neal charging now. As you say, it's treacherous conditions, but he's got a chance. Turkington can't get away. This is on board. That's the leader, Turkington in front.
Just remember how well that Vauxhall went in the intermediate conditions, and for me, and I know it doesn't look it from here, Tim, but it is drying up just a little bit. The rain has eased or almost stopped. It's not dry by any stretch of the imagination, but remember how quick Matt was in the second race here today.
Neal has caught massively on this lap, so he's clearly got the faster car. It's only a matter of time, I think, before he has a lunge.
Down towards turn 1, we know it's very wet here, but we know Neal's very, very brave indeed. And look at that, he's gone down below the white line. Don't touch now, guys. That's 120, 130 miles an hour, even in the wet.
Well, you can see what's happened. The BMW is just losing grip, and he lost confidence through there. And hesitating through that corner, because it's in the middle of 2 long, fast stretches, just loses you bundles. Oh, he's fighting back.
Yeah,
that was fighting back.
Big puddle there that just brought Neal to a dead stop. Front wheels spun up, and it looked like Turkington got the drive through the puddle.
Well, fantastic racing, but he's still a sitting duck, and if he can't find some confidence to go through corner 1 faster, Neal's going to have him there every time.
Well, we know that Matt Neal is going to be very quick towards the end of this lap. And look at Adam Jones, he's just about on the back of this. We've almost got 3 cars battling for the lead. Chilton's not too far away in 4th either. Matt Neal smells victory. Target acquired. He is right in the right position now. Turkington feels the heat, and here comes Matt again through the standing water.
He's locked up. Turkington had his front wheel locked then. He was lucky to stay on. Did you see that? His front wheel was completely locked up, and he slipped wide and just left a bit of a gap for Matt Neal. Now Matt Neal's got in front at the perfect position now, because he's coming on to the far stretch where he's very brave. Joe's looking around the outside. He won't get around there.
Watch the back of the second car here. Turkington's very loose through there. Through the big puddle goes the new leader, Matt Lee. I think Adam Jones has got a good chance here as he comes onto the inside again. He's took the tight line, and they're almost side by side. This is for 2nd position across the line, absolutely side by side. Who's brave through turn number 1?
Turner. No, sorry, Joneses. Turkington's backed out of it. Good stuff, Adam Jones, fantastic.
Marvellous stuff. He's defending because he knows the BMW is going to be quick on the brakes. Look at Chilton in 4th position. Shenton's not out of it either. He's coming back to this.
Yeah, they're all having a go, aren't they? Well, Turkington is the sitting duck. He's come back up the inside again. I don't know how he does that every lap.
He's getting more grip through that big bit of standing water. No doubt he's pushing through, and he's gone back into 2nd place there.
Oh, but Jones is back underneath him. He needs to push him wide, or Turkington will force his way on the next. Yeah, he is. It's a left-hander. Turkington was always going to come back, and now Chilton's up the inside.
Chilton's taken his pick, and he's picked the back of the BMW, and that was a wise move. He saw what was going on there. Good overtaking manoeuvre. Opportunity knocked and was taken by Tom Chilton, now up into 3rd place. Turkington driving a stormer here.
He is, because he definitely hasn't got the fastest car. He's doing brilliantly. Oh, don't lock up this time, don't lock up.
Jones goes wide, and that means Shedden's in the picture as well. There's Gordon Shedden. Giovanardi's not far away. We've almost got 5 cars battling for 2nd position.
We have, and this is a fantastic battle. It's been a brilliant race. Jones looking round the outside. He can't do that for sure, but he could push Chilton off right.
Matt Neal took the opportunity, got away, and look, he's eased out the gap. It's going to be about 2 seconds. Adam Jones again takes the narrow line onto the banking as they go right underneath us. Again, almost side by side into turn 1. We know Jones is brave here. Is he going to tough it out on the inside? He's going to have to be very late on the brakes. Doesn't get it done this time.
No, but they both closed up on Turkington, and Turkington's left the door out. We know what could happen here. He's going to turn in. There's going to be contact.
But watch him go around the outside. This next bit of track here down the short straight. No, he's dropped further back this time. There's the big puddle that he gets.
He might lunge. He's aquaplaning.
Oh, he's lost his inside rear view mirror, and Jones has gone through as well. Turkington drops 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and
almost
Shedden.
4 places there. Shedden goes through as well.
It's been a valiant defence by Colin Turkington in clearly not the best car for these conditions, but a valiant defence. But the front-wheel drive cars have just eaten him up at the end of the day.
Oh, on the last lap as well, you could see him just battling it away, and Giovanardi's going to go through past him as well and go up into 5th position. They're side by side, and yes, Giovanardi's gone through. And here's Plato. Plato in 7th position at the moment, and he could yet get 6th.
He could. There's only going to be one more chance to do it though, unless there's some contact here. Plato sliding the car. He's lost momentum, so he won't get another place.
Take a deep breath, ladies and gentlemen, as, on the grass, Turkington this time. He'll not get any grip there. He's dropped down from 2nd all the way to 6th position on that final tour. As through comes Matt Neal to take the checkered flag and the max points, and just look at the VXR crew. It's going to be Chilton in 2nd, Jones in 3rd, he's on the podium. Then Shedden, Giovanardi, very tight indeed. Plato up into 6th, he did make 6th at the end. Turkington pushed down to 7th, and remember he started the last lap in 2nd. Then Collard, where did Collard come from? 8th position, Jordan in 9th, and Urquhart in 10th position. Oh my words, Rockingham has done it again. A combination with the circuit here and the weather conditions has provided tremendous entertainment for the huge crowd who've stayed in terrible conditions. And we can confirm that Matt Neal wins by almost 5 seconds, and Tom Chilton in 2nd place for Team Halfords. Adam Jones is the best of the independents in 3rd position for Team Aircool. What a race by him. Gordon Shedden picked up the pieces and netted 4th position for Halfords. Then Fabrizio Giovanardi, very clever race by Fab. He was very good and picked up 5th position. Jason Plato 6th, Colin Turkington, you've got a feel for him, 2nd down to 7th on the last lap. Then Collard came from nowhere to 8th. Mike Jordan was in the pits a couple of times. He managed to net 9th position, and Urquhart gets his best at 10th position.
And as Matt manages to get out, I'm sure Janie will have a word with him as soon as he gets out of the car. But that will really do his confidence an enormous amount of good. Let's see his reaction as he gets out the car. Yes. I mean, he's tall enough as it is. The only person taller in that pit lane is Janie, and she's down with him now. Tell him to get his helmet off. Come on.
I am. He's in a rush. Oh, look, he wants to hug. Oh, bless. Kissing a helmet. Live on TV. Matt, congratulations. That must feel even more rewarding, especially considering the conditions.
Oh, it was tough out there. There was so much standing water for everybody, and just the visibility. Boys!
Don't think we're going to get much sense from him today.
Well done.
Is it easier being in the lead where you haven't got additional spray from everyone else?
Well, I couldn't see what was going on behind me, so I was worried that the Turks or someone was going to come back at me, and I was trying to keep in contact with the pits just to keep them, so they could keep me up to speed on everything going on, but I was glad to get to the end of that.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic.
On board with Jason Plato as he starts his qualifying lap. Through the chicane, a good exit in the spookily quiet diesel turbo Seat. Down to Redgate, some late braking and a late turn in. Hard on the brakes, Jason turns in, clips the curb on the inside, hard on the power. Early change up, and now it's the dauntingly fast crane of curves. Through Hollywood, he'll be flat out here, 120 miles an hour on the apex there. Braking hard for the old hairpin, again must pick up that curb on the inside, hard on the power, let the car run out under Starkey's bridge, car in front, Jason will be hoping he stays out of the way. Now coming up towards the left-hander, braking after the corner, just down 1 gear in the turbo diesel Leon. Holding the same gear up to Coppice, and it's important to get a really good exit from Coppice onto the long straight. Blind turn in, clip the curb, let the car run out wide, flat on the throttle, working those front tyres really hard, up to 5th and 6th just under the bridge, top speed of 125 miles an hour approaching the braking area, all the way down to 2nd gear initially. Here's where a lap can be won or lost. Over the curb, up to 3rd, across the other curb, and a good exit. An excellent clean lap by Jason Plato.
The 7th round of the High Q MSA British Touring Car Championship here at Donington Park sees a first pole position for Tom Onslow-Cole in the number 10 VX Racing Vectra. Alongside him, Jason Plato's had a better qualifying than of late. On row 2, it's Colin Turkington and Darren Turner, the first man with a bit of weight on his car. Row 3, Gordon Shedden and Matt Neal. And behind them on row 4, Tom Chilton, and Fabrizio Giovanardi has some work to do. Matt Allison and Harry Volkard have the 2 best qualifying positions from the team Robert Shaw Chevrolets. And on row 6, it's Stephen Jelly and Andrew Jordan. On row 7, Adam Jones and Matt Jackson, who had some problems in qualifying, but we know how good Matt is. He'll fight through from there. Mike Jordan and Stephen Kane on 8. On row 9, it's Jason Hughes and Alan Taylor inside the top 20. He'll be happy with that. Chris Stockton in a new car, of course, this weekend. Watch out for the new Seat Toledo and the new colour scheme, along with Urquhart. That's on row 10. 11, Martin Bell and Stuart Oliver in the other one of the BTC Seats, and that's going to take some getting used to. Michael Doyle and John George are on row 12, and Rob Collard didn't have the best of qualifying, and he is on his own on row 13. Up go the revs. Lights are on. Long hold here. No creeping. This is overheating the clutches. Very long hold. And is this an aborted start, Tim?
There's something wrong. Yeah, there's something wrong. I can't see the. They're holding up the start delayed. But as you say, that will have done a lot of harm to the engines, the clutches, the transmissions. They're all sitting there with the lights have failed, so they're either going to have to they'll have to do it with a flag or get the lights to work. Isn't it amazing how these things always happen at the worst possible moment? They test the lights in the morning, make sure they're working. They've worked already for 2 races, and then comes to one of the feature races and they won't work. Yeah, it'll be a complete restart situation, exactly as it was at Rockingham. I believe it's going to be a flag start.
Stand by for action then. Watch that gantry, watch for the flag. It's not when it goes up, it's when it goes down, and that's the jump start we expected. Colin Turkington with a huge flyer, and his teammates already on the grass, 3 cars widths away from anything that looks like tarmac.
Well, I mean, Turkington was looking for the flag to move, and as soon as the flag moved, the reaction of the driver is to go. He clearly hadn't been told by his team to go when the flag dropped, and the guy held the flag out, then raised it and lowered it in one movement. It's very difficult to call, but I mean, obviously he went for a long way before everyone else.
So down into the old hairpin for the first time. There's Matt Jackson. He'll be looking to make up positions. Turkington with a flyer has absolutely cleared off into the distance. Everyone else has made it through safely up towards McLean's for the first time. Giovanardi fighting his way through the pack with, that was Matt Allison right behind him. That's going to be an interesting battle, as we've still got Onslow Cole with Plato there right up behind him and looking to challenge.
Yeah, very close. This circuit's always been good for Seats, and as you said, John, the Seats have had good qualifying performance so far, and Plato's looking really aggressive now, and big defending on the inside for the Vauxhall.
Look at Shedden behind in that orange Honda as well. The Team Halfords car turns in to Goddard's for the first time. Turkington has been given a jump start penalty, as has Oliver further back down the grid as well. Let's have another look at this.
Well, you need to see it with the flag. I mean, clearly Turkington goes a long way before everyone else, not by a huge amount, but with the extra traction of the rear-wheel drive, it obviously looks even worse. Now, watch, he will go, he's holding the flag out. As the flag goes up, Turkington goes, and he has definitely gone a good 3 or 4 yards before the flag actually drops.
This is from Adam Jones's car. That's pretty cool start from him, and look at that bit of grassy moment there. Oh, and that is one of the Vauxhalls off, and that in fact is Onslow Cole, isn't it? No, it's Giovanardi. My apologies. Giovanardi has gone off in a very odd position there, Tim.
Giovanardi gone off from 6th place, so we don't know what happened there. He was it was at Starkey's, I think, on the left-hander. So maybe he was side by side with somebody and got eased out onto the grass. We'll have to wait for a replay. Stuart Oliver also getting that drive-through penalty for the jump start.
So unused to seeing the words Giovanardi off, I actually misidentified the car. That's Rob Collard. It's been a dire weekend for him, and he's got damage on the right front.
He's had contact with John George. Big contact there. The rear wheel of John George.
Alan Taylor possibly involved as well, with damage to his Robert Shaw Racing Integra. And, well, you don't have to be much of a detective to work out that they must have come together somewhere.
Yeah, Turkington's taking his drive-through penalty on that lap, so that has Onslow Cole in the lead from Shedden, Turner and Plato.
Plato's dropped way back down there, so what happened to Giovanardi? Here we go. Oh, he's gone well wide there.
Oh,
No, that's not Giovanardi, my
no,
apologies.
That was the incident between John George and Collard. This is the Giovanardi incident. As we thought, he got right on wide on the grass coming through Starkeys, and there was no way back, and he was lucky actually not to slide out even further.
Safety car is coming out onto the circuit. Too many cars in dangerous positions. We will neutralise this as we come round to complete lap number 3.
Yeah, well, at least Tom Onslow-Cole is back in his justifiable position here now, although he's going to lose that little... Oh, Matt Allison out of a very promising race for the Robert Shaw Racing cars. They've lost 20 kilos for this meeting, and it seems to have invigorated the cars. They qualified really well, and they were very confident of a good result, but not one of the cars out, but Harry Volkard's still in there.
So we're coming back down to a green flag and a restart of round number 7 of the HiQ MSA British Touring Car Championship. Real action on the opening 2 or 3 laps here at Donington Park. We've lost 1, 2, 3, 4 cars from the action, and Fabrizio Giovanardi, the championship leader, has had to pit and is right at the back of the line.
On board with Jason Plato, new father just 3 days ago, little baby girl Alina, congratulations to him. Let's see, he won't be thinking about that now, but he certainly had a few sleepless nights.
So back to green flag racing now, and Onslow-Cole has got on the power nice and early, Shedden behind him, then the 2 Seats, it's Turner from Plato, then Chilton in 5th position. Matt Neal up there as well, but Onslow-Cole has done what he needed to do, and he's translated the restart into 3 cars advantage as they come down to the old hairpin.
Yes, good restart, nice clean restart. He's got a little bit of gap, he can drive his line now, concentrate on what he's doing. That Vectra well suited to this circuit, and of course Tom, who's been very quick last couple of races but not had perhaps results he would have liked.
Mistake by Shedden there, he's gone wide, and that's allowed Turner to take advantage. He'll go up the hill towards Coppice. This is a very, very tough manoeuvre if he can pull it off, because you can't see the apex on the inside. Absolutely side by side, 3 wide coming out of it. I've never seen that before.
Well, this is touring car races. Look at those turbo diesels though. They've got the wick lit as they come off Coppice down the straight. And it's Plato, I think, that's now got in front of this group.
Oh, and it's a Seat slowing. Seat slowing, and that is Turner. I think it's Turner that's slowing down.
Yeah, Plato's in 2nd place.
Pulled off to the right-hand side as he went across the start-finish line. Didn't see any kind of contact there.
Here we go, side by side again, down the Craner curves, 120 miles an hour. Oh, you can see it coming.
Chilton,
they're both going off.
Chilton and Jackson hitting wheels and getting airborne, and that car is not going any further, Tim.
No, I mean, Jackson's car just moved a little bit out. It caught caught Chilton's left front wheel, and then, wheel-to-wheel contact, and it was end of.
Surely we'll see the safety car. Yes, we have. We've already got the yellow lights on the safety car at the end of pit lane here. Onslow-Cole will surely go early, and he has. He's nailed it going into Goddard's. Look how squirrely the back of that car was, because the rear tyres weren't warmed up, and Plato is going to have to chase really hard here, with Shedden right in behind. Neil in 4th place, Kane Jelly, Jordan Hughes and young Andrew Jordan in 10th position, and again another copy boot restart by the Vauxhall driver.
Absolutely perfect, really good start. You could see he got the jump on Plato there, which means then he didn't have to defend, and we're looking forward to some more side-by-side action down the Craner curves coming up behind.
Now, that looks like to me as though Andrew Jordan's challenged his father. He has done, and he's gone through, and Turkington now having a little nibble around the back of Mike Jordan's car as well. So Andrew Jordan's got a great restart.
He has. Onslow-Cole's run wide on that. He's going to lose a position certainly to Plato, and probably also to Shedden.
Plato must think it's his birthday at the moment, got shuffled down to 5th position, all sorts of action ahead of him, and all of a sudden he's been handed the lead, didn't need a second invitation, and look at Shedden, he's having to defend, he's got 2 Vauxhalls behind him.
Yeah, he's got Matt Neal on the right-hand side there, dragging his way around the outside. Matt will try and turn in behind Shedden, and Onslow-Cole will try and gain back, but no, that's all very tiny, but pity for Onslow-Cole, really. He's going to struggle to come back from that, and it's all worked in Plato's favour.
At a new lap record for Plato, a little bit earlier on in the race.
That was just before the safety car, wasn't it? And he was flying at that stage, and the safety car really handed it to him, because before that Onslow-Cole had a comfortable gap. And Onslow Cole now refocused and on the back of Matt Neal, but Plato on board, down the gears. I noticed he's going down 2 gears there. In qualifying he went down an extra gear and then quickly, just to slow the car down, and then quickly pulled it back up to 3rd.
Now remember, this is a turbo diesel car. It's very, very quiet. It doesn't rev as much as the petrol engine car, and you saw him there glancing down at the shift lights. It's very difficult to know when to shift in these cars, and more BMW action, and that's Jelly and Kane, and Jelly this time is pitched off into the gravel at the old hairpin.
Well, that was a little bit of a lunge, wasn't it? A little bit late, and didn't get the car squared up and braking in a straight line, and contact made, and as soon as you have any contact there, you just can't slow the car down.
5th and 6th that was, and that has put, I'm afraid, put Jelly into the gravel. Now here is another lap being lost by Turner as his teammate blasts by with the 2 Vauxhalls of Neal and Onslow Cole in 2nd and 3rd. Gordon Shedden now has consolidated his 4th place ahead of the rest of the pack, and the independents well up inside the top 10 in this race.
And there's still a big battle for 5th place coming across. They're coming through the chicane now. Big battle there, side by side. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Andrew Jordan, I think. Yes, fantastic.
Coming through to finish it. And very slow Turner coming across the line. But there is the man of the moment. The man of the hour is Jason Plato, who lifted off so much that the 2 Vauxhalls went through. Plenty of well, you can't say there wasn't action there. So Jason Plato then, after a topsy-turvy race that saw him as far down as 5th position, takes it by just over a second from Matt Neal, with his VX Racing teammate Tom Onslow Cole not able to capitalise on pole position. He's in 3rd. Then it's Shedden, Andrew Jordan, the first of the independents, from Kane, Jones, Giovanardi only down in 8th, Turkington and he fighting back through the pack, Mike Jordan in 10th position. In the second half of the field, it was Jason Hughes in 11. Harry Volkard could have done better, but ends up with his best finish of the season ahead of a very good debut by Chris Stockton in the BTCC Racing Seat. Martin Bell and Michael Doyle will be reasonably happy with their finishing positions, as will Urquhart, Stuart Oliver and Alan Taylor. Stephen Jelly, Darren Turner not happy at all with a turbo pipe problem on the second of the Seats.
Well, it's Jason's first win of the season, and indeed the first win in a diesel-powered car for the championship, and we're not even halfway yet.
It's a good start for our campaign now. I think Donington is where we're really going to get going now. It's been a difficult start to the year with the lack of testing we've had, and just learning to what makes the car tick. So we think we found some performance. Well, in fact, we know we have. But the car's really tricky to drive in that you can make any small mistakes, it bites you. So tough win. But nevertheless, something we can work on now. But yeah, fantastic feeling. The guys have worked so hard all the way through the year, and now we've got a result.
Let's have a look at the point where you took the lead. Talk us through it.
Well, Tom made a bit of a mistake actually. I mean, he was going to be a tough man to catch because he's been very strong, all day yesterday and in the opening part of the race. I mean, he did a brilliant overtaking manoeuvre on me early on in the race when I got past him. So yeah, surprise mistake, but you got to take your chances when they come. But fantastic win for me. My amazing wife Sophie's just had our first child, Alina, at home. So this one was for you guys.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, a podium for you, but I can see the disappointment in your face.
Yeah, usually I would have been chuffed to bits with a 3rd, but that was our win really. That was ours for the taking, and a small mistake of mine, working the tyres maybe a bit too hard behind the safety car, and a small mistake and it's all gone. But that's the nature of the touring cars. You can't afford these small mistakes, and it's unfortunate, but we've got 2 more races to come back and get that win.
Colin, bit of confusion at the start there. What happened?
Well, on the first start, the lights failed, so we had an aborted start, and when we came around the next time, the starter decided to use the flag to start the race, and I was primed, ready to go, and as soon as he started waving it, I left the grid. But it's I have to wait until he puts the flag down. As soon as he went up, I went. So unfortunately, no one else went at the same time.
It was looking to be good. I think we got up to sort of 5th place, and Tom went wide at Redgate the lap before, and we put a nice move on him down into the old hairpin. No problems at all. The next lap, we went down to the Craners, and unfortunately ended up with both cars in the gravel, which is not nice to see. And obviously it's very frustrating for the championship and for the day's racing, really.
with Jason Plato starting from pole position, looking for his 40th win in the championship. He's got his nemesis Matt Neal alongside him. It's Onslow, Cole and Shedden on row 2, Jordan and Kane on row 3. Adam Jones has Fabrizio Giovanardi for company on row 4. Turkington and Mike Jordan, we might have a chat with him later on row 5. Hughes and Volkard on 6. Chris Stockton proving the change to the Seat was the right thing to do. He starts from his best ever starting position. Martin Bell with him on row 7. Michael Doyle on row 8 in the Honda with Urquhart alongside him. And then on row 9 it's Stuart Oliver and Alan Taylor. Darren Turner with that nightmare in the first race is on 10 with Stephen Jelly. Tom Chilton and Matt Jackson also had problems in round 7, so they're at the back as well. No Matt Allison, no Rob Collard and no John George.
Watch out for Giovanardi, unleashed of the success ballast. He will fly, and Darren Turner from the back. One of the RAC cars coming in the pits.
We've got a BMW in the pit lane. The green flag is waving, came right from the back. I think that was Stephen Jelly who pulled off. We're waiting for the lights. We had drama with the lights.
Again.
Oh, the
lights are broken again.
Isn't this remarkable? They've worked on all the support races. We've got a yellow flag out.
Oh no, look, Mike Jordan's car door is wide open on the passenger side, or is that the driver's side? The wind must have caught it and opened it up.
In fact, that is Andrew's car with the yellow on it, and that door has been caught open, and straight away there's a delayed start, and that is Andrew Jordan on the 3rd row of the grid, one of his better starting positions. We've got people down there, and I think it was literally just a dodgy door opening.
Well, somebody didn't shut it properly on the grid, on the dummy grid. That's the only thing I can think of, and they decided it was unsafe to start the race.
Well, the car has stalled, and he opened the door to draw attention to himself, we're being told from down in the grid. Well, heads up driving. Now there it was Jelly in the RAC BMW in the pit lane, and that does not look good for that team, Tim.
It doesn't, and all the while this is happening, the rain is actually falling more and more. It's still not heavy, but it's a steady drizzle, and it's enough to sort of turn the grid, the track, a little darker shade, which means it is settling.
The lights are on, so we've just reset and we're off and racing, and Plato gets the whole shot. What a start from Shedden from row 3. He split the 2 cars ahead. He may yet drop into 2nd place, but he's got one of the BMWs coming round the outside. That is a tremendous start by Stephen Kane and Gordon Shedden.
Oh, there's Andrew Jordan sliding there, Martin Bell, Stuart Oliver and Taylor into the side of him. Well, they need to move those cars. Hopefully they'll get them. One of the layouts is off.
Now that's Turner from the back of the grid. Remember, he had the problems earlier on in the meeting with the turbo clips, and that's put him further down, and he's... Oh, look at the movement on the back of Plato's car. It's clearly quite damp out the back of the circuit. Under the bridge and up the hill, and there is Mike Jordan going off.
Yeah, the front-wheel drive cars, remember, very difficult to get heat in the rear tyres. Really difficult to get some temperature into them. The first man on the track is the guinea pig, and Plato and Shedden are duking it out side by side through McLean's and up to Coppice, easing on that as they turn in to feel how much grip there is. They'll have been told there's a safety car. The safety car is out, but they still have to race to the line. They still got to race the line. And Shedden's on the inside and through.
And look at the battle behind them as well, with the Fabrizio Giovanardi coming through into 3rd position. He's had a tremendous run. Remember, as Tim mentioned, he has no ballast, so he's up into 3rd, and he's just got that done before the yellow flag. Andrew Jordan goes back down into 4th position. Now they'll have to stop racing, and I can see I can see all 3 Vauxhalls in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, this will actually give them a little chance to get a bit more heat into the tyres. Look at them immediately start to weave to get some heat in those tyres. They'll be working really hard. Urquhart's had a spin. That looks like it's on the entrance to the chicane, and he's doing a round turn.
Porsche pace car peels off to the left-hand side, and Gordon Shedden will lead them across the line. Still 1 or 2 spots of line. We're racing again down towards the first corner, and look at the defensive line that he's taking. He's looking for grip, and Plato's there as well. Third place, Giovanardi and Kane's in, Turkington's in, Jackson's in, all the BMWs coming into the pit lane.
The BMWs struggling to get tyre temperature in the slicks, so they've taken the risk and put them on wets. They're going on to wets all round, look.
Look at how they're done. The Team RSC guys don't recycle the nuts. They just take the nuts off and throw them away, and they pull up a new set of 5 to put on, and it saves them quite a few seconds. Plato's back in the lead.
Yeah, with Neil behind him. And remember Matt Neil in the wet at Rockingham. He was sensational. He loves these conditions. Look, he's already super confident. Oh, it's not Matt Neil, it's Giovanardi. Well, he's come through.
Well, we know that the VX Racing Vectra is very good in these intermediate conditions, as Tim said. Matt Neil at Rockingham was absolutely superb. Now, here's on board with Giovanardi. That's where Shedden went off.
Shedden went wide at the old hairpin and allowed Plato and Giovanardi through. That is a very difficult corner, but look at the rain coming off the windows there.
I think those guys who've stopped early, that may have been a bit of a gamble. It might yet pay off for them if it stays like this, because it's very, very slippery out there.
It's too early to call. It's way too early to call. They need a real lot of rain before these guys lose so much time that the others are going to catch up.
Couple of places lost there for Andrew Jordan. Back one with Giovanardi as we go down to Redgate, and look how early Plato's having to brake. He's feeling for the grip there on the inside. Still confident enough to take the curbs though, Tim, and that's always the very slipperiest part of the circuit. Side by side into Hollywood. Now, who is going to have the confidence of their car? Well, it is Giovanardi. We've seen how good that Vauxhall is. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there, and Plato will take a bit of heart from that.
Yeah, the Vectra's a slightly longer wheelbase car, and Giovanardi has a moment there. It's so much harder to lead, but the Vectra is a slightly longer wheelbase car than the Leon or the Civic, and that makes it just a bit more stable in these greasy conditions. Here we go. But has we got a chance here? Matt Neal's going to be side by side with Shedden is in the family-run team. It's going to be side by side. How much trust will they have? Well, plenty. Look at that.
Again,
that's how you can get down the Craners side by side.
Yeah, and that's people having a bit of respect for each other, giving what we call racing room. Flashing lights from Matt Neal, which seem to be on some, and that is for the Chevy of Harry Volkard, who did have his eye on the mirror. And that means that we've got a new, then third place driver in the shape of Matt Neal. There he is with the black shade bar, and proof were needed again of Tim's observation from Rockingham, that Vectra is supreme in these intermediate conditions. Oh, and that is Urquhart, I think, has gone off, and that is on the far side of the circuit from us. Now, what's happened here?
Oh, he's lost it at Hollywood, the top of the Craner curves. Got on the grass. Now remember, he can't steer, stop, or do very much at all on the grass. Oh, that was a hard hit. Hard hit.
Well,
yeah, I hope he's okay. He's got out of the car. He's a big, tough bloke. He'll be disappointed for his sponsors, I know, sunshine.co.uk, backing the Arcas racing team of him and Martin Bell, and he may be a bit winded. But oh, here we go. Another incident top down. I'm surprised they're not yellow flags out here.
Shedden having a look and trying to defend his position. Remember, this is Onslow Cole having a look down the inside. They're going to hit each other, they have! And this is going to be very interesting, because that Honda is not going to be able to stop. He's going to come straight out. Oh, it's like a stunt movie, but he's got it back, and he's actually going to be able to get it back onto the track. You could see that coming from a long way off, Tim.
Well, I mean, I'm amazed that there weren't yellow flags there. I'm not saying they were or they weren't, but it was very close to the incident. They were both having a moment, weren't they, on the left-hand part of it, and obviously the slightest bit of touch, and that's launched Shedden across the inside. Lucky not to collect the Vauxhall as he got down to the bottom, and lucky not to get bedded into the gravel. If you watch, at the left-hander just here, they start to have a little twitch, both of them. It may even be raining a bit more there. They're both twitching. The Vauxhall of Tom Onslow Cole snaps out of shape and just taps it.
That curb on the left there has been the demise of a couple of people this weekend in some of the support races as well. Oh, that is very close indeed. Onslow Cole taking it and losing control.
Well, I do wonder if it's raining up there, but we'll have to watch the lap times. Yeah, Giovanardi's now in the 20s. The wipers are going. The rain is coming down, and it's obviously just hit the circuit at the Craner curves. That's the first time they mention it. This is where it's slippery.
There's Fabrizio Giovanardi as he comes down the hill into the old hairpin, and he's got the MG ahead of him, which will go a lap back. Plato has just not been able to quite close in. He was doing better earlier on, and now it's Darren Turner, his teammate. Off goes Neil, flicks to the right hand side, puts 2 wheels on the grass, and there's no coming back from that. It's a little tap on the tyres. Matt Neil throwing the car to the outside. He looked down the left first, through the dummy, nipped to the outside, but I think Tim will see that he probably just dropped 2 wheels on the grass.
Yeah, this season's, apart from his win at Rockingham, it really hasn't lived up to expectations so far. They're going into the old hairpin. Matt Neil's on the inside. Chilton cuts to the inside and just catches Matt Neil as he comes back across, I think, is the answer to that.
Perfect angle. Well done to the guys for showing us that. You couldn't see that from the other way, and my apologies to Matt Neil, because he did just get a very slight, and I'm sure it wasn't an intentional touch, as he cut back in front of Tom Chilton, and that was enough with the car already unsettled from the right-hander at the old hairpin to pitch him off onto the very slippery glass. Now, last lap, Giovanardi just pulling out a little bit of an advantage. 2.2 seconds now, as he's just done the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate lap. Now look at this battle. This is Turner and Chilton. Turner in the Seat, defending now. He's really going to have his hands full for the last half a lap, because Tom Chilton buoyed by steaming up to the back of these cars. Matt Neil off, not part of this now. This is the battle for 4th and 5th position. Giovanardi, Plato and Onslow Kohler ahead of this. That's going to be the podium. Who will be 4th place? Chilton looking very, very strong indeed. He's picking his line, he's moving that car around. Here's Giovanardi, he'll take another victory. What a great comeback for him and for Vauxhall. One time they had 3 cars in the top 5. Plato will be delighted with 2nd place. Through goes Onslow Cole in front of me, and it's going to be a drag race to the line, and Turner's going to hold on to it by about half a car's length. Yes, Turner from Chilton in 4th and 5th position. Andrew Jordan we're waiting for to come round and take the Independence win ahead of Adam Jones, and Chris Stockton will be 3rd in the Independence.
Well, Jason, you just said to me, back in the room now.
yeah, look into my eyes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, great result for us with maximum ballast on. I was, if I'm really honest, I was a little bit overly careful at the beginning. Didn't want to throw away the good work done in race 1. But once it dried out, then our pace was good, I think. And I think I held the fastest lap for most of the race until I think 2 from the end. And then Fabrizio pipped me to it. But pleased with 445 kilos to almost maintain where we are. So second is good for points.
And how difficult was it? The conditions looked so slippery.
It was tricky. It was really tricky, and I was a bit soft in the conditions. I'll learn next time. But it's so easy to make a mistake. And one of the things we have with our car is when the conditions are like this, we don't have the same throttle response as, say, a petrol car would, because we've got a turbo and it's diesel. So it's difficult for us to find that last little bit in those sorts of conditions. But great result for the team. Second is good. Oh, well, I thought that was Fabrizio.
Yeah, we're just going to talk to him now. Let's bring you in, Tom. I just heard you talking there about the conditions, but again, you got another podium. I know you were disappointed first time out. Feel a little bit better, or just still not quite there?
Yeah, no, I'm on the up. I'm feeling a bit better. 2 podiums in today already is a really good start to the weekend, obviously, and it's a shame we haven't quite got that elusive win yet, but we're still working on it, and we've still got the 3rd race today and a long season ahead. It's just good to be scoring consistent points.
And kind of, I mean, I can't imagine what must have been going through your mind and the mind of everyone in your team, just thinking, shall we go to wet? Shall we stay on slicks? Oh, crikey, the decision.
It was very deceiving, because actually on the screen there wasn't actually that much rain. It just looked like a few drops like we've been having all day. But as soon as we got off the line, you soon realised that it was actually seriously slippery out there and really greasy. It was a tricky situation, but we came through.
OK, thank you.
Thank you.
Good stuff. And we have the winner and Tom Onslow Cole's teammate, Fabrizio Giovanardi. Congratulations. When did it start to rain? About 5 minutes before the race started, and by then you couldn't change your tyres.
Yeah, it's very struggle, because you don't know what is the condition of the circuits. But 2 years ago I have the same condition, so I was close to win. I had a very strange finish with Turkington, so I was happy, because I love this kind of condition. It's very, very slippery. It's not easy to control the car, and I think the driver that make less mistake than the other one could win. So
let's have a look at the moment you took the lead then, Fabrizio. It's coming up on this monitor here. Talk us through it.
Yeah, and I think Jason, without any reference point on braking, he just slapped. He was out in the braking, and I was able to overtake him. It was very strange because without any reference, without any driver front, it's not easy to know when it's the point to brake, so the speed to keep in the corner.
Let's have a look at the grid with Gordon Shedden, who's taken a bit of a chance. I think he's put wets on the rear of the Team Halford's Honda. He's got Chris Stockton with him on the front row. Row 2, Adam Jones and Andrew Jordan. Tom Chilton and Darren Turner are on row 3. Tom Onslow-Cole and Jason Plato on row 4. Fabrizio Giovanardi's got a lot to do on row 5. He's got Jason Hughes for company. Matt Jackson on row 6 with Stephen Kane, who's got wets all round on that car. Row 7, Colin Turkington and Harry Volkard in the Chevy. And Matt Neal is all the way back on row number 8 with Mike Jordan. I don't think we're going to see Urquhart. We possibly will see Martin Bell, although he had a little bit of an off as he was coming round. Row 10 should be Michael Doyle and Alan Taylor, but no Alan Taylor. And row 11 should be Oliver and Jelly. We'll keep an eye on those gaps on the grids for you.
Some interesting ideas on tyres. Some people changing the Shedden, as you heard off the front, has got wets on the rear, slicks on the front. That would be good to start with. Kane, I believe, Stephen Kane in the BMW is the only one to have gone for full wets. Everyone else, I think, is on slicks.
So in the pits has come, that's one of the blue cars, it's Chris Stockton from the front row. He's dived off into the pit lane. Now, is he changing tyres? Is he just having a look? Does he just not want to be on the front row? He has been adapting to front wheel drive.
Well, I'm sure he'd love to have been on the front row, so I can only assume it's a tyre change or a problem, because Chris is a racer and he would have been up there.
It's Donington Park, the 9th round of the 2008 High Q MSA British Touring Car Championship. Gordon Shedden on his own on front row, with Chris Stockton having taken to the pit lane at the end of the warm-up lap. The lights are out, and it's a fantastic start, of course, by the unchallenged Shedden in the Honda. He'll pull away, look at the battle behind, and that's going to be between Adam Jones and Andrew Jordan. But look at the Seats, here's Darren Turner around the outside, and he might just make it into second position, and Jason Plato's following through. He's going to make up a couple of places as well.
Yeah, good start from Shedden. Everybody tippy-toeing round Redgate, and I'm glad to see they've all got round. Oh, a wiggle there from the back end of Jordan's car in third place.
That's Andrew, who is up at the front end of the grid. But look at the gap that the Honda has got. The Team Halford's car with Gordon Shedden. He's really got the bit. Oh, he's made a slight mistake. Curse of the commentator. Just went wide. Almost looked like he missed a gear there.
Yeah, missed a gear definitely, because he didn't run off the curbs or anything, and just lost momentum. But he's got wets on the rear. Look how much more confident he is turning in on the corner. And as we say that, the Seat slides wide. The car on the charge is in 6th place, I think. That's Stephen Kane.
Remember, he's on full wets. That's the BMW going through your picture now with the red shade band in behind Giovanardi and Plato just ahead of him. But the battle is still on at the front. You just see the leader just weaving slightly left and right, maybe trying to get a bit of heat into the tyres as Darren Turner looks to the right-hand side, coming into the braking area. Goddard, he's nowhere near close enough. We've seen some demon out-braking manoeuvres, and his teammate Plato's having to defend from Stephen Kane, who's hit the back of Jason Plato, but manages to hold on to it, just Plato. And now we've got the challenge further up the field.
Yeah, Jordan's run wide, he overcooked his braking area into the brakes there, and he's now under pressure from the Vauxhall on the outside. Can he get round?
Onslow-Cole having a look, going to go Buffalo Gals round the outside. No, he can't make it, as he tucks back in and he'll try the cutback, and that it looks like Plato has managed to get the better of Kane behind him and just hold on to that position. He has. Plato just fighting his way through. There he is with the yellow shade band. Another huge slide from Andrew Jordan. 2 laps, exactly the same. Well, consistent, if nothing else.
Well, yeah, he's certainly getting the handle. He said he loves the balance of the car in these greasy conditions, and well, he's certainly using his car control. Don't forget, he's a rallycross champion, so he's got plenty of car control.
Not worried about it going sideways, although he's used to having 4-wheel drive. Now, there's Chris Stockton's car, should have been on the front row, and that's clearly more than just a choice of tyre issue here, as Harry Volkard's looking round the outside at McLean's, and that's very brave. And we've got someone in behind that. There's a car. I can just see some movement through the barrier there, as that's Darren Turner pulling out a bit of a gap, and a huge gaggle of cars further back down the field.
Yeah, where was Shedden though? Where was Shedden?
Well, it's behind, and it's Andrew Jordan who's lost it finally. His car control can't bring that one back. Got onto the slippery curbs, and he's got in behind the hedge. Looks like it's not too badly damaged left side, but we can't see right-hand side. Meantime, across the line, Turner leading. Where has Shedden gone? We've lost Shedden. The leader has not been scored across the line, and we haven't seen him go off.
Well, maybe he's the one that is missing, but Shedden was leading last lap. He's not leading now. Turner's leading, and from Onslow Cole, Plato and Stephen Kane up to 4th.
Stephen Kane won't be in 4th very much longer. I'm hearing now that there's a 30-second stop and go.
That's Collard, he's in the gravel, keeping it going, trying to keep it going. There looks like there's quite a bit of rain down in that area, down at the old hairpin. The wipers are on. The guys don't normally use the wipers because they use a solution to make the water run off the screen unless it's quite bad. So clearly they feel it's pretty wet down there.
Down to the old hairpin. Plato now has got a real... Oh, well, look, they're both challengers, but here's Giovanardi. He's tried this before and he ended up on the grass. Can he hold it together this time? He has done, and he's in good position now. But up the hill, the McLeans. Oh, he's got it done even before they turned into the right-hander. That's a copybook Donington overtaking manoeuvre.
That was brave because, as you say, in the first race he went wide and got out on the grass and it cost him the race. But he braved it out there, and to be fair, Plato gave him room.
Yeah, that's nice to see, isn't it? These guys at the front really do have a lot of respect for their competitors. Just in the background, a quick flash of orange. That's Chilton in 5th, Shedden in 6th, Neil Jones, Turkington and Jordan the top 10 as they come back down towards us.
Oh no, Giovanardi's right in the back of Onslow Cole. Fabulous save by Onslow Cole.
Now I think there was an accident in front of them there, because there was one of the BTC Seats that was facing the wrong direction. And look how close now Plato is to these two battling Vauxhalls. These are teammates, remember, and Plato's saying, thanks very much, lads, I'll have a basin full of this, and he's already right up behind Giovanardi going down through Hollywood into the Craner curves, side by side. Now Onslow Cole's got to try and hold out that yellow and green Seat, which he does superbly.
I think Onslow Cole may have a problem now, actually. I don't know whether his exhaust has been stuffed or something, but he seems to have lost some straight line power. Now there's a car in front that's just run on, and well, Giovanardi's just slammed into the back of his teammate. That is the cardinal sin in racing, because you don't run into your teammate, and he came from a long way back. It was a little bit slippery there. The rain is changing every lap, but nevertheless, that was certainly Giovanardi making a mistake. And if you look underneath Onslow Cole's car, he's got the damage of the rear bumper hanging off. You're on board with Plato, who's allowed to catch up, and of course Darren Turner's skedaddled off into the lead. The body language of Onslow Cole's car is he's not happy. He's not happy, and he's got the place back.
Well, that's Giovanardi who's made a little bit of a mistake. You can see that the right front of that number 1 Vauxhall is slightly damaged, and the bonnet is up as Jason Hughes is off to the far side of the track, well out of the way, and Giovanardi slows for a moment but then gets back up to speed. What a weird race we're having.
Yeah, but he's also obviously let Plato through as well, so Plato's gonna move up to 3rd place, and really Giovanardi's really upset this race. Look at Onslow Cole. I mean, I love watching the body language of that car. You can tell when a car is on the limit. Behind, Giovanardi's having to go at Plato.
Again, through McLean's, that Vauxhall very quick indeed. He's dived up the inside. Harry Volkard stays to driver's left as Plato's defending. I think that Turner's probably done enough, unless he makes a mistake on the last corner. Bit of a light flashing from Onslow Cole. I think Harry stay left. Well, now here's Plato. It's going to be another diesel victory at Donington Park, but this time it goes to Darren Turner, making up for his woes early on. Onslow Cole picks up a 2nd place and is on the podium again, as is Jason Plato in 3rd position. Great points for the Seat drivers.
Yeah, it's always been a good circuit for the Seat, this has, and certainly they'll be very happy with 2 wins, having not won a race so far this year in 6.
And there are the team. Get the shot now. That will be going in the scrapbook. Not such a bad race for the Vauxhalls either, with 3 of their cars in the top 6. Tom Chilton, the interloper for Honda, in 5th position. The 21 Seat of Adam Jones, the first of the independents, in 7th place, and then it was Matt Jackson, Jordan and Shedden for the top 10. Plato, Sunday afternoon drive, Jason, easy as that. With the arm on the roll cage, slackening off the belt. Giovanardi, by contrast, clearly is not happy with 4th position.
Well, Giovanardi's a man that's used to going forwards, isn't he? And he doesn't make many mistakes, but certainly he made a couple in that race, and it's been Sayat's day, you'd have to say.
Plenty of celebration on the pit wall as the cars went through. 1st and 3rd for Sayat. 2 wins for the TDI. That's history here in the British Touring Car Championship in its 50th year. Onslow Cole in 2nd for VX Racing, splitting the 2 yellow and green cars. Giovanardi in 4th. Well, he's not happy, is he? Chilton for Halfords in 5th. Then Matt Neal making it 3 Vauxhalls in the top 6th. Adam Jones, the best of the independents from Jackson, who hasn't had a great weekend, has he? Mike Jordan in 9th and Gordon Shedden in 10th position. Fabrizio Giovanardi for VX Racing holds on to his lead, but now 75 plays 91 for Jason Plato. Matt Neal up into 3rd position. He's kind of stealthed up there. Gordon Shedden, a decent points haul for him in 4th position ahead of Darren Turner in 5th. And look at Matt Jackson down to 6th.
It's a great result. How difficult was that? Because wet at the beginning, dry at the end.
Well, very difficult, but the same for everyone else. I was lucky I had a good start and made my way around the outside into turn 1. And then Gordon, I think 2 or 3 laps later, Gordon made a mistake under braking. So
let's take a look at that. We've got that coming up. The Gordon Shedden going straight on at the chicane. What did you see of that?
The best seat in the house, really. I mean, basically under braking, just locked it up. And I did exactly the same thing last year, where you're just trying to. It's hard when you're in front because you're just trying to find the level of grip, and just caught Gordon out. But for me, it meant I moved up to 1st, and thankfully able to hold on to that lead to the end of the race. But Giovanardi was very strong towards the end, so I was quite glad to see the checker flag.
Yeah, I bet. Did you see in your mirrors any of this nastiness and this silliness between the Vauxhall guys? Great fun for us watching.
Yeah, I mean, when I went under braking for the chicane, obviously Tom was very close, and then I came out and there's a 2 or 3 second gap, so I presume something had kicked off in the chicane, but I was just glad to have a bit of a respite, really, because they were at that stage they were gaining on me and looking much stronger, so I needed that gap to get to the end of the race.
Okay, let's talk about, we heard from Jason at the top of the show talking about why it's been so difficult for Sayat. Why has it suddenly come good for you this weekend?
Just hard work by the team. The team have done a fantastic job, and obviously we got the turbo diesel quite late, and we had a day's testing prior to the first race, and the race weekends are like test days for us, and we're trying to get the most out of the race, but also trying to learn as much as possible about the car. And the guys have done a great job this weekend, because we started off on free practice 1 with a balance that no one expected within the team, and they've dialed it out as the race has gone on, and the car's just got stronger and stronger. So hopefully now we go down to Thruxton, we'll start the weekend in a much better place than we did this weekend.
Indeed. Darren, well done. Thank you. Congratulations. Let's go and see who Janie's got down in the pits. Can't guess. Go on, Janie.
I've got Tom down here, and do you know what? Tom, you just got out of the car and you looked almost apologetic. It's still a podium. Tell me what's going through your mind, because you don't look happy.
I am happy. It's been a fantastic weekend for me. It's been a solid result. But I mean, all the drivers, we want to win,
yeah.
And I won't be beaming until we're winning.
And you've come from a championship where you're used to winning as well.
Yeah, back in 2006, I had a really good run. Clio Cup, winning the championship, and took a lot of wins on the way, and you kind of settle into that groove, and then as soon as you jump up into a touring car, you kind of big slap in the face and get back down sort of thing, and you build your way up, and you're still that racing driver, and so I just wanted to win all the time. You can't win all of them, but this weekend has been brilliant for us.
Yeah. Talk to us a little bit about being shunted by a teammate, because that must have been seriously unexpected.
Yeah, it was a little. I think he was just pointing out an area could have gone a bit quicker maybe. He seemed to be catching me in there into most laps anyway, but it's no big deal. A small kiss from Fabrizio, but never mind.
Talk us through it. I think we're going to see it on the monitor at the moment. Just see, tell us what it felt like.
I was very surprised, because you do feel kind of safe there with your teammate behind you, but it's just one of those things. I guess it's really tricky conditions out there, and we're just faithful we carried on and got the position back.
I know you were keen to make amends for your mistake earlier on in the day. Do you feel that you've done that, and have you got a certain degree of extra confidence looking forward to the next rounds?
Yeah, for sure. I was obviously gutted to miss out on the win in the first race, but to come away with a second and 2/3 is a really good weekend. That's a strong points haul, so I'm chuffed to pieces with that, and definitely a lot more comfortable and a lot more confident for the next round.
Okay, congratulations and thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Dave, SEAT team manager, what a weekend for SEAT.
It's a fantastic weekend, and I think multiple things to celebrate this weekend. We've had a couple of wins, both the drivers, Jason and Darren, and 2 new dads in the team, which is Jason earlier in the week and myself. So very good weekend.
So you're going to be swapping information about nappies and baby food and.
We've already started that. yeah. Comparing notes.
So talk to us about this weekend, because it has been quite a turnaround for you. This is where your championship starts.
Absolutely, this is the start of it. The 2 previous events were kind of testing for us because we did no pre-season testing, but now we know where the sweet spot is. We've still got quite a lot of work to do and a lot of time to find, but that's just fine-tuning, making it easier to drive and more consistent. But I think the raw pace is there, and that's for the hard work and the expertise of everyone in the team. They've worked night and day to get this far, and now we're there. It's going to be an interesting end to the year, I tell you.
When you say interesting, it was interesting to watch you during that race as well. It's difficult to say body language when you're surrounded by metal in a car, but the way you were driving changed so much. You had to be really defensive to make sure you retained your spot.
Yeah, towards the end I needed to be defensive. We made another gamble actually. We keep gambling all the time, but we thought it was going to rain for that last race, so we put a wet setup on. So I had a car which didn't have the grip at the front, which I did in the previous races. Then I was a little bit vulnerable. And one of our weak areas at the moment is we're not very strong on the brakes. So we lost a good bit, and we're still a bit vulnerable. So I had to drive a wee bit defensive. But sometimes you got to do that.
We're on the warm-up lap for the first race of the day at a sunny Thruxton circuit, and for the second event in succession, it's the youngest member of the Vauxhall team who'll be starting from pole position, and he celebrated his 21st birthday on Friday. Alongside him is championship leader Fabrizio Giovanardi, then Gordon Shedden on the second row with the third of the Vauxhalls up there as well. That's Matt Neal. Tom Chilton lined up in 5th place. Jason Plato in the diesel-powered SEAT is 6th on the grid for this one, and he's got his teammate Darren Turner just behind him. He's in 7th place. Colin Turkington in the first of the BMWs. He lines up on 8th spot on the grid. Then it's Mike Jordan ahead of son Andy Jordan. So they're together on row 5 of the grid. Adam Jones is next up. Alongside him is Matt Jackson, winner here last year of the final race of 2007. Behind Matt Jackson we've got Stephen Jelly and Stephen Kane. Then Harry Volkard and Rob Collard. Then Jason Hughes in his MG and John George. He's together on row number 9. Alan Taylor and Erkut are back on row 10. Then it's Gareth Howell making his first appearance in BTCC this year. He's with the BTC racing team. Michael Dawes alongside him. Then we've got Martin Bell and Chris Stockton waiting for those red lights to come on. Lights out, away we go, and both front row men pretty even. I think Giovanardi's made the slightly better start, and Giovanardi going side by side with his young teammate into the first corner and trying to get the run through there, and Gordon Shedden trying to squeeze between them. Tom Onslow Cole now being forced out of the way by his team leader, and Gordon Shedden will go to the outside on the run into the Campbell Cobb Seagrave sequence, and it's Shedden who's taken the lead. And look, Jason Plato squeezing up there in the diesel SEAT as well. Plato into 3rd place.
Yeah, fantastic start by Plato there, and I thought Giovanardi had the advantage. Onslow Cole spun the wheels up, but in fact it was Giovanardi who braked first for the complex.
It's the Scot Gordon Shedden, who's had one race of it already this year. He's ahead of Giovanardi, and then we've got Jason Plato. Great start. Then Tom Onslow Cole. He's dropped down to 4th place after not getting off pole position so well. Top 2 beginning to draw away slightly here. Tom Onslow Cole being chased by Colin Turkington and then Matt Neal.
Yeah, close race at the start here. Watch for the BMWs later in the race. They can't get their tyres working as well in qualifying. They can't optimise the setup. Oh, that's Darren Turner off wide at Church on the first lap. The BMWs will come into their own later in the race.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on them, but for the moment, it's the Honda Civic Type R of Gordon Shedden for Team Halfords that leads this race, coming around to finish the first lap, chased by Fabrizio Giovanardi. Plato under pressure now from Matt Neal. Matt Neal looking for a little opportunity, I think, here to go through. Let's wait and see. It's Onslow Cole then still under attack from Colin Turkington.
It's Onslow Cole in 2nd. I thought I saw it correctly. Up to the complex on the first lap. It was actually Giovanardi that backed out of it, and Onslow Cole regained that 2nd place.
Right, well done to the youngster. So yeah, the pole man getting back into 2nd place. So looking at this, Shedden still leading, Onslow Cole in 2nd, then Plato, and then Giovanardi, then Turkington. We're riding on board with Colin Turkington. Gordon Shedden with a useful little advantage at early stages of this race. Turkington running 5th, then Matt Neal in 6th, Tom Chilton in 7th, Darren Turner in 8th, And then we've got the two Jordans running 9th and 11th at the moment. Mike Jordan in 9th. Look at the cars through the fast section here.
Yeah, you could hear the car bouncing off the limiter on the approach to Goodwood, and now we're coming down to Church. If we stay on board, this is 125 miles an hour, right on the apex there.
So Gordon Shedden still under attack from Tom Onslow Cole. Plato with that diesel-powered Seat looking at a good top speed heading up towards the chicane here. They're touching nearly 150 miles an hour at this section of the circuit, then hard on the brakes, over the curves, but not too hard on the curves to protect those tyres, which are always under so much stress here at Thruxton. Let's just take a look at a replay. This was an incident a moment ago.
Harry Volkard and John George.
Yeah, Harry Volkard just sort of tagging John George in the middle of the chicane there. We're back to live action, and it's now the battle for 4th because Giovanardi's been passed by Turkington, and Matt Neal's trying to get past Giovanardi, but sort of backs out of it. His teammate, he knows, he's fully aware that he doesn't want to take Giovanardi out. Matt Neal was a bit cautious there.
And Onslow Cole's back in front. Onslow Cole's in front because Shedden has had a moment down at Church. Maybe he's got a puncture already. Yes, he is slowing down on the left of your screen there.
Oh, well spotted there, Tim. Yeah, it's Shedden in big trouble. He's trying to get back in. Look, it's that left front tyre. That's the one that always has the most strain on it here. And Shedden, well, he led for a while, but as we've seen here in the past, maybe just a bit too hard. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, he's run wide at Church, and he's run right off. Fortunately, he felt it on the way in. Was lucky not to get hit up the back by Onslow Cole at that point. He just felt it early enough to stop going really off the track, but this obviously ruined his race, and they'll have to think long and hard about their setup for race 2.
So it's a tyre change, a wheel change for Gordon Shedden. They'll send him on his way again, but this now is the battle for 2nd place with Plato against Turkington, then Giovanardi, and Giovanardi still in the battle there. Right behind him is Matt Neal. So Tom Onslow Cole now has a 3.2 second lead over this group. It's a massive lead for the youngster, but he's got to feel a little nervous about the state of his tyres, having pushed Gordon Shedden in the early stages of the race. Here comes Turkington now. He might have the inside line. No, he's still not quite there, I don't think. Or is he? Yes, this time he does get alongside. And Turkington moves into 2nd place. Can Plato fight back? That's the question. Or is he going to come under pressure from Giovanardi?
Plato's been struggling out of that chicane all race, hasn't he? He's always been coming under pressure as they cross the start-finish line. And that time, Turkington got enough of a run, got up the inside, and Plato left him room.
So take another look at this.
Here we go, through the chicane. Turkington gets a run. He uses the left-hand curve, which gives him more speed out. He times it to perfection to get immediately inside Plato, who then can't close the door completely. And although this first corner is flat out, it gives Turkington just enough of a run to hold it to the right-hand side on the approach to the complex.
Great move there for Turkington. Remember, he started down in 8th place, but he now finds himself in 2nd position, and Plato's still under pressure from the two Vauxhall Vectras right behind him of Fabrizio Giovanardi and Matt Neal. And the other man on the move, watch out for the white BMW in the background, catching up to Darren Turner, and that is Matt Jackson running 7th, currently back, there he is, just in the back of the group. We're looking at Tom Onslow Cole as he heads up towards the chicane, still leading the race, still the battle for 2nd as Plato gets right up the back of the BMW on the approach at Woodham Hill towards that chicane. But again, this group is close, and here comes Giovanardi now with the chance perhaps to draw alongside the Seat. Can't quite do it.
Yeah, Plato using that top speed advantage on the run up to that chicane. The first lap he'd been passed by Turkington to try and fight back. Now Turkington's got a clear whole lap in front of him. I think that Plato won't be as close at the end of this lap, but that was his one chance to try and fight back, but Turkington kept the door closed.
Turkington is the leading independent in this race, remember, as well as being in 2nd place overall. Next independent is that white BMW of Matt Jackson, running in 7th, but putting Darren Turner under a huge amount of pressure. And the 3rd independent in the race currently is Andy Jordan. He's running in 9th place, just ahead of Adam Jones, then Mike Jordan and Stephen Jelly. But it's this little group that we're still watching. There's Jackson, very, very fast here at Thruxton, as we saw last year, and this is a good run coming from him here. You're watching from Darren Turner's Seat, but Matt Jackson almost getting alongside, having to take a slightly different line to normal.
Yeah, he's got no chance down there on the run down to Church, because the two Seats were the fastest cars through a speed trap just there at 132 mile an hour.
Impressive stuff from the Seats, and that diesel turbo engine giving them plenty of straight line speed, but it's the handling that's critical and the braking as well, and it's a lot of little bit of extra weight that they've got to slow down as they come into the chicane, but he does it beautifully, does Darren Turner. Hopping over the curb a little bit is Jackson, but he keeps the pressure on. And then there is Giovanardi trying to get alongside Plato. Has he managed to? No, I don't think he has. Plato's able to shut the door on him, and they go through Allard Corner, tied together, but the same order. Plato third, Giovanardi in fourth.
Yeah, Plato going very defensive now, really taking a tight line into the complex, which he hopes will give Giovanardi problems from behind.
Look at Jackson, he's managed to get through as we were riding with Darren Turner. The white BMW got alongside the Seat, and Matt Jackson has taken 6th place, and he might lose another one here as well. He might lose it to Tom Chilton in the background. Watch out for Adam Jones. Adam Jones has now got past Andrew Jordan, so he's going to try and tag on to the back of this group. But Matt Jackson made the move there, Tim.
He did, good move. The BMWs, as I say, very strong at the end of the race, just using their superior grip to carry momentum forward. And Adam Jones tagged onto the back of this group. He's done really well. Didn't expect to be that competitive here, but he's really done a strong race.
Now he'll be coming up this time to go on to his final lap, will Tom Onslow Cole, and the tyres so far looking good for the youngster to record his first ever win. Turkington still in 2nd place, Plato in 3rd, with Giovanardi still chasing him in 4th, Matt Neal in 5th, Matt Jackson in 6th place in the white car, then it's Darren Turner, then it's Tom Chilton, followed by Adam Jones, and then Andrew Jordan and Mike Jordan following on. We're on to the final lap, and this could be history in the making with a new winner in British Touring Cars in the Vauxhall. At least he's won in the past in the Team RAC car, but he's yet to take a victory for Vauxhall and in a front-wheel drive touring car. But so far so good. Let's just hope those tyres hold up.
I'm sure they will. He will be praying. He'll be feeling every minor vibration and trying to feel his tyres through the steering. But trust me, he will stay off all the curbs at the chicane as he comes up to take what will be his first Vauxhall win. He really kicked himself for not managing it at Donington, but he's driven an impeccable race here today.
He looks relaxed. He looked. You could see exactly what you were talking about, Tim. Those little inputs on the steering wheel, not working the wheel too hard. And Tom Onslow Cole celebrated his 21st birthday on Friday, and surely he's going to make it a huge celebration by taking his first win for Vauxhall after that brilliant performance at Donington on the podium in each and every race at Donington last time out, just missing out on the victory. And it's Tom Onslow Cole heading up the hill towards the chicane for the final time. His lead over 3 seconds. It's been an absolutely dominant performance. He chased Gordon Shedden in the early stages, but Shedden suffered the puncture. Tom Onslow Cole has looked after his tyres perfectly, and it's victory for Tom Onslow Cole and for VXR. The Vectra takes it. Second goes to Colin Turkington, with 3rd place going the way of Jason Plato. Giovanardi in 4th, then Matt Neal in 5th. Oh, the two Jordans side by side across the line, and it was Mike Jordan who managed to get the advantage there. So Mike Jordan finishes in 10th ahead of Andrew Jordan. A fantastic race. Let's just check that result. It's Tom Onslow Cole who takes victory from Colin Turkington for Team RAC, and the Seat of Jason Plato 3rd ahead of the 2 Vauxhalls of Giovanardi and Matt Neal. Matt Jackson fought up to 6th place ahead of Darren Turner. Tom Chilton was 8th. Adam Jones finished 9th in the Team Air Cool Machine, and Mike Jordan took the final point in 10th.
So what a great feeling. I mean, just explain what you saw of Gordon going into the pits.
Yeah, we came into church and I got back onto the back of him, and all of a sudden he slowed heavily, and I had to brake and get round him, and then realised what the problem was. I saw the smoke coming from his car, and he'd obviously picked up the puncture. But Thruxton, it's renowned for it, and you have to drive and kind of allow for it.
So were you surprised the way he went off at the start, that he picked up a puncture?
Not really. He went off very hard from the start, and I didn't want to lose touch with him, so I went sort of with a fairly hard pace as well, because I wasn't definitely sure that the puncture would come, sort of thing. And so we kept on the back of him, but then from there on in, it was just about saving the tyres and getting the car home safely.
Colin, you look so much happier than last time I saw you at Donington. You certainly needed this podium, didn't you?
Yeah, it's been a very tough weekend, tough start to the championship for Team RAC, but we were quite confident coming to here that we could get a result. You know, we knew we weren't going to be so fast in qualifying, and it was important to have patience, and the car really come to me towards the end of the race, so you know, hopefully I can build on this in the next 2.
And there was lots of talk as well about the BMW being very strong towards the end of the race, and yours was very, very strong.
Yeah, it was very quick, but it wasn't easy to drive. You know, it's a real handful from the rear end, but yeah, to get it to second from 8th is really good. So you know, I'd really like a win now.
Much problems with the tyre issue?
Not too bad, you know. As I said, qualifying we struggled for the ultimate pace over one lap, but over the race it's good. And I've seen some guys have issues with the tyres, but with the BMW we'll be okay.
Okay, thank you. Best of luck for the next one. And of course, Colin managed to sneak past you on the exit to the chicane. Ugh, nasty man.
Stinker. No, I mean, Colin was very quick in that race, and that was an area where we weren't so strong. And he snipped past. He's on fire today. He's the Irish lad.
But your cars are the fastest through the speed trap, so pretty good in that respect. But of course, it's not all about flat out speed. It's about making sure your engine's nice and strong, getting the tyre wear lasting to the end of the race.
Yeah, I think the tyre wear is a concern for everybody here. It's such such a high loading circuit, and for us, we just we got the sweet spot at Donington, and we just haven't found it here, particularly yesterday in qualifying for ultimate pace. But we've worked on our race pace, and we're nearly there. We just need to do a few more tweaks. The engineers have now got to earn their crust.
Well, despite finishing third on the road, Plato's Seat failed the post-race ride height check, so will not only score no points from race 1, he'll also start race 2 from the back of the grid.
Tom Onslow Cole now carrying 45 kilograms of lead ballast as a result of winning the first race of the day on board his Vauxhall Vectra, which will be starting from pole position. So can he carry the weight and still be competitive? We're about to find out. He's got Colin Turkington alongside him on the front row of the grid. It's going to be the Vauxhall versus the fast starting BMW, and remember that rear wheel drive Team RAC car is fast off the line, and Turkington will be hoping to take advantage of that. On the second row of the grid, we've got the reigning champion and points leader Fabrizio Giovanardi with his teammate Matt Neal alongside. So once again, 3 Vauxhalls in the top 4 places on the grid. Matt Jackson, race winner here last year, is 5th on the grid with the first of the Seats now. That's Darren Turner. Cars just moving away on their formation lap. Behind those two, 7th place for Tom Chilton in the second of the Team Halford's cars in the first race, but of course Gordon Shedden had problems. Adam Jones, we spoke to him, he's 8th on the grid in his Seat, 9th on the grid, and once again alongside his son is Mike Jordan. He beat his son by 8,000ths of a second in the first race. They were having a great dice. Behind them we've then got the second Team RAC car of Stephen Jelly, and the first of the Motorbase BMWs, that's Stephen Kane lining up in 12th. Then next up it's the race leader earlier on in race 1, Gordon Shedden, who suffered a puncture, came back to take 13th on the grid for this one. Rob Collard in the second Motorbase car is alongside. Then it's Michael Doyle in the Intune Racing Honda with Jason Hughes in the Team KWR MG alongside, and behind them it's then Martin Bell driving his Vauxhall Astra with Gareth Howell making a welcome return to British touring cars this weekend. Chris Stockton is behind him in a second of the BTCC racing cars. John George is alongside, and then towards the back we've got Alan Taylor and Erkut, the second of the Astras there. Alan Taylor had a drive-through penalty in that first race, but look who's at the back alongside Harry Volkard in the Robert Shaw Racing Chevrolet. It is Jason Plato. He's still second in the points, but the gap has gone from 16 points to 26 points as a result of that penalty after race 1. Lights, we're waiting for the red light to come on, lots of revs. Oh, lights go out, away we go. There was almost a little movement from Tommaso Cole, but Turkington, as ever, makes a great start. Giovanardi makes a good start from the second row of the grid as well. And it is the BMW of Colin Turkington who leads. Giovanardi up into second place. Tom Onslow Cole under pressure, I think, from Matt Jackson on the inside. But there's no doubt about the race leader into the complex for the first time. It is Colin Turkington, and sure enough, behind Jackson trying to get alongside Tom Onslow Cole. And here comes Darren Turner as well.
That's Matt Neal, I think you'll find, with Darren Turner and spinning out one of the Jordans.
Yeah, that's Andrew Jordan, I think, who's off in the early stages of this one, and another one off. That's one of the Astras. It's either Martin Bell or Erkut Kazilimak who's off into the tyre barrier, so we've lost a couple of cars already. Oh, and there goes that's Chilton, Tom Chilton in that lead pack. Oh, he gathers it together, oh, and spins it round. Lots of cars in trouble on the opening lap. Harry Volkard on the grass up in the distance as well.
Yeah, that was Chilton was lucky there. It's a really bad place to go off there. You can easily hit the barriers on the left-hand side. And look at Giovanardi. Well, he's trying really hard. He knows that it'll take Turkington a while to get his tyres up to full temperature, so he's going to push him really hard. But a disastrous start for Onslow Cole. He just got too much wheel spin, a little bit like he did in the first race.
Colin Turkington just fending off Giovanardi, the points leader. Darren Turner now up to third place. It's been a good opening lap this for the other Seat, but the safety car has been called. Safety car is out. They all begin to back off, and they will be picked up by the safety car at this section of the circuit. There you are, and Colin Turkington can breathe a sigh of relief with Giovanardi breathing all over his rear bumper. They all have to back off. Darren Turner up to third. Matt Neal, as you say, up to fourth, ahead of Tom Onslow Cole. Matt Jackson next up. It's Martin Bell that's off in one of the Arcus Astras. Erkut's still running. He's down in 20th place, so that's a great shame for Martin Bell. Safety car is heading back into the pit lane, and Turkington picks up the pace as they come out of the chicane. Good restart by the Northern Irishman, who pulls away a couple of lengths from Fabrizio Giovanardi immediately there, who's now chased by Darren Turner in that rapid Seat diesel turbo, who's in third place. Behind them it's still Matt Neal, Tom Onslow Cole, then Matt Jackson, all pretty clean, and they're all a bit more spread out this time as they head towards the complex.
Yeah, very good restart, as you said. He got the jump, attacked the curbs over the chicane, made sure he straight lined it and carried as much momentum as possible, because the best thing that can happen for Turkington is exactly that Darren Turner gets on the back of Giovanardi. But Giovanardi's been very quick through that Campbell, Cobb, Seagrave sequence of corners, and he's broken Darren Turner, although this is the section where Turner will close.
Giovanardi, look at him, kicking up the dust. Turkington a little wide through Church Corner. This could give the Vauxhall a better run up the Woodham Hill towards the chicane. He has to go to the outside. Turkington defends the inside. It'll be a battle on the brakes into the chicane, and Giovanardi's going for it. Turkington coming back at him, side by side into the chicane, slight contact. Both shortcut the chicane, and it's Giovanardi taking the lead. What a manoeuvre by the Italian.
Well, that was hard and fair racing. Giovanardi had no option but to take the straight line across the chicane, because Turkington was leaning on him. Turkington similarly had no option but to take the chicane, otherwise his car would have spun. Being rear-wheel drive, he can't hold the lock and recover it, so he had to follow him through. But I don't think any advantage gained.
No, they won't get penalised. They shouldn't think for that. It's basically a straightforward swap. First to second, you're on board with Colin Turkington now. He's lost the lead, but remember, the BMW works its tyres well, and it may be that his car gets quicker relative to the Vauxhall as we go through the rest of this race. Here's the battle for second. Darren Turner on the outside there. The yellow and green Seat trying to go round the Turkington. Has he done it? Side by side. They're still side by side. And Turkington has to give way, but then the Seat is over the curve, and he holds up the Vauxhall. A little bit of Matt Neal. So Turner tries to take second. He could lose third. He could lose fourth. Tom Onslow Cole. It's three abreast into Allard Corner, and Onslow Cole just has to back out of it. Darren Turner's... Oh, they've made contact. Surely they're not going to survive that. How did they get back on?
Well, they actually haven't lost much, not much room, but so welcome to the British Autocross Championship, and Matt Neal and Darren Turner starring in it.
That was incredible. I've seen cars off before there, Tim, and you have too, and had massive accidents in that part of the track.
Yeah, fortunately they seem to run side by side rather than have any sort of front to rear contact, so they managed to maintain their trajectory forward, but amazing amount of grip on the dry grass there.
Just as well it hasn't rained. I tell you what, it would have been a different story otherwise. Now Turner under attack from Jackson. Matt Jackson on the charge now in the white BMW. So Darren Turner, who just a moment ago was trying to get second place. Look how quickly things change. You go for one move and then everybody else takes advantage. There's the race leader, Giovanardi, Turkington. Third place now Onslow Cole. Fourth place Matt Neal. It's complete change around here, and now they're all still looking for places. Look in the background, you'll see Jason Plato. He's got quite a gap now to catch these two, as Adam Jones on the outside in the silver and red Team Air Cool car trying to go around the outside of Jackson, but Jackson fends him off. Turkington, look at sliding, slipping, sliding. He's on the grass. That's real commitment. Has he got the inside covered? No, because Onslow Cole's there. He sneaks alongside. Turkington could do nothing about it, and if he's not careful, he'll lose not just one but two places. The Vauxhalls are going to gang up on him, and here comes Onslow Cole. He's through. Little nudge. Matt Neal's going to try and follow. Can't quite do it. Turkington back to third. Onslow Cole into second, and Matt Neal wants to make it a Vauxhall 1, 2, 3. It's on the cards. Vauxhall could take over the whole podium here.
Well, Matt Neal was desperately looking for a way through to follow Onslow Cole, but there just wasn't a gap, and he did well not to hit anybody, but obviously he didn't manage to get through. But Turkington under real pressure now, and Matt Neal looking up the inside, just misses the back, turning into the right hander of the complex. Turkington's run a little bit wide. Matt Neal's getting that was a contact, no doubt about that.
Oh, it's getting mean now. You're looking back at the front grille. I thought we might see some damage on it there, and Matt Neal, but look behind him. Darren Turner has gone alongside suddenly, and he's easing alongside, and and he's gone the outside for the next corner, so surely that's going to favour Matt Neal in the Vauxhall. But look how much this is costing them. They've dropped away just a little bit now from Colin Turkington, but they might come back at him on the exit of Goodwood.
Well, that was great side-by-side racing through that Nova corner. That's 125 miles an hour. Matt Neal saw him in the mirrors. Fortunately, he can still use his mirrors. They're not flattened sideways, and gave room for side-by-side racing. And look at, he's got to run again through Church. That seems to be where Turkington's really struggling, through Church.
Matt Neal, former double champion, and he's one of the hardest racers out there, is Matt Neal, and if he ever sees even half a chance, he'll go for it. We've seen him do it a number of times, and particularly he loves the sort of last corner, last lap lunge. We're not on the last lap yet, but we will be next time around. And again, Turkington tries not to go too wide on the exit of Church, and again, this time, he's covered it well, and there's no opportunity for Matt Neal to draw alongside.
No, well, if this is looking back, obviously, from Giovanardi, Onslow Cole, and if ever you wanted, looking back from Turkington and Matt Neal, but ahead of this, if ever you wanted a race to announce Tom Onslow Cole as one of the finest touring car drivers, this is it, because he has closed on Fabrizio Giovanardi, the champion, to within half a second, and he's carrying maximum ballast.
He is, yes, he's close. But I wonder how much here Onslow Cole's going to go on the attack of the race leader, or is he going to sort of try and get him? Oh, and here's Matt Neal. He's got it alongside nearly Turkington for third, but no, can't quite do it. Turkington's still just there. Behind them is Darren Turner and Matt Jackson, and Adam Jones still running seventh. Jason Plato is still in eighth. It's all about the battle for third and fourth, though. Is it going to be a Vauxhall 1, 2, 3, or is Colin Turkington going to prevent them by keeping the orange car ahead? Giovanardi and Onslow Cole are well away, but it's this next four we've got to keep an eye on here. Turkington, Matt Neal, then Darren Turner, and then Matt Jackson. And Jackson in the white BMW at the back of this group. Watch him too, he could spring a surprise.
Well, this is coming up to Church. This is where Matt Neal will have his best chances, where Turkington struggled the most. Oh, Giovanardi's gone off, he's got a puncture. Giovanardi's got a puncture.
Well spotted, Timmy's off, the race leader's off, and Onslow Cole's heading for 2 out of 2. The championship leader in huge trouble on the exit of Church. The tyres given way on the last lap, and Tom Onslow Cole is going to take his second win of the day. Remarkable stuff from the youngster, but Colin Turkington, I think, has done just enough to fend off Matt Neal. Brilliant racing from all of these guys. Onslow Cole wins again. Turkington takes second. Third goes to Matt Neal. Fourth goes to Darren Turner. Jackson is fifth. Jones is sixth. Plato takes seventh. And Tom Onslow Cole. Well, he can't quite believe that one. And look at this, battles all the way. Stephen Kane trying to get across in front of one of the Jordans. I think Stephen Kane's going to come through in, 13th place in the end? Yes, it is. Rob Collard 14th, and Mike Jordan there in 15th place. But it's victory again for Vauxhall. It's victory once again for Tom Onslow Cole, but disaster for Fabrizio Giovanardi.
Giovanardi has no one to blame but himself. We mentioned it on at the start of the race. He walloped the curb at the start of the chicane on the first lap. He should take a leaf out of Tom Onslow Cole's book. He was patient, he was sensible, he stayed off the curbs, and without any doubt, Onslow Cole is the best of the three Vauxhall drivers here today. Incredible.
Interesting to see Giovanardi very, very angry, obviously, very upset, but we've seen it happen to many, many cars, many drivers. You've got to manage the tyres, you've got to look after those tyres in the early laps, and whatever, it hasn't quite worked for Giovanardi. So it's Tom Onslow Cole who wins again here at Thruxton. 2 out of 2, fantastic. First time he ever won was earlier today, now he's doubled up. Colin Turkington, a brave second. Matt Neal, a strong third at the end. Darren Turner, fourth. Matt Jackson, fifth. Then Adam Jones in sixth. Jason Plato in seventh, ahead of Gordon Shedden. Andrew Jordan finished in ninth, and Giovanardi still classified in 10th place. Well, remarkable, remarkable race. And Giovanardi there, walking away from his stricken car with that punctured left front tyre, ending his chance of scoring maximum points. And it does mean things will be a bit closer in the championship. But look at Onslow Cole. He was 7th coming into this meeting. He's now 2nd. Amazing. He's ahead of Matt Neal. Jason Plato there did score a few points despite starting at the back, but it could have been a much greater advantage for Giovanardi if it hadn't been for that puncture. And Tom Onslow Cole's move up the order is looking pretty meteoric.
Tom Onslow Cole, brilliant job. Fabrizio, I mean, the tyres have been a story of the day. Surely he just hit those tyres too hard.
I don't know what the issue is there. Obviously very unlucky, so close to home, and he had a cracking race, but it's just unfortunate really, but just glad another Vauxhall took it across the line for themselves.
So what was your philosophy? What was your game plan for that race? Just to take it easy once you knew Fabrizio was that far ahead?
Yeah, well, obviously going down to 5th wasn't in the game plan. That was a terrible start, and then it was just a case of waiting a little while, get settled in, get the pressures up, and then just start picking them off. And I was happily sat in second behind Fabrizio. I was then on tyre management to get through to the end of the race, and was gifted on that last stretch there.
Well, of course, you dropped down to 5th because of the start, which wasn't one of your best, and you were just slightly creeping the lights on for too long.
Not just that, I think it may have just loaded it too much. Then I had to back off, and then you're all out of sync, and then I went probably later than everyone else after that. But it's one of those things. It's the first year trying to start a front-wheel drive touring car, and it's tough. The BMW that was easy last year off the line. These are hard, and it's a point where we've been struggling a little bit so far this year, but it's definitely something to work on.
Okay, Tom, stay with us for the moment because you've got to make the draw for race 3 of the day, but we'll go across to Janie.
It was full on that race. You know, it was forwards, then backwards, and I had a few hits along the way. But yeah, over the moon to be on the podium. Shame Fabrizio had a problem on the last lap, but otherwise that would have been a fantastic result for VX Racing.
Yeah, it was very tough. You know, I really felt those extra 36 kilograms, and I was having such a fight with the rear end of my car. It was good fun to drive, but unfortunately not too fast. But you know, I'm delighted again for Team RAC. That's the second podium of the day, and we're making good progress.
We're all set then for the third and final race of the day here in the HiQ MSA British Touring Car Championship, and they're starting on pole position. Young one, it says. It's Andrew Jordan. He'll be celebrating his 19th birthday next week. He's in his first ever season in the British Touring Car Championship, and he starts on pole position. A fantastic opportunity for him on that reverse grid. So let's take a look at it in more detail. Up front with him is former race leader earlier today, Gordon Shedden in the Team Halfords Honda Civic. He could be a threat for the victory, but watch out for Jason Plato, determined to score points after being excluded from race 1 earlier today. He starts third on the grid, and Adam Jones in the petrol-powered Team Aircool Seat is alongside him on that second row. On the third row, the fast-starting Matt Jackson, winner here last year, could go well from 5th on the grid. He's got the other Seat alongside him, that of Darren Turner. And then it's Matt Neal. Alongside him, we've got Colin Turkington. These two could race very hard. They had a great battle in the previous race, two experienced campaigners. Next up, Tom Onslow Cole, double winner here today already, but alongside him is Fabrizio Giovanardi, the championship leader. These guys are now first and second in the championship. Onslow Cole's gone from 7th to 2nd, amazing stuff. Stephen Jelly next up, he's 11th on the grid. Tom Chilton starting 12th, hoping for better things. His car has been sorted since problems earlier on. Behind those two, we've then got Stephen Kane in the Motorbase BMW and his teammate Rob Collard right alongside. They're hoping for better things. Behind them, we've got Mike Jordan, father of the man who sits on pole position. Harry Volkard starts from 16th place, and then behind them we've got Gareth Howell in the BTC Racing car with Jason Hughes alongside him in the MG. Next up, it's Erkut in the Arcus Racing Astra. John George is next to him on the grid. Alan Taylor then behind them with Michael Doyle. And then as we get down towards the back of the grid, Martin Bell had a bit of damage to his Astra earlier, but that's been repaired. And Chris Stockton joins at the back of the field. The engine revs begin to build, and for the third and final time here today at Thruxton, we're set to go racing. Lights out, away we go, and it's a good start from the pole sitter and from Gordon Shedden. They're going to be pretty even then. Here comes Matt Jackson in the BMW behind them. Watch out for the white car, but side by side go the two front row men through Allard Corner. Gordon Shedden definitely trying to get the edge on Andrew Jordan up towards the first corner in the complex. Jordan's got that inside line. They're still side by side turning in. Jordan, oh, there's a bit of tyre smoke behind. Let's hope they've all made it through. Shedden squeezes through, and Plato's going to try and follow, or has he? Jordan, yes, just has to give it up. Gordon Shedden leads, Jordan in second and Plato in third.
That was ever so close as Shedden cut across the nose of Andrew Jordan, and Plato's trying to follow him through.
It is tight. It looks as though most of them have survived. Plato now trying to take that second place, and I think he might go through. And Matt Jackson also trying to nick past as well. Somebody run onto the grass but got back on the tarmac. This is all helping Shedden, who's made a bit of a break. Now Plato into second place. Andrew Jordan is third. Matt Jackson, look at Adam Jones. He's on the grass.
Oh, he was lucky to save that unsighted. He couldn't see the edge of the track and just put a wheel off. It was one of the Vauxhalls that ran wide, and there they are running in tandem, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, indeed. You've got Matt Neal down there, you've got Tom Onslow Cole, and of course Fabrizio Giovanardi but still in third place. The man who was on pole, Andrew Jordan, tucked up behind the Seat. Gordon Shedden just making a little bit of a break up front here at the moment. Early stages of this race. And then, as you say, all the Vauxhalls running together. Matt Neal leading the group, the rest of the field through the chicane, and everyone through there in one piece, I think. On board with Turner, Darren Turner, is it tucked in behind Matt Jackson? Yeah, it is, in the Seat, looking to get past the BMW. No room there. So quiet. On board the Diesel. Oh, a mistake from Jackson. Here's a chance for Turner. Getting alongside. Little tiny mistake from Jackson. And surely Turner's going to take it. He has. And he might almost get past and let Adam Jones through as well. But Matt Jackson just shuts the door in time.
Yeah, a little bit unusual that. Just going over the middle apex curve of the chicane. Jackson's car stepped sideways. He had to get out of the throttle and correct it. And it will open the door perfectly for Turner to go through on the exit.
So Turner took advantage of that. Then it's Jackson, then Jones, followed by Turkington, then Matt Neal still up there. Giovanardi ahead of Onslow Coles. There's been a swap around there between those two. Just taking a look here at Darren Turner. This is the move. This was the mistake. As Jackson just clipped the curve. There is Giovanardi. That's how he got past Tom Onslow Cole. Turkington with Giovanardi there, absolutely together. Matt Neal a little further ahead of them, of course, but the Italian wants this place. Trying to get past the Team RAC car. Oh, surely not here.
No, great shot there, but he's got a late turn and he's trying to then cut back inside. Here you go. He goes inside as Turkington runs wide, but who's got the most engine? They're down to Church now. This is going to be very close. Giovanardi's got it.
Oh, great stuff. Brave stuff from both drivers. Both run a bit wide. Watch out for Tom Chilton. Chilton's joining in at a much tighter, neater line, and he's gone past Turkington, definitely. And Tom Chilton takes advantage of that to go chasing after Giovanardi. And Onslow Cole now is also on the attack, trying to get past Turkington. Yeah, he does it. Squeezes through. Don't quite know why he found the space, but another great piece of driving from the youngster. So, oh, and in trouble, Shedden in trouble again, and Plato takes the lead. Gordon Shedden in trouble, another puncture, and just as he was in the first race of the day, he loses the lead.
Yeah, and it's on exactly the same lap as the first race as well. Exactly the same lap. Incredible.
On board there, you
can't believe it.
Shake of the head. What do I have to do? What do I have to do? He said he must have, I bet he was driving with every caution in mind, but Plato now takes over the lead. Andrew Jordan in second place. Then you've got the other Seat of Darren Turner. He's being chased still by Matt Jackson, of course. Then it's Adam Jones. And Adam Jones looking for independent points. At the moment, the independent class in this race being led by Andrew Jordan, who's second overall. Jackson is second of the independents, and Adam Jones, who's narrowly leading the points there in the independent category coming into this race, well, he's up in the mix too because he's fifth overall and third in class. Good stuff in the independents. There is Jackson chasing after that Seat of Darren Turner. And that is the lead group. They're all absolutely together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anybody's race still, and fantastic effort by Andrew Jordan. He's running right out the top as getting wide goes Giovanardi. But, you know, Andrew Jordan in that John Guest Honda, he is right on the pace. We're on lap 9. He's still on the pace of this leading group. Fantastic effort by the young guy.
It is brilliant to see, and we've certainly seen some of the young guns going well today, haven't we? With Tom Onslow Cole earlier on, and now Andrew Jordan again wide. That was Matt Neal that time who put a wheel on the grass in the background. We just saw that from our onboard view here with Darren Turner.
Adam Jones has gone past.
Problems for Darren Turner. Yeah, Darren Turner in trouble there. He's lost 2-3 places.
Yeah, he's got a puncture. Now, Adam Jones went past him on the yellow flag, but he really had no choice. No choice at all.
No one had any choice there. He suddenly slowed right down in the middle of the pack. So another puncture. 2 cars out of this race already, and Plato still leads. Andrew Jordan still in a stunning second place here. Look at him go, the youngster in his first ever season in British Touring Cars, holding on to second, but it's end of race for Darren Turner.
I think there's more damage to that than the tyre, actually. When the car was rolling, there was a lot of wobbling from that wheel. I think there might be a steering arm as well.
So even if he does get back out, he'll be outside the points. Look to Jordan now under pressure from Jackson and Jones. 3 independents going side by side. Wonderful stuff. Can they keep it clean? So far, so good. Jordan, oh, Jones is on the grass. Can he get back on? Yes, he does. Wow, fantastic.
Well, we've seen 2 cars go through there. I held my breath because 3 cars through there, just about impossible, and as it proved, unfortunately, for Adam Jones.
And here comes Giovanardi. He's going to try and take advantage of it. Fabrizio Giovanardi gets ahead of the BMW, and now Giovanardi's trying to take second place away from the youngster, from Andrew Jordan, who's never raced really with these. Oh, they made contact. What a shame. That it's such a shame. Andrew Jordan has to shortcut the chicane. He rejoins. Oh, in front and right, a gaggle of cars. Where to go next? Giovanardi's still in there. So is Matt Neal, Adam Jones, but Andrew Jordan's still in front of them.
Yeah, and deservedly slow, because he really deserved to stay in second. He was just given a little lean by Giovanardi. It was not intentional. Giovanardi had to sort of turn to the corner, but it put Andrew Jordan off, and he deserves to stay in second place.
Well, actually, it's third, because Jackson is still ahead of him, so he
You're
has
right.
lost one place, but he hasn't lost any more than that. That was quick thinking from him to just take to the escape route, really. Take another look at it.
Here we go, in behind. Giovanardi's just turning in, and it turns the back of the car the wrong way for Andrew Jordan, and Jackson slips through, but then Jordan rejoins right in the pack.
Almost wonder whether Giovanardi backed off in a way not to gain an advantage there, to keep the race alive, and there they are, still fighting for third, and then the battle for fifth between Matt Neal and Adam Jones. Out is Tom Chilton. Is that a puncture? I don't know, but it's the second Team Halford's car out of the race, and it's been a disappointing afternoon for them. Meanwhile, Jason Plato's looking very good for victory here in this race. He'll be coming around next time to complete the 14th lap. There'll be 2 more laps to go. He's coming through the chicane. There's the battle for second. It's Jackson ahead of Jordan and Giovanardi almost shoving the Honda Integra, and he was a little slow out there, and I think there could be a problem. Was there a problem? Yes, there's a problem. Andrew Jordan in trouble, suddenly slowed down. And he's in the pits, and it's all over for Andrew Jordan. What a star performance by the youngster, but it's all over, would you believe it?
Well, I've no idea. He either lost his gears or the engine suddenly went pop or something, but he knew straight away that was terminal. No sign of a puncture or anything, but that must have been a terminal mechanical problem. But what a shame. He drove an absolutely brilliant race.
We're on to the final lap then. And Jason Plato, who started in third place for this one, thanks to the reverse grid, well, he's driven absolutely brilliantly here. He's looked after those tyres. He's still got to get round the rest of the lap. Remember, it was after this point that it went wrong for Giovanardi in race 2, so it could still go wrong for Jason Plato. He's going to see if he can hold on to take the victory. Looking good at the moment, though, as he comes down towards Church Corner. Matt Jackson leading independent. He runs in second place. Giovanardi in third. Matt Neal in fourth. Second independent is Adam Jones, and this could be enough indeed for Adam Jones to hold on to the independent points lead. And that's going to be quite an achievement after a consistent run again. I think Jones has finished just about every race bar one this season, and in the points in most of those. Good effort from him. Into the last corner though, and it is going to be Jason Plato who's going to take victory in the final race of the day. He's careful with the tyres, he's looked after the car, and Jason Plato takes his second win of the season. Matt Jackson comes through to take second place, and third goes to Fabrizio Giovanardi from 10th on the grid. Matt Neal's fourth, Adam Jones another fine fifth, Colin Turkington sixth ahead of Onslow Cole, and it's going to be Mike Jordan to finish in 8th place, and Stephen Kane comes through in 9th place. Useful points for him, and I think Harry Volkard, taking 10th, and a point there for Harry Volkard. I believe that's his first point, isn't it, in the championship. Good effort for him, the newcomer to British touring cars this year. But it's Jason Plato who takes the victory here in race 3. Where's he going? Driving off circuit in his celebrations or something. Maybe this is something to do with making the car ride high enough.
Well, I was going to say, I've heard of picking up a bit of rubber and marbles from the outside of the track, but that's taking it to extremes. But clearly, having failed the ride height twice this weekend, he doesn't want to take any chances.
No, that's right. So he's going offline there to pick up the bits of rubber and gravel on the tyres. It'll increase the effective diameter of the tyres, and he should be safe. So here's the result. Plato the winner from Matt Jackson and Giovanardi. Matt Neal in 4th place. Adam Jones in 5th. Colin Turkington 6th. Tom Onslow Cole, 2 wins today and a solid 7th in the 3rd race. Mike Jordan 8th. Stephen Kane in 9th. And Harry Volkard, his first point in British touring cars, in 10th position. Plato coming into the pits, he goes into the scrutineering area, and it was this area that hurt him earlier today when they put the ride height measurement underneath the car, and it wasn't quite over the block, so it was slightly too low on the road. And of course there are very strict regulations on the minimum ride height of the car. You cannot have the belly of the car rubbing along the ground all the time. You have to run at a minimum ride height, and they'll be hoping that the car is over that this time. So once they've done that, they then weigh the car, make sure that it's over the minimum weight limit as well, with the ballast on board. And he wasn't carrying any ballast this time. So Jason Plato, I think, all okay, hopefully this time. And he'll hold on to victory in the final race of the day at Thruxton.
Jason, it's a fine end to a rather topsy-turvy weekend.
Yeah, I mean, a great end to the day, really, but this has not gone our way really today. But you know, we've learned a bit more about our car, and you know, we're making progress with the Seat Diesel. So we just lost a few points which ordinarily we could have had today. But sometimes you have good days, and sometimes you don't. You know, you don't have so good days. But at least we're back to second. But we've got a tough final 5 races of the year, I think.
Let's move on to Matt Jackson. Matt, again, a fine end for you, because last round you had a lot of bad luck, but now this has put you back on track, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. I mean, Donington was a nightmare weekend, I think, for all the BMWs, and it didn't help that we ended up in the gravel trap in race 1. So really, coming to Thruxton, we took a massive hit at Donington, and we knew we got to get some points. I don't think we didn't have the fastest outright car today, but which showed in qualifying. But I mean, when we came to race distances, the car, you know, it works the tyres absolutely superb, and you know, the BMW's done really well today, and to come away with the second place and some more points is what the championship's about.
And for race fans out there, it was great to see you back on form and looking as aggressive as ever.
Yeah, it's been difficult. You know, at Donington it was annoying, but you know, to come back to Thruxton, I think is and get the results that we have. We're not the best car. I think at the time, you know, at certain points in the day, we've dragged 3 finishes out of it, which is a lot better than Donington and Rockingham.
Okay, well done, Matt. Let's move on to Fabrizio. I keep saying to everyone, what a weekend. I mean, puncture in the last round. Now you've got a podium. Does that make you feel a bit better? You don't look like a happy man, I've got to say.
I really enjoyed this kind of race. It was very tough, very spectacular, I think, for the people. And it's very strange. The second race was in management of the tyres. I blew up the tyres. And this one, I really don't care about the tyres. I finished. It's very funny. Anyway, I really enjoyed the race.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I just want to grab a quick word with Andrew. Oh, my heart goes out for you. Everyone was rooting for you. What happened?
Just coming out the chicane, the engine died. Went to get on the throttle, there was nothing, so pulled it into the pits, to be honest. But you know, we had showed well. We got some good coverage for John Guest and Perto. We got some guests of those here this weekend, but just bitterly disappointing. We had very good pace at the start, and then our tyres started going off, and I think it was Fabrizio into the chicane, and that was fine. We were still third, and then obviously it just died out the chicane. So.
Well, you've shown everyone what you're made of, and we think you did fantastically.
Darren Turner lines up on pole position in the first of the Seats, Gordon Shedden alongside him, but there is a space on the second row where Jason Plato should be. He'll be starting from the pit lane now after that disaster on his reconnaissance laps. Colin Turkington then starts on the outside of the second row. Watch for the rear-wheel drive BMW. On the third row, the 2 Vauxhalls of Matt Neal and the star of Thruxton, Tom Onslow Cole. Then behind them, we've got Matt Jackson, another fast-starting BMW, with Tom Chilton in the second of the Team Halford's cars. Then it's Adam Jones, the man who leads the independence category by just 1 point over Matt Jackson at the moment, but he's 9th on the grid, is Adam, and next to him is Stephen Kane in the Motorbase BMW. Behind them, it's Mike Jordan and the championship leader, Fabrizio Giovanardi. Didn't go well in qualifying. He starts down in 12th. Behind them, we've got Stephen Jelly in the second Team RAC car and Rob Collard in the second Motorbase BMW. Then it's Harry Volkard in the Chevrolet Lacetti for Robert Shaw Racing. Jason Hughes in the MG is alongside him. Then we've got John George and Chris Stockton. Stockton had a little bit of an off in qualifying yesterday. Behind them we've got the young Scot Michael Doyle, and alongside him Alan Taylor, restaurant owner up in this part of the world. Martin Bell and Andrew Jordan are together on row 11, and on row number 12 it's Aircut and Stuart Oliver. Aircut, of course, racing for Arcus Racing with sunshine.co.uk. Well, I'm afraid the sunshine is somewhat missing here today, Tim.
Well and truly, but we're surely in for a tremendous race. These conditions certainly sorting out the men for the boys. Plato making a rather elementary mistake on his outlap, locking up the front brakes going into the gravel. Giovanardi with the full weight, don't forget, will probably be glad of these conditions and an opportunity to use his car control and undoubted wet weather prowess to get through.
Lights out, away we go, and it's the two front row men away well. The BMW not as quick. Jackson makes a brilliant start in the other BMW. The white car of Matt Jackson really launched off the line, but up to the first corner, and Gordon Shedden is just trying to squeeze his way. Bobbing over the curb goes Darren Turner. It's Gordon Shedden for Team Halfords who leads. Turner being pitched a bit sideways. Stephen Kane spins through the first couple of corners, gathers it together and gets going again.
Clervaux, the first corner, is always tight, and that was very brave going around the outside of Shedden. Turner, to his credit, gave him room, and Shedden was just able to close him out.
What a start by Matt Jackson. He is in second place. What a remarkable getaway. He started from 7th. A brilliant start from him, but not so good for Colin Turkington. Watch out for Giovanardi trying to close up. Oh, we've got somebody way off. It's Turner from second.
Disaster for Seat. This race has looked so promising for them with Pole and Jason Plato on third, but it's all gone wrong for them, and it's Matt Jackson pushing really hard in the BMW. He thought he could have had Pole actually in qualifying if he hadn't been blocked by Matt Neal.
So Matt Jackson in the white BMW chasing after Gordon Shedden. Shedden, who led twice last time out at Thruxton, only to suffer punctures, really hurting his championship campaign. But Matt Jackson charging all around the back of that Team Halfords Honda, looking for a way through, and he's getting alongside. Can he hold the inside line into the right-hander? No, he can't. Shedden just shuts the door, and Shedden, who put in a last gasp qualifying attempt yesterday to get on the front row, is determined to hold on to the lead. Third place at the moment for Colin Turkington, and then the first of the Vauxhalls is next up, and that looks like it is Matt Neal in 4th place. Yes, it is. And then behind Matt Neal is Tom Chilton, and then Tom Onslow Cole. Are side by side, and Jackson's through. What a great manoeuvre by Matt Jackson, and he's got the lead.
Yeah, that wide entry you talked about into Tower gave him a great slingshot out of the corner, and he was able to draw alongside and past on the way into the Jim Clark S's, the fastest part of the corner of the track, at 125 miles an hour through the bend. Very brave.
Winner in the wet at Rockingham earlier this year. Matt Jackson on the form once again. He struggled a little bit at Thruxton. Oh, we've got several cars. And
that's Jelly and one of the Jordans.
Yeah, I think it's Andrew Jordan probably in there. Stephen Jelly. Andrew Jordan, who was coming from the back after problems in qualifying, and the safety car is on circuit.
Yeah, this will obviously also help Plato, of course, because it closes the gap up.
The race has been stopped. Red flag has come out. The race has been stopped.
Well, I'm up at race control with the series organiser Alan Gow. Alan, what's the latest situation? What can you tell us about that incident?
Well, we had 2 cars go off, as you see, on Tower Corner, and unfortunately a couple of marshals were injured. Not too seriously, but our main concern was extracting those, so we did a race stoppage, and obviously we'll restart the race shortly when we get the barriers fixed.
What can you tell us about the injuries?
They're quite light. They both walked into the ambulance, but I think one of them was actually initially his leg or foot was trapped underneath the car, so it required a bit of extraction. And under those circumstances, you've got to stop the race.
Well, good news that they're okay. Thanks very much, Alan.
No problem.
Well, what a day it's been already. Dramas out there, Tim, courtesy of the weather conditions, and now we're in for a second part of this race over 8 laps.
Yeah, and unfortunately, while we've been here, the weather's been getting even worse, and there's an awful lot of standing water.
Yeah, you can see it as they go through. Look at the spray and the water down there at the first corner. That really is going to be very, very difficult. Quite different to when they were running in the first part of this race. So this is how they line up then, with Gordon Shedden on pole position. Matt Jackson, who had taken the lead, but now he starts second, so he's going to have to do it again. Matt Neal and Colin Turkington on the second row. Turkington will be looking for a better start. Then Onslow, Cole and Chilton on row 3. Jordan and Giovanardi. Giovanardi gaining places from qualifying 12th originally. Adam Jones and Harry Volkard behind him. Volkard going well. Collard and Kane next up on row 6. Then Hughes and Doyle. Andrew Jordan, well, I don't know if he's going to be back out in this race after that incident earlier. Then Chris Stockton. Jason Plato back on row 9, but remember, he started from the pits originally. Erkut alongside him on that 9th row. 10th row should be where Turner starts, then Martin Bell and John George. So that's how they line up for this second part of the race, but it'll basically be a race to the flag now. They've started in the order that they were in a lap before the red flag came out, and now effectively it's a new race on that order, and whoever crosses the line first will be the winner. Here we go for the second time of asking. Round 13 of the championship gets underway, and again it's Jackson who makes a lightning getaway. Absolutely breathtaking stuff from Matt Jackson, who surges into the lead, and it's Turkington challenging for second place as they come down towards the first corner. But watch the puddles here. The puddles are a lot worse than they were. Look at Shedden sliding through the puddle, but makes it round the corner.
Well, Jackson, a fantastic getaway, but he could hardly keep the car in a straight line on the run down to Clervaux, the first corner. Such was the standing water, but he's absolutely streaked away.
Absolutely brilliant start once again from the youngster Matt Jackson, winner at Rockingham earlier this year, and trying to make it 2 victories. But oh, look at that, even in the straight he was sliding the back end of the car all over the place. Oh, and he's won by Jackson's off from the lead, the first one to try the conditions, and he's fallen at that hurdle at Tower Corner.
He's not the only one. Shedden off, one of the Vauxhalls off as well.
I think it might, is it Onslow Cole or Giovanardi? Couldn't quite spot. It wasn't Matt Neal. Matt Neal did make it round okay, I'm sure. And, well, all change again. Gordon Shedden now, I think it is, leading this race with Turkington up there. But where is Matt Neal? We need to keep an eye out on where Matt Neal has got to. Shedden, though, race leader, trying to splash his way through the puddles. Turkington in the Team RAC car in second place.
Yeah, well, poor old Matt Jackson, I mean, perhaps a victim of his own impetuosity there, because he clearly had the best car underneath him, and he had a huge lead on the run down to Tower, but the standing water there is simply atrocious and just caught him out as the first car there. But he really needed to be a little bit more prudent, perhaps, on that first lap.
Well, here we come up to the hairpin. Oh, Shedden's run very, very, very wide. Out of the lead, loses second place, and it's Colin Turkington who leads, but the safety car is going to pick them up. They do race to the line, though, so Turkington will now lead behind the safety car. What a chaotic first lap, but purely because of the changing conditions here.
Yeah, the conditions are a lot worse than when they were racing in the first part of the race, and drivers trying to use the same braking points as they had then. There's Chilton off at the gravel, same point. And, well, cool glasses or not, it's not going to help him now, but it's a replay. Look how Jackson's car just launches off the line, absolutely fantastic. But then he's hitting puddles all the way down to the first corner, which should have been an indicator to him to be careful. He's got a huge lead, and by the time they get round this corner, look, he's already on the limit there. On the limit, he just can't physically slow the car down. Just runs out of road. He's trying to modulate the braking, get the car slowed down. Fortunately, he's kept it going and he's rejoined a long way back, but he is still in this race.
Yeah, he's rejoined in 18th place, actually. He was so slow. That was Onslow Cole, by the way, who went off. Yeah. This was Tom Chilton going off at the same time. That was the onboard view from Tom Chilton. But it was Tom Onslow Cole in the Vauxhall who sort of skirted round the outside. Then Shedden made this mistake at the hairpin. Yeah, again, a lot of standing water, and he was defending the inside, perhaps where there's a little bit more water there, and just, again, locked up and ran wide. No, actually, Jackson, you know, he's not that far down the line there.
That's a motor-based car.
Ah, right, okay, yes, you're right. It was a motor-based car. That's Stephen Kane. No, Collard. Collard is running 5th.
Jackson actually came across the line in 18th place.
Yeah, so he did lose a lot. He did lose a lot. So Matt Jackson, oh, what does he feel at the moment? You're riding on board with Matt Jackson, who was leading the race, and now suddenly all the way down there in 18th position. Now, we've got the onboard radio with him. We'll try and have a word. It's not going to be... Well, hang on, no, he's talking to the pits. He's talking to the pits. Busy getting some information. You just see his thumb on the button there to the team, so he's still chatting away. We'll give him a second or two. It might be, if the safety car stays out a bit longer, we might get a chance to talk to him, but let's let him speak to the pits first. He's coming around the latter part of the lap, but the safety car has stayed out there. Just seeing, there's the BMW there, right in the middle of shot. That is Matt Jackson, so that's where he is now, with Tom Onslow Cole right behind him, the 2 cars that went off at Tower. So, across the line they come, behind safety car, and Turkington leading the race.
Well, in this topsy-turvy, there's disappointed Chilton getting out. Sort of, he looks as sheepish almost as he did that in those early years at Mondello when he went off with... but it's... throughout all this topsy-turvy race, Plato, of course, started from the pit lane, has actually now moved himself up to 12th with the benefit of the retirements and the stoppage and the safety cars. There he is.
Yeah, so that's worked quite well from Plato's point of view. Up to 12th, not quite in the points yet, but his big rival, of course, Fabrizio Giovanardi, has gone well in this too, because he started 12th, did Giovanardi, and now he's up to 4th behind safety car. So the Italian is once again showing his sheer class and abilities in all conditions, it would appear. Up to 4th place from 12th on the grid.
Yeah, the petrol engine Leon was a very good car in the wet, really handled well, but the heavier diesel car not quite working so well. This was on board with Chilton. See how few revs he uses just not to spin the wheels up. He actually gets quite a good run down, covers the inside, can't see a thing. He knows where the corner is roughly. He's driving off out the side winner through the lake at Clervaux and through the chicane, then trying to pick the power up here. And watch how unsighted he is through this chicane. He'll come through the chicane, bearing in mind that there's piles of tyres on either side. Through there, very, very deep. He nearly runs off the road because he can't see. Now he's in the spray. He can't see the standing water. He's got his foot flat down. He's trying. Look, he lifted off and then accelerated again. Brakes here, locks up, and then it's history.
So difficult. That's it. All the way off into the gravel. And off he goes. And look what this means. The red flag has come out again. Well, I haven't seen this for a long time in British touring cars. We've had 2 red flags in the one race. Well, it is round 13 of the championship, and I'm afraid it has not worked out very well. We've only done 2 laps, one of those on this second part of the race behind safety car.
Well, back down with Alan Gow. Just talk us through a decision to halt that last race.
It's clearly too dangerous out there. So on the grounds of safety, which is obviously the paramount thing, we had to stop it. It's just too dangerous to carry on.
Now, you've just literally the second got back from taking a drive around the track yourself. What are the conditions like out there? What did you find?
Well, even in a very heavy four-wheel drive Cayenne, they're not great. And at the moment, it's just too wet. And there's too much standing water. There's rivers running across the track. It's just too dangerous to carry on at the moment.
So what's the situation? How is this going to affect the programme for the rest of the day?
Well, it's obviously going to affect the timetable. We're going to have to push it back a bit, but we're not giving up hope. We're going to take it as it comes, and there's sweepers out there, there's workers out there channeling water away. We're going to get it underway as soon as we can.
So really just keeping a watching brief, seeing when the conditions improve?
Fingers crossed and hope that the northern weather turns in our favour.
Thanks very much, Alan.
Cheers.
Well, it's Colin Turkington, it appears, who has won this race, but it's been a doubly interrupted race and a very strange start to the day. Turkington from Neil and Shedden, Giovanardi up to 4th, and well, he certainly may have saved his championship advantage there ahead of Collard, Jordan, Stephen Cade, Adam Jones, Michael Doyle scoring his first ever points in British touring cars, if they all get points for this, and Andrew Jordan from the back in 10th place.
The winner of race 1, Colin Turkington. It was just all about keeping it on the road today, wasn't it?
It really was. I can't believe I won the race. I was just sort of sitting around 3rd, 4th place there, but the conditions are so bad. I've never raced in conditions like this before, and it's hard to even commit to full throttle on the straight because of wheel spin. But the biggest issue is you get to a corner and there's just like a pool of water and there's absolutely no grip, no heat in the tyres, no heat in the brakes. So it really is a tiptoe job. So I'm delighted. I'll take that win.
Just tell us about how you took the lead there.
Really, I got a good start off the line. I didn't get such a good one the first time, but the second time I got in behind Matt Jackson, and I thought before the restart he was going a bit fast for the conditions, so I thought, just stay on the track and you've got a good chance, and luckily the 2 guys in front went off and I just tiddled around, so I can't believe it.
Well, congratulations, a very happy man. Let's have a word with the man who finished just behind you, Matt Neal. Matt, tell us about the conditions out there. Really tricky for everybody, wasn't it?
It was tough. 1, because of the spray, because of the amount of water on the track, and then 2, the standing water itself. So there was a lot of aquaplaning. I mean, it was tough at the front, when you could half see it, never mind back in the pack. So it was, it's a shame though. I thought we had a car which we could win it. The Vectra eats those conditions, but, it wasn't to be this time.
2 red flags, obviously the race ended before its scheduled amount of laps. The right decision?
I don't know. I wanted it to go on because I felt I was in a strong car, but we've had a marshal injured and I hope he's okay. You just got to think about him and everything, and so it was really tough conditions. So it was on the edge stuff.
Well done to you, and let's have a quick word with that 3rd place man. You've got to be one of the luckiest men around, because I mean, you just a last minute gasp in qualifying yesterday, and you've ended up on the podium today. Just talk us through yesterday, first of all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, managed to put it on the front row, a last minute lap in qualifying, it was great, but to be honest, really, really disappointed out there. I think personally, when we stopped the race for the first time, that should have been it stopped. I mean, we couldn't even commit to full power and going in a straight line, and there's that much standing water out there. I think it was very, very tricky to say the least.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Well, I'm down at the Seat garage now. Those horrendous conditions we saw in the first race, in fact the first casualty of the day, Jason Plato, you were going off before you even got to the grid, weren't you?
Yeah, we had, I have to say, my error, well, in fact, everyone's error. We're running development brake pads at the moment, and it's our preferred choice in the dry, and we just didn't consider that they might not work in the wet. And I found myself on the warm-up lap not going very fast with no rear brakes, because they need temperature to work, and very grabby front. So I sailed off into the gravel. And then, that exact same scenario caught Darren out a few laps later. So, a bit of an own goal we scored today, but, that's what happens when you develop a car during the season. Not that we can do, we just got to be positive, change the brake pads for a different compound, and crack on.
And I guess, you need to, on that formation lap, that's all about finding what the conditions are like, testing the limits, isn't it?
It is to a certain extent. I mean, one of the things you've got to try and find out when the conditions like that is where the standing water is. And, in modern racing cars, they're very stiff. The tyres don't have very big grooves in them. And if you hit puddles and standing water, it's often a recipe for disaster. So we've got to try and find where those are. And that's actually what caught me out. I hit some standing water just as I got on the brakes. Everything locked up and off I was.
Well done to the guys to get everything cleared up and get you back on the grid.
Absolutely. The most important thing, in those sorts of situations is to try and remain calm and let all the guys, the engineers, the mechanics, take control of the situation and turn it into a military operation. There's a lot to do, a lot to think about, and it's very easy in those situations for them to make mistakes and miss something. And I have to say they did a great job and got us back out there.
Well, let's have a word with Darren Turner on pole for that race. But what was it like as leading away from the start?
Oh, I thought I did a good start, and then I saw Gordon alongside me, and had a bit more momentum going into turn one. So, in these conditions, it's all about just staying on the circuit. So I was quite happy that. Well, not totally happy, but I was okay. Gordon's got the jump on me into turn one. I'll sit behind him for a few laps and then try and make a pass later on once you understand the circuit and everything. But just as I'm turning into turn one, I think Matt Jackson came in quite hard. I got a bit of a tap from him, which was okay. I mean, it didn't lose me a position or anything. But at turn two, again, I think I got hit again, and it just put me a bit wide. Dropped a few places because of this. And then we get to Tower, turn 5, and same thing as what obviously caught Jason out earlier, and just got on the brakes, locked up, and very lucky not to hit the back of Colin Turkington in the BMW. So it's just a little bit unfortunate. We've learnt that these brake pads are great in the dry, but we need to go back to sort of the tried and tested stuff that we've used in the wet before, just to make sure we don't get caught out again. Was it pure coincidence that it was the same corner that you both went off at? Was it the standing water at that corner that caused the issue? Well, I think Jason went off at turn 1, I was at turn 5, so but they're very similar corners. There's a lot of standing water around the whole of the circuit, and it's like you say, when we're out on the green flag lap, we're looking for the puddles to try and work out where not to go, but they were just getting deeper and deeper. Each lap it was a different circuit completely. The race eventually red flagged and cut short. The correct decision, do you think? Yeah, definitely. I mean, when we got the restart again, it was even hard just to accelerate through the gears, aquaplaning, the wheel spinning, even in 4th and 5th gear, you couldn't put full throttle down. So when it gets to that conditions, it's just a lottery. So it's the correct decision. Thanks, Darren. Cheers.
Well, Colin Turkington will start from pole, courtesy of the win earlier on, his second win of 2008, backing up the win he had here last year. So he starts on pole, but now with ballast. And alongside him, Matt Neal, very fast in this Vauxhall in wet conditions. On the second row, we've got Gordon Shedden and Fabrizio Giovanardi, who we heard from a moment ago. Watch out for Shedden as well, because he's shown great pace already this weekend. Now, Rob Collard starts on the third row of the grid. Matches Motorbase's best ever performance with 5th earlier on. Mike Jordan is right alongside him, so watch out for him. He can be very quick here at Croft. Next up it's Stephen Kane, and alongside him is Adam Jones, who still leads the independent points table, by the way. Cars are just moving away on their formation lap. Michael Doyle scoring points for the first time in touring cars. The youngster from Scotland in his first season, he starts in 9th place. Andrew Jordan, who came from the very back of the grid, he lines up 10th. He's raced here a lot in rallycross at Croft, so let's see what he can do from there. Next up it's Chris Stockton and Jason Plato. Plato starting in 12th place. A lot of work for Seat here. Behind them we've got Harry Volkard and we've got Jason Hughes as well in the team KWR MG. The next Seat is then back on row 8. There's Darren Turner with Aircut alongside in the Astra. Behind them we've got John George and then Matt Jackson. So Jackson's really going to need one of his meteoric starts from 18th on the grid. Tom Onslow Cole's back there as well. A lot of work to do in the Vauxhall. Martin Bell is with him. Behind them we've got the truck racer Stuart Oliver with Tom Chilton back there after his off in that first race. And at the back of the grid, Stephen Jelly's repaired car, the Team RAC team, be working flat out to get that car back out. And Alan Taylor, hopefully, if they've got that car repaired. That car was also involved. I don't think it has made it out, actually. I think Alan Taylor's going to have to sit this one out and not take part in the second race. Round 14 of the HiQ British Touring Car Championship. Away we go, and it's a very even start. Up front, Collard does indeed make a good start in a motor-based BMW, but it looked to me as though it was Poleman at Turkington who got away. Yes, it is. The battle is for second place as Shedden just trying to squeeze past Matt Neal, and he's done it. Matt Neal is pushed back down to third. Rob Collard in a fast-starting fourth place in the BMW.
Yes, all cleanly through. Fortunately, the first part, one of the cars out wide on the approach to the chicane, but Shedden, perfect getaway.
Yeah, good for him. I think that was Michael Doyle a little bit wide. Of course, he's now running with some faster cars than he would normally run with. Now, this is the corner that caught so many out earlier on. Tower Bend. Into it goes Turkington. He went off there last year on oil in race 2. Well, he's got through it safely this time. And in the middle of the pack, you can see the two Seats trying to make up ground. Onslow Cole also as well, trying to pick up some places on this opening lap.
Yeah, Matt Jackson, of course, trying to fight his way through. He made another good start further back on the field. Oh, some of the cars went sideways there. That was Jordan getting out off the tarmac. Another one as well. Oh, John George sideways.
Surely, has he held that? Where is he? There he is. John George lost it. We thought he might have done one way, then the other, right in the middle of the track, and somehow they've all missed him. Fantastic.
Well, seriously delayed everyone behind him because they just didn't know where the car was going to go. That was one of the longest spins I've ever seen. Went on for ages.
Well, there's Turkington, race leader for Team RAC. Then the Team Halford's car of Gordon Shedden in second place, defending busily from Matt Neal, who loves the jink up the inside into the hairpin, but he doesn't go for it this time. Then it's Rob Collard. He's chased by series leader Fabrizio Giovanardi. Then there's a little gap back to Stephen Kane in the second of the motor-based cars. And then he's being chased quite hard at the moment as they go across the line by Mike Jordan. Behind Jordan is Adam Jones. Then Michael Doyle still up there in the top 10. Andrew Jordan in 10th. Plato is 11th. Onslow Cole's got up to 13th on that first lap. Here comes Matt Neal on the attack, trying to get down the inside of Gordon Shedden. He will not be denied. And these two former teammates, they made contact into the wall. Goes Shedden. What a shame. It looked as though that was just going to be a straightforward pass. It ended in tears for Shedden.
Well, I think Matt was trying really hard, actually, to hold that car on the inside and not hit his family team's car of Shedden. Safety car is out, but they will race back to the start-finish line. But of course, Matt Neal's father runs the team that Shedden drives for, and well, there could be some harsh words over dinner tonight.
That is awkward, isn't it? Safety car on track, as you say. Shedden has got the car running. I'm amazed because it seemed to hit the wall pretty hard, hit the tyre. Look at the poor old wipers, nowhere near the windscreen, but they're still going. Turkington leads the race. They're all still racing to the line. Remember, if you can nip past somebody here, you can hold that position. And you can see Stephen Kane trying to go around the outside of Fabrizio Giovanardi. It's not going to happen for them, and they will all have to back off as they come across the line, and they are picked up behind safety car. But actually, the reason for bringing the safety car out has now disappeared because Shedden's got going.
Yeah, he actually got going, and I think he pulled off. This is on board with Chilton coming across the start-finish line with Turner with his rear windscreen wiper going. I don't see many of those in touring cars. Shedden has actually pulled the car off, I think, on the infield, off the track. I think I saw him pulling through the cutout, so I wouldn't expect the safety car to stay out much longer.
And across the line they go.
At the moment, there's 1, 2, 3 BMWs in the top 5, so they're going strongly. Stephen Kane has the fastest lap. He's the second of the two white BMWs in 5th place.
Looking back from Fabrizio Giovanardi at Stephen Kane. So you're riding on board the 4th place car, the championship leader, the Italian Giovanardi, looking back at the Irishman Stephen Kane, who's determined to try and get past. But the BMWs, we do know, struggle a bit when conditions are half and half. Oh, look at that, Giovanardi actually running on the grass on the exit of the tight chicane there, but managing to keep it going in a straight line. And it's Turkington, Neal and Collard, top 3 very close. Then Kane, Giovanardi. Has Kane got past Giovanardi? Let's just check that when we look back at that next little group. I want to see whether the other BMW is ahead. We've certainly got still Colin Turkington leading this race. Yeah, Stephen Kane has got past Giovanardi. So now Collard and Kane, the two motor-based teammates, are running 3rd and 4th.
Well, I don't want to jinx those guys. They've had so much bad luck in the season and a half they've been in the championship, but you know, they really thoroughly do deserve a good result. I know they've been working very hard with the car since the last race at Thruxton, and they think they'd identified the problem with the car and their lack of pace as being in the damper area, and they've worked hard on the dampers, and certainly in these conditions their cars are absolutely flying.
Yeah, good stuff. There's Jackson on the attack, and he's done it. Same thing again. Tight line, and he's through at Hawthorne. Nice move for Matt Jackson, and he has now moved into 5th place. Great stuff from the youngster, and he really is making up for the disappointment of what went on here in the first race.
Yeah, the guys they only have 2 types of tyre, a full wet and again Jackson wide doing what Kane did the lap before, just staying on the track. Has he lost the position though? Back to Giovanardi, they're side by side. I think he'll be okay. He's got the left hand, yes he is, he's still okay. But they only have 2 types of tyres, but what sometimes the teams will do when the track is drying very quickly like this, they'll start on a set of wets that have actually been worn down, almost sort of halfway down, because the blocks won't move around, they get more grip. I wonder if that's what Jackson's done.
Mike Jordan on the outside as they head down towards Clairvaux, the first corner. Surely he's not going to be able to sweep around the outside of the Vauxhall, is he? Giovanardi, one of the most aggressive. You can't go through there side by side. Oh, somehow they got through there, still side by side. Wonderful stuff from 2 of the most experienced racers in British touring cars, still side by side, and Jordan's got through, but he has to straight line the chicane.
Well, who said you couldn't be brave at 50 years old? And no wonder this man is such an icon for the male fraternity, shall we say, hence the pink name on the car. He's got plenty of gumption.
Well, this is great, wasn't it? Absolutely superb. And they were still side by side at this point. Jordan tried to get in the end, he just had to sort of straight cut the chicane. He'd probably get away with that, because if he hadn't done that, they would have both ended up in the tyre barrier. So an interesting one. That puts Jordan then up 1 position and puts him into 6th. But up front, it's still Colin Turkington leading. Matt Neal there in 2nd in the Vauxhall. In car number 4, still under pressure from Rob Collard right behind. And it's Matt Jackson at the back of this group now, who's on the attack. Is he going to have a little look? No. Just Tim, talk us through. There's a slight difference between the 2 BMWs run by Motorbase with the red colours and Matt Jackson's, and that's in their gearbox. But that's not only the difference, it makes a difference to the weight. Here comes Jackson. Is that slightly lighter car of Jackson's going to get through? I think it is. Jackson's done it. Great move. Now, that car is a fraction lighter, isn't it? Will that be helping?
Not hugely in this situation. The Jackson car you're talking about runs the 5-speed gearbox. The Motorbase cars run a 6-speed gearbox, and the penalty for having the 6 gears is that they have to run 30 kilos heavier. Now, normally 30 kilos is 0.3 of a second, but I think there's far more difference in tyre performance and setup, because the guys are running sort of 4 seconds off the pace at the moment based on their lap time. So I think that isn't a factor at the moment, and Jackson's just got the car really hooked up.
Giovanardi's got back past Jordan. That's how he did it on the straight. That's a slightly odd one. Maybe Jordan's got a slight problem. This was the manoeuvre for Matt Jackson to get past Stephen Kane. And again, it's this tight line which he has developed to perfection. Gets on the inside here and then just great traction, muscles his way through.
He's going to try and tee Kane up. Does Kane have the same inside tight line? Looks like he does. Kane's using that same inside line, so it's not going to be so easy for Jackson to get through. Oh, big slide there. That was well.
He's lost 3rd. Oh, Collard, just when it looks as though they might get their best ever result. Collard, big slide, and he's just gathered it together.
Yeah, he has. He's trying ever so hard, desperately. Slide again. I think the tyres are going away on Collard's car. Matt Neal always takes the tightest line. He likes to drive point to point as close as he can, and some drivers like to run out wider, but he certainly had it covered there, and that's effectively stopped any chance Jackson had of winning the race, because he's run out. This is the other favoured place he's got.
Though he might well have done him. He's got great traction out of Tower Corner, and Matt Jackson has moved up into 2nd place. Matt Jackson has come from 18th, he's into 2nd place, and he could still win this race, but there's a big gap between himself and race leader Colin Turkington. But this is one of the drives of the season, no doubt about it, from Matt Jackson in the BMW. He's fought his way past Matt Neal.
Yeah, brilliant. Look, Matt Neal's actually a little bit wide anyway, so he opened the door for Matt Jackson. Again, Matt Jackson's able to get planted on the power early enough, and his momentum takes him through before they get to the left-hand part of the Jim Clark S's. And he's actually closing up very quickly on Colin Turkington.
That's right. So still with a lap to go as they come across the line this time. Matt Neal under pressure there from Rob Collard, so it's still pretty tight there for 3rd place. Collard still looking for that first ever podium finish for the Motorbase team. He's not given up on that yet, but there's no room on the way down to the first corner. Onto the final lap then. Is Turkington going to be able to hold off the attempts of Matt Jackson to take the victory here? Or is Jackson going to complete a fairy tale? Well, at the moment, Turkington looking to be in control through that vital Clairvaux-Hawthorne section. He still has a useful margin, 1.2 seconds over Matt Jackson. That was as they crossed the line. It might be a little less than that as they head down towards Tower Corner. The critical right-hander. This is where Matt Jackson's been very fast. Look how he closes up under braking, gets the traction, but of course they're both rear-wheel drive BMWs, both have good traction, and Jackson can't take any advantage of that. We're into the last couple of corners now, and that crucial hairpin coming up, which is surely the big slide from Turkington. He gathers it together, but there's still 2 corners to go. Turkington looking to try and make it 2 out of 2 here, but can he hold off from Matt Jackson? Matt Jackson goes wide. Turkington runs him deep into the corner. Now it's a drag race to the line, and Turkington's going to hold on. Is he just going to do it? Turkington makes it 2 out of 2 for Team RAC, but Matt Jackson, the star of the show. 3rd place just goes to Matt Neal. Rob Collard takes 4th. Who's going to be 5th? Big question mark. It's Giovanardi who takes 5th. Jones is 6th. Mike Jordan is 7th. What happened to Stephen Kane? That's what's happened to Stephen Kane. He's slowing down. He's into pit lane. Poor Stephen Kane. It looked to be Motorbase's best ever result. Well, it is. They've still got 4th place for Collard. A vital victory for Colin Turkington then. Look how close it was on the line. This was as they came up to cross the line there, across the line, and it was a 1/10 of a second between them, according to our timing screen. 1/10 of a second separating the top 2 finishers, and Turkington just taking that victory. So it's 2 out of 2 here today for Colin Turkington for Team RAC, but only just from a stunning drive by Matt Jackson, who comes from 18th to finish 2nd. Matt Neal in 3rd place, Rob Collard in 4th for Motorbase, their best ever result. 5th place for Fabrizio Giovanardi, and then 6th for Adam Jones. 7th place, a fighting drive for Mike Jordan, finishing ahead of both of the Seats, Jason Plato and Darren Turner, with Stephen Jelly picking up the final point in 10th. And let's just see what that does to the standings. Well, Giovanardi still with a comfortable advantage. He finished 5th in that race. Matt Neal, though, in a strong 2nd place. He's drawn away now. Jason Plato in 3rd. Look at Matt Jackson. He's moved back up to 4th ahead of Turkington, then Onslow Cole, then Gordon Shedden out of luck in that one. A clash with Matt Neal. Darren Turner 8th, Adam Jones in 9th place, and Tom Chilton rounding out the top 10.
What happened with that slide?
Yeah, it was a very scary moment, believe me. You know, as the race went on, there was less and less water on the track, so my wet tyres were getting hotter and hotter, and it just become more difficult to keep the car on the track. And you know, you feel the pressure from the guy behind, and I could see Matt was catching me, and I was trying to push. You know, I didn't have far to go, and I just lost the rear end and thought, oh no, that's I have a lot of lock on here, but yeah, I'm delighted to gather it up and get my 2nd win of the day. So.
Yeah, it must feel fantastic though. I mean, I can't remember the last time you won 2 races in a weekend.
Yeah, never. This is I was just speaking to my engineer saying, you know, when are we going to do it? So, you know, I'm delighted for everybody at the Team RAC. You know, it's been a huge effort this weekend, so I'm really, really happy.
And what was the key to it though? I mean, because you were so far ahead, it's just the characteristics of this BMW 320?
Yeah, well, just like the first race, you know, when there's a lot of water on the track, we're very strong, but as it dries out, you know, when it's that in between dry and wet, that's when we start to struggle. So beginning of the race, you know, I could stay comfortably ahead of Matt Neal, but then I knew Matt was coming through in the same type of car, so it was a big pressure at the end.
Okay, well, stay right there, Colin, because you have to do the draw for the 3rd race of the day. Matt, just talk us through that move. You almost had him, almost.
Yeah, it was always going to be tight, but you know, the BMW performed superb today in those conditions in that race. Like Colin said, it was drying out towards the end and it was getting a little bit slippy. You know, as the tyres got a little bit too hot, but you know, to come from 18th on the grid to 2nd, and you know, just a few hundredths between the 2 of us, it's a good result.
Well, let's have a look at it. I mean, you're on fire today. What was it down to?
I think that the BMW in these conditions on this circuit is performing absolutely superb. You know, it's I think in those conditions, it's the best car out there today. You know, and the BMW dealer team have done a fantastic job on the setup of the car, and it's just we've got grip and it's working.
Which one was your favourite? I mean, Collard kind of let you through. I bet your favourite probably would have been that one for the lead, though.
Absolutely, the one that didn't happen. Yeah, the one that got away. It's always, isn't it? But no, I think everybody out there today. It's all the drivers have given room as we've come through the field, and that's great testament to a great championship.
So let's take a look at how they line up for this one then. On pole position, it is Mike Jordan. His son Andrew was on pole for the final race at Thruxton last time out. Adam Jones alongside him in the Team Aircool Seat, and he's doing well in the independence points at the moment, so he needs another strong result here. On the second row, it is the championship leader, Fabrizio Giovanardi, and alongside him is Rob Collard, still looking for that first podium for the Motorbase team. Then it's Matt Neal, former champion, former double champion, but there alongside him is the star of that second race. It is Matt Jackson starting from 6th place, and then behind him, because the top 7 have been reversed, means Colin Turkington, who's won 2 races today, now starts 7th, and look who's next to him, none other than Jason Plato in the diesel-powered Seat. The second Seat is next up, 9th on the grid. Then it's Stephen Jelly in the second of the Team RAC BMWs. Behind them, we've got Tom Onslow Cole and Jason Hughes, although I think Jason's had a problem. He may well be starting from the pit lane, or he may not even make it out for this race. Harry Volkard starts on row 7 with Tom Chilton alongside in the Team Halford's car. Then it's Erikut in the Arcus Racing machine, his teammate alongside him, in fact, Arcus Racing with sunshine.co.uk, the 2 teammates on row 8. Then row 9, John George with Chris Stockton alongside in the BTCC Racing Seat. Behind them, we've got Stephen Kane. He had an electrical problem. That's what put him out of a strong finish in that second race. We don't think Stuart Oliver's going to make it out for this race, sadly. Andrew Jordan starts way back. He had an electrical alternator failure in that last race. Michael Doyle's with him. And then right at the back, it's Gordon Shedden. It would be Alan Taylor. I'm afraid Alan Taylor's car too badly damaged. Such a shame. They put a new livery on that car to celebrate the Big Muscle Seafood Restaurant, which is up in this part of the world. And unfortunately, they had a crash in that first race, and they haven't been able to run it for the rest of the day. Long hold, lights out, away we go, and here comes the BMW trying to find space. It's Rob Collard on a charge. Mike Jordan was pretty quick off the line, but Collard already alongside Adam Jones. Giovanardi's up there as well, and it's going to be Collard who leads into the first corner. Rob Collard, all contact behind Jordan and Jackson. Jackson through the gravel and comes back on again. Tim, you did that earlier.
Yeah, it won't cost him any damage to the car, but it certainly cost him a lot of positions.
Well, he's got back on again. Oh, big slide for Matt Neal as well. That was a very good start by Rob Collard, though. As we know, those BMWs are fast. Bit of bumper damage to Jackson's car. It's Collard leading, Giovanardi in second place, Mike Jordan and Adam Jones battling next up, then Matt Neal and Colin Turkington.
Yeah, let's hope that rear bumper doesn't come off anymore, because otherwise he's going to be in trouble with the clerk. Of course, he could potentially be black flagged. One of the 2 Seats got past him, and obviously this is their best chance, having been first and third in dry qualifying, as one of the Vauxhalls gets sideways.
Plato's the lead Seat at the moment in that group. It's Collard leading, Giovanardi second, then Jones and Jordan third and fourth, then Matt Neal in 5th, Turkington 6th, and then I think it's, yes, Jason Plato in 7th. Matt Jackson's dropped down to 8th. Darren Turner is in 9th place. Great battle up front, but also in this group of cars here, as Matt Jackson, after that trip through the gravel, trying to make up for it. What a day of contrasting fortunes it's been for Matt Jackson here today. There's Gordon Shedden just trying to move his way up the order as well. John George in the immaculate-looking JAG car, looking immaculate at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way this time. There's Tom Chilton getting alongside Darren Turner at the back end of the top 10. Chilton in the orange Team Halford's car, side by side with Darren Turner as the leaders turn into Clairvaux. And it's now the championship leader who's out in front, but the safety car has been called. We've got the sun. Somebody else has offered. Oh, and that's John. Oh dear, what did I say about an immaculate car? I spoke too soon.
Yeah, and that's at the exit of the Jim Clark S's, so that could be serious. But it's a very high-speed section of the corner. We saw Giovanardi lining up the pass on Collard. He was very fast through the chicane, and he clearly got through. But the rest of them still racing the final part of the lap.
Yeah, everyone racing to the line. Giovanardi leading this race. He'll lead them across the line to Collard in second. Adam Jones in third. Mike Jordan in fourth. Matt Neal in fifth. Look at the lot behind them. And Plato, where's he going?
And Jackson's got through. Jackson's going across the line. And something happened on the way in there. Jackson's come across the line in sixth.
I think Plato's off on his way to Darlington or something, because he's absolutely miles offline. He got nerfed out of the way, presumably, but we didn't quite see. And there's surely damage to that car. He's crawling along, car weaving around and it's a really bad day. It's turned worse for Jason Plato.
Here we go, this is onboard Jackson following Plato, coming up to the final section. Justice right-hander and the following left.
Got a long way behind here, isn't he?
Oh, Plato went up the side of Turkington. It wasn't Jackson, it was Plato going up Turkington. Ran over the wheels, the wheel arches sticking out, and that was it.
Let's take a look at it from on board here. Oh, that was up in the air. Nearly, well, it didn't.
Well, there was never any room there. There was never any room because Turkington was already defending the line, and it was also wet on the inside. Oh!
This was what happened to John George. Oh, that was a big hit.
That was a big hit, and he must have been frightened in the car, because when you lose it at that point, you're travelling at some 120, 130 miles an hour, and he just was a passenger.
Here we go then. Safety car will be heading into the pits on the exit of the hairpin. Giovanardi, the Italian, with 7 touring car titles to his name, including last year's championship, of course, here, gets on the power, and that Vectra accelerates away well. Strong engine, strong chassis. It seems to have everything going for it. Chasing is Rob Collard in second place. Adam Jones in the silver and red Seat in third. Then it's Mike Jordan in fourth. What's going on? Matt Jackson having... Oh, Jackson hits Turner! And Turner in the gravel. I think Jackson continues.
Yeah, Jackson did continues, looking down the inside, and there was definitely a greasy track still on the inside, and probably not enough room. It's very difficult to pass on the inside there, and that could be. We have got a snatch vehicle actually down at Clairvaux. Hopefully they can clear that with just stationary yellows or waved yellows.
Fabrizio Giovanardi's opened up a 1.2 second lead over these two guys. Jones down the inside, he's done it. Jones gets alongside Collard out of shame. Oh! And he's wiped off the front bumper on Jordan's car, and he loses 4 places in one go, and it could all be over. And Motorbase team, what do they have to do to get a result? Dave Bartram will have his head in his hands. They really felt there was a chance here. Damage to the back of Mike Jordan's car as a result.
Yeah, that was a good move by Jones down the inside into Sunny. A very difficult one to pull off, because you're braking on the curve and on the bumps, and he pulled it off pretty neatly, and then Collard obviously got a little bit wide, got into a tank slapper, and that was the result.
There is the old front end. It's not just the bumpers, it's all the inlets for the radiators, and bad news indeed for Rob Collard. Take another look at it.
Yeah, down the inside comes Adam Jones, slight bit of contact, nothing too dangerous, but then gets an oversteer, and that was Collard's front end gone. Jackson nipping through there as well.
So Mike Jordan survived that moment, and in fact is now running in third place as a result of that. So there you are, Giovanardi leads in the Vauxhall. Second is Adam Jones. It's a great run from Jones. Jordan under pressure though from Matt Neal. So that's the race for third place between the John Guest car with his bumper trailing away and the Vauxhall Vectra of former champion Matt Neal. Right behind them is Matt Jackson. Then it's Tom Chilton. Rob Collard is still running, I think, although he's dropped back a little more now. So it's next up, it's Gordon Shedden and Tom Onslow Cole. It's all changed. Third now is Matt Neal. Fourth now is Tom Chilton. Fifth is Jackson. Oh, Jordan's off again. Jordan runs very, very wide. He's lost another place, maybe 2. And Mike Jordan definitely struggling, unless maybe his car's leaking fluid onto its own tyres or something, because he's suddenly struggling, slowing right down. Now he's allowing Stephen Jelly through, and his son Andrew is the next one who's going. Oh, he's all over the place. No way he can control it.
Yeah, something's broken or leaking fluid onto his own tyres, as you say. That was a shame. Just as I was saying how neat and timely he was driving, they became a problem. But
well, that's 2 commentators' curses we've put on people already in this race.
Chilton putting a lot of pressure on former teammate Matt Neal.
Yeah, he is. Matt Neal now in third place, remember, so you've got Vauxhall leading and Vauxhall in third. So it's certainly going the way of Seat's rivals here, with Adam Jones doing a great job in second, but then it's Matt Chilton tucked in there. There is Chilton, car number 9, and right behind him, Matt Jackson, still with a shout at scoring very useful points here. Tom Onslow Cole now up to 6th place, Gordon Shedden up to 7th, Turkington 8th, that brings Stephen Jelly into 9th, and Andrew Jordan, as a result of his father having problems on that last lap, well, he's now come up into 10th position.
Plato, though, just in a progress report, still in 12th place, 18 seconds behind the car in front of Harry Volkard, so unless there are retirements, no chance of getting extra positions as Onslow Cole just gets into the back of Jackson.
Onto the final lap we go then. Surely can Chilton hold on now for one more lap for this 4th position? He's probably never had to fight quite so hard for a 4th place before. Matt Jackson looking for every opportunity to get past him, but they're running out of time now. Chilton very quick into Clairvaux, using the full width of the road, tightening the line here. This is where Jackson can be so fast, but he can't get alongside. Now bravery through the chicane. Chilton was a bit sideways. Jackson has a bit of a run this time. He might be able to get alongside on the run down towards Tower, but he's not quite there, and Chilton surely has the edge as long as he doesn't outbrake himself, and Jackson's still denied.
Yeah, Chilton went defensive there. He knew he'd lost a few revs coming through that chicane, and he can be very defensive on this last lap.
He can indeed. Shetton's joined the back of the group. He's right there with Tom Onslow Cole. This is great racing. It's been clean in the last few stages. Oh, and Onslow Cole having to defend there from Gordon Shetton. There's our race leader, car number 1. And you know what? He's going to surely come round for yet another victory this year. Giovanardi has already had 3 wins this season. He's looking all set for win number 4 here at Croft. Tom Onslow Cole, what was he doing there in the background? Has there been a mistake? I think there has. Is Shetton? Well, I think Shetton has got past Onslow Cole. Yes, he has. So Shetton has gained one on this last lap. Matt Jackson's going to have a go. Surely Chilton's done enough. Giovanardi is going to take the victory here in race 3 of the day. The halfway point of the championship. Giovanardi wins. Jones just takes a great second from Matt Neal. Look at the celebrations at Team Aircool as Adam Jones takes second. 3rd to Matt Neal. 4th does go to Tom Chilton. 5th to Matt Jackson. 6th to Gordon Shetton. It was 6th place in the end for Shetton ahead of Onslow Cole. Turkington 8th, Jelly 9th, and the final point will go to Andrew Jordan. Win number 4 of 2008 for Fabrizio Giovanardi. Adam Jones, an absolutely superb 2nd place, and that's his best result, in fact. So well done to Adam Jones. Matt Neal in 3rd, Tom Chilton in 4th, then Matt Jackson in 5th. Gordon Shetton took 6th on the last lap from Tom Onslow Cole. Colin Turkington took 8th ahead of Stephen Jelly and Andrew Jordan.
Yeah, you went into the lead on about lap 2, and thereafter you made it look kind of easy.
Yeah, we found the best solution for the dry just in the end, better than never. Anyway, you in the second race, you say me what do you expect to do in this. I say to jump front. I just was a little bit late, 1 race late, but anyway, it was great.
How much were you able to pace yourself? Did you have a bit of time in hand there, or were you having to really push all the way through?
I've tried to try the fever to the other drivers the first 2 laps, and I seen them a little bit difficult, so I just say, okay, I have to manage the tires because the last race in tracks and I had trouble just the last corner, so it was not good. Anyway, the car was perfect.
It's been a difficult day today, though, hasn't it? A difficult day with the changing conditions, a day when your experience really has paid off.
Yeah, I was close to cry Saturday afternoon. Is the true, but in the end, I won 1 race. I think is the best what I can ask.
And still leading the championship as well. I mean, how important is that at this halfway stage of the championship?
Yeah, more or less, I keep the same points from me and the second one. Just the second change every time, but if it's still stay like that, it's okay until the end.
Good all-round result for the team.
Yeah, it's a perfect result. We had a lot of points. We gained a lot of points. The Seats had, unfortunately, big trouble. Anyway, this is a good weekend for us.
Thank you very much, Lulu. So let's have a look at the Drivers' Championship. Fabrizio leads it by an increased margin now, 145, 23 points ahead of Matt Neal. Matt Jackson back up into 3rd place, replacing Tom Onslow Cole.
Snetterton with its long straights is the perfect circuit for the turbo diesel Leon. And Darren Turner takes us across the start-finish line up to 135 miles an hour, down just 1 gear, pitch the car in, back on the throttle, through Riches, very fast of course, not much runoff there or you're in the cornfield, down to see it, and this is a super important corner. Very important to get a good exit. Darren runs a little bit wide with a bit of oversteer on the way in, but that leads on to the Revit straight, the longest straight in British motorsport, and a top speed of 145 miles an hour just at the end. A very technical exercise for the driver here at the end to brake all the way around the corner. The car turns in and brakes virtually simultaneously as Darren knocks it down the gears over the curbs and then flicks it to the right, again using the curbs. A good exit here, very important as we come up to the 2 fast corners. The bomb hole, a great corner. The car drops away, bit of understeer, bit of oversteer on the exit. Good exit there, and now flat into Coram with just a blend off the throttle, back on it again, exiting here at 120 miles an hour before slamming on the brakes, down through the gears to second, across the curbs, and again, the exit from Russell, very important as it leads to a long uphill straight. And that's Darren Turner on the front row of the grid.
We're on the formation lap for round 16 of the 2008 HiQ MSA British Touring Car Championship. This is how they line up then. The Seats are on the front row. It's Jason Plato's first pole position in quite a while. He had none last year, but he's certainly dominated qualifying yesterday with his teammate Darren Turner. Then on the second row, we've got Gordon Shedden in the Team Halford's car, and series leader Fabrizio Giovanardi, despite carrying maximum ballast. That was a great effort by the Italian. Behind them, we've got Tom Chilton and Tom Onslow Cole. Both love the Snetterton circuit. Tom Onslow Cole took his first win here last year. And then behind them, we've got the first of the BMWs, Colin Turkington with Stephen Kane, his best qualifying performance of the season so far. Adam Jones, who leads the independence points, he lines up in 9th place. He's got Stephen Jelly alongside in the second of the Team RAC cars, but Matt Neal, double champions, way down in 11th place with Mike Jordan alongside him. Matt Jackson also further down than might be expected. He's third in the points, but 13th on the grid. Andrew Jordan is next to him on the grid. And then we've got Rob Collard and John George together on the 8th row of the grid. 9th row, we've got Harry Volkard and Jason Hughes in the trusty MG. Behind them, we've got Michael Doyle, who scored his first points at Croft last time out. Martin Bell, who's lost 8 kilos apparently in the gap between the two events. And Erkut and Alan Taylor complete the grid, but I gather there's a problem, is there, for Alan Taylor?
Yeah, Alan Taylor apparently has lost a wheel on the outlap. Alan, of course, in a BTC spec car, so he just has the single wheel nut on the car. There you can see the left rear has come off. The team's changed the wheels on the grid, so the fronts go on the rear, the rears go on the front after the outlap to get some heat in the rears, but clearly that hasn't gone on properly.
It's the two Seats on the front row of the grid. It's the Team Halford's car of Gordon Shedden is going to try and take the battle to them as we're ready for the lights. Here we are, red lights are on, away we go, and it's Plato and Turner both off the grid. Well, but Giovanardi takes a terrible start. Fabrizio Giovanardi loses 2, 3, maybe 4 places on the run up to the first corner. It's Plato leading, it's Turner in second place, Shedden in third, Chilton in fourth, Turkington in fifth. It looks like a clean start, but Giovanardi's the big loser.
Giovanardi did a fantastic job in qualifying to put the heaviest car out there on fourth on the grid, but wasted it all with a bad start, too much wheel spin.
He's ahead of his teammate Matt Neal, who's in the middle of a gaggle of BMWs, including Matt Jackson. But it's the diesel-powered Seats, which was so strong in qualifying, dominant in testing a few weeks ago as well. And it's Plato ahead of teammate Darren Turner, Gordon Shedden in third place, ahead of his teammate Tom Chilton. A bit of locking going up behind. Turkington ahead of Tom Onslow Cole. Then Stephen Kane is in there. Everybody bouncing their way over the curbs, and still looks as though everybody's made it round safely so far.
Yeah, so far this weekend it's all been fairly steady, hasn't it? The predictable pace of the Seat Leons, the turbo diesels, over half a second quicker than anybody else in practice, but I don't expect it to stay that way over the rest of the weekend as they get weight added after this first race.
Well, they need a good result this weekend. A little bit of something going flying in the air there. Seats had a miserable time last time at Croft, only scoring 5 points out of the 3 races. So Plato's dropped to 4th in the championship, and he desperately needs some results. Cross the line then, Plato, Turner, Chilton and Shedden together. It's actually Chilton ahead of Shedden that way round, so my mistake there. Tom Chilton had got ahead of his teammate off the start. Good start that for Chilton then. Shedden in 4th, Turkington in 5th. Little battle going on here though as Tom Onslow Cole tries to get past Turkington. That is for 5th place. Ooh, on the grass, Onslow Cole, and the two of them still rubbing bumpers as they head down the Rebbit Straight.
Well, that sort of racing only happens in touring cars, doesn't it? Onslow Cole was clearly on the outside, and Turkington just kept the car out there, so he put the wheels on the dirt and lost the traction.
Well, good stuff. The Seats are in control here. Chilton and Shedden, but then it's this battle. Turkington versus Onslow Cole, and Stephen Kane is a part of that as well. Colin Turkington was on pole position here last year, got disqualified from the race win for being underweight, so we know that car can go extremely well here at Snetterton, but now he's got his work cut out to keep Onslow Cole. We've got the safety car out. Safety car on track. Now, I'm not quite sure why that is. There may be some debris out there. But it's off as Michael Doyle is off the
Another
track.
wheel problem. Look at his right front wheel there. Looks like the steering arm's broken or the top ball joint or something, but he's off. He must be in a dangerous place, otherwise I don't think they'd have scrambled the safety car this early. Well, that's on the exit of John George involved as well. That's on the exit of Riches between the first and second corner, Riches and Sear. Must have been corner, one of
Andrew
Eurotech.
Jordan. Yeah. Andrew Jordan involved in that as well.
And Martin Bell.
Right, okay, so lots of cars. This is why we've got the safe. This is on board Jordan. So let's just see. Oh, he got caught out behind. He was sort of trying to brake too late, off in the field.
Corn on the cob for dinner.
Absolutely right. But now the safety car lights are out. We've got the one marshal left up at that inner marshal's post at Sear corner. So he's still got a stationary yellow up there, but we are going to see the race restart when they come back past us next time. Good news for the two Seats of Plato and Turner, who are looking to continue their run up front. 6 laps have been completed. We're on lap 7. There'll be some laps added to the race distance now because of the safety car being out there. You're on board with Darren Turner, sitting in second place. Listen to the quiet diesel. Hardly hear it, can you? I know he's not accelerating hard, but you watch as he comes out of this Russell corner. We'll just go quiet for a second and the diesel will do its stuff. It's so peaceful.
It's eerie, isn't it? I mean, the good thing these guys know is they know they've got the straight line speed, so they can back the other cars up and just accelerate away from them.
Plato dropped from 2nd to 4th in the championship after the last round at Croft, and this is exactly what they need to try and pick things back up, particularly with the first of the Vauxhalls sitting down in 6th place here. Giovanardi in 7th position, not able to pick up as many points. And remember, where they finish this race is where they'll start the second race of the day. It's amazing how quickly fortunes can change with the point scoring system in the British Touring Car. So this is good news for Seat at the moment.
It certainly is. They've got that gap just comfortably. The lap times haven't dropped off too much. 12.6 on the last lap, 12.5. Amazing, the first 3 cars all within a tenth of a second of each other.
Matt Jackson, oh, he's hit Matt Neal, just a touch there between Jackson and Neal as Jackson tries to take the place. Matt Neal says, if you're going to hit me, I'm going to hit you back. And Jackson ends up on the grass, as he did here last year when he was battling for second, and now they're all trying to swamp him. Jones gets down the inside, Jenny's going to try and go through. What do you make of all that, Tim?
Well, you probably could have predicted, but it's not over yet. They're into corner, the fastest corner. Volcar and Jones make contact, front wheel drive, Jones saves it. Volcar backs off as well. That could have been very tricky. Jackson's already had one accident there this weekend. But, well, you don't touch Matt Neal and get past without expecting some kind of retaliation. And, well, Matt just touched him enough going into the S's to put him on the dirt and then no traction.
Well, hard red. Talk us through it again.
Yeah, coming down the straight, I don't think that it was deliberate. They're just converging. Well, Matt Jackson is trying to move back across onto the line. Matt had a little bit of space on the right, but didn't want to concede anything. So Matt just rolls it into the corner. Little touch. Thank you very much.
We're on the final lap, though, for Jason Plato. And it does look as though it's going to be a relatively comfortable victory for Jason. It's about time. They've had a bit of a poor patch, certainly last time out at Croft, but it looks like he's going to come back from that. This will be his 3rd win of the season if he holds on to it. Giovanardi, the championship leaders, had 4 wins so far this year. But interestingly, it'll also be Seat's first 1-2 of the season, so definitely what they need to get back on track.
Yeah, so often this year they've had quick cars but shot themselves in the foot in some respect, and Croft was a great example of that, but it's all worked out fine and they will want to bag as many points as possible. But don't forget, Jason Plato will be starting this next race with maximum ballast, so could be a bit tougher for him. But full marks to him, full marks to Seat, full marks to Dunlop. The tyres have worked perfectly round here.
Here we go then, Jason Plato coming through out of that final corner. He's going to take victory in the first race of the day at Snetterton. It's his 4th win in 4 years here at the Norfolk Circuit, his 41st career win, and it's a 1-2 for Seat. Absolutely dominant, with Tom Chilton taking 3rd, Shedden in 4th, and we're waiting for the others to come through. Turkington 5th, Onslow Cole in 6th place. Good battle for the final points. 10th place just goes to Matt Neal. Matt Neal takes 10th ahead of Mike Jordan. But it's Plato who takes the victory by half a second from his teammate Darren Turner. Chilton in 3rd place ahead of Gordon Shedden, his own teammate as well, and then Turkington in 5th. Tom Onslow Cole in 6th place ahead of his VX Racing teammate Giovanardi. Then Stephen Kane, another teammate right behind Rob Collard, and 10th just on the line was Matt Neal. Let's just take a look at what that means in terms of the points. Giovanardi still leading, Matt Neal still in 2nd place, but Jason Plato has re-emerged in 3rd now. He had dropped to 4th, remember, after Croft. He's now ahead of Colin Turkington, who's in 4th place. Tom Onslow Cole in 5th, and Matt Jackson, bit of a disappointing run there for Matt Jackson. He finished down in 15th place, and he has gone from 3rd to 6th place. That's how close it is in that group behind. You only need to have one bad result and you lose a whole bunch of places.
How did the car feel? Because our commentary team was talking about maybe you were just pacing it. Did you have more left?
I mean, effectively, yes, we had a little bit left, but that's, a 10th a lap, and that's really on the edge. And, when we're in that sort of position, we need to look after our tyres, you know, we're in a great position. The last thing we want to do is make a mistake, let it all close up, Darren then gets under pressure. So, yes, we had a little bit in hand, but not much. The Hondas were very, very quick.
Darren, I was over kind of listening in. I suppose I shouldn't have been really, but I want to tell the guys at home, you were worried that the Hondas were closing in or not too much?
Yeah, surprised. I mean, they were close all the way to the end. I mean, the gap between me and Jason across the line was probably the same as the gap I had to Tom. So, you know, it's a very close race, and I think it took us a bit by surprise. So, you know, the next race we just need to work a little bit on the car now and see if we can find a bit more pace. But obviously when I'm following Jason, I can see what his car's doing, and we're just saying then when we got out of the car, we had two cars with pretty much the same setup but handling completely different. So we're going to sort of play around with the setup now, because he had oversteer, I had understeer, and together we were just going around as a little happy family.
The diesels are a different league down the straight, 4 mile an hour faster, which is bonkers. So I think the team has done a mega job, because over the 6-week gap we've really developed the car. We've tweaked the car, we've tweaked my brain. I'm as fit as I've ever been in my life. I want to start doing some triathlons, and yeah, I just feel like I'm on top of my game, and everything I'm focusing towards it's all going in the right direction. I'm very happy.
I know you're on a real positive note, but is it frustrating to sit behind two cars when you know there's very little you can do about it?
What's frustrating is when you end up closing under brakes, and then the gap you've pulled out on your teammate, who's in the same equipment as you, catches you back up, and you're like, oh, I've got to pull out, because obviously both within half a tenth every lap, and I'm trying to pull out half a tenth on Gordon every single lap by just getting everything perfect. And what's annoying is when you pull a gap, you then lose it, because these guys are slow in the tight corners, which they are, because they're heavier engine block. So I'm also trying to work out, can I outbrake these guys at some point if they make a tiny mistake, and also when they're bunching up, not to let anyone else pass behind me. So you're trying to do two things at once. But I was very relaxed in the car and just clicking those gears away up the straight. As Maiko once told me, just relax and let the car do the work, and I did, and it was mega.
So let's take a look at that grid. It is the Seats on the front row. Pole position for Jason Plato and Darren Turner alongside, looking for their second 1-2 of the season, of course. On the second row of the grid, Tom Chilton and Gordon Shedden, the two Team Halfords cars. They pushed the Seats reasonably hard, but were the Seats just playing with them? We'll find out probably in this one. Colin Turkington lines up in 5th place on the grid. He's got Tom Onslow Cole right next to him. Both of them could be quite aggressive in the opening laps, I would think. And so could Fabrizio Giovanardi, starting from 7th place, defending the championship lead that he has. Stephen Kane coming from 8th place on the grid in the Motorbase BMW. His teammate Rob Collard just behind from row 5 with Matt Neal, the double champion, driving for Vauxhall this year. He's coming off at 10th place. Then Mike Jordan, who was just beaten. He had a misfire at the end of that last race. That's why he was beaten across the line. Stephen Jelly is next to him. On row 7, we've then got Adam Jones and Harry Volkard. Adam Jones has now lost the lead in the independence points to Colin Turkington. Matt Jackson's all the way back on row 8 in his BMW, with Jason Hughes alongside in the MG. Then as we get towards the back, we've got John George and Erkut. They're together on that 9th row. The 10th row of the grid, Andrew Jordan, who ended up in the Maze field earlier on. The car's repaired, he's back out again. Michael Doyle is next to him. And then at the back, Martin Bell. The team have done a great job to get that car rebuilt. Alan Taylor next to him. He had a wheel come off on the formation lap last time around. I think he's made it round okay. But well done to Arcus Racing to get Martin back out. He's a little bit sore, a bit stiff after that shunt, but hopefully he'll be okay for the race.
Yes, and he's got his lucky green bonnet on. You just saw it going through shot there, so hopefully it'll bring him a better second race result.
Wait for those lights to come out, and then a short pause, and they'll be away. Lights out, away we go, very quick this time, and again the two Seats are pretty fast off the line. Chilton and Shedden go with them, so does Colin Turkington. Don't think Turkington's been able to make full advantage of his rear-wheel drive, but he's close up behind the leaders. Turner trying to go around the outside of Plato. The two Seats side by side through Riches, but can Plato hold on the inside? I think he will. So it's still Jason Plato leading. Darren Turner trying to slot into second, but he's been pushed out of the way. I think Chilton, and off goes John George. Oh, he's been off a few times today, and he's off again in this one. I think Chilton might have taken second, Tim. We'll have to see what's going on.
We're on board Turkington now, and you can see Chilton and Shedden in front, and it looks as though the Seat Turner has held on to second place. The power of that Seat down the straight has just saved him.
Yeah, it got him back in front, and still attacking though. Chilton almost got up the inside there. Great view from on the front bumper here of the BMW of Colin Turkington. The Team RAC, a mistake from Turner, and a mistake there from Shedden as well. Cold tyres, that's the problem.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of cold tyre front wheel drive problems on the first lap, and here we are through a faster corner, but Turkington couldn't capitalise on that.
Chilton's up into second place, so Darren Turner has dropped to third. And we've got a change. It's not a Seat 1-2. Turkington we're riding with, still trying to get past Gordon Shedden as well. But up front, it's Jason Plato that leads. Tom Chilton in an excellent second place. Superb first lap there from Chilton. Darren Turner's been pushed back to third. Shedden in fourth. Turkington in fifth. And Giovanardi is putting all the pressure on Colin Turkington there. The reigning champion and series leader right up there at the moment as they head up towards here. Here comes Giovanardi. Yeah, he's got down the inside of Turkington. Classic manoeuvre there, and he's through. He's gained one. He's into fifth place.
Yeah, Giovanardi, much more what we expected to see of him. He got a great start, unlike the first race, and it was Onslow Cole this time in the Vauxhall team that slipped back. I saw Giovanardi dive up the inside into the first corner, and he's carried on that progress.
Yeah, he has moved up, but watch the battle up front as well, because Darren Turner was trying to get his second place back, and I think he might have done it. I think Darren Turner's used his diesel power. Yeah, look, he managed to just drive past Tom Chilton. Slides again. Chilton is back to third, and that's the power advantage that Seat have here.
Yeah, we didn't see it, but clearly he was able to drive past. It is the longest straight in British motorsport. We've said that before. The Halfords cars side by side.
Shedden down the inside, and he's taken the place from Tom Chilton. But watch out, boys, you've got Giovanardi breathing down your... Oh, and off goes Jelly. Yeah, Stephen Jelly. Looked like there was a bit of assistance there somewhere.
Definitely a tap on the back. The front-wheel drive cars can save those kind of slides. The rear-wheel drive cars can't.
Giovanardi then having a little look to get up the inside of Chilton. Not close enough.
Oh, he's touched him.
Oh, yes. Just a little rush of, oh, and he's over the curb, bouncing around. He's under pressure now from Turkington once again. Turkington's got the inside line. They're being ganged up on other BMWs around the outside. Stephen Kane, Rob Collard as well. And Giovanardi could lose out big time here unless he finds the right slot to get back into.
Yeah, Giovanardi getting a dose of his own medicine from Turkington there. Lost speed through Riches, looking for a way past the Honda. And now look at them, 4 abreast.
2, 4, 6 cars all battling for the same place. Turkington's got it. Giovanardi's trying to squeeze with one of the Team Halfords cars and Tom Chilton, but through. Oh, he's got knocked sideways by Chilton. Giovanardi tries to hold it. He can't, and eventually he's on the grass.
Yeah, he still managed to keep going in the right direction, but that was never going to work, was it? 5 cars going into that corner. Giovanardi will be livid because he's clearly got good pace, but he just couldn't hold on to it.
Well, that could be interesting to watch his recovery now. So Turkington has taken... Oh, and Chilton on the grass. Tom Onslow Cole...
Has he got a puncture? He may have a puncture or a problem.
Good. Oh, and Onslow Cole almost spins. Holds it just about. Great recovery from him. It's going crazy back there. Rob Collard is in the lead of the Motorbase BMWs.
Chilton into the pit lane. I think he has got a puncture.
Right, well spotted. And Mike Jordan there now has got to the front of that next. Oh, contact on the straight. Come on, boys. Behave yourselves, getting a bit silly out there. Tom Chilton, it was all pretty clean in the first race. They're all letting loose now.
Yeah, this is always the way when you sort of have the ballast on the front-running cars. It can change the pace after the first race. But certainly they've all lit the fuse paper now.
Yeah, Tom Onslow Cole attacking Mike Jordan here for 8th place. Mike Jordan in the John Guest car under pressure from the Works Vauxhall, but Turkington is in 4th. Rob Collard an excellent 5th here at the moment. 6th place is Matt Neal, then it's Stephen Kane, then Mike Jordan leading this next little group. As you can see, Tom Onslow Cole's in there, so's Adam Joe. Volkard this time spins, half spins, regathers control. Andrew Jordan was the one who made contact, and they both lose places. Michael Doyle goes up the inside, and it's another front bumper gone from Andy Jordan. He lost it in the first race. He's going to lose it in this one as well. Oh, it's all a bit crazy.
He may have been dropping fluid there as well. He may have been dropping some radiator fluid there, so that could be dangerous next time round.
Yeah, definitely a lot of smoke. Whether it's steam or tyre smoke, it's a little hard to tell at the moment, but Andy Jordan in trouble. I should think he may well be coming in the pits. His dad under pressure here from Tom Onslow Cole. Onslow Cole up on the outside in the Vauxhall, and Mike Jordan's going to have to defend here on the inside. And Onslow, oh, look at them making contact. Onslow Cole trying to go around the outside. Adam Jones, you can't go 3 abreast, surely. They do, that's remarkable. Now Jones has got the inside into Sear. Still Jordan and Onslow Cole making contact. Onslow Cole squeezed out wide, and Giovanardi's going to take advantage.
He might pick up 3 places here, Giovanardi. This is a really topsy-turvy touring car race.
This is brilliant. It might have been a bit quiet in the first one, but they're really letting fly now. The Vauxhall on the left, you can see there is Giovanardi, who's managed to get to the front of this little group once again. Oh, he's just locked up a little into the S's, gets the control back into the second part, and he's ahead of Adam Jones. So that puts him back into, I think, 9th place. We'll confirm that. May even be 8th, because Tom Onslow Cole there has dropped back a bit more. He's under pressure now from Matt Jackson. So I think Giovanardi may be up to 8th, but there's quite a gap, of course, ahead of him to the leaders up front. Matt Jackson definitely under pressure as well.
Yeah, under pressure from
Russell.
Michael Doyle, and let's give a shout out to him because he's doing really, really well. He got stuck in through that 3 wide in the bomb hole and came out in front, and he's really, really going well.
Safety car is on track now. I don't know what that's for, but something has happened somewhere, and the safety car on circuit. So,
not what Sayat wanted to see, but on the other hand, we've seen from the restart after the safety car in the first race that they can easily out-drag everybody, but it will close up some of the other gaps.
Plato making sure he's got plenty of heat in the tyres. Here we go then, safety car comes into the pits, and the Sayats are on the power immediately. Plato makes a good restart. I don't know if Darren's got a bit of a problem.
He's got a problem with his gear shift. He can't change gear.
Here comes Gordon Shedden attacking for second. There's an opportunity to get
He's got Puncher, left front.
Puncher on the Sayat. Disaster for Sayat when they were looking all set for another 1-2. And it's a puncture on the left front for Darren Turner. It wasn't just a gear shift problem, much more serious than that. Plato's on his own up front now, and that promotes the others. So Shedden moves up into second place. Turkington's up to third as Darren Turner desperately just tries to get himself back to the pits. He's not going to get any kind of result out of this. Plato on his own up front now. Shedden into second place and under pressure from Colin Turkington. Look at Giovanardi having a little look to get past Rob Collard. Not quite close enough just yet.
This is just what Giovanardi wanted, didn't he, after that difficult start? The pack to be closed up again, a few more laps of racing. He's got a fast car, very aggressive, just what he needed to keep the championship points rolling in.
But Collard is notoriously feisty himself and a hard man to pass. Collard and Giovanardi have come together before. Now Giovanardi's going to go for it down the inside. He's trying to take the play. Oh, yes. So good on the brakes. I mean, he braked so late and yet the car was stable.
Yeah, very committed, totally committed to the manoeuvre. Collard didn't even put up a fight. I think it was so straightforward that if he tried to move over, he'd have been hit up the back.
This is for second now. You're on board third place Turkington, right behind Gordon Shedden. Now remember, Giovanardi's behind both of them, trying to take advantage. Oh, mistake from Shedden. Turkington's through. Shedden's on the grass. He's trying to hold it. And Giovanardi's gone past as well. And so has Rob Collard. Turkington is into second place. Giovanardi into third position. And we've still got, 3 laps to go as they cross the line this time. Jason Plato well in front. But you know what? Giovanardi might still take second.
Yeah, well, there's just the faintest hint of a black mark on the left front splitter there of Turkington. So there may have been a bit of contact with Shedden going into Coram, but Giovanardi isn't finished.
No, certainly not. We had some more people on the curve. Look how much curve he uses at Sia. Really is aggressive on the curve. And Giovanardi, but so far so good. It's working for him. The Vauxhall and the BMW. Look, there's nothing between them on the straight. That's how evenly matched they are. I think that's incredible when you've got 2 cars, different shapes, different engines, and so evenly matched on the straight. Turkington, little tiny mistake, and Giovanardi saw it, almost tried to take advantage, but ultimately couldn't. So it's still the Team RAC BMW of Turkington second, the VXR Racing Vectra of Giovanardi in third, and in fourth place is Rob Collard, fifth Stephen Kane, and sixth is Matt Neal. Plato surely heading for another victory, but here comes Giovanardi having a look at second, not quite there. Turkington defending resolutely, no contact made through the left and the right. Now just the 2 quick corners and the final chicane at Russell. Turkington should be able to hold on here. Jason Plato out in front. He's not troubled at all, but he will be a little troubled to have seen Giovanardi move back up the order quite so effectively in this race. It is amazing how Giovanardi can dig himself out of trouble, and that's what he's done here in the second race of the day. It's going to be victory once again for the second time today for Sayat, for Jason Plato. 4 wins this season, but second place goes to Turkington and third goes to Giovanardi. Collard comes home in fourth. Matt Neal is fifth. I think Gordon Shedden, no, he drops back in the bit there, so then it's Stephen Kane in sixth, Matt Jackson in seventh, and Gordon Shedden is in eighth. Jason might be a comfortable winner, but behind him those guys knew they were in a race, with Turkington in particular doing well to hold on to second place and winning the independence category. Giovanardi third, Collard in fourth place, Matt Neal in fifth, then Stephen Kane, then Matt Jackson, Gordon Shedden, Mike Jordan finished in ninth, Adam Jones in 10th place, and then just outside the points, Stephen Jelly and Jason Hughes. Michael Doyle, good effort from him in the Intune Racing car, ahead of Tom Onslow Cole, then Tom Chilton, John George, Harry Volkard, Martin Bell, Darren Turner, who limped to the end, and Alan Taylor, who finished 20th.
Well, Colin, that's just what you needed, but it was tough. I can see by the look on your face.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough race. It always is at Snetterton, you know. It's one of those tracks where the racing never gets spread out, and there's always someone hassling you from behind. But I'm delighted to come through from 5th to 2nd. You know, the safety car helped me out a little bit, but you know, that's 2 independent wins today for Team RAC, so it's really good.
And of course, you had to be really defensive in your driving because you had Giovanardi right on your tail.
Yeah, I was hoping it wasn't him. I was hoping it was some of the other Vauxhalls because he's a tough customer. But we had some pace left in the car for those last few laps, so yeah, I was able to just about hold him off.
Well done, mate. Let's have a quick chat with Giovanardi. You said to me, not that quick, you said to me after the first race that you didn't enjoy it and it was really boring. Was this more your style?
Yeah, this was completely the reverse side. Yeah, I really enjoyed this race. Not completely, because in the end when someone spin, I don't want to say who, someone spin me, I was so angry. So angry. That give me power, and is what I did is for that.
Is it difficult when you get that angry? Is it difficult to stay calm, or is all your experience just, you know, you don't have a problem with that?
Yeah, sometimes you just don't think. You try to overtake cars, but in the same way you have to use the head, because I had a good recovery, so I'm not so far as Jason. In the end, I can say, yeah, I've done the right race, and sometimes you don't want to do that. You're just coming through.
Okay, thank you. Best of luck for the next one.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, good stuff. Thanks very much, Janie. Jason, well done. Let's talk about that sly Italian first of all. He always comes back. Even when he was mugged by everybody else, he comes back.
He's a proper stinker, that lad, isn't he? I got a radio call saying Gio P14. I thought, oh, this is nice. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he's a class act, isn't he? It's going to be a great fight from here on in, all the way to the end.
Now, has it been tricky to cash on? You knew you had an advantage here, but has it been tricky still just to cash in and maximise those 2 wins?
Yeah, I mean, it's never easy to win at this level, even though the Seat Leon diesel does have an advantage here. You know, it's a circuit that suits our car, and we've, the engineers have made great progress in the 6 weeks we've had off. But that said, racing's tough, and whilst we have an advantage in clean air, when other cars are behind us, then they effectively have the benefit of our diesel because they can get in our tow. So, yeah, it's all swings and roundabouts, but 2 in, 2 done. We've got a 3rd race to do. Let's hope we can slide through them like butter.
Like butter? Or margarine, perhaps?
No, not stalk. Okay. Utterly butterly.
Okay, good stuff.
Let's quickly look at the grid then. It's Shen and Matt Jackson on the front row of the grid, and then right behind them it's Stephen Kane, another BMW, and Matt Neal, of course, looking for only his 2nd win of the season. On the 3rd row, Rob Collard and Fabrizio Giovanardi. Giovanardi, the star of race 2. Colin Turkington, though, also went well. He was 2nd earlier on today. Jason Plater with 2 wins, looking to make it the hat-trick. Mike Jordan is starting from the pit lane, so he's not 9th on the grid where he should be. Then it's Adam Jones, who is starting 10th. Behind them, we've got Stephen Jelly and Jason Hughes, BMW versus MG. And behind them, Michael Doyle, a bit of a star effort from him in the Intune racing car, with Tom Onslow Cole alongside. Then we've got Tom Chilton, quite a long way back. John George is next to him. Harry Volkard starts on row 9 with Martin Bell. And then right behind them is the one to watch in a way, Darren Turner. He starts on the inside of row 10. Alan Taylor is alongside him. And the 2 cars at the back are Erkut and Andy Jordan. So that's how the grid lines up then for this 3rd and final race of the day. Very consistent conditions. We've had a bit of cloud cover all day, just enough to stop it being too warm in a way, but pretty much ideal conditions for the cars and for the Seats, which have been going so quickly. Engine revs begin to rise. We're set to go racing for the 3rd and final time. Away we go, and Shedden and Matt Jackson gets a great rocket start. So does Stephen Kane, and it's the rear-wheel drive BMWs. Look at that, 1-2. Matt Jackson under pressure from Stephen Kane as they head up towards Richards Corner. Stephen Kane trying to squeeze through for the lead, but no, it's Matt Jackson who takes the advantage, and the pole man Gordon Shedden back to 3rd. Here comes Kane. Oh, I thought he was going to move down the inside there. Good start from Rob Collard as well. And the rest of them now fighting their places.
Jason Plato had an absolute mare of a start. He dropped back many places. In actual fact, Darren Turner that's Jason Plato pulling out to use the Seat power to pass a few cars, but he really lost out a lot, and Giovanardi has swept through.
Shedden having a little look down the inside of Stephen Kane's car into the S's, but no way through just yet. Poor start, you would say, for Shedden, but not really. It's just that the rear-wheel drive BMWs always have the advantage at the start, so Shedden did his best, but the rear-wheel drive cars around him and behind him got through. There's Darren Turner gaining 1 place on this opening lap, so perhaps a prediction of Dave Ward, team boss, that Darren Turner would maybe catch and pass Plato isn't too far beyond the point here. Race leaders come down into the first into Russell, the final chicane. Giovanardi tucked in there behind Matt Neal, his teammate, I think, in the battle of the Vauxhalls, and both of them are now ganging up on Rob Collard. Here comes Matt Neal to the outside.
Well, we've seen the Vauxhalls go round the outside. I don't think Neal is quite close enough. He's going to have to brave it out, but Collard's a tough nut to pass, and I thought Giovanardi might look up the inside. Neal sweeping back inside, Collard's run wide, the door's open, and watch Giovanardi up behind Neal as well. Neal's cleanly through, will Giovanardi get in?
Well, he certainly got in to see a corner ahead of Collard as Matt Neal, and as you say, Giovanardi's got a chance to draw alongside the BMW, side by side down the Revit straight. 130, 135, nearly 140 miles an hour before they get on the brakes, and you're on board with Colin Turkington. Look at how close he is to the back of Giovanardi. Down towards the S's then. Who's going to win the battle on the brakes here? Into the left-hander, squeeze into the right-hander, brakes locking, and they've both got past Collard.
Yeah, they set up a line of cars on the outside and just swept round. There was no way back in for Collard. Fortunately, no contact.
Jones coming through. We've just heard on the radio that Darren Turner's got an engine problem, I think. Just heard something from Darren Turner with our onboard radio that he may have an engine problem. He's sitting in that queue, the second of the Seats. He's tucked in behind Adam Jones. There is Jason Plato gets a little nudge there from Tom Onslow Cole.
Oh, smoke coming out of that Seat, and it looks like it's dead. It was all going so well for them this weekend, but they do have a habit of sometimes shooting themselves in the foot, that team, and not picking up the points they should do.
Bad news for Darren Turner then, so looks as though they've got him back out on circuit. Jason Plato is still running, but he's dropped an awful lot of places in this race. He's down in, I think, 13th. No, he's dropped more places now, Plato. We're still waiting for him to cross the line, and so Plato really struggling here. Giovanardi up to third place. The two BMWs are ahead of him though. Matt Jackson, the youngster in his second season of British Touring Cars, and a man who has had a victory already this season, leading independent in this race. This car in second is also an independent, so there's the first Wurtz car, and it is Fabrizio Giovanardi. Plato in now, so Jason Plato, after all the successes of earlier on today, 2 victories, but there's no way it's going to be 3 wins this afternoon. And now Tom Onslow Cole is putting Colin Turkington under pressure. Onslow Cole's been doing more overtaking than virtually anyone in this race so far. In the second of these two, the red and white cars, but we hear that Plato is going to be coming back out onto the circuit. So Jason Plato will try and rejoin this race, but well, he's not really going to score anything, I think. On board Turkington, under pressure now from Tom Onslow Cole. These two guys were teammates last year, and now they're racing. And there's Plato just rejoining from the pit lane, as you saw from that shot.
Yeah, look at that great on board there of Onslow Cole. His car looking fantastic. He's looking down the inside. This is his favourite place to pass, into Sleer, and he gets the job done. And no surprise, he was half a second quicker on the last lap, so really found a sweet spot in his car for this third race.
He was so quick through Richards, wasn't he? I mean, Turkington had nothing he could do there. Unusual in a way to see someone just go straight up the inside into Sear, but it was because of his speed through the previous corner. Look behind, there's some fun and games going on. Adam Jones trying to come down the inside. Tom Chilton going around the outside. Oh, good stuff from Chilton. Managed to hold on there. Collard stays in front of Adam Jones, and they all just about get through the corner. Now Jones is going to try and get up the inside into Bummel. Oh, these two again making a little bit of contact, as they did at Croft last time out, as they did earlier on today when they came into Russell, and Jones gets through.
Oh, great side-by-side racing there. Collard got put out on the marbles, and he's going to lose another place now to Jelly, whose opportunist move. He's getting into this touring car racing.
Yeah, he's learning. Meanwhile, apparently Jason Plato is getting a black flag, so he's forced to retire now. Look, there you are, car number 11. That is Jason Plato. He has to come into the pits and report to the clerk of the course.
I wonder if that's because he's been dropping some well, that would have been a mechanical flag if that was it, but clearly they don't think the car should be out there.
No. Giovanardi still in third, is he? Just lost the track of, yeah, there he is. He's still sitting in the wheel tracks of Stephen Kane, so no change up front. Still Matt Jackson race leader, Stephen Kane in second place, Fabrizio Giovanardi in third. Then the gap back to Matt Neal. There he is, double champion, but back with Vauxhall for the first time in quite a long time. Tom Onslow Cole next up in fifth, Turkington sixth, then Chilton in seventh, Jones followed by Stephen Jelly and Rob Collard. That's the top 10, with John George still just outside the top 10. Be a great opportunity for the privateer, the amateur racer John George, to move into the top 10, but he'd have to see one of these guys have a problem to achieve that.
But they're on to the last lap now. Turkington has got one more lap to hang on to that sixth place if possible. Up front, Giovanardi not close to the first two, but Stephen Kane actually putting pressure on Jackson, and he's been quicker for the last 2 laps. There's Turner pulling out of the way. He's hobbling round to the finish.
Yeah, and Jackson actually kicked up the dust and the grass on the exit of the He is under pressure from Stephen Kane. Released from Giovanardi. Stephen Kane fancies his chances a little bit. Down under the bridge they go. Jackson still in front at the moment. I think Stephen Kane will only sort of go for it if presented a big opportunity, because he will not want to throw away a second place finish. But Matt Jackson controls it through the bomb hole. They've now got just 2 corners to go, basically. The fast sweeping Coram corner, no problems through there, and then down to the final right-left. That's the Russell chicane, and it's Matt Jackson that's heading for victory. Stephen Kane jumps over the curb into that one. Matt Jackson's going to come through to take his second victory of 2008, but it's a first ever podium finish for the Motorbase Performance team. Stephen Kane takes second, Giovanardi a fine third for Vauxhall. 4th place and 5th are going to go to Vauxhall as well with that Vectra. Very strong in the final race of the day. Colin Turkington, I think, is just about going to hold on to 6th. Yes, he does, from Chilton, Jones, Stephen Jelly in the points this time, and Rob Collard. But congratulations to Matt Jackson. Picking up lots of dirt and muck on his tyres on purpose there, Matt Jackson. He doesn't want to fail the ride height test, clearly.
Yeah, it does 2 things, actually. It picks up a lot of rubber on the tyres, which raises the ride height.
Yeah.
And also increases the weight.
Good stuff, right? Well, thank you, Tim. Matt Jackson, race winner from Stephen Kane in 2nd place, and Motorbase's first ever podium. Giovanardi 3rd, Matt Neal 4th, and Onslow Cole 5th. Look at that, VX Racing getting a great result. Team RAC had their man in 6th, Colin Turkington. 7th for Tom Chilton. Adam Jones in 8th place, ahead of Stephen Jelly, with Rob Collard in 10th place in the other Motorbase car. And then just outside the points, John George. Good result for him, though, ahead of Michael Doyle, again, the youngster doing brilliantly well. Jason Hughes 13th, Eckert and Martin Bell 14th and 15th. Harry Volkard had that problem, as we saw. Darren Turner and Jason Plato in big trouble, and Gordon Shedden and Andrew Jordan, I'm afraid, also out of the race.
I've got Matt Jackson for you here. Obviously he got his win at Rockingham. You were oh so close at Croft, and now you've done it again. This is what it's all about.
Absolutely, yeah. We've had a tough time. We've been in the barriers at about 110 mile an hour. So, for everybody in the team, it's it's great, to start the weekend on such a low, to end it on such a high. It's all the guys in the team have done a fantastic job.
Let's go through the start, because that's where it all matters, isn't it? You've got to get a good start and stay out the front, especially when you've got people hot on your tail.
Sure, yeah, it's the start is so key, and we didn't actually get that good a one. Stephen got a bit of a better one, and he looked down the inside at this point and thought, you're not going to have it that easy, it's so early. We're on the marbles and the car was a bit sideways. I thought, right, he's going to set it up into Sear, but we managed to hold it, and I think really that was the key to the race. It's the cars are so close out there, and the key is the start for sure, especially with the BMW rear-wheel drive. It's fantastic.
We've just got Stephen Kane just sliding in beside you here. We're going to talk to him in a second. How much pressure was he putting you under?
For sure, yeah. No, he was there. He made very few mistakes. I think I was making a lot more mistakes than what Stephen was, and he put the pressure on. There was no way we could sort of ease off. At one point, I thought, we're pulling a nice gap here, and all of a sudden he found full throttle,
and we saw you make a little mistake at the last lap as well.
Thanks. Yeah, no, it's obviously it's so everybody's so on the limit out there. It's the pace of the Motorbase car this weekend's been awesome, and I think they're going to be a bit of a danger, unfortunately, for the rest of the season.
Okay, well, let's move on. Well done, congratulations. Let's move on and have a chat to the Motorbase team. Stephen Kane. Podium for you, man. This is the best result for the team, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's what we've been working for all year. We started off the year very well. A few rounds we struggled a little bit, but we've worked over the last couple of rounds very hard as a team, and I'm glad to bring it home in second for Dave.
Talk us through the race. How was it for you? We've just heard from Matt Jackson saying the amount of pressure that you were putting him under. What about for you?
The race, the car was excellent to start off with. I got off the line, made a good start, had a bit of pressure from Gordon, and after a few laps I started to get into the rhythm. Then I started to push, and I was catching Matt, pretty easily. But obviously Fabrizio was behind me, and I didn't want to lose the second place, so I just sort of conceded, and I didn't want to start fighting and going backwards, so I just sat there. And then when I realised that Fabrizio wasn't he didn't have the pace at the end of the race the last couple of laps, so I ended up pushing again, and I was quite close to Matt, so I think there could have been a win there, but at the end of the day a podium at this point in the championship is quite good.
Well, we already know that you're intended to continue this performance through the rest of the season. The break that you've just had, how important was that in terms of you finding the correct setup for your cars?
The team as a whole has worked very hard, technically in the cars. we've looked at everything from the start of the season, and we have changed a lot in the car, and it's worked. And this is, everyone can start, the ball can start rolling, and we can start getting results, and because now we're starting to understand the car, and it's starting to make sense. And when you have a good car, then you start to drive it better, and then the whole thing starts to snowball. So, the rest of the year is looking quite good.
Talk us through this. We got some footage of you getting out of the car, the celebrations. You went absolutely nuts.
Yeah, well, it's all the boys have been working so hard, and it's been a hard year. Getting the money together to do it, and sponsors, and Dave's put a lot of faith in me, and it's just great. It's all down to this.
Oh, you know what? I've got to tell the guys at home, you had tears in your eyes, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. This has been a long campaign for me. I mean, obviously Stephen and Rob joined us this year with the BMW for 2008, but we started last year with the Sea. We had a very, very hard year as a team last year, a lot of damage, a lot of problems, and it's just been really, really good to work with the car we've got this year, which is the BMW, which is a fantastic bit of kit, and with Stephen and Rob. And, today for me was just a vindication of all the hard work we've put in as a team, my lads have put in, which I'd like to thank everyone on my team, and the people behind the scenes, and they know who they are, and obviously Stephen and Rob. It's been a fantastic day for us as a team.
Well, congratulations to both of you. It's lovely to see you guys on the podium, and of course we've got another guy on the podium as well. Handshakes all round Fabrizio. Talk us through that race. Again, was it something that you enjoyed a little more from the first time out, a bit more involved?
Yeah, that was, I think, in the end, because the problem was the perfect day, because he didn't gain on me a lot of points. But I tried until the end to catch the two BMW, but no way, really no way. They was pretty faster than me. They didn't make any mistakes, so it's okay. In the end of the day, 2 podium, score points. Okay, 1 victory could be better.
You're looking at in terms of the championship as a whole and damage limitation.
Yes, because if I can have more points to manage, I can try to push more harder on the car and try to win more races. At the moment, I have a lot of points, not enough to be sure. But anyway, I think it's perfect. Today was perfect for my car, for my team, everything.
We're all set for the start then of the first race, and away they go from the grid. It's Jason Plato who leads them off, with Darren Turner alongside him on the front row of the grid. This is how the grid lines up then. The two Seats up front after that brilliant effort in qualifying, and Plato, despite carrying some ballast, looking very, very fast. But on the second row of the grid, watch out for Tom Chilton. He's won here in the past. He loves this Alton Park circuit. And Tom Onslow-Cole, 2 youngsters there, really going for it. Fabrizio Giovanardi lines up on row 3 with Gordon Shedden alongside, and Shedden has won the first race of the day here at Alton the last 2 years. Matt Neal, former double champion, lines up 7th ahead of Colin Turkington, first at the fast-starting BMWs, but he's got some work to do from there. 9th on the grid is Adam Jones, then it's Andrew Jordan, the youngster, going well in the John Guest racing car, and then behind them we've got Matt Jackson looking for a quick start. Stephen Jelly is alongside in the second of the Team RAC cars. All the BMWs slightly underperforming in qualifying. Jason Hughes went well in his MG, he's got a new engine in that car. Harry Volkard going well too in the Chevrolet Lacetti. He starts back on row 7. 15th on the grid is Mike Jordan. He lost his times for being under right height initially in the first part of qualifying. And Stephen Kane, who was second at Snetterton, way down on the grid there in 16th place. His teammate is 17th, that's Rob Collard. 18th on the grid is Michael Doyle, the youngster from Scotland. And then behind those two we've got John George and Chris Stockton. Chris Stockton, local man, loves this Alton Park circuit. Martin Bell starts 21st. Gareth Howell is back in the second motorbase car in 22nd place. And then Alan Taylor lines up at the back for Robert Shaw Racing. So that's how the grid lines up for this race. We're all set then for the start of the first race of the day at one of the best circuits in the country, Alton Park in Cheshire. It's Jason Plato trying to go from pole position, and it's a good start from both Seats, I think, but Tom Chilton's going to try and split them. Tom Chilton coming between the two Seats in the Team Halford Honda. He's got into second place. Giovanardi up into 4th place, but he got a little tap from somebody behind him. He's got ahead of his teammate Tom Onslow-Cole, but that was a great start by Tom Chilton. He's got ahead of Darren Turner. It's exactly what he was trying to do, to try and split those Seats. Good getaway.
Yeah, great start by Chilton. He really does love this circuit. That Honda's got a good engine, which is going to hopefully keep it in touch with the Seats. Conversely, a terrible start for Matt Neal, who also looked like he was out of position on the grid, so have to wait and see if he gets a penalty.
Yes, he's way back down the field, isn't he? So that's very strange to see that. Everybody else getting through the island hairpin safely. Often see incident down there, but I think amazingly they've all got through there cleanly. It's Jason Plato leading as they come into Knickerbrook. This is where the dust is. That's where the new surface has been laid, and the rest of them coming through there. So far, so good at the moment. Tom Chilton in second. We gather there's a drive-through penalty for car number 4, Matt Neal. So Matt Neal, as you said, had a problem at the start there. So presumably he's sort of he had the problem you had. Maybe the clutch was dragging.
Well, he lined up in the wrong place. He was on. That's why I'm sure he's got the penalty. He then made a terrible start. He certainly gained no advantage from it, and now he's got a drive-through. But it was the lining up in the incorrect position that's cost him there.
Well, you wouldn't expect Matt Neal to make that mistake. Meanwhile, we've got Plato leading, looking good at the moment, but Giovanardi's in the hunt as ever. Always sees Giovanardi somewhere around, and he's had a very good start. It's got him into 4th place, and as they come across the line this time, John, and there's a little attack from Darren Turner here, coming for 2nd place, trying to get past Tom Chilton. Then it's Giovanardi, then it's Onslow Cole. He's chased by Gordon Shedden. A few of them running a bit wide out of Old Hall Corner. Turkington running in 7th position. And then behind him it's Matt Jackson in 8th. Matt Neal's done his drive-through penalty, come past our commentary position, but up front it's still Jason Plato with a battle for 2nd here between the Team Halfords Honda of Tom Chilton and on the outside Darren Turner in the green and yellow Seat with the series leader Giovanardi right there.
Well, Chilton's forced into defending at the end of all of the straights, which is also hurting his lap times. Look, he's already defending. He's no choice as the Seat is quicker on the straights. Of course, this will bunch all the field up behind him, allow Plato to get away, and will almost certainly end in tears. That was our first close look at the track where it's been resurfaced. So far, so good. A little
Giovanardi up the inside. He's got up the inside of Turner. Giovanardi's got a chance. He's got an opportunity to get past the 2nd Seat, but can he complete it? I don't think he can. Darren Turner just manages to carry the speed up through Clay Hill and into Druids. This fast double apex right-hander, nearly 100 miles an hour through here. And Tom Onslow Cole has actually caught up to the back of Giovanardi, who kicks up the dust in the Vauxhall. It's all allowing Plato to make a break here as Tom Chilton tries to hold on to 2nd from Darren Turner in 3rd, Giovanardi in the 1st of the Vauxhalls. There's Tom Onslow Cole, the youngster's won a couple of races already this year in the 2nd of the Vauxhalls. Darren Turner's getting into 2nd place unless Tom Chilton can be brave on the inside, side by side through Old Hall Corner. He was brave as ever. Chilton runs wide on the exit though. Can he get back in front? Yes, he just sweeps back in front. He's now got the inside line for Cascades, but Turner so far, they make contact. You could see that coming. Turner holds it. He holds it. He's still on there. He's passed by both Vauxhalls. Great piece of recovery, but he's lost 4 places as a result, and now Giovanardi into 3rd place and attacking for 2nd.
Well, Darren Turner there, he was trying to put the move into the first corner around the outside. He knew Chilton would try and outbrake him. He then tried down the outside of into Cascades. Did get a little way past, but if you watch, he's on the left-hand side approaching us here. Turner slightly in front. He dives for the inside, but Chilton's always going to try and get that place back. And then a fabulous piece of car control, which is not easy in a turbo diesel car. There you just see 2 into 1 will not go. Virtually parallel to the direction of travel there, Turner was.
You're on board though with Gordon Shedden, still looking at Turkington getting closer and closer, and he's having a little look into Lodge Corner. There's a lock-up on the brakes. He's got alongside fractionally, but is it enough? And don't forget, right behind them is Darren Turner with the power of the Seat Diesel, and he might be able to take advantage. Turkington gets past Shedden, and Turner's going to try and do the same thing into the first corner. Shedden could be hung out to dry here. Turner's got the inside line. Shedden runs wide. Gets back on, and they're still. Oh, he's done it. He's through. I thought they were still side by side.
No, there was only one place Shedden was ever going there, and that was on the grass because, a bit of a slide there because Darren Turner was down the inside right behind Turkington and determined to follow him through. But that was a good move by Turkington. Very forceful at Lodge just to get the nose inside, get a slight bit of overlap with enough inertia to get up the inside into Old Hall.
Adam Jones trying to go around the outside of Jackson here. That's a pretty brave thing to try and do. Just given enough room, and he's done it. He's got ahead of Matt Jackson, and here comes Mike Jordan. Mike Jordan's got ahead of Andy Jordan, and Mike Jordan now in the first of the John Guest cars is tucked in behind Matt Jackson. Jackson's gone straight on. Was there contact? I don't know, but he's gone on. Andrew Jordan's been hit in the middle of the chicane as well. Matt Jackson will rejoin. Now I'm not sure whether there was a hit from behind or not.
I'm not sure, but it doesn't really make any difference because once he's gone through, the agreed rule is if you go through, well, there was Jackson actually just running into the back of Jones.
Yeah.
But having gone through this section, the agreed rule is that he must bring the car to a standstill and then rejoin. And he's going to lose a massive amount out of that.
Yeah, well, he has dropped back quite a few places. Mike Jordan now trying to get past Adam Jones behind him. You've got the two motor-based BMWs there, virtually side by side, Stephen Kane and Rob Collard. They were stars at Snetterton last time out, but they really struggled in qualifying here, and it just goes to show how competitive this championship is. If you're off by a fraction now, you're not just outside the top 10, you're down in 15th, 16th place. It is so competitive at the top. Plato leads, Chilton second, Giovanardi in third, Onslow Cole in fourth place, then Shedden still holding on to 7th place at the moment behind Turkington and Turner. And there is that little battle that's going on between Shedden, Jones and Mike Jordan. Behind them the two motor-based cars, and then Andrew Jordan's involved in that next little group, I think. Still a bit of a lock-up there as Stephen Jelly tries to get past the two motor-based cars. Locked up, oh, he gets it sideways on the exit, gathers it together, and Stephen Kane takes the place back.
Oh, he'd done all the hard work there, Stephen Jelly, but then because he lit the rear end up on the power, he lost all his momentum. Look, he does it absolutely perfectly. Slides up the inside, 2 in 1, excellent. He's away now, but then gets that slide, has to back out the throttle. The two other BMWs, the white motor-based cars, have the inertia and they'll get back past.
Mike Jordan side by side with Gordon. He's done it, hasn't he? He's got in front of him as they come up. No! Oh, what a shame! That should never have happened. That was totally unnecessary, and Mike is furious.
Yeah, but I've got to say, he should be furious with himself because he was moving over when he was not a clear car in front. You can't crowd a car towards the pit wall when you're not in front, and he will think that he's been driven into from behind, but he moved across quite clearly then. You look, he's pushing towards the pit wall. He's not in front. He can't do that.
Oh, it's damaged the suspension. It could have been a lot worse. I'm amazed it wasn't worse than that, in fact. Just taking a look at onboard view. Oh, look at how he nearly got collected by Adam Jones.
Well, that's what he should be upset about because it was, it's a huge accident. I could see that coming, and, when you're going towards the pit wall and then back across the track, it could have been so much worse. Fortunately, it's only taken a glancing blow, but I think Mike is thinking more about what could have been, how bad that accident could have been there.
Oh, that is so disappointing. He climbed his way up the order brilliantly in that race and was challenging for 7th place. Well, he was in 7th just as they crossed the line. Anyway, back to what's going on up front. 3rd place, the man with the lights on, is Fabrizio Giovanardi. Tom Onslow Cole chases him. And look at Colin Turkington. We wondered whether the BMW might come good later in the race. And I tell you what, Turkington is now putting Onslow Cole here under pretty serious pressure. Well, Giovanardi sitting pretty at the moment in 3rd. Don't forget that Tom Chilton's still running 2nd. Turkington, a little bit of contact. Onslow Cole locked up a break. Not sure if they actually hit each other or not, but Turkington's going to have the place anyway, as they just got into a bit of a fumble. Onslow Cole tried to defend, locked up a wheel. Turkington saw the chance to go through. Good aggressive piece of overtaking, and that puts the BMW into 4th place now. So he started down in 8th, he's now into 4th, and Giovanardi will have to watch his mirrors on this last lap. But Jason Plato should have this one totally under control. Here comes Jackson now on Stephen Jelly. Good opportunity here, kicking up the dust a little bit offline. And behind as well, you've got Jones and Kane and Collard. There we are, down the inside. Jelly just has the advantage.
Yeah, Matt couldn't get across to the inside there. Jelly just kept the power on down the inside. But I don't think that Giovanardi's going to be caught on this last lap, although it was a good move by Turkington.
So Plato through Knickerbrook, as you say, the track holding up well on that section. The quiet, hissing diesel comes through there. No problems at all at the moment for Jason Plato. That gap 3.6 seconds, as I say, over Tom Chilton. Very good run this from Tom Chilton. And if he can back that up with another podium, he got a podium at Snetterton last time out, did Chilton, and suddenly it's really beginning to click for him at Team Halfords with that Honda Civic, and that's good to see. But no one's been able to match Jason Plato in the first race of the day here at Alton Park, and he will take his winning tally to 5 race wins so far this year. That's more than anyone else, including series leader Fabrizio Giovanardi. Jason Plato comes across the line to win at Alton Park. It's his 4th win at Alton Park since 2001, and it was a very straightforward victory. 2nd place goes to Tom Chilton. Fabrizio Giovanardi, the series leader, comes home in 3rd. Onslow Cole is beaten across the line by Turkington, so Turkington 4th, Onslow Cole 5th, Turner takes 6th place, and then Gordon Shedden finishes ahead of that next little group of Adam Jones, Stephen Kane and Rob Collard. So let's take a look at that finishing result of the first race of the day. It's Jason Plato, the winner for Seat. Tom Chilton in 2nd, Giovanardi in 3rd, then Turkington in 4th. Onslow Cole beat Darren Turner, who dropped to 6th, having started 2nd. Gordon Shedden was 7th, ahead of Adam Jones, with Stephen Kane and Rob Collard, the two teammates, getting into 9th and 10th. Further down the order, Stephen Jelly just outside the points. Poor Stephen, I think he's had more 11th places than anyone else so far this year. Matt Jackson in 12th, ahead of Andrew Jordan, then Harry Volkov. Matt Neal, who had that drive-through penalty for being out of position at the start, well, he was all the way down in 15th. And poor Mike Jordan, of course, didn't finish the race at all as a result of that accident. Now then, let's just see what that's done in terms of championship standings as well, because for Fabrizio Giovanardi, it's a third place that keeps him well ahead, but it has put Plato into second now. Matt Neal was in second place coming into that race, but Jason Plato has now moved into second place himself. Neil drops to third, Turkington up to fourth place, and he won the independence class in that, so he'll have a greater lead in the independence category. Matt Jackson sits fifth, so he's dropped a place in the championship, ahead of Tom Onslow, Cole Gordon Shedden, then Darren Turner, Tom Chilter, and Adam Jones.
Was it masterful, easy even?
No, it's not easy. I mean, the temperature's playing havoc with everybody, and we predicted yesterday in our race run that our performance drop-off might be a little bit less than the others because we really worked on our race setup. So, but yeah, I mean, it looked easy, but the others behind were fighting. That enabled me to get a gap, and then I could look after my tyres and dictate the pace. So a good win, important one, but we've got 2 more races left to go.
So do you really believe now that the progress that you've made with the Seat Diesel is now carrying on, and it's not circuit specific as many people were saying last time in Snetterton?
No, I don't think it is circuit specific. We're where we should have been at the beginning of the year had we done some winter testing. So we found a few things out about how to make the diesel work. The chassis improved, and now we've got true performance and true pace. We're just starting at halfway through the year where we should be a little bit closer. But hopefully it might make a great fight with a crescendo in Brant at the end of the year, and hopefully I'll be the one lifting the trophy. But it's going to be tough. Yeah. Fabrizio's a long way in front.
Certainly will, and he was on the podium again today. You can never get rid of him. Scorchio out there. Have you not got aircon in that Seat?
No, mate, no. We're it's very hot in the car. I think 60 degrees C inside. And we've got a fan, but that just circulates hot air around. But it's better than nothing. But it's nice. The sun's out. The spectators are having a great time. There's barbecues all on the track.
Okay.
We shouldn't complain. We've got pretty good jobs.
Okay.
I've got Tom Chilton down here at the moment, Ted.
Very hot, sweaty Tom.
A very hot and sweaty Tom Chilton. Tom, you were first petrol car on the grid for qualifying. First petrol car on the podium. You said to keep it positive, so there you go.
Wow, how good was that?
Yeah.
Massive adrenaline buzz, and as you said, I've won the non-turbo class, and it's another great finish for Honda. They've actually won round this circuit more times than anybody, so it's nice to keep it going.
And I know you're feeling very positive, but I have got to ask you about that incident with Darren Turner. Can you explain what happened there?
Yeah, no, of course. We come out the corner fairly similar, but obviously the car's a lot faster up the straight and slower through the corner, and basically Darren was basically coming around the outside of me for the next corner, Cascades, and literally we hadn't braked quite, and he'd already started turning in front of me, and he probably thought, because the diesel turbo is that much faster, that it was a whole car length in front, but he wasn't, so he made a bit of a mistake there, and he didn't polish his mirror before he went out, so he couldn't quite see me, unfortunately, but luckily, I don't know if he finished or not, but yeah, he's okay, no one's injured, and use the mirrors next time.
Roll on for the next one, and of course you're going to have a great start as well.
Yeah, roll on. Yeah. Roll on race 2.
Cool, okay.
Thank you very much.
We'll have a chat with Fabrizio, who of course, Fabrizio, yesterday we were having a little chat about the championship, and that you were prepared to maybe ease off a little bit from chasing the win in terms of getting your championship points.
I'll be honestly, today I've tried to catch Jason, but I've seen him really fast and I had to fight with different cars in front, so in the end I just tried to have some points more, and then there was no way to catch Jason, but the next race will be different, I think, because the ballast will change, so we'll see. Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll see indeed. Thank you very much, Fabrizio. Darren Turner's just hovering there by Jason Plato's car. We're going to bring him in. Darren, I can see the frustration and annoyance in your face. Talk us through it.
I'm trying to sort of remember it myself. It was obviously a bad start for me, and I had to get myself back into second. Tom ran a bit wide at Old Hall, had a run on him, and had the line for Cascades, but he decided just to fire himself down there and keep pushing, as I even had a moment to keep it pushing and just sort of ruin my race, really. So annoyed is not the word I want to use right now, but it's we'll see what happens in race 2.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there.
So we're ready for race 2 here at Alton Park in sweltering summer sunshine. What a glorious day we have got here. It is very, very warm out there. Track temperature 41 degrees as we prepare for the race. Watch those lights then. Lights out, away we go. Plato trying to get off pole, Tom Chilton making a good start, and then the BMW right behind him, Colin Turkington, which comes across into third position. Might take second here, Turkington. He's got down the inside of Tom Chilton, will squeeze him wide here. That was always on the cards, and it's Colin Turkington up to second place. Now, can he do anything about that diesel-powered Seat ahead?
Well, Turkington had great pace in the first race after the first few laps, and with this temperature, he'll get the tyres up to temperature very quickly, so stand by, because Plato is now carrying that extra weight.
Yeah, more ballast on board, the Seat leading. It's Plato in front, Turkington second, Chilton third, Giovanardi in fourth, Onslow Cole fifth, Turner in sixth, and then the first of the motor-based cars come through. That's Stephen Kane. There's Stephen Jelly, meanwhile, going over the grass and the curb, trying to get back on track. He's done so, and everyone again has got through there. We've lost a bumper from Alan Taylor's car, I gather. Otherwise, I think pretty much undamaged. Turner and Onslow Cole, a little bit of rubbing there.
Very close indeed. Plato's got the car going hard, as he always does on the first lap. Turkington under pressure in second, and Alan Taylor, he was looking for a front bumper in practice. They had to borrow one off someone, so now he's lost a rear.
Martin Bell was on the grass, I noticed, through Knickerbrook, but he's got it on track. Plato leading. Darren Turner's in trouble. Darren Turner has lost several places, going slow, slow, slow. There was a little bit of contact with another car. Has that damaged it? I don't know. There's the race leader. It's Plato. Turkington second. Chilton under pressure now from Giovanardi. Here comes Gordon Shedden trying to get down the inside of Rob Collard for position. And Shedden quite a long way down in this race. It didn't really get off the line particularly well. And now he's trying to make up for it. Tom Chilton there. Definitely under pressure, though, from series leader and reigning champion Giovanardi.
Yeah, Seat is so relying on Darren Turner to get in front of Plato. Here he comes in the pits. The car wasn't steering properly, so I suspect he's had a nudge in the rear and bent the rear suspension. Oh, and a big off for Michael Doyle.
He's hit the barrier hard, hasn't he? I'm not sure. I think that's on the exit of Old Hall, and he's come across to the inside, and he's trying to get it going again. Let's take a look at this. Is it the classic? Yes, it is. Off the exit of Old Hall, slam across to the other side. And thankfully he sort of hits it with the rear three quarters.
Yeah, we can't see the damage because it's completely on the blind side, but I was surprised he tried to get it going again. Fair play, a bit of the Gilles Villeneuve approach there. Side by side, Giovanardi.
No, but what's happened up front? Turkington's taken the lead. Meanwhile, Giovanardi's taken third. What happened there? Turkington's leading Plato. So Jason Plato's lost the lead of the race.
Yeah, and Giovanardi's up to third. Well, it all's happened there, somewhere between the Island Hairpin and Knickerbrook. We'll have to look back and see, but now Turkington's in the lead, and we know, as I said, he's got great pace, so watch him go.
Yeah, now look at this. Onslow Cole trying to get past Tom Chilton. Chilton not going so well in this second race. He's carrying some ballast, and it's maybe hurting him more than some of the others. Let's see what happened down at that Island Hairpin, Tim. This is what happened.
This is on board with Plato looking back at Turkington. Well, the exit looks fine. No, he's just got no pace. That was really strange. Now, is this a repeat of the engine problems we saw at Snetterton? He didn't run wide. He's definitely, he's maybe got the same problem as Snetterton. This is unbelievable. Once again, Seat failing on reliability.
This is remarkable. Jason Plato trying to keep the car running, but he's in real trouble here, and it's bunching everybody else up together as they try and fight away past. Stephen Jelly's the next one in the Team RAC guy. He sweeps around the outside. He's followed by Matt Jackson. Andrew Jordan's down there. Matt Neal all going past. And Jason Plato limping his way around. It's disaster for Seat. Kane through. Stephen Kane is through. He's past Chilton. That's for fourth. Great run there from Stephen Kane in the motor-based car. Remember what a fine second place he had at Snetterton in race 3 last time out. Well, he remembered this time he's had to come from 14th on the grid in race 1, worked his way up, and now he's into 4th in this one.
Yeah, he must have got a really good run through Druids and probably got up the inside right on the exit, and Chilton just couldn't move across on him.
Great racing from the Northern Irishman. Let's see if we can see where things are going to go. Oh, Jackson had to take the escape road. Now that's interesting because he was sort of forced out there, wasn't he?
Well, he was forced out, but also he didn't go down the escape road. And I think the regulation applies if you go down the escape road, not if you go across the grass. But, I mean, Jelly just launched it up the inside with the wheels locked, so I can't really see that it'd be fair to penalise him for Matt Jackson for going across the grass there.
Oh, he had nowhere else to go, did he? Jackson appears over the hill. Kane in 4th in the white, red and black BMW. Chilton now in 5th. Adam Jones in 6th place, and now in 7th place is Matt Jackson. 8th place now is Matt Neal, of course, and then it's Gordon Shedden behind him. Race leader, new lap record for Colin Turkington, and that's after 8 laps, or 7 laps have been completed. We're on lap 8. And that lap was actually on lap 5 that he did that lap record pace. Very impressive stuff from Turkington. Here's a chance for Jackson, but he's on the outside. Now he'll try and switch to the inside, rubbing bumpers virtually there. And both of them ganging up on Tom Chilton again. Oh, this is wonderful racing between some of the youngsters who are trying to prove their names in touring cars. Here comes Matt Jackson, winner here last year was Matt Jackson in race 3 at Alton Park. Can he get the car turned in ahead? Oh, Matt Neal's going to try and take advantage. Look at them all 4 together. Wonderful, wonderful racing. And now Adam Jones has got the inside of Tom Chilton as they come down the hill. This could be an opportunity.
And Jackson will go with him. You watch. Jackson will try and push it. He's done it. Now, in actual fact, I think that Chilton just literally locked up and ran wide himself there. See, he came to a stop. Now he can restart. But look at the penalty.
Yeah, that is so costly if you go down that escape road. And that means we've got a complete change now for 5th place. It's Adam Jones under pressure from Matt Jackson. This is for 5th place. We've still got a few laps to go in this one. We're on lap 10 out of 15. And Matt Jackson so fired up. He ended up down the escape road in the first race, and that's what cost him so many places. And he desperately wants to get back on terms in this race. Jones has to hold it a bit tight into Lodge. This will give the BMW driver a better run out of the corner, and he might be able to draw alongside. He's got the inside, he's got the overlap, and he's going to take 5th place.
Yeah, good move that. Just a traditional switchback move, and Adam knew the game was over and left the game. So look at that oversteer from there as Adam Jones turned in. And it's Matt Neal that's caught this pair up and is the quickest of the 3 on the track.
Could be an opportunity this for Matt Jackson to win race 3 as he did here last year, because remember, will be a reverse grid for race 3. He's going to be pretty near the front, I should think.
Well, we could have anyone from Adam Jones, Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden or Andrew Jordan or even Stephen Jelly on the front at the moment, so lots of choices.
Oh, Matt Neal here getting past Adam Jones, and he's done it. He has done it. So Matt Neal moves up into 6th place. So another aggressive move, as we always come to expect. But Adam Jones again sensibly, you know, he knows that if he's beaten, he's beaten. He doesn't try and hang on too long. Let's have a look. He ran a bit wide. That's
he was
why.
definitely beaten then, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He beat himself, in fact. But you're right. I mean, we've seen some great racing from Adam. You know, when he's overtaken, he normally fights right back. And look, he's back on the tail of Neal, but he manages to do it without damaging the car and finishes most races. And Adam Jones is still fighting with Matt Neal, and here he goes. He's fallen back. Fantastic, brilliant move, absolutely brilliant.
Clean, positive, determined, and absolutely excellent move from Adam Jones to retake that 6th place. So well done to him. Turkington this with a, look at it, nearly 7-second lead now.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, he's driven a copybook race, made a perfect start, pushed through when he could, and has clearly had the pace with fastest lap as well. He'll be very pleased with this.
He will be, and rightly so. A man who enjoys gardening when he's not driving a touring car. That's what he'll go off and do tomorrow. Yeah, no, honestly, he gets in his pickup truck, chucks the strimmer in the back end of the pickup truck and goes off, does a bit of strimming. He's as happy as Larry doing that.
He can come and do my garden all day long.
But it's a very different lifestyle he enjoys when he's not in his race car. I tell you, he's as aggressive as they come. He's as determined as they come when he's behind the wheel.
Yeah, I'll sit and enjoy a cold beer and read the paper while he cuts my grass. That'd be excellent.
Well, you never know, he might be up for it. But at the moment, what he's focused on is winning this race. He's coming through Druids, the double apex right-hander, and no problem at all. The car looks absolutely stable. No problems, unlike Sayat. Sayat again have had a nightmare race here. After the problems at Snetterton, they've suffered at Alton Park, but no such troubles for Team RAC and for Colin Turkington. It's win number 4 of the season for the man from Northern Ireland for Team RAC, and across in 2nd place, it's going to be the championship leader, Fabrizio Giovanardi, who again picks up the points. Matt Neal trying to come back at Adam Jones there. I don't think he's quite done it. Meanwhile, Gordon Shedden trying to keep Andy Jordan behind. Those two are going to finish pretty close. But it's Giovanardi 2nd, Onslow Cole 3rd, Stephen Kane 4th, Jackson 5th, Jones at 6th, then Matt Neal in 7th, with Gordon Shedden finishing in 8th place, Andy Jordan in 9th, and Stephen Jelly in 10th place. Let's take a look at that result. Colin Turkington wins the 2nd race of the day ahead of Giovanardi and Tom Onslow Cole. So Vauxhall with 2 cars on the podium there. Stephen Kane, another excellent result with 4th ahead of Matt Jackson, a fighting drive from him. Likewise for Adam Jones in 6th, Matt Neal in 7th, Gordon Shedden was in 8th. And the top 10 completed by Andrew Jordan and Stephen Jelly. Further down the order, Tom Chilton finished in 11th place, Harry Volkard 12th, Martin Bell grabbed 13th on the line there, virtually ahead of Chris Stockton, and then Jason Hughes, who had a pit visit. Michael Doyle also came in the pits, and the big problems, the big story really, Jason Plato, 5 laps down. They got the car running in the end, but no points scored in that one, ahead of Alan Taylor, John George and Rob Collard.
Yeah, we got the jump off the line and put the pressure under Jason, but I think we would have had the pace in the car to maybe to get him at the end of the race. The car the RSC guys gave me was unbelievable. I think we got the lap record, so I'm really delighted with our pace, and consolation to Jason.
Yeah, and you managed to get one over the diesels, who've been showing such good pace so far.
Yeah, it's great. In qualifying we struggled with pace, but we thought we'd be good over the race, and it just showed here today. How quick we are.
Well, let's see how they line up for this one. It is Andrew Jordan, the youngster, who's on pole position. He's been here before. Let's see how long he can stay there. Gordon Shedden alongside, and then Matt Neal and Adam Jones on row 2. Matt Jackson in the BMW, and Stephen Kane also in another BMW in 6th. Then it's Tom Onslow Cole and Fabrizio Giovanardi in the 2 Vauxhalls. The 2 Team RAC cars of Turkington and Jelly, and then Chilton and Volkard on row number 6. Behind them, we've got Martin Bell and Chris Stockton. Jason Hughes and Michael Doyle are on row 8. Jason Plato starting 17th after those problems in race 2. He's got lots to do here. 18th is Alan Taylor. And then towards the back of the grid, we've got John George, Rob Collard, in theory, although we think he's still changing an engine. Lights go out quickly, and away we go. And it's a good start from the pole man. The youngster, Andrew Jordan, gets away very well. Shedden moves into 2nd place. Watch out for Matt Jackson on the outside, though, in the BMW. Already up into 3rd. He's round Giovanardi. Giovanardi just gives him space. And then Adam Jones trying to go on the grass, trying to get past Giovanardi as well. It's going to be tight down the hill. And in fact, Jones has got past Giovanardi, so Giovanardi's lost a couple of spots there. And in fact, he's under pressure from Kane as well. Or is it
That's
Matt Neal? Sorry, Matt Neal,
who started obviously in 3rd place. But a cracking start there by Andrew Jordan. Not a good start by Matt Jackson, but he probably might have hoped for a bit more even.
Yeah, for the BMW, he's up to 3rd. Jordan doing well on this first lap. Now, do they still get the foot through the hairpin? Yes, they do. That's good effort by everybody. And up front, it's still Andrew Jordan leading as they come down to Knickerbrook, with Gordon Shedden in 2nd place. Then it's Matt Jackson in 3rd position. Adam Jones in 4th place. Then it's Matt Neal. Oh, contact! Oh, and the tyres are thrown into the middle of the road. Darren Turner's... No, it's Plato. Caught in the middle of it. Oh, we're surely going to have a safety car. The first safety car of the whole day, including all the support races.
Yeah, the steering deranged on the Kane car, so he's definitely out of it. But Plato actually ran into the side there, but he may not have done too much damage. With the safety car, he'll be able to catch up. If the car's still in one piece, he'll be okay. But they're racing back to the line, don't forget, and it's a close group at the front.
Yeah, it is a very close group indeed, trying to get back to the line. It's going to be Andrew Jordan who leads them across the line, and then will slow down for the safety car. Then it's Shedden, Jackson, Adam Jones and Matt Neal, as you say. I thought that was Giovanardi for a moment, but he dropped back a bit, didn't he? Because he did start in 3rd.
Yeah, that's the broken rear suspension track rod on Stephen Kane's car. What a shame. He probably was due for a good result in that race, but it all went off down at Knickerbrook, and he was involved and then got slammed into with Jason Plato. But Chilton is definitely out the race.
Oh dear, what a shame. We've had some good clean racing. Look in the background of this, because it starts sort of at the back of the picture, if you like, here somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, they all got through the hairpin all right, but then coming down into Knickerbrook, and it was Chilton down the inside, couldn't stop the car. He couldn't stop the car and kicked it all off.
Yeah, he was on the grass as we saw that. He was definitely, whether he'd been squeezed onto the grass or not, I don't know, by somebody.
Yeah, watch on your right-hand side, because Chilton will arrive very quickly.
About to turn in. Oh, there he is. Suddenly arrives, swipes into Kane.
Giovanardi very good to miss the back of Kane's car.
On board Plato, I gather this. You can tell by how quiet it is on the diesel. No, so he was caught out. So Chilton was behind. Ooh, bang, that was Plato. Well, here we go, all set for the restart, and Andrew Jordan once again blasts away. Good restart from the youngster. Not showing any of his lack of experience relative to some of these other guys. He's on colder tyres, so let's hope that they've all got their tyres, kept them up to temperature here. Little battle going on further back as Alan Taylor is passed by Rob Collard, who started at the back, remember, and that puts Collard now into 13th position. But it's still down the hill. It's still Andrew Jordan leading this race under a bit of attack from Gordon Shedden. Oh, and Stephen Jelly's had a spin. He was towards the back already, and unfortunately that's dropped him even further back.
Yeah, that looks like on the exit of the old hairpin, he's turned the car around, maybe got on the grass and just spun it round, but he's rejoined anyway, so he's doing the race. And Turkington doing well. Don't forget, Turkington's carrying full ballast in this. From, he's winning the last race, but he's still making progress.
Yeah, he's got past Matt Neal there, so that's a gain for Colin Turkington. There's still a good race behind him, though. Matt Neal's right there, so's Fabrizio Giovanardi, then Darren Turner, Jason Hughes. There's Jason Plato coming through the chicane, so it looks as though that car is running all right, but Turkington's just lost what he gained.
Yeah, he made a mistake there, perhaps picked up some dirt on his tyres through that chicane and just ran wide, and he's lost 2 places.
3 places, I think. He's lost Neal, Giovanardi and Darren Turner. Have all got past him. Now this was his teammate. What happened on the restart for his teammate, Stephen Jelly? Contact with Chris Stockton.
Yeah, that was a typical rear-wheel drive car, not able to save a bit of contact at the front. The rear steps out, no way of doing it. A very disconsolate Tom Chilton walks back.
Yeah, great shame for him. Day started well with second place, but the battle for the lead is on, and it's Gordon Shedden who goes to the inside. Andrew Jordan just cuts into second place. Clever there not to lose 2 places in one go. It would have been easily done. And Andrew Jordan now under attack from the BMW of Matt Jackson. It's Gordon Shedden for Team Halfords who leads the race. Andrew Jordan doing his best to hold on with the leaders, but Matt Jackson pushing on. He wants another race victory. Started the weekend poorly, but he is very good at climbing back in the latter stages. Remember Snetterton last time out when he won race 3, and he's putting Andrew Jordan under pressure here.
Yeah, and Adam Jones just sitting there waiting to maybe pick up some pieces or an opportunist move if Jackson makes a go on Andrew Jordan, and who should obviously crop up in 6th place but Giovanardi.
Yeah, he's still there. Oh, and off now is Jelly. He's gone off the road at Cascades, I think, and he's gone a long way off. He's having to recover from miles away. So it's Shedden from Andrew Jordan, from Matt Jackson there in car 7, followed by Adam Jones, who's now under a bit more pressure from Matt Neal. Those two had a very good dice, didn't they, in the previous race, so they're going to start that one again. On board with Jackson, up under the trees, up to Druids Corner, sitting in 3rd place at the moment, but the leaders are not getting away.
No, they're not. I mean, this is an opportunity, obviously, for Shedden to put the foot down and try and get a bit of a gap while perhaps the slightly slower Jordan is behind, but Andrew Jordan's tenaciously hanging on.
And side-by-side action here, Michael Doyle is past. That's Pollard, is it, going through past him? In fact, he's staying ahead of him. I think Doyle was on the attack there. So good little battle between 2 of them. There's our race leader, and once again Matt Jackson with a chance of trying to take 2nd place. Trying to move to the outside. How close is he going to be? Very close, that's the answer. Touches the bumper. Look, another bumper could be going here, but actually runs over the grass on the exit.
Yeah, runs over the grass and loses time, and Adam Jones sees an opportunity. That's exactly what we were talking about. Adam Jones patiently waiting for an opportunity either to follow Jackson through or go past him.
Clever stuff from Adam Jones, and Matt Jackson pays the penalty for just getting a bit close. John George is off this time, but has he damaged the car too much? No, he's still going. Here comes Jackson now. Can Jackson do it this time? This was where he managed to get Adam Jones on the exit of this corner earlier on today, but Matt Neal's right behind him, so he can't really afford to maybe take the same risks as he was earlier today, because he's in danger of losing his own place. Adam Jones gets close to the pit wall and eases it back out. Clever use of the
It's very clever, because what he's doing is, although he's defending from Jackson, he's not costing himself too much in lap time, and that's what's enabling him to stay close to Andrew Jordan. It's really clever driving. Wow, Jordan, a big slide on the way in there. He's going to lose momentum. This is a good chance. Adam Jones is quick through here, and Jordan's going to have to defend very heavily. Matt Jackson may go around the outside.
Yeah, opportunity for Matt Jackson because of Andrew Jordan's mistake, and he's gone deep into the hairpin as Jordan. Too deep, surely. He's passed by Jones, could be passed by Jackson as well. Andrew Jordan wants his first ever podium finish in British touring cars. He's lost one potential podium position, I think. He's trying to come back at him. Side by side into Nickelbrook. No, he slots him behind. Jones goes pretty deep. He uses the curve as Jordan, and he's trying to keep them behind. There's still a lap and a half to go here. Andrew Jordan still desperately wants his first ever British touring car podium, but he's been pushed to 3rd.
Yeah, that was his mistake at Ireland. He ran wide. Jones got an excellent run at him. There are no tyres on now on the turn into the Nickelbrook chicane, thanks to Tom Chilton earlier in the race, and Andrew Jordan shortcut it to keep his 3rd place.
So he covers the inside. Watch Matt Jackson here. This is where the BMW is so effective on the exit here, and he's left the door open. Oh, that could have been a lunge from Jackson. Could have been a mistake, but no, Jackson couldn't actually capitalise on it. Right behind is still Matt Neal and Giovanardi. Are we going to see a swap around between those two as we go on to the last lap here? It's looking good for Gordon Shedden to take a victory. A victory at Alton Park is something he's achieved in each of the last 2 years of British Touring Cars. He does love this place, and it'll be a real morale boost for Shedden, who's had a tough time over the last few races. But behind him is what we're watching, the battle for third, the final podium spot. Will it be Andrew Jordan, or will it be Matt Jackson, or will it be one of the Vauxhalls?
Who knows, but Jordan's going to have to defend again, but will he run wide? He doesn't need to brake too late if you're on the inside, just need to make sure you don't. He's done it again, a little bit wide, but Jackson couldn't get inside.
No, just managed to tuck it in that time, didn't he? Just got it turned in, and in fact, if anything, it helped him in the end, because he gained about a half a car length through that. There's Adam Jones still ahead of him. You know, this is going to be a wonderful result for Adam Jones in the Team Aircool car as well. We've seen him so consistent throughout the season in terms of scoring points, but Andrew Jordan still has his hands absolutely full here of trying to keep Matt Jackson behind as they go for that final podium slot.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I'd like to see both Adam Jones and Andrew Jordan on that podium. They've both driven brilliantly this race, but Andrew Jordan really is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. He's got one more corner to defend.
Let's see what happens. Gordon Shedden is going to win the final race of the day here. Adam Jones is going to take second place to match his best ever result, but it's 18-year-old Andrew Jordan who's trying to hold on for his first ever podium in British Touring Cars. Shedden is going to win the race. Adam Jones second, and Andrew Jordan does it. It's the first ever podium for the youngster in the John Guest car. He's held off Matt Jackson. He's held off Matt Neal. What a drive. He held on to third place.
Yeah, that's the GR Asia crew. Adam Jones' team celebrating a fantastic result for him as well. Brilliant, brilliant drive.
The day at Alton Park, it's a win for Gordon Shedden. The result of the final race of the day here at Alton Park, and Gordon Shedden takes the win for Team Halfords ahead of Adam Jones. Andrew Jordan in third place ahead of Matt Jackson, then Matt Neal and Fabrizio Giovanardi, both the Vauxhalls scoring points again. Colin Turkington 7th, Rob Collard finished 8th from the back of the grid, Jason Plato could only manage 9th, and Jason Hughes took the final point in 10th. In 11th place it was Tom Onslow Cole. Harry Volkard looked like he might score points, but in the end finished in 12th, and then it was Michael Doyle, Martin Bell, Stephen Jelly finished the race, but Darren Turner had problems, Chris Stockton as well, John George, Alan Taylor and Stephen Kane failed to finish the race.
How good does that feel ahead of your home race? You look knackered, mate. You look absolutely knackered.
So, I've been waiting for it for so long. It feels like an age since the win at Rockingham early on. Everybody at Team Halford's done an awesome job, and obviously Clydesdale Bank involved so much, and especially to do it 3 weeks before Knockhill, to go to Knockhill on the 17th of August, it'll just be awesome.
Yeah. What do you think the story of the day was? Seat's fast, but fragile ultimately.
Yeah, they had the ultimate pace in qualifying. I think that's, we've seen it at Snetterton and again here, but I guess you've got to get to the end, haven't you? And my day was looking kind of bleak at one stage, so to finish on a win is just awesome.
Good stuff. Many congratulations, Gordon. We'll let you go to the podium, and Janie is down in the pits. Who have you got, Janie?
I've got Adam Jones, and it was difficult to drag you away from your team. This is one hell of a result. It's second podium for you, but you worked so hard, all that defensive driving.
It is. I mean, it seems such a while since we've had a podium. Obviously, we was disappointed after Snetterton. We didn't quite have the pace all weekend, and on the Sunday. We're just so pleased for everybody. Such a team effort. But I was just trying to push in front, but at the same time, you're looking in mirrors behind. So I'm trying to do two jobs at once, and it's not difficult when you're up against these guys. But I'm just so pleased.
Well, the Seat Leons are 1-2 on the grid for the third consecutive race. But the big question, Scott, is have you fixed the reliability?
We'll find out later today. But we've been working very closely with our colleagues in Spain to define what the issues exactly have been. We think we found those issues, and I'm confident that both cars will finish all three races today.
And Jason, it's been a weird kind of misfire. Why have these things been cropping up? Have you actually managed to get some answers?
It's an answer. I wish I knew. It's a question I don't have the answer for. It's each time we have a problem, they're all very slightly different, and I don't prepare the engines. I don't tune them. We don't. It's down to the engineers in Spain to discover what the problem is, and it's not a problem which they've had in the World Series. So it's a new issue, and it's a concern for them in their series as well, because it's a strange problem, and one which we're struggling to trace, to be honest. But everyone's working as hard as we can.
I'm confident that we have resolved the problem, and we just need to, as you say, it's the third consecutive meeting that we put the cars on the front row, and hopefully this time we can turn that qualifying position into the points that we deserve.
Well, let's talk about the points then, Jason. Is it too late for the championship?
I think it's probably too late for me to think about making the difference myself. And what I mean by that is, if I am to catch up, it needs some misfortune to strike on Fabrizio, and I have no control over that. So, whilst it's still alive, but realistically, it's going to be tough. So, in many ways, that's a nice position to be in, because there's no pressure. We just go out, we try and win as many races as we can, and if the points work, they do. And looking good here. The car seems to be going well. Absolutely. We just got to make sure, as Scott said, we don't have reliability problems, and we get the points over the course of the race meetings that we deserve. And we've lost some points in the last two events where which might have made the difference. That said, the championship is still alive, and we're going to be driving accordingly. Okay, guys, thanks very much. We'll wish you all the best for the 3 races to come. Well, from a brand new car in the Seat Leon to a very old and established one in the Honda Integra, and Andrew Jordan got his first ever podium last time out at Alton Park, and Janie's been catching up with him.
Cracking start there by Andrew Jordan. The battle for the lead is on. Andrew Jordan really is hanging on by the skin of his teeth. And Andrew Jordan does it! Brilliant drive.
Well, Andrew's coming here fresh from the back of his podium at Alton Park. What a result that was. I mean, it was so exciting, but you had your dad in your ears for that race. Now, how much influence did that have on your performance?
That was a huge help. It's only my second year in proper circuit racing, so every bit helps really. Sat there on pole, I was a bit nervous. I knew if I just made the start, and to be fair, I thought I could stay up there like we did at Thruxton. And Dad was very informative, which really helped. He's obviously on the TV screen, he's got sector times up, and he's telling me where I'm strong and stuff. There was a couple of times where you could obviously see I was getting a little bit flustered under the pressure. And he just calm it down. You've got pace here, and you're losing a little bit here. So it definitely helped, and especially off the restart. I've never ever done a restart before, so I got on the radio to the guys when the safety car came out. It's like, right, let's do this.
It's ideal for you to be driving in this championship with your dad. He is 50, he's getting on a bit, surely he'll be retiring at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure sometime soon he'll hang up the boots, but if he does, or when he does retire, he won't stop racing completely. He'll just be at this level. But he's still very competitive, and certainly when I see him in the mirrors, I'm a bit like, oh god, here we go.
So going through to next year then, now you've had a test in the Honda Civic already with the Halfords team. Can you tell us any more about next year?
Well, Steve, very grateful to Steve Neal. He rang us up after Thruxton and said, as a well done, we'll give you a test at the Snetterton test, which was very great of him. And the car was very good, and our sponsor John Guest want to be in a car next year that can be winning races outright. So, it'd have to be a very good deal to take us away from the Civic, because obviously we've got a good relationship with Neil Browns, who do the engines for the Hondas, a good relationship with Steve and Matt Neal. So, we'll see.
What are you expecting from this weekend at Knockhill?
I think our car should suit the circuit pretty well, and I've never driven here before. It's a very attacking circuit, and I like that sort of circuit, so I think we'll be there or thereabouts.
Never driven here, lots to learn then. You're going to be taking advice from your dad, following him around, maybe take a few toes off him?
No, I think he should follow me right now.
This is how they line up then. The 2 Seats on the front row. Darren Turner, his second pole of the season. And for Plato, it's a hat-trick of front row starts from qualifying over the last few events. Tom Onslow Cole and Matt Neal, the 2 Vauxhall teammates, are together on the second row of the grid. Matt Neal's had 3 wins at Knockhill in the past, but behind them the fast-starting Colin Turkington in the Team RAC BMW, and with him is the championship leader Fabrizio Giovanardi, a winner here in 2006. Then it's Matt Jackson, another BMW. He's got Andrew Jordan, a podium finisher last time out at Alton Park, and a top qualifying effort from him. Behind them are the 2 Team Halfords cars of Tom Chilton and Gordon Shedden. Chilton with a penalty. He was 3rd fastest in qualifying, but has to line up in 9th. Next up on the grid is Adam Jones in the petrol-powered Seat. He's been very consistent. Outstanding effort in qualifying from Harry Volkard. He's put the Chevrolet in 12th position on the grid. And then we've got some more BMWs. It's Stephen Kane in the Motorbase car, Stephen Jelly in the Team RAC machine, and then Rob Collard in the second of those Motorbase cars. Mike Jordan had brake problems in qualifying yesterday, so he's further back than expected. Jason Hughes lines up next in the MG with John George alongside. And then towards the back in 19th place, we've got Michael Doyle Knockhill, local driver, effectively to this Knockhill circuit. Then Chris Stockton had some problems yesterday, and at the back of the grid we've got Martin Bell. Now Alan Taylor was in the pit lane until a moment ago. I think he's going to start at the back anyway. He's just left it a bit later to come out onto the circuit, but he's looking for 3 solid finishes here today. It's Darren Turner on pole position, then Jason Plato alongside him, and Sayat desperate for the points in the chase for the title. Remember, it's Tom Onslow Cole and Matt Neal in the 2 Vauxhalls behind. Lights out, away we go. Good start from both front row men, and Tom Onslow Cole is going with them. Matt Neal slower away, and Colin Turkington may be able to attack for 4th going into the first corner, and it's Plato that leads into the first corner, so Plato takes the advantage. Onslow Cole's trying to get past Darren Turner. They make contact, they're rubbing, goes Turner, and round comes Onslow Cole. There was contact behind between Turkington and Neal. Darren Turner's trying to get back out of the gravel. He does rejoin. It leaves just one Sayat up front.
Well, poor old Darren Turner, he's always in the wrong place at all the time. He's going to get pushed out wide again, but he has got a very fast car. Oh, he's going to get mugged again. But he will make progress if he can just keep it on the track for this first lap. And he's in the gravel nearly again. Oh, going off the back. That was one of the Urquhart. I think it's that Urquhart.
Martin, I think it's Martin Bell.
It
yeah,
is, you're right.
Martin Bell in the Astra, and that's unfortunate on a venue where he had one of his best results of the season last year, did Martin. Meanwhile, battle all round goes Stephen Kane. Stephen Kane, a spinner. He got a little tap from somebody. Oh, and he's got stuck. He might have to go backwards before he can go forwards. Yeah, he selects reverse, tries to find a bit of grip. Plato has a massive lead, 2.5 seconds at the end of the first lap. How has he done that? Let's just take a look at that incident.
Well, Onslow, Cole and Turner fighting it out, but once Turner got his right-hand wheels on the grass, there was no way he was going to be able to stop and brake and collect the car. Behind, as you say, Neal getting into contact as well.
Yeah, he went in the air. I hadn't realised that. He actually went up in the air.
This is on board with Turner.
Turkington. Yeah, on board with Turner.
He's
Let's see
got Onslow Cole on his left. Onslow Cole moving across. Turner can't stop the car. His wing mirror's gone. Just manages to keep the car from burying itself in the gravel, but loses a great many places.
Well, that was real dramatic stuff. It's always tight here at Knockhill, and you can expect to see that kind of thing. This was then Turner getting muscled out of the way as well, and then off in the background went Martin Bell, slammed into the barrier.
Yeah, looked like he was involved with Stockton there, because that's Stockton going very slowly on the apex of the corner. But
so safety car is out, no surprise. It's Plato leading, but that big lead that he had, thanks to all those incidents, has now been negated, of course, by the safety car. So Plato now has Tom Onslow Cole, who's driving superbly here this weekend. He's been the fastest of the Vauxhalls in every single session so far, the youngster. Onslow Cole, there's Martin Bell's machine. And Martin out of the car, I think he's fine. Here we go, ready for the restart. Safety car will pull off to the right here, and Plato will slow them down as he does, and then get it going hard on the gas. And that turbo diesel Sayat pulls its way up the hill, chased by Tom Onslow Cole in the Vauxhall Vectra, Colin Turkington in the BMW, then Matt Neal, Matt Jackson, and Fabrizio Giovanardi coming under a little bit of pressure from Tom Chilton. Anybody making a move into the first corner? Oh, wide has gone Matt Neal. Matt Neal's gone through the gravel. He's got damage. I think he had damage from that earlier incident.
Yeah, that damage was already there, and I think that was probably a slow puncture, and he couldn't turn into the first corner because it's a right-hander. Look, I think that was already there.
And Tom Onslow Cole attacking for the lead here. Plato's got a real problem from the Vauxhall of Onslow Cole. The youngster, the teenager on the attack. Great stuff from Tom Onslow Cole. Nearly his second season of British Touring Cars. He's already a race winner for Vauxhall. He was superb at Thruxton, and now he wants to show he can do it again. But Plato, little lock up, not a big mistake. He holds the line, and right behind them is Turkington. It's becoming a three-way tussle.
Well, Onslow Cole is the only one of the Vauxhalls that has no ballast waste in it, so not surprisingly, he's the fastest. Oh, there's Hughes off into the tyres. I'm not sure where that is. Might be on the exit of the chicane, I think, which is the area they're coming up to. But certainly Onslow Cole's been
Giovanardi got well out of shape.
Did you see the amount of steering lock he had on there just to save it at the bottom of the hill?
But he is ahead of Jackson there. So Giovanardi holding off the BMW and the two Team Halfords cars, and then Andrew Jordan tucked in behind. But the safety car's coming out again.
Well, I think that may be... Oh, and Adam Jones is running wide there as well. He's going to drop some positions. Don't forget, they race here back to the... they race back to the hairpin rather than the start-finish line.
Yeah, and Adam Jones has got Harry Volkart down the inside. Volkart qualified well yesterday, and he's up for the battle. He squeezes Jones. Jones has to back out of it a little bit, and they will now all slot in behind one another as they are picked up by the safety car. And Plato finds himself in the same situation, leading the race. Onslow Cole in second, Turkington in third. As this is what happened to Jones.
Yeah, he's just gone in too fast himself on trying to get past Collard and run out wide and given the place back to him, and Volkard into the back of Collard as well.
Good to see Volkard really getting stuck into some good racing at the just trying to get into the top 10. He's in 11th place at the moment. And that's good stuff.
There's Mickey Doyle's car off. That's probably why we got the safety car out, because he's gone off in exactly the same place. That's at the exit of the chicane, the blind chicane, and he's gone straight on there a fair bit earlier actually than Hughes' car, which is a little bit unusual to see the car go off at that angle. It could again be because of puncture on the left-hand front.
Here we go, ready for the restart. Safety car will pull out of the way. Plato leads them out of the hairpin once more, and it's hard on the gas, up through the gears as they accelerate across the line to complete lap 12 onto lap 13 out of 27. Good restart by Plato, showing the power of that turbo diesel, easing away from Tom Onslow Cole, Colin Turkington, then Giovanardi and Matt Jackson, and then the two Halfords cars of Shedden and Chilton, chased by Andrew Jordan, and then Darren Turner, and Turner definitely one to watch.
Yeah, very different restart that one. Last time Plato came through the last hairpin and checked everybody up and picked his moment to accelerate. This time he came through the hairpin fast and went away very quickly. But look how Onslow Cole closes him down on the second half of this lap. But then on this straight, Plato can put enough distance on him. He's going to put him outside the braking area, but he's still going to have to defend a little bit, just move to the inside. But then, of course, the next straight is a long one uphill that again Plato, whoa, right over the inside there.
Onslow Cole trying everything, and in the background Darren Turner's got past Andrew Jordan, so he's gained another place. He's up to 8th position now, is Darren Turner, so it is gradually working for him. He's moving up through the field, but Tom Onslow Cole's driving superbly. He's absolutely on the attack, and it's this section here where he's so fast, isn't it? Here comes Shedden down the inside of Jackson as well, and he takes the place.
Yeah, and Jackson gave him room there, perhaps a little bit wide, and knew that Shedden was there and gave him room. But yes, this second section of the track is where Onslow Cole is much faster than the turbo diesel Seat, but then out of this corner along the straight to the hairpin, and from the hairpin up the start-finish line, the Seat is obviously much quicker. Turner's off after contact with Chilton.
Yeah, in the background they made contact. Turner's out by the looks of it this time. He's ripped the front bumper off. Plato still leads. Onslow Cole in second, Turkington in third, but it all went wrong behind them there, and that was very interesting. We'll try and take another look at it and see exactly what happened, but Darren Turner's bad event has got worse. Let's see if we can find out what happened.
Here we are, we're on the approach. Chilton's covered the inside initially, and then Turner's just gone in a little bit too deep on the brakes, gone up the inside. There's contact initially, and they've just touched wheels and both spun out.
Oh, what a shame. Yeah, he just ran over the wheel there. They came in side by side and then sort of popped over the wheel, a little bit of contact. That was unfortunate. I mean, you often see them rubbing at this stage in a race and get away with it, but they just didn't that time.
No, I think here we go, up the inside, and it's actually Turner's rear wheel that hops over just there and probably broke the rear suspension, just ran over the rear wheel of Chilton.
Well, if there's any luck going, it's always bad luck for him. But look at Giovanardi on Turkington. Giovanardi, aggressive stuff from the championship leader. And in the background, Harry Volkard on the move up as well. This is good stuff from Harry Volkard, battling away.
Well, that's Collard trying to get back the position. Volkard was actually in front of him on the last lap they came through, and with the inside on the approach to that corner, I think Collard will do it.
So Turkington still in third, Giovanardi in fourth, despite a bit of an aggressive attempt to nip through there. Behind them is still Gordon Shedden in fifth place. Look at Giovanardi. Oh, Turkington so sideways, and Giovanardi's through. Giovanardi takes full advantage, and Shedden also takes advantage. Great recovery by Turkington, but one little slip up and you lose 2 places.
Well, Giovanardi did brilliantly to avoid hitting him because he was carrying so much speed through that chicane, and when Turkington got sideways he had no option but to lift off, and well, Giovanardi just missed the back of him and slipped through with Shedden behind him.
Now this is interesting. Are we going to see Giovanardi allowed up into second place courtesy of Tom Onslow Cole?
Well, that looks very much like it. That's a very...
They've already swapped.
Yeah, they have.
So Giovanardi is up into second place. Onslow Cole back to third. Well, you have to say that the teams have got to look after their own interests.
Well, they have, you know, at the end of the day, the way they see it, the rules are stacked in Seat's favour, so they need to play every card they can to make sure they get the most amount of points, and they've certainly achieved that here. That is the great shot you were talking about as they come through that first corner.
Yeah, they look.
Gio's managed to stay out of trouble, and he had to get to that third place to allow that action to take place. If he'd been in fifth, it wouldn't have happened.
No, that's right, and Plato gets that view in his mirrors that he's so used to seeing. Oh no, it's him again. Giovanardi up into second place. So despite all Plato's hard work, qualifying in second and then leading this race from the outset, he finds that his big championship rival is going to lose very few points to him in this one. We're on the final lap then, coming down to the hairpin for the final time, and Jason Plato's done everything expected of him by the team. He couldn't have done anything different, but right behind him, his big rival is going to finish in second place and maintain most of that championship lead. Tom Onslow-Cole, an excellent third, Shedden in fourth, Turkington holds on to fifth ahead of Matt Jackson, and it's Collard who finishes in seventh place. Jones takes eighth ahead of Andrew Jordan and Tom Chilton. Just to confirm that result then, Jason Plato the winner by 1.5 seconds from Giovanardi, with Tom Onslow-Cole backing up his teammate. Then Shedden fourth, Turkington fifth and Jackson in sixth place, with Rob Collard, yet another BMW there, in seventh. Adam Jones, yet another finish in the books there. Andrew Jordan in ninth and Tom Chilton in 10th.
We just have a little bit of misfortune, you know, certainly in Darren, he's not been lucky again. I didn't really see what happened at the start. I know that I got a good start, got alongside Darren, and then chopped across the front of him, and then I think he got into Tom Onslow-Cole and he touched, but I don't know what happened when he actually finished and he came off. So one of those things, you know, we're not having a great deal of run of luck at the moment, and maybe it'll change. Probably. I'm not that concerned if it changes this year, because I don't think the championship's there for us to win anymore. But certainly for next year, we're looking strong.
And of course, talking about the championship, at this point you get your team orders coming through, and we saw Onslow-Cole gifting the second place to Giovanardi already.
That's normal. That's what being a team is all about, you know. And you know, if roles were reversed, Fabrizio would do the same for Tom, and vice versa with me for Darren. That's what being a works driver is about. You know, we drive for the manufacturer, they pay our wages, and we have to do what's best for the team.
You, sir, are like Mr. Teflon. Nothing sticks to you. You go around on this circuit and everyone's disappearing off the track, and you just slowly but carefully get your way through to the front.
Yeah, I have like a banana, is the yellow car in front that make me, you know, running like the monkey running for the banana, no? When I see yellow in front, I'm just pushing hard. I want that banana.
Let's take a look at the grid for this second race of the day then. It's Jason Plato trying to make it 2 out of 2, but now carrying maximum ballast. Giovanardi and Onslow-Cole, I mean, it's Vauxhalls all around him. Then Gordon Shedden in the Team Halfords car, followed by the two BMWs of Colin Turkington and Matt Jackson. Then on the fourth row, Rob Collard and Adam Jones, followed by Andrew Jordan and Tom Chilton. Mike Jordan comes from 11th, Stephen Kane is 12th on the grid. Stephen Jelly's next up with John George, but watch out for Matt Neal starting 15th and Darren Turner starting behind him in 18th place. So Matt Neal 16th rather, Darren Turner 18th. Keep an eye on those two coming from the back. Towards the rear we've got Jason Hughes, Michael Doyle, Chris Stockton and Martin Bell. All ready for the start of round 23 of the HiQ FSA British Touring Car Championship here in Scotland. Hear the revs rise. You won't hear the Seat diesel revs much. It's such a quiet engine. Lights out, away we go, and it's a good start from both front row men. Here comes Jackson. Shedden cuts right across in front of Turkington to try and protect his position, but that's allowed Matt Jackson to come up to battle for third with Tom Onslow-Cole. Onslow-Cole, just a little bit of contact there. Onslow-Cole snatches third. Shedden trying to get past Jackson. It's Plato and Giovanardi away well from the front, all the battling behind.
Well, Jackson nearly did to Onslow-Cole what Onslow-Cole did to Darren Turner in the first race, but unfortunately this time they all make it round.
Yeah, good stuff, and through the first couple of corners safely. Plato under pressure from Giovanardi. Onslow-Cole in third place, then Matt Jackson, followed by Gordon Shedden, Colin Turkington, and the rest of them coming through. Andrew Jordan and Adam Jones in the pack down there as well. But look at Giovanardi keeping that pressure on Jason Plato, and it's up out of the hairpin here with the extra ballast, might tell.
Yeah, Jason Plato's certainly got the knack of getting this car off the grid. He's making regular, good, consistent, strong starts. But as you say, up this straight he can pull away, but then round the rest of that, Giovanardi and Onso Cole will be all over him.
Rob Collard running in 7th place, up behind Colin Turkington, Andrew Jordan in 8th, Adam Jones in 9th, Stephen Kane in 10th just, from Mike Jordan and Matt Neal. So Matt Neal already picking up some places there. He's into 12th. He's ahead of Darren Turner. Darren Turner is in 14th place, on off into the gravel. That's Stephen Kane. He just gets it back on again. But now, of course, he's boxed out a little bit like Darren Turner was earlier.
Yeah, he's got back in line fairly quickly, though. In the first lap, it's much harder to do that. But little mistake, lost a couple of places.
Plato still defending here, having to work quite hard to keep Giovanardi behind, and you can bet that Giovanardi will attack. There is how close Shedden is to Jackson, with Turkington right behind him as well, and then Rob Collard. So a couple of distinct groups developing, and Jackson's having to go really defensive now, coming to the hairpin, and Shedden's going to cut back down the inside. Oh, that was a lovely piece of overtaking by Gordon Shedden. Great judgment.
Yeah, Jackson thought he had the inside covered, moved back out, he might take a little bit of line just at the point that Shedden dived up the inside. And talk about local track knowledge, he really did pull that move off perfectly.
Okay, look at Darren Turner, he's up on the outside, he's got past Collard, so that puts him into 7th place now. Gradually he's picking them off one by one. Well, the leaders still very close together. Nothing much more than half a second between them, have separated throughout the whole race distance so far. They're coming around to complete 18 laps out of 24 and go on to lap number 19 here. Giovanardi staying in touch, but never quite able to mount a real attack on his big rival Jason Plato. But from his point of view, he's only going to be losing a couple of points to Jason Plato. 3 points, in fact, is the difference between winning and finishing in 2nd place. Plato doesn't have fastest lap, so it would be a 3-point gain for Plato. But when there's still a 37-point gap between them, that's not a huge amount. Meanwhile, on board with Matt Neal.
Yeah, great shot there into the first corner. Adam Jones in front, taking some good lines, and Matt Neal's been behind him for a long time now without being able to get past. But there's a gap opening up in front of Jones to Andrew Jordan. So I think if Neal's going to make significant progress, he's dived out the inside. That's a classic Matt Neal move.
It is, yeah, that's one of his favourite overtakes. And Chilton suddenly come out of nowhere, and he's got past Jones, and he might well get past Matt Neal as well. That was impressive, because Chilton suddenly sort of came out of nowhere there. He was a little way behind them earlier on. Neal on the inside, locks up a brake, just turns in ahead. So that has put Matt Neal into 10th place, but Adam Jones is now trying to take 11th back from Chilton.
Yeah, just such a trademark way that Matt Neal slips up the inside. Adam Jones fights back, but he hasn't got the horsepower even of that Honda in front to get alongside. This is the move. Out of the John R. Weir chicane, Matt Neal signals his intent, slides up, both locking the inside front wheel up, but a good strong pass, firm but fair, and obviously Chilton seizes the opportunity to carry momentum through the corner and nearly get both of them.
Yeah, very nearly. But here we are, taking a little look back from Matt Neal's car, and how close it was between Jones and Tom Chilton. So that's what it was like after that, but Plato still leads this race as he comes up over the hill once again. Got Jason Hughes in the pits. He had a problem earlier. He and Mickey Doyle actually had made some contact in the earlier race, and he's had to retire as well. But Gordon Shedden there still in 4th, Jackson in 5th, Turkington versus Turner. Oh, he almost got the inside that time.
Yeah, Turkington's wise to that one, though. He's not going to give it to him, and it's a fascinating battle of the faster car on the straight against the tactical wise of Turkington to defend where he knows the car's quicker.
Yeah, and the sun glinting off the tarmac now. Lovely conditions here at Knock Hill. A little bit of cloud around in some places, but you can see the brightness as we look from that onboard camera on Darren Turner's car as he works to try and move his way further up the top 10. He's in a pretty good place to be up front when it comes to race 3 on the reverse grid. He's sitting there in 7th place at the moment, and you would say there's a pretty good chance anything from 6 to 10 places will be reversed, so he's in a pretty good spot there of being up front for race 3 this afternoon, and perhaps then he can put behind him at the disastrous race 1.
Yeah, I'd love to see Rob Collard on the front row, though. Remember, who can forget his famous victory here in the MG a few years ago? And he clearly loves this place and is going well this weekend. If he was on the front row, I think he'd have a good chance.
I think he would, you're absolutely right. He's sitting there in 8th place at the moment, just a little bit off this group, which Gordon Shedden is still in control of in his 4th place, but not looking like scoring a podium finish, at least in this one. We're on lap 22 out of 24, and we're gradually counting them off now. This 1.3 mile track, it's short, it's fast, it's furious, and still Gordon Shedden holding on to that 4th place. Jason Plato, though, in charge of the race at the moment, and coming up to lap some of these other cars. That's Alan Taylor up ahead of him. The good news from Alan Taylor's point of view, though, is he's still going. He's had so many non-finishes recently. In the last couple of meetings, the poor guy's had so much bad luck in that mauve and white car, and it's great to see Alan still running. Okay, he's in danger of being lapped here, but he's in 20th place and the car's running okay. He's not been involved in any incidents, and hopefully it'll go to the flag.
Yep, and he finished the first race as well, so come on, Alan.
Yeah, keep it going, mate. Let these leaders come through without any problem. I'm sure he'll be given the blue flag, and he'll let them go through without too many hassles. Although Giovanardi's dropped away from Plato a little bit over the last lap or so. And Taylor actually almost running in the gravel in front of Plato. That would have given him a
Yeah, he's probably watching his mirrors so much he sort of missed his turning point. But Plato's through now, and Giovanardi will probably slip through on the brakes here. Oh! Turner and Turkington getting together behind Matt Jackson.
Yeah, this is getting very fraught. Turner's been trying for lap after lap to get past Turkington, and Rob Collard is now a part of that as well. Here goes Darren Turner around the outside. He's trying to sweep round the outside, but he won't get it because he'll be squeezed out, and that was always going to happen there. And Turner ends up in the gravel, but Collard might take advantage. Rob Collard, I think, might get Turkington as they get across the line. Collard is ahead. Collard has got that place from Turkington.
Great stuff. I mean, Turkington used to be described as the soft man, and he was not aggressive enough, but he's really learnt in the last couple of years what to do, and Darren Turner there put himself on the outside and left himself prey, I think, to being pushed out wide into the gravel, and Collard, who's a wily old fox, knew exactly what was happening and timed his exit to perfection.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Collard has gained beautifully out of that. He's now running his 6th, but here comes the man who's going to take yet another victory. And you know what? This is going to be his 45th career victory in British touring cars. Jason Plato, it's his 7th win of the season. He beats big rival Fabrizio Giovanardi. Across the line goes Tom Onslow Cole in 3rd place. Gordon Shedden we're waiting for. There he is, climbing the hill in the orange Team Halford's car. He takes 4th. Jackson is 5th. Then it's Rob Collard, an excellent 6th ahead of Turkington in 7th. Turner in 8th place, Andrew Jordan in 9th, and the top 10 is completed by Matt Neal. Confirmation of that result then, Plato taking the win in the 2nd race, Fabrizio Giovanardi close in 2nd place, then Tom Onslow Cole an excellent 3rd, ahead of Gordon Shedden, Matt Jackson, and that fighting little group, Rob Collard, Colin Turkington and Darren Turner. Andrew Jordan held on to finish 9th, and Matt Neal finished 10th. Behind them, just outside the points, Tom Chilton was 11th, Adam Jones in 12th place, and then Mike Jordan. Stephen Kane down in 14th. He had a bit of an off into the gravel. Stephen Jelly was 15th, ahead of Volkard, Stockton, Martin Bell, Alan Taylor and John George.
Well, Fabrizio, talk to me about chasing that little yellow banana.
Yeah, I'm still hungry, as Tom says to me, because I tried to catch the banana car, but no way. He's too strong on the straight line. Diesel, when it comes out of the corner. I was pretty good on the car, and the balance I tried to catch until the end, but no way. In the last 3 laps, I destroyed the tyre, so there was no possibility to have him.
In the chase the banana. In the beginning, it looked like you had a couple of looks to make the move, but at the end of the day, at this point in the championship, with the lead you got, it's just not worth it.
No, to be honest, I tried to overtake him, but I was too far in the braking points because in the straight line he gave me 50 meters, so I had to make a really bad maneuver to try to overtake him. I didn't have any possibility, he didn't make any mistakes, so not more than 2nd was possible to do that.
Well done to you, because obviously it's a great day for the team. Tom, it looked like you were kind of racing against yourself there.
Yeah, I had a pretty lonely race there. I stayed in touch with Fabrizio and the banana car for a little while at the start there, but they just had a little bit of an edge over me, really. We seem to have lost a fraction of performance from the first race, but I think we can sort it out, and hopefully we're back on the top pace for the 3rd one.
Okay, look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Janie. Well, I'm joined by the race winner and man of the day so far, Jason Plato. Well, Fabrizio's just said that there was no opportunity to overtake you. Was he trying particularly hard?
Yeah, of course he was. I mean, I don't think he was trying so hard to take a risk, because he's in that lovely position where he's got a good lead. He doesn't really need to take any, too many chances. But he was driving hard, as I was, and I think the pace. If you look at the lap times, they were, it was a hot pace, even considering we both had ballast on. But yeah, there's one area on the track where we're a little weaker than the rest, and the other areas of the track we seem to be stronger than the rest. So a good day's work so far, but still another race to go.
Yeah, and still plenty of points to make up. 35 points now, the gap to Gio.
It's a lot, you know. It's a lot with, what, 2 events, 7 races left. But it is still mathematically possible, and we have come on song with our car. I think it's fair to say that both myself and Darren have really learned how to drive this car, and it is very different. But that said, whilst it's still alive, we're going to be pushing as hard as we can, but we kind of do need a little bit of misfortune to strike at the hands of Fabrizio. He has had a good run of luck this year. We haven't. Who knows? It could turn around.
Well, I mean, mentally, you can't write it off yet, really, can you? Because you have to believe it's still possible. Because it is. If he has a bad race and totals his car and you win, then you'll be back right in it.
Absolutely. But nevertheless, you know, I'm not even thinking about the championship. I'm just thinking about winning each race. And if we win enough races and he has a whoopsie, then great. But if he doesn't, we've learned a lesson, and the lesson is we need to pre-season test. We can't turn up at the first race with 6 miles on the car. Okay. That wasn't anyone's fault, I have to say that. Yeah. But you know, the main thing is we're still in the hunt, and we're looking good for next year.
Just as he did last time at Alton Park, Andrew Jordan takes advantage of the reverse grid to start on pole position, but it's Darren Turner in the Seat alongside who could be the one to watch. Colin Turkington and Rob Collard are on the second row, both in BMWs. Matt Jackson in another BMW with Gordon Shedden, the local hero, alongside starting in 6th place. Tom Onslow-Cole is 7th ahead of Fabrizio Giovanardi, and Plato has to come all the way from 9th. Let's see how far he can get. Matt Neal is 10th on the grid ahead of Tom Chilton and Adam Jones. And then as we move back to row 7, it's Mike Jordan and Stephen Kane, Stephen Jelly and Harry Volkard on row 8. Chris Stockton in the BTCC racing car alongside Martin Bell in the Arcus Racing Sunshine.co.uk car. Alan Taylor's been having a good run so far of race finishes today, much better than recently. John George is next to him on the grid. Jason Hughes is very frustrated. He's had a couple of problems with the car. He's hoping for better things in this one. Michael Doyle starts 22nd. We're all set to go for the third and final touring car race of the day here at Knockhill in Scotland. Andrew Jordan on pole position, Darren Turner in the green and yellow Seat, and then Colin Turkington in the orange BMW. Who's it going to be off the line? Lights out, away we go then. And both front row men a bit slow. The BMWs are coming. Both BMWs making a good start. Darren Turner, though, finally gets the diesel fired up and is on his way. It's Turner who leads with Collard up to second. Where did he come from? Jackson and Turkington side by side down the hill. Andrew Jordan trying to hold on to third place as Colin Turkington's trying to go with him, but Jordan's up to the task. He's in third place, but Rob Collard made an outstanding getaway.
Oh, what a start for Rob Collard. I mean, he must be feeling like a 20-year-old again. He just loves to be competitive, loves to fight, and he's been racing really well the second half of this year.
All 3 Vauxhalls are ahead of Plato, so Matt Neal made a good start in that race. In fact, Matt Neal's the leading of the 3 Vauxhalls. I don't know quite how he did that, because he was behind Giovanardi, he was behind Onslow-Cole, but Matt Neal is the first of the 3 Vauxhalls. They're all ahead of Jason Plato.
Well, I'm surprised that Matt hasn't let Giovanardi through already. They really need to get Giovanardi to the front of that 3-car Vauxhall streak. Oh, here comes Plato. He's passed one of them. He's going around the outside of the other.
Yeah, he's going to get Giovanardi as well. If he's not careful, Giovanardi's going to brake really late, and he does so to stay in front of Plato. Onslow-Cole, I think, was trying to let Giovanardi through, and in doing so, he allowed Plato through as well. Plato now's got his work cut out with one of the Vauxhalls behind, his big rival right ahead. This is good stuff. This is what we want to see. Away that pole again at the John R. Weir chicane goes flying once again as they all cut across the curb there. But good racing in prospect. It's Darren Turner who leads. Remember, up front, well, there was a little bit of a mistake there.
That was Turkington ran wide, and Neal's already passed him, and so is Giovanardi.
Yeah, and Gordon Shedden here battling away with Matt Jackson, with Matt Neal right behind, then Giovanardi and Turkington trying to recover some of that lost ground. And Onslow-Cole rubs with Plato and gets ahead of Plato in that. So from Vauxhall's point of view, that's perfect.
It is. Onslow-Cole used that cheeky little line right across the inside curb, and he'll hug the inside. Plato will have to go all the way around the outside, but it's last of the late breakers. Is Onslow-Cole going to save it? He is. Oh, there's contact. That could so easily have been off in the gravel, but Plato knew he was going to come up the inside and left room.
And here Plato now has Adam Jones on one side and Tom Chilton on the other behind him. So Tom Chilton nips past Adam Jones there, or he stays in front of him. In fact, he already was in 11th place, and Plato really wasn't able to take advantage there. Tom Onslow-Cole very aggressive, but just about fair, and they've kept Plato back. But there's a mistake from Onslow-Cole, runs into the dirt. This is going to give Plato another chance as they head down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, Plato is going to be really seething inside that car. There's nothing he can do about it. Onzo Cole has seen enough racing this year, the team, or this weekend, certainly the team have, to tell him to hug the inside up the straight, which is exactly what he does.
Up front, it's Turner leading from Rob Collard in second place, Andrew Jordan in third, Gordon Shedden is fourth. But this is the battle we're all watching at the moment between Tom Onzo Cole and Jason Plato. Plato desperate to pick these cars off so that he can score some points and continue closing that large gap to Giovanardi. But it's not happening for him at the moment because Onzo Cole has been one of the fastest guys here this weekend, and he is not going to be easy to pass for Jason Plato. Look how quick he was through the chicane. Turkington down the inside of Jackson. Oh, this is good stuff between these two, and Turkington's through, but Jackson rejoins, just about manages to miss both Turkington and Giovanardi, and now Giovanardi's got a run on Turkington. The Vauxhall moves to the outside. Hard, aggressive racing. Turkington has sometimes been accused of being a bit soft. Well, he isn't being soft here today, I tell you. He's racing hard.
Oh, it's contact the back. Plato's been turned around by one of the boxers, and he's in the barrier, won't finish.
Plato out of the race. It was contact between him and Tom Onzo Cole in the Vauxhall, and it has put Plato into the tyres. No points from race 3 here at Knockhill, and after 2 victories today, suddenly it's all turned bad. And also Cole in a big slide now. He's been touched, and through go both Jones and Mike Jordan as Tom Onzo Cole does recover, but he's lost a couple more places. Well, we'll have to have another look at that to see exactly what happened, but there was definitely contact there between Onzo Cole and Plato. Let's see what happened here, Tim. Let's see if we can find out what happened to Plato. In the background, should be coming through.
Next pair through. They're side by side. Now, it looks like, whoa, it looks like Plato has come up the inside of Onslow Cole. They're side by side on the exit, and it's impossible to say whether Plato moved on Onzo Cole or Onzo Cole moved on him.
Here we go then, safety car comes in and the race is underway once again as Darren Turner leads them up the hill, but there's a battle going on behind because Matt Neal didn't get away that well and he's under pressure from Colin Turkington. Turkington in the BMW having a look, Giovanardi's right behind them as well, and Matt Neal has to go very defensive there into the first corner and just about holds on to his position. Giovanardi and Jackson are right there with him as well, so it's very, very tight.
Yeah, it's a very slow restart, and that affects the cars further back down the grid as the post goes flying. It didn't even last a lap, but the cars further back on a slow restart, they don't know when to go, and that then puts the gaps between them. If everybody goes flat out round the last corner and keeps accelerating, it actually keeps the cars closer.
Yeah, but that's what the effect is, and Darren Turner has made a break this time, and Rob Collard under severe pressure here from Andrew Jordan for that second place. Then Gordon Shedden tucked in there as well, Danger Man, Matt Neal right there too, and then Colin Turkington. So good racing going on here. Giovanardi's in there too, around the outside. Still no change. Oh, Giovanardi's got a little bit of an overlap on Turkington. He's trying to return the favour on the BMW driver. Tightened to the grass. Oh, this is getting silly. Careful, boys. He gets back on, and now he's under pressure from Matt Jackson as well.
Whoa, that was a little... Well, he's lost the place to Jackson, and well, I was surprised that Giovanardi was putting himself at risk there because he knows Plato's out. He only needs to keep going round, but the racer in him forced the issue.
Yeah, but he did have to back off eventually, and with the championship in mind, he didn't want to force it too far and end up with a very bent motor car, but it has dropped him back now. He's in 8th place, so that has cost him, and there's only a few points on offer for 8th place, so he's not going to gain as much on Plato as he might do, given the situation, Plato being out of this race. There's Gordon Shedden then, still with Matt Neal behind him. This is 4th and 5th. A little knock-up from Neal, who again looks for the inside line, can't quite take it. Up front, it's still Darren Turner who leads. Rob Collard in the Motorbase BMW in 2nd. The John Guest car of Andrew Jordan in 3rd. And then the Team Halfords car under pressure from the VXR Vauxhall Vectra of Matt Neal.
Yeah, this ferocious battle for the 4th places, just making it slightly more comfortable for Andrew Jordan in that 3rd place. He'd love to get another podium, I'm sure, in this spectacular debut season. He is still only 19, let's not forget. Matt Neal is so quick through the John R. Weir chicane. Oh, he's had contact from behind.
Yeah, and he was so quick that he sort of ran into the back. Oh, no! Shedden's off. They've both been hit, I think, by Turkington.
And Giovanardi will get them both.
Yeah, I think there might have been contact from further back there. Difficult to read, but Turkington is through. Jackson is with him, and Giovanardi is behind, and Giovanardi almost running into the back of Matt Jackson, good control. Look at the damage on Matt Neal's car.
Yeah, that was we only saw it from the onboard initially. We need to see the outside, but he closed very quickly through the John R. Weir chicane and nearly ran into the back of Shedden, and something happened in that moment then. Here we go.
This was the view through the chicane. Oh, got sideways. Now what happens here? Watch this. Turkington goes for it. Yeah, there was contact. I think a squeeze, and then Neal gets pushed into Shedden.
Well, Turkington was going on Neal, and Neal went into Shedden, didn't he? But that all happened as a result of just different speeds through the chicane.
Absolutely right. So I think the clerk of the course, the race director, Bob Kettleborough, is going to be reviewing quite a lot of video evidence after this one. He's going to have a busy evening. I hope he's not booked on an early flight home, because he's going to be here for a long time. Darren Turner leads, Collard in second, Jordan third. There's Turkington now in fourth. Jackson in fifth place. Giovanardi's up to sixth position. A rather damaged-looking Matt Neal has been pushed down to seventh, with Chilton actually ahead of Shedden now. Two Team Halford's cars cross the line in eighth and ninth, and the top 10's completed by Adam Jones.
Yeah, Chilton got past as Shedden was recovering and lost momentum. Oh, Jackson very sideways there. That's such a spectacular place to watch, and Turkington's run wide.
Oh, overlap possibility for Jackson. They rub doors. Are they both going to make it? Turkington has to hop over the curb. I haven't seen anyone do that before. And now he's trying to shut the door on Giovanardi. Matt Neal's going to go the other side of it. Giovanardi's through. Is Matt? Oh, round goes Turkington. Bashes back, gets straight. He and Matt, what is going on here?
So there's still three abreast with Shedden on the left-hand side. They've both got through.
Unbelievable racing.
There's so much to talk about there, but through that chicane, well, they're still at it.
Neal's past Shedden now. He nips past. Bit of a shove from behind as well. This is manic stuff. After a pretty much uneventful race 2, they have certainly saved it up for race 3 at Knockhill. We don't know where to look next.
Well, I think Turkington actually went the wrong side of the chicane, didn't he? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that was remarkable. Bits are flying off the cars. Take a look at the replay here. Oh, that was...
Well, this is still halfway through. That we've already had plenty of incident at the previous chicane. But he did well to save that in the rear-wheel drive car.
Yeah, this was coming up to the chicane. Look how long he's on the grass for.
The wrong side of the tyre ball. I've never seen that before.
Well, amazing. Leaders are coming through. Turner followed by Collard and Jordan. Big gap back to Jackson, who is now in 4th position. So it's all turnaround here. Giovanardi has gained out of all this, as he always seems to. He always manages somehow to put the car in the right place, that he doesn't end up with it all bashed and damaged, unlike in this case Matt Neal. Matt's usually pretty good at it himself, but definitely a lot of damage on the car now. Matt Neal trying to move up from 7th place here. Can he do anything against Tom Chilton?
Well, it's been a spectacular last race. The reverse grid always provides great entertainment. It certainly has done in this race. Shame we didn't get to see Plato complete the race. It would have been a fascinating struggle, but he was battling against 3 very quick Vauxhalls.
Yes, he was. Chilton was a touch wide there, and behind the race leader Darren Turner, who's got this one very much in the bag, I'm sure. It's still a good battle between Collard and Andrew Jordan, and it's going to be the first podium of the season for Rob Collard. The second for Motorbase, and it's also going to be a second podium for Andrew Jordan in the John Guest Honda. But the winner is Darren Turner, putting his bad luck behind him. It's his second win of the season, repeating victory here last year. Look at this lot. Matt Neal still trying to get past Tom Chilton. Bits of bodywork still flying off the car, but it's Chilton who takes 6th place. Matt Neal is 7th. Gordon Shedden finishes in 8th place, ahead of Stephen Kane and Adam Jones. Well, an eventful race for sure, and the Seat team, and there's Motorbase with Dave Bartram wearing his kilt, celebrating that 2nd place for Rob Collard. Absolutely superb. What a start it was from the man from Hampshire, Rob Collard, former Independence champion himself, who really is racing so strongly at the moment. But there's the man who's taken victory. It is Darren Turner, and Seat add another victory to their tally. Confirmation of that result then, Turner ahead of Collard, with Andrew Jordan, another podium for him. Matt Jackson in 4th, ahead of Giovanardi, scoring more useful points. Chilton was 6th, Matt Neal was 7th, Gordon Shedden finished 8th. Then we had Stephen Kane and Adam Jones completing the top 10. Outside the top 10 then, it was Mike Jordan from Tom Onslow Cole, who had that incident with Plato earlier. Then Stephen Jelly and Harry Volcar. Colin Turkington out of luck in the end, he finished 15th, ahead of Jason Hughes, Chris Stockton, then Martin Bell, John George and Alan Taylor.
let's have a look at the standings. There we go. It's back up to 41 points. Started the weekend, the gap was 44 between Giovanardi and Plato, but it's down to 41 now. And Colin Turkington is third, Matt Jackson fourth, Matt Neal fifth, and Tom Onslow-Cole sixth. Okay, let's have a quick look at the team standings. VX Racing 453, Seat Sport 282, Team Halfords and Team RAC, the BMWs there, maintain their position in third and fourth. Okay, Janie, who have you got down there in the pits?
Well, I've got Darren Turner down here. Darren, this is the result you needed. Oh, mate, you look so relieved.
Well, after obviously the first race was a bit of a disaster, and second race was good fun and a bit frustrating at the end. But just to get a win at the end of the day like this, it's just great for the team. Jason having race 1 and 2, and then me in the third race, it's just really good for Seat at the moment.
Excellent for Seat. Now, I'm sorry, but we are pushed for time, so I'm going to move on. But well done, congratulations. Rob, come over here, mate. Congratulations. This is such a result for you and the team. Now, I spoke to you earlier, and I must say I've never seen you looking more confident. You were talking about your car coming strong towards the end of the race, and that's what happened.
Yes, I love Knock Hill. Knock Hill's a favourite circuit for me. I won here in 2005, and I'm just very, very confident with the BMW now. During the races, it just comes on so strong at the end. And starting fourth on the grid, I just knew we had to stay out of trouble, and I was challenging Darren there for a few laps until the safety car come out, and that sort of salvaged his tyres so he could get away again. But young Andrew was pushing me on quite hard, so it was good, very good race. Very pleased for Team Motorbase and Team Komatsu.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Ted.
Okay, thanks very much, Janie. I'm joined by Tim Harvey for a quick one. Tom Onslow-Cole apparently says he didn't do it on purpose. You believe him?
Yeah, I do, actually. I know we didn't have the best camera angle, but it looked a case of hard racing. 2 into 1 just didn't go. I can't say that one moved over on the other. It certainly wasn't really either one of their fault, but poor old Jason, he was racing against 3 hard Vauxhalls, wasn't he?
Yeah, so sum up the weekend. Too little too late from Seat, or
they're running out of races. They're running out of races. There's only 6 races to go. The points gap is now 41. It's not really significantly changed after these 3, and Giovanardi would have to have an absolute nightmare at one of the 2 races for them to have a chance.
Could still happen, though.
It could happen, and it'll go down to the wire, that's for sure, even if it's only mathematically. But Jason will rue that after 2 wins and the performance he had in his car. He'll be disappointed. On board with Jason Plato as he seeks to use all the power from that Seat diesel turbo around the short Silverstone circuit. A fast approach to the first corner, Copse turning at that 50-metre board, use all of the inside road and not wanting to lift the throttle. Look at that, using all of the exit road and more as he approaches Beckett's. And this is a difficult one, braking on the bend, over some bumps, got to get the car slowed down through the gears, clip that apex perfectly and let the car run right out wide, all the way out over the exit, down the long straight, bit of slipstreaming here, but possibility up to Brooklands, the best place to overtake in the race. A very late break with nowhere to reference point and braking all the way into the corner, catching the inside curb just there, little squeeze of the throttle as he approaches Luffield, protect the inside but get an excellent entry here, good exit, nice and straight, up through the gears, use all the curb again, and that's a very quick, frenetic lap of Silverstone.
The cars are on track and warming up their tyres, and that's going to be critical. Let's see how the grid lines up. It's Jason Plato and Darren Turner, the Seat 1-2 on the grid for the 4th consecutive meeting. The second row, Colin Turkington. But tricky conditions for the BMWs, half wet, half dry. Tom Onslow-Cole is 4th on the grid, first of the Vauxhalls. Behind him, former champion Matt Neal in another Vauxhall. Then Stephen Kane, great job by him in the Motorbase BMW in qualifying. 7th on the grid and 8th. 2 best qualifying efforts of their career so far for Stephen Jelly and Harry Volkard, but these conditions could be different for them. Tom Chilton only 9th, but he's a winner here at Silverstone in the past. Andy Jordan again in the top 10 in qualifying. He's been on the podium twice in the last 2 events. Behind them we've got Fabrizio Giovanardi, that's the surprise, but in these conditions it might suit the Italian. Adam Jones starting alongside him in the Team Air-cooled petrol-engined Seat, and then we've got Mike Jordan in the John Guest car with Matt Jackson starting further back than expected, and of course challenging for independence points on as he's got some work to do. Gordon Shedden a long way down too, he's only 15th on the grid. Rob Collard, such a good effort at Knock Hill last time, but he's going to have to come from a long way back. John George starts 17th, Michael Doyle is 18th, failed to finish any races on his home track at Knock Hill. Let's hope it's better this time. Jason Hughes and Chris Stockton line up together on the 10th row of the grid, and then as we get towards the back it's Martin Bell and Erkut, the 2 teammates at Arcus Racing, sunshine.co.uk, not much of that again here at the moment, and Alan Taylor for Robert Shaw Racing at the back of the field. All set to go on the national circuit here at Silverstone, the penultimate event of 2008. Lights out, away we go, slipping and sliding, trying to find traction, and it's a great start from Stephen Kane from 6th grid, the white BMW. Look at that, Stephen Kane's challenging for second. Plato gets away well from pole position, but Stephen Kane, an absolutely brilliant start into second place.
Well, there's always a potential for a big difference in starting on a damp track. The BMWs, you know, can put the power down, but Stephen Kane just hooked it up right, and the gap just opened for him in front.
So it's Jason Plato who leads, Stephen Kane in second, Darren Turner in third, and then it looks as though it's Matt Neal in fourth. I think he's got ahead. Tommaso Cole's actually lost a few places. Giovanardi's gained a few. Jelly going over the curve at the exit of Beckett's. He's lost out there, having qualified well, and now he's, look at the middle of that pack.
Oh, that was Collard caught in the middle. That's nowhere. You don't want to be there. There's 4 abreast coming under the bridge.
Adam Jones in the middle of that lot. We're watching from on board Tom Chilton. Surely this isn't going to all go through Brooklands, the left-hander here. Let's see what happens. Chilton on the inside trying to nip past Jones. Look at them sliding. Look how slippery it is. Just ahead of Chilton, there's his teammate Gordon Shedden trying to go around the outside. Fantastic stuff. So far so good, they've made it round.
Turner's up into second place. He's gone. Collard's been turned round as well.
Yeah, Collard, the teammate to Stephen Kane. Kane might be right up there, but Collard ends up at the back of the field. Well, I'm surprised we didn't see more of that. Actually, they dealt with the conditions well. The Seats are running 1-2, but 4th place for Matt Neal, 5th for Turkington, 6th for Jackson, and Giovanardi is in 7th place, let me tell you, as Volcar tries to go around the outside at Copse.
Yeah, well, we need to see how Darren Turner got up there, but the BMWs generally don't like the conditions half and half. They like it really wet or dry. They don't generally like the intermediate conditions. Maybe Stephen Kane just struggling a little bit for grip as Jordan slips up the inside of Volcar.
Andrew Jordan, that is the youngster with the battle with Harry Volcar, and those two guys just inside the top 10. It's Jason Plato who's leading this one. Windscreen wipers still going. There is still some rain in the air. Let's take a look back at what was going on there.
Well, we're looking at what happens to Rob Collard there, the white car just in front of Stockton. Oh, he gets it sideways, and Stockton had no choice but to run into the back of it. That was just a little bit too much power too early. Just what we were saying, the BMW is struggling to get the power down. No, that's a replay.
Oh, right.
That's a replay from the other angle. And now we've got Kane on the grass, his teammate, and he's going to be beached in the gravel.
Was there contact with Matt Neal? He was dicing with Matt Neal for 3rd place. That brings Matt Neal into 3rd place now. 4th place for Turkington. 5th for Matt Jackson. Matt Jackson, an amazing start and first lap, because he started down in 14th and he's running 5th. That's amazing. But behind him is Giovanardi. There is Giovanardi. Just see him going through the shot. So Fabrizio Giovanardi sitting in 6th place. That'll do for now.
It'll be perfect. He needs to pick up these points and stay out of trouble. He's doing exactly that. The rain is coming down slightly heavier. It's certainly not drying. This will favour the BMWs as Volcar gets pushed out wide by Mike Jordan this time.
Yeah, it is getting wetter. You're absolutely right. You can see the rain falling much more heavily. You can see that on shot. Here comes Matt Jackson. Matt Jackson trying to get past fellow BMW driver Colin Turkington. He's done it. Lovely move. We've seen how good Matt Jackson can be in the wet conditions, and he's now beginning, now that it's getting wetter, it's actually helping him. He's actually making full use of that, and Jackson from 14th on the grid is now in 4th place. It's amazing.
Well, ever since Croft, when he had that stupendous drive in the damp from 18th to 2nd, narrowly missing out by 1/10 of a second on the win, he's been praying for a few more of these wet races. They clearly have a fantastic setup, and he's on a march to the front, having passed Turkington, who's been the fastest BMW all the time in the drive. Now, Onslow Cole and Adam Jones both coming into the pits now, I suspect to change their front slick tyres to wets. It's a good time to do it as well, because the safety car is out.
Yeah, so that's well timed with the safety car. So they're changing those fronts onto wets. They did go out on slicks on the front. It was worth a gamble, but the rain has come down more heavily since we've started, and there's no way they can stay out there with slicks on the front end. Here we go. Race restarts then in very wet conditions, and look at Matt Jackson immediately on the attack for 3rd in the white BMW. He's going on the chase of Matt Neal, and Matt Neal's going to have to go a bit defensive into Copse Corner. The spray makes it more difficult, harder to see where you're going now. Colin Turkington following him through, and then it's Fabrizio Giovanardi as the lead group gets away, and then Andrew Jordan heads up that next group.
Well, Matt Neal and Matt Jackson, two very hard racers. Matt Neal, don't forget, he's down in 5th in the points, and he wants to move back up. He would like to finish at least 3rd if he possibly can in this championship, so he's not going to give way. But Matt Jackson is on it. Oh, look at that, missed.
the spray, the windscreen's missed it up on Chilton's car. It's actually illegal to run like that now, but the scrutineers have got to see it. But it'll get to the stage where he'll really have to come in. I'm surprised at that because they do run electric screens in these cars, and they should back that up with an anti-fog mist on the screen, but they obviously haven't, and his electric windscreens failed. Giovanardi is past Turkington.
Yeah, that was a clever line by Giovanardi. Found more grip on the inside on the exit of Luffield. So Jackson up to third. Giovanardi now up to fifth place. So more changes here. And Jackson this time holds on to that third ahead of Matt Neal, but it has allowed the two Seats to just open up their advantage.
Yeah, you just saw Matt Jackson's car slide then just on the exit. That's the curb he's got to stay off. It's not so much of a problem with the front-wheel drive cars, but it is for the rear-wheel drive cars. We've already seen them spinning when they touch the curbs on the outside.
So Giovanardi's up to fourth place. He started back in 11th, but as ever, Giovanardi making places in the race. You're looking back at Matt Neal now, who's now got to watch out himself for Colin Turkington tucked in behind. Giovanardi will be pretty happy with this though. He's only 3 places behind his big rival Plato now. Matt Jackson up the inside now to try and take that second place. Side by side again, but he can't quite get in front because that Seat diesel power is still too much.
No, he's got to take a lunge somewhere and hope that he can push. Here we go. Yep, he's got to make a lunge and try and push or force Darren Turner wide and lose enough time that he can't get it back on the next straight.
Yeah, that was great stuff from Matt Jackson. Really, really good. Aggressive piece of overtaking. Beautiful judgment. And he's up into second place now. And Turkington is past Giovanardi.
Well, I think Giovanardi's actually decided it's better just to drop one pace than be knocked off because there is a gap behind him to his teammate Matt Neal. He knows his teammate won't take him off.
No, and I suppose if Turkington goes on the hunt trying to get past Turner, then actually Giovanardi might be able to take some advantage of that. Turner there just getting past the Arcus Racing Vauxhall Astra, and so does Turkington, so does Giovanardi, but Giovanardi's dropped a place now. He's in 5th position as they've completed 22 laps. We're on lap 23 out of 25. Still a little way to go, and I wonder what's going to change here. Turkington, of course, wants to get past Turner. He wants a podium finish out of this one, and to keep Matt Jackson within sight. Those two battling for independence honours. And third best independent in this race now is in fact Stephen Jelly, running in 7th place ahead of Andrew Jordan. Adam Jones is up to 9th place, and Harry Volkard is in 10th. Tom Onslow Cole, by the way, he's done well. He's up to 11th because he made that pit stop earlier on, if you remember, and Jones did as well. Both those guys. Jones has got to 9th, and also Cole's got to 11th.
Yeah, exactly. You forget about them because they were dead last at the back of the Crocodile, but obviously they had a brand new pair of wets on as well on the front, so that would. Oh, Chris Stockton's, I think, well, he's dropping fluid there as well for the radiator. He had that. He ran into the back of Collard when Collard had that spin on the first lap, and whether he's had further contact or he's just actually broken finally, I don't know, but he's added a bit more coolant down there.
Turkington on the attack of Turner. This is for 3rd place, and no holds barred here, no tactics or strategy. It's a straightforward fight for 3rd place. That's what both of these guys are going for here. If the championship, if the race finishes as they are right now, of course Plato has managed to close that gap a little bit. Giovanardi's dropped a place since we last looked at it, so the gap would be now 29 points between the two of them. And that's a good gain for Plato, coming in 41 points behind as he was. Look at Turkington trying to go deep into Beckett to get the run out of the corner, but of course Turner's power should mark the difference between them as they come out of the bend.
Yeah, now, I mean, Giovanardi had no choice really but to let Turkington attack Darren Turner and hope something happens there, and hope Jackson managed to attack Plato. But Plato actually seems to have got the gap under control. It's been stagnant for the last couple of laps, despite Matt Jackson initially romping up to the back, but he hasn't made any further progress.
Still Turner versus Turkington. Good stuff this between Seat and BMW. Cutting out of Luffield, Giovanardi following at a respectful distance with Matt Neal behind him still, and Darren Turner, but again once he gets on the throttle again he just is able to ease away slightly, and it's going to take a bit of a gamble as we go on to the final lap here for Turkington to try and take that 3rd spot. Let's see what Adam Jones and Andrew Jordan have been doing.
Well, they're both going past Urquhart round the outside. 2 young chargers, 2 of the best young chargers, and well, a good move by Adam Jones, because as you say, he did start way back and he's now up to 8th.
That's a really good drive by Adam Jones with the pit stop up to 8th place, fighting his way past Andrew Jordan there. and well done to the Team Air-Cooled driver there, Adam Jones, and he is now fourth with the independents in this race. But we're in the last lap. Jason Plato under a bit of pressure from Matt Jackson, but he should be able to fend him off through the last couple of corners. It's been a wonderful drive by Jackson. Plato, remember, did start on pole, and he's led every single lap, and he is going to come through once again to take the first win of the day. This is the fourth consecutive event that Jason Plato has taken the win of race 1. It's also the 100th podium finish for Seat Sport UK in British touring cars, and in fact it's going to be 101 because Darren Turner just holds on to third place from Colin Turkington. Giovanardi finishes 5th ahead of Matt Neal, and Stephen Jelly gets one of his best results of the season in 7th. Adam Jones an excellent 8th ahead of Andrew Jordan and Harry Volkard. But Jason Plato takes his 8th win of 2008, Seat's 10th victory. Well, that's exactly what they wanted coming into this meeting, to keep that championship alive. So Plato the winner by half a second from Matt Jackson. Darren Turner taking 3rd, and then Turkington in 4th place, but it's Jackson that took the independent win there. Giovanardi 5th, Matt Neal 6th, Stephen Jelly an excellent 7th, Adam Jones with a pit stop, a superb 8th, ahead of Andrew Jordan, and Harry Volkard took 10th position. Behind them, just outside the points, another good drive from Onslow Cole with a pit stop to finish 11th. Chilton 12th ahead of Shedden. The Team Halford's car's not really going that well in those conditions. Jason Hughes 14th ahead of Doyle, Collard, Martin Bell, Aircut, John George, and poor old Chris Stockton with damage at the end of the race. So here's a look at the grid lineup then. It is Jason Plato on pole position, then Matt Jackson alongside, Darren Turner and Colin Turkington on row 2, and then the Vauxhalls of Fabrizio Giovanardi and Matt Neal on row 3. Behind them, Stephen Jelly looking for another strong result with Adam Jones alongside. Andrew Jordan starts 9th with Harry Volkard in the Chevrolet Lassetti, and then it's Tom Onslow Cole in the other Vauxhall with Tom Chilton for Team Halford. Team Halford's definitely struggling a bit. Their other car back there in 13th place ahead of the MG of Jason Hughes going well. Michael Doyle and Rob Collard are on row 8. Martin Bell and Aircut are on row 9 in their similar Arcus Racing Astras. Then it's John George. Chris Stockton isn't going to be on the grid, I'm afraid. He's not been able to make this start. But that gives a bit of extra boost to Mike Jordan, to Alan Taylor, and to the man starting right at the back. That's Stephen Kane. Engine revs build. Lights out, away we go, and Plato does get off the line well, but Jackson matches him. Jackson coming through, squeezing by the pit wall, and he is going to try and take the lead from Jason Plato. Side by side, down towards Cobb's Corner, he's in front. They're not even side by side as they turn in. He's got the BMW in front. What an excellent start there once again by Matt Jackson.
Yeah, he just initially got too much wheel spin, but he managed to cure that wheel spin and get the wheels driving the car forward, and Plato looked at closing the door but didn't dare risk being put in the wall.
Look who's in 4th place. It's Giovanardi in 4th behind Darren Turner. Little contact between Giovanardi and Turner, or did Turner just get sideways? Hard to tell. Right behind them there's some pushing and bumping going on as well, but Giovanardi got off the line pretty well.
Yeah, we need to see where they are, because I think Turner is alongside him. He is, and on the inside.
This could be crucial. Look at the leaders. Plato going back for the lead. Plato retakes the lead, does he? Jackson's going to go right round the outside, and Brooklyn to watch behind as well. Turner and Giovanardi are attacking one another as well. Look at them looking for the grip on the outside, trying to go deep into the corner there, Jackson. The car floating around on the surface, but he stays in front.
Yeah, just caught that curve on the echo. Turner's in the gravel. And was there contact with Giovanardi there? We need to see that.
Yeah, could have been. Well, Turner's recovering. Meanwhile, battle up front still between Plato and Jackson. Plato using the diesel power to try and get alongside. He's done it. He's alongside. But can he hold it? Jackson's going around the outside at Cobb's Corner. Wonderful stuff from these two. Jason Plato, a former champion, the top man in British touring cars, along with Fabrizio Giovanardi. But Matt Jackson, the youngster, really showing them what he could do once again in wet conditions.
Yeah, Plato could have lent on in there, but he knows Matt Jackson's got nothing to lose and will be desperate to win, and he's going to sit there, I think, in 2nd place for a little bit. He's got a gap behind him. He's better off letting Matt Jackson get his foot down and keep a gap behind him to Giovanardi.
Plato's got a great run though going here, and he's not going to waste it. He's going to get alongside the BMW. Again, it's going to be a battle on the brakes into Brooklands, but this time Plato surely has the edge. He's taken the lead once more, as long as he doesn't run wide on the exit. Jackson looks for the opportunity. There isn't one, and Plato's in front.
That was a great pass, actually. He really slowed the car down from a high speed very, very well. He didn't run wide. He didn't allow Jackson the opportunity to break round the outside like at the end of the first lap. A really good pass there. Brave pass by Plato.
But third place is Giovanardi. Plato's big rival is up there in third place, and off is Jelly, Stephen Jelly from 7th. He was running well. So up front, it's Plato, Jackson, Giovanardi third, Matt Neal is 4th, Colin Turkington 5th, Adam Jones in 6th, then Onslow Cole comes through. There's Gordon Shedden ahead of his teammate Tom Chilton for Team Halfords, and then behind them we've got Rob Collard, who's gone a very good first lap once again. Good start from Collard. He started fairly well down, but he's in the top 10. He's ahead of Michael Doyle, Harry Volkart, but the safety car is on circuit. The safety car has been called. You're watching Michael Doyle there getting alongside Collard, in fact, and getting the place. Well done to the young
and Harry
Scot.
Volkart as well. We were hoping to see a second Chevrolet out this week with Andy Neat in it, but the deal fell through sadly in the last minute. But he'll probably regret that, because the Chevy's been very quick this weekend.
Yeah,
and I did see in the corner of my eye as well Andrew Jordan retiring into the pits, or at least stopping in the pits.
Medical car is out there as well as the safety car, so somebody's obviously been off. Adam Jones, they're all racing back to the line though, remember. They're allowed to race back to the line, then they have to settle down and follow the safety car, but it's Plato leading, Jackson, Giovanardi and Neal, then Turkington and Adam Jones, followed by Tom Onslow Cole. Across the line they come, now they all back off, get picked up by the safety car, driven by Scott Stringfellow, now they back it all off, settle down a bit and wait for the track to be clear. Oh, and we've got
Turner and Doyle.
How did that happen?
That must have happened as they were coming back to the safety car. I don't think they hadn't got to the line, but that was coming back to the safety car. It looks like Brooklands to me. We saw Doyle going inside Volkart at Beckett, so I think this will be Brooklands. Here we are.
Try and see what happened here.
Doyle spins. Oh, and just recovering, Turner locks up and slides wide. There's Darren Turner running back. There's no spare car for him, so he might as well take his time. He obviously wants to get out of the rain. But Plato, I don't think will play any games here. He will just go immediately he gets out of the last corner, because he knows that he'll gain more of an advantage. Everyone goes wide to get a really good straight line on the exit. And now Plato will be off.
Yeah, now he's going to use all the power that he's got to try and drag the BMW of Matt Jackson. Giovanardi tucked in behind Jackson, then Matt Neal, then Colin Turkington. Could be under a bit of pressure over the next lap or two from Adam Jones in the petrol-powered Seat, the silver and red car. And then it's Tom Onslow Cole. Jackson takes a deeper line there into Cobb's corner. Giovanardi right behind him. So Giovanardi will be very anxious to try and take that second place and not allow Plato to gain any more points than necessary. But nonetheless, he won't want to take too many risks either. Giovanardi's through. Jackson's dropped 2 places. Jackson's dropped 2 to Giovanardi and to Matt Neal, and he might lose. Yeah, he's lost another one to Turkington.
Yeah, the front-wheel drive cars there, the quickest line in the wet is to go in wide and come out tight. But of course, the front-wheel drive can turn in tight, and once they're alongside, they just push the others wide. See, there we go. This is there was contact, quite a lot of contact there.
Yeah, that was Giovanardi up into the door there of Matt Jackson. Jackson won't like that one much.
No, he won't, and in a way, he was lucky that he hit him again to push him straight, because the front-wheel drive cars don't self-straighten. Turkington runs wide.
Yeah, that's right. It's given Onslow Cole an opportunity. Jackson now under pressure from Adam Jones. And then right behind him is Gordon Shedden and Tom Chilton, the 2 Team Halfords cars. Playing it a bit quietly so far here this weekend, but maybe they're about to join in the fun and games themselves. Plato now has a reasonable lead, but it's over his big rival Giovanardi, who's definitely taking a few risks in this race. Interestingly enough, Giovanardi, he's had enough of hanging back. He's really on the attack, and he doesn't really care who he takes with him. Leaders come through Luffield. Oh, Tom Onslow Cole, big slide in the middle of the pack there as Adam Jones tries to go round the outside of Matt Jackson.
Yeah. Oh, Matt Jackson's going to spin this time. Oh, and he gets collected by one of the Halfords cars.
Yeah, absolutely. What a shame for Matt Jackson. That really is so disappointing. It's Tom Chilton that made the contact. Wasn't much Tom could do about it. The car was spinning in front of him. Oh, what a miserable time it is for Tom. He's not having a good weekend on a track that he's won in the past, where he took his first ever win and became the youngest ever to win a British touring car race. But for Tom, it's not coming together. So if the race were to finish as it is now, Giovanardi would have a 27-point lead. So Plato, well, he needs something to happen to Giovanardi, really. He really needs somebody to join in the mix. The problem for Plato is that behind Giovanardi is his teammate Matt Neal, so he's not going to cause Giovanardi any problems. He's going to try and keep everyone else behind him. So from Plato's point of view, this is exactly not what he needs. And in fact, Giovanardi isn't that far behind.
No, he's not. I mean, I think Plato's best hope at the moment is a little bribe to Bob Kettleborough, the clerk of the course, to take some action over Giovanardi's robust driving.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what happens. You never know, there might be some action taken. We'll have to see. There'll be some investigations, I'm sure, but whether they'll take any action or not. Into Brooklands, the left-hander they come. Listen to that diesel say, it's so quiet. Hardly any noise at all, but it's working very effectively here. Look at the speed that the Vauxhall carries through that Copse corner, but as soon as they come out, then the Seat has the edge again. Giovanardi still very close to the back of Plato, and it's good to see the two of them racing this hard, and in fact he's tucking the nose alongside the back bumper of the Seat. This is great stuff. Giovanardi's got in front. How did he do that?
Well, he's just got a bit more tyre underneath him there. He can turn tighter. He's going to have to defend the inside now, though, and Plato's only chance is to go outside. It's a little bit of a risky manoeuvre, this. Giovanardi must feel that his car is quick enough to make a quick gap on Plato, because he's put himself potentially in a position where Plato could have him off. I don't think Plato would for 1 minute, but he's got to be clear of him, and he's already pulling out a bit of a gap, so very confident. And he'll now, of course, allow Matt Neal to attack him as well. So good move by Giovanardi.
But now Matt Neal is trying to get past Plato. There's no love lost between these two. They've had their incidents in the past. Neal squeezes alongside. Oh, they make a little bit of rubbing there, and that's going to give Turkington a chance to get through.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Giovanardi, and Giovanardi's wife very happy. He wanted to get through because he knew he stood a good chance then of Plato being attacked by Neal and Turkington. That's exactly what's happened.
But Turkington hasn't given up on trying to get past Matt Neal himself. That would be for third place. Team RAC driver trying to nip past the VXR machine of Matt Neal, but Matt Neal very, very good in this car in these sort of conditions. He's going to be tough to pass. Been a while since Matt had a race win, and of course he won earlier on this year. Oh, Turkington had a pretty good exit there, but behind, Plato's been passed by Adam Jones. What's going on now?
Well, it must have some kind, but let's see how quick that set is on the straight. I mean, Plato still seems, depression there in the Northern Souths team, but it does seem to have lost some pace for sure.
It does seem odd that he just can't match the sort of pace that he was earlier on, and suddenly Plato's struggling here. Could this be the championship ebbing ever further away from him if it finishes as it is now? Giovanardi be on 251, he'd be 40 points ahead of Jason Plato. And now he's coming under pressure from another Vauxhall, this time Thomas O'Cole, and look at the face of Scott Dennis, it tells the story. Seat can't quite believe this. There's the face of Jason Plato. Glances down at the instruments, and from what was looking so dominant earlier on in race 1 and in the early stages of race 2, it's all fallen apart for them.
Yeah, well, he certainly had lost some grip from the front end, but he also seems to have lost some of that straight line speed, because he couldn't retaliate against the petrol-powered Seat, and he couldn't really retaliate against the Vauxhall either.
No, it's strange. He does definitely. I mean, out of these corners, he's been so quick up to now. Look at the battle for third. Turkington's grabbed it. He's, in fact, second it is. The battle for second now. Turkington into second, ahead of Matt Neal, who drops to third. And Adam Jones is right there with them as well. Another outstanding effort this from Adam Jones. Independence class being led by Turkington there. He's now in second place overall with Matt Neal behind him and Adam Jones going after them as well. Good stuff.
Jones might have a chance here. Matt Neal put two wheels on the curb, lost traction, and he's done it.
Oh.
Great stuff by Adam Jones. Oh, Turkington's run a bit wide as well. A little touch on the back from Matt Neal on Jones. A little bit naughty, but Jones is going to hopefully have enough speed to hold the inside into Brooklands.
Two lads from the Birmingham area, Adam Jones and Matt Neal, both going absolutely door handle to door handle here. Matt Neal, a double champion. Adam Jones, one of the younger stars of British touring cars this year, who really has made a name for himself already, but Matt's got the edge here. Touch between them, just enough to keep them both on the tarmac. Jones takes a much deeper line. Tom Onslow Cole is catching them as well. He's got past Plato now, Tom Onslow Cole. So Plato's lost yet another place. He's down in sixth place. Oh, look at this! Jones almost through the advertising hauling.
Well, yeah, I mean, good job the banners. Oh, there's going to be... Oh, that was close. That was close. Good racing, but Jones on a flyer.
Giovanardi has driven brilliantly, as we've come to expect from the man who won the title last year and who was desperate to try and take it again this season. He has got the car in front and then just held it there, the gap 3.7 seconds. And you know what, it's been a long time since Vauxhall have had a victory, because they've had to sit and wait for this opportunity.
Since Croft.
Yes, since Croft. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
So 3 months or so since Vauxhall last won a race, but it's going to be Giovanardi who takes victory here at Silverstone, taking Vauxhall's 8th win of the season, Triple Eight's 99th victory. They've almost got that 100th win that they've been waiting for. He takes victory then, Turkington is second, Jones is third, Matt Neal is fourth, Stephen Kane in 5th place, Tom Onslow-Cole chases, but Plato finishes down in 7th.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed. These two are still going at it. Volcard and Hughes battling for 11th place.
What a save, but Hughes may have got that. This is for 11th. I think Jason's going to get it, isn't he, in the MG?
Well, look at the understeer on Volcard's got. He's got full lock on and full power.
Good to see. Jason Hughes takes 11th place on the line, getting it from Harry Volcard, but well done to both those lads who have put on a race right to the end. But Giovanardi can celebrate a very significant victory there on board with him, and you can tell he's pretty happy about that. So they're heading back into the pits, and Giovanardi, it's been a long time coming since this win. It's his 5th win of the season, but he's done it ahead of Colin Turkington, Adam Jones and Matt Neal. Stephen Kane in a good 5th, Tom Onslow-Cole in 6th, but poor old Jason Plato struggling to finish 7th. Gordon Shedden was 8th, then Rob Collard and Mike Jordan completed the points finishers and might be in with the shouts in the reverse grid. Behind them, Jason Hughes just beat Volcard on the line. He was ahead of Matt Jackson, Martin Bell and John George, and then a number of non-finishers, I'm afraid, including Tom Chilton, Michael Doyle, Darren Turner, Stephen Jelly and Andrew Jordan.
So Jason, obviously you had some problems in that race. Looked like you were losing power, or at least having some problems with the performance of the car. Can you enlighten us anymore?
Well, I mean, the car was good for the first few laps, and then I just started to have less and less front grip, and traction became an issue, and then I couldn't, and then I couldn't turn into the corners. Just you know, we obviously haven't got the setup right. You know, we made some changes between race 1 and 2. Race 1 was a kind of a halfway house wet setting, in that we didn't really know it was going to rain, so we didn't put our wet setting on. Now we've put a wet setting on. Perhaps that's just hurt the front tyres, you know, a little bit. But you know, that's one of those things. So sometimes you get the setup right, and sometimes you don't. We clearly didn't there.
Well, it looks like you're smiling now, but earlier on you looked really peeved. I mean, was that just because the way the car was behaving, or is it, you know, a bit of argy-bargy out there at times?
It's touring cars, isn't it? You know, that's what it's all about. No, I mean, you know, we want to perform at our best, and when we make a little mistake with a setup, and that includes me, you know, of course, you know, you get a bit wound up. But we'll have to have a look. For some reason, our tyre pressures are coming really low down the right-hand side. Obviously, got a little clump off Matt there when he came through, so maybe that has a little effect. But you know, the car wasn't working at its best, you know, just prior to that. But that's touring cars. That's how it is.
Certainly is, and we love it. Thanks very much, Jace.
Pleasure.
Okay, thanks very much, Janie. The strange lack of pace from Jason Plato. Right, I'm joined by the race winner and the slightly, you know what I'm going to say, don't you? Slightly controversial Fabrizio Giovanardi. Darren said that wasn't very sporting, those little touches you gave him, especially the last one into Woodcote.
You can say what he think, because he does a good job for his team, as he has to do. He has to do. Anyway, there was a little touch. It didn't come out. I think it's a normal contact.
Yeah, well, this was the first one, wasn't it? You did knock him a bit.
You did what?
You did knock him a bit into the side.
No.
Well,
it's not the.
No, that's the first one. We're going to have a look at the second one in just a second.
Yeah.
Come on, then explain yourself.
What I have to explain? I overtook him.
You did touch him a bit. Well, that's Jackson.
Yeah, you know, it's quite easy to slip on the wet. He wasn't doing good job. He's tried to slowing down before the corner to save obviously Jason, and I did my line. I did my job.
So you slid into them. It was the rain.
Sorry?
It was the rain. You just slid into them by accident.
We had the touch in the outside. We joined two wheels together, so I think I could have a problem too. Anyway.
Yeah. Did you drive drift differently in this round compared to the last two? You look like you were giving it some in this race.
Obviously, I left the ballast once. We completely changed the setup. We were very struggling in the first race. We played the last cars because we've seen Jason really quick, and lose 10 points per race is quite a lot.
Okay, Fabrizio, thank you very much. Stay there because you have the honour of deciding who is on pole position for the third race of the day. These are the numbers to look out for. If you pick up number 6, it will be Tom Onslow Cole, your Vauxhall teammate. Number 7, Jason Plato. Number 8, Gordon Shedden. Number 9, Rob Collard. And number 10 will mean that Mike Jordan will be on pole position for the third race of the day. Okay, we have Jade here who will spin the balls, and you just have to go in there and pick somebody out, please.
Where is he?
Where is he? Okay, who have you got? Come on.
10!
Number 10! Oh dear, right. Well,
I couldn't do worse.
Any worse. No, that means you will be starting from 10th, and that means that it'll be Mike Jordan. I tell you what, these Jordans are getting all the luck in these draws, and here's Ben with the rest of the grid.
The experienced Mike Jordan, who suffered a horrible accident here a couple of years ago. He starts from pole position, courtesy of the top 10 reverse grid. And Rob Collard, who started very well at Knock Hill, if you remember, on the reverse grid, well, he's starting second. Gordon Shedden and Jason Plater on the second row. Then you've got Tom Onslow Cole and Stephen Kane, who's been quick off the line already here today. He's starting from 6th place on the grid. 7th is Matt Neal, then Adam Jones. And then you've got Colin Turkington and Fabrizio Giovanardi. Giovanardi won race 2, of course, but now he's all the way down in 10th. Jason Hughes and Harry Volkard are immediately behind him on row number 6. And then it's Matt Jackson in the BMW with Martin Bell alongside. John George, Tom Chilton coming from 16th. But look at Darren Turner, he's got to come all the way from 18th in the diesel-powered Seat. And then as we go further back down the grid, we've got Stephen Jelly. He dislocated his shoulder earlier, so he's in a bit of pain, but it is back in and he is racing. Andrew Jordan starts 20th, ahead of Aircut, Alan Taylor and Chris Stockton. Now, is Collard going to get off the line? Well, he is a good starter. Mike is a good starter sometimes, just depending. And both get off the line pretty well, but actually it's Shedden that makes the best start. So Mike Jordan's able to take the lead initially, but it's Gordon Shedden who's moving up into second and will challenge, I would say, into Copse. Now, Jordan and Shedden have already made contact once today. They've got a bit of history this season. Let's hope they keep it clean. Shedden going right around the outside, and he's being followed by, I think, who is that? Is that Onslow Cole? Yes, it is, going with him in the Vauxhall. Somebody running wide. It's Gordon Shedden who leads. Tom Onslow Cole into second place. Mike Jordan in third.
Well, it's very greasy on the inside of the track here. The most amount of grips where Shedden has gone round the outside. It does leave the door wide open.
Tom Chilton coming through the middle of the pack. Matt Neal's right down there as well. Where's Giovanardi? I didn't quite see where he came through, but up front it is Gordon Shedden that's leading this race, with right behind him it is Tom Onslow Cole, then Mike Jordan. Here comes Stephen Kane, that is. Stephen Kane trying to get past Mike Jordan. He's on the inside and he may well have got that move made, and Rob Collard's going to try and follow him. And then you've got Jason Plato. He's in the next little group there, and Tom Onslow Cole attacking for the lead. Giovanardi's right down in the middle of the pack, not made much progress as yet. Battle for the lead though. Here comes Tom Onslow Cole on the inside for Vauxhall, and he's got alongside Gordon Shedden.
Well, 2 wins already for Onslow Cole. He's looking for another. That Vauxhall works really well around the inside of Luffield.
Good stuff from Tom Onslow Cole then. Giovanardi comes through in 9th place, but in the middle of a pack of cars, including Matt Jackson and Adam Jones. There's Collard trying to get past Turkington. Turkington's actually got past Collard, I should say, on that lap. Up to off's gone Kane. Kane from 3rd place.
Well, the rear-wheel drive cars, we've said it in all the races so far, if they touch the outside curbs, they spin the rear wheels up, and that's what's happened. You'd have thought, not being funny, Stephen would have learned that by now.
Turkington coming through Beckett's, but Plato's gained a bit of ground here. Jason Plato has moved up the order, partly as a result of Stephen Kane going off, of course. Tom Onslow Cole is our race leader, though. It's Gordon Shedden. There's Plato on the attack, and look at the Seat flying now, going much better than it did in that last race when he said they just lost traction. The front tyres just lost more and more grip. He couldn't get the power down. Bit of a setup issue, but now it looks to be going very, very quickly. He's in 3rd, Mike Jordan in 4th, Colin Turkington is in 5th. Here comes Jason Plato attacking for 2nd. This is for 2nd place. The Seat Diesel is flying once again, and Jason Plato trying to get past the Scot, and I don't think that Gordon Shedden can do anything about that at all. No way he can fight him off. Plato is 2nd. How long before he bears down on the Vauxhall that's leading? But remember, it is a Vauxhall, and Tom Onslow Cole will want to work for his manufacturer and keep Plato behind. Shedden slipping back another place here. Jackson going past him. So Shedden down to 5th position now. Mike Jordan follows through. He's in 6th place, but Giovanardi's right there as well in 7th. Look at Jackson try. Oh, he's on the curb there. He doesn't want to be there, and that lost him a bit of ground. In fact, I think that's allowed Shedden. Yep, he has come back through once again, and just putting a wheel on that curb. You did it once in your race, didn't you? Just one lap.
I was just enjoying a bit of oversteer.
Oh, right, okay.
I was just enjoying a bit of power oversteer there, but
well, it's
and I've
amazing.
got 420 horsepower.
Yeah.
These guys can't afford to lose traction.
Absolutely right. No. And Jackson there, look. Great gaggle of cars we've got. Tom Onslow Cole still in the lead. Plato bearing down on him. Then a gap back to Turkington Lonely in 3rd. Jackson still just about in 4th. But he's got Shedden, Jones, Giovanardi in there as well. Giovanardi getting round the outside of Mike Jordan there. As Plato now really beginning to pick up the pace a bit more.
Yeah, and we talk about the circuit drying a little bit, but just for reference, Darren Turner, who popped into the pits and put slicks on, is lapping some 4.5 seconds slower at the moment than the front runners.
Look at Plato, he just blew past Tom Onslow Cole there before they'd sort of exited to Woodcote Corner. Very impressive that sale is in this race. On board with Giovanardi now, he's right in the middle of a huge battle here. Jones on one side, Shedden was involved there as well. He's taking a tighter line in, but Jones is up on the outside. There's Shedden immediately behind. He runs the curb a little bit, but in the front-wheel drive car, he can probably get away with it. But he's still got to watch out for Gordon Shedden, who's there with him. And in fact, Shedden's got back in front.
He has. That was Giovanardi making it. He went in early, if you remember, and just slid out wide and touched the curb. You've got to take the wide line into Cox.
Yeah. Of course, he has less experience perhaps of the wet lines here at Silverstone than some of the other guys. Up front, Plato. Look at how Turkington's caught up a bit as well to Onslow Cole. Jackson 4th, Jones 5th. Then in 6th place, it is Giovanardi. He takes that very, very deep line into Brooklands, which does work for him okay. He certainly runs the gauntlet right out to the white line. Very risky if you get it wrong, but he doesn't get it wrong. He just about keeps it on the island. And Giovanardi heading around then. 6th place now for him, but it is Plato who leads the race. Oh, interestingly, Onslow Cole's got a bit wide. We're going to end up with 3 of them in a minute, side by side, because Matt Jackson's joining in. And remember, the rivalry between Turkington and Jackson in the independence class is massive. Both of them want to win that title. Oh no, Turkington's rounded off. I thought he timed it right, but he just clips the front of Onslow Cole, I think.
He did everything right, but you absolutely rely on the guy on the inside not to hit you there. And, you know, it's a brave shout. He went as wide as he possibly could, but the slightest touch is going to spin you there.
Turkington crosses the line in 9th as a result of that. What a blow. And in terms of the independents, that's a huge blow as well, because he's now dropped to 4th in class. Look at this, Jackson battling with Onslow Cole for 2nd. So Jackson, as you say, Tim, he's really come alive in the last few laps.
Yeah, the front-wheel drive cars have really come back to him. His car's maintaining a good, steady rhythm. That's exactly what you need in these conditions. It's more about keeping your pace up than doing a few quick laps at the start and then dropping back. But I thought he would be the one to watch, and so far, now he's got to brave it out round the outside of Onslow Cole.
Does he take the risk or not? Because Onslow Cole's going in fairly deep himself, so no, he can't afford to. Ooh.
What he wants to do actually is to try and cut back on Onslow Cole on the exit of this corner to the inside. Rather than go all the way around the outside, he wants to wait and cut back.
But he's got to watch out here, because Jones is right with them now. We know Jones will knit through if there's any opportunity, and then it's Giovanardi. So, you know, you've got to watch your back as well as watching the front and see what the guy ahead is doing. At the moment, Tom Onslow Cole's driving beautifully. Very good defensive race, but keeping the pace up from the youngster, the winner at Thruxton of those 2 races. Meanwhile, further back, you've got a battle there going on between Gordon Shedden and Colin Turkington trying to recover, of course. He's now back up into 7th place after that mishap at Luffield. Desperate for the points, desperate to clamber back up towards Jackson. Andrew Jordan, he put slicks on earlier on, but as you say, I don't think it was working at all for him.
No, they were still, the Turner's still going round in 14s and still some 4 seconds off the pace. So it just hasn't worked, just hasn't dried out. Stay on the outside, Matt, stay on the outside, cut back to the inside on the exit. Wow. If he stays on the outside now, he might get done to him. What, Turkington? Oh, he's just made it. Just made it. Fantastic.
That was great stuff.
Very brave, very brave.
It was brave, but he just pulled it off, didn't he? It's what Turkington tried to do, but it didn't quite come off. Now Jones is on the attack of Onslow Cole. So can Jackson close that gap up to Jason Plato? It is 1.7 seconds, but there's still plenty of time left in this race. And Jones now trying to find a way past the Vauxhall. Jones goes to the inside here. Has a good run through Copse Corner. Giovanardi still behind them all. Still the lights ablaze on Fabrizio's car. And Jones surely has done it. He's got the nose ahead. I don't think Onslow Cole's going to come back from here unless Jones breaks too deep. He's got a bit of grip on the outsides. Wonderful racing here.
It's great racing because you've got such a variety of lines, and some lines are quick on the way in and slow on the way out. It's fascinating racing.
We're riding with Jason Plato, and I tell you what, Adam Jones is not far behind in third as well. This could become a three-way tussle for the lead here with still a few laps to go. And remember, Plato definitely struggled in the closing stages of the last race. Look at that! Jackson again, a bit like in race 2, maybe that diesel Seat just chews up its front tyres a bit. I don't know.
It is a bit heavier on the front of the car. The car is heavier. It obviously has got a lot of torque. It is going to work the tyres much harder. And I tell you, if Jackson gets through the next couple of corners, he's going to be away.
Yeah, absolutely. This is looking good for Jackson. We've seen it already this year. His performance in the wet, in particular, has been absolutely brilliant. And he's in front once again here. Didn't qualify originally very well for race 1, but fought his way to finish in second place to Jason Plato. This time he's gone ahead of Plato, and he's going to try and ease out an advantage of the remaining laps. Good stuff from Jackson. Across the line he comes. He gets an extra point because he's leader of the race, and Plato 0.6 of a second behind. Then Adam Jones in third. The question is now, how much is Jason Plato going to drop back? We saw him drop quite a lot in race 2. He's now got Adam Jones behind him.
Well, I'm pretty sure Jones is going to get him, which of course Seat won't be particularly happy about because he's in a Seat, albeit last year's car, but it's run independently. It's run by GR Asia, and they want to battle for the independence and needed all the points they could get. So there's no reason why Adam Jones should help them.
I have to say, it's not looking good for Seat. They won't lose the driver's title here today. That's the situation as it stands now. He would be 38 points ahead. But remember, you've got a lot of points on offer at each and every round of this championship. Some 53 points on offer. So that's still a margin that Giovanardi can't gain over Jason Plato here at Silverstone. But it certainly sets him up for Brands Hatch in a few weeks' time. You're looking back from Plato now.
We could go to Brands Hatch and Giovanardi could have a shunt on the start line and not even start the next 2 races. Absolutely anything could happen.
That's absolutely right. We've seen problems like that in the past. But Giovanardi is going to play it a little cautiously here, I would think, despite catching Plato. Will he go for the big lunge to pass, or will he just stay right tucked in behind him? We'll have to wait and see. Across the line, Jackson, 19 laps completed. We're on to lap 20 now after 22. Jackson's lead, 2.3 seconds over Adam Jones, who's on for another second place finish. Another great result for the Solihull racer. Jason Plato at the moment in third, but I wonder for how much longer with Giovanardi bearing down on him. And Giovanardi is going to take third place here, and Plato simply cannot respond in this latter stage of the race.
No, good place to pass as well, very safe, lots of room there. If he gets through Beckett's and onto the back straight cleanly, I don't think that Plato will be able to come back at him.
No, it's just a question of staying in front of him and not being tobogganed here into Beckett's, but Plato's not going to go for any stunts like that. There is too much respect between them. Plato's had 1 or 2 little incidents here at Silverstone in the past. He got excluded from a race win for taking Tom Chilton out, if you remember, down this particular straight a couple of years ago. But Plato's keeping it clean at the moment. He's just lacking a little bit of performance. By the way, look at Turkington. He's got past Onslow Cole. So good recovery this. And using that BMW's pace, he has now brought himself up another position. He's into 5th and could take 4th here from Jason
if
Plato.
he gets a good run out of Luffield here, he could pass Plato in exactly the same place that Giovanardi did the last time, and that's exactly what he's looking to do.
Frustration though this for Turkington. Remember, he was ahead of Jackson earlier on, and then that spin out of Luffield is what dropped him back, so it possibly could have been a victory here, and it was just all got a bit tight through Luffield corner. He's maybe going to have a think about it into Copse. No, it is the last lap we're on now, and certainly everything's looking very good at the moment for Matt Jackson, the man from Henley and Arden, who has already had 2 victories this year, and this one absolutely superb in the way he's done it. Let's just take a look. What's been going on here?
Whoa, that was Jelly, just unable to stop the car. It looks like he deliberately drove it, but I think he just locked the brakes and couldn't steer it. Just went straight into the side of Shedden. Yeah. And Jackson is past Martin Bels cleanly. He can brake nice and early into Brooklands. Not worry about anything too much. Keep his concentration up nicely through Brooklands. Just Luffield to go. and a great third victory of the year for Matt Jackson.
Absolutely wonderful. He loves these slippery conditions, doesn't he? But the team as well, BMW Dealer Team UK, and the family who worked so hard to make this project work. It's going to be victory for Matt Jackson once again. He wins it quite comfortably in the end from Adam Jones in the silver and red Seat. Great result for him. Third place though goes to Giovanardi. Turkington does take fourth. He beats Plato to the line. Plato is fifth, Onslow Cole is sixth, and I think it's going to be Collard to finish in seventh place. And Michael Doyle, is he going to... No, Chilt comes through. Yeah, Michael Doyle gets eighth.
Oh, look at this coming out on the last lap. That's going to be... that's Shedden and...
Stephen Kane was that, yeah. Stephen Kane, who was all over the place there, coming across the line. Just confirm the result then. Jackson, the winner, from Adam Jones in second place and Giovanardi in third. Turkington fourth, and Plato struggling in the end. Led early on, but he finished in fifth. Tom Onslow Cole was sixth, Rob Collard seventh. Michael Doyle, an absolutely superb eighth for In Tune Racing. Tom Chilton was ninth, and the top 10 was completed by Stephen Jelly. Behind those guys, Gordon Shedden was just outside the points, and Stephen Kane were battling right to the line. Harry Volkard was 13th, John George was 14th, ahead of Matt Neal. Bit of a quiet day for him. Alan Taylor and Erkut, then Martin Bell, Darren Turner and Andrew Jordan.
Matt, congratulations. You were stoked. Come forward a bit. I know you're slightly exhausted, but you were stoked in that. And that really meant a lot to you, I think, after the disappointment of race 2, when really you should have won.
Yeah, it's we didn't have a very good qualifying yesterday, and to go away last night in 14th place on for qualifying, it makes for a very sleepless night. And we came back this morning sort of praying for rain, and we sure did. We got some rain, and we've had 3 wet races today, and to pull a second in race 1, and then race 2 was a bit unfortunate. We got tangled up in a few incidents which cost us, but I think overall we can be pleased with the results that we pulled today.
I'm sure you can. That's an understatement. How do you come back from such a lowly grid position, 14th, then 15th, up to win the race?
I mean, it's the BMW is a great starting car. In the wet conditions, the circuit out there today is getting drier and drier, and I think it played into our hands a little bit today. For sure, I think the BMW was the best car out there over the weekend.
Okay, well, I'm sure you're going to enjoy this. Let's take a look at you taking the lead earlier on in the race. And this is Jason Plato. He was in a bit of trouble, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. Jace was going slower, and I knew that if we didn't make the move, then we would get caught up, and we'd be raced backwards into Adam, and we didn't want to really be there. So we sort of let it run a little bit wide into the corner and got the run over Jace. And obviously the diesel's very fast in a straight line, and the last thing you want is him to pop it back up the inside into Brooklands. So it was really a little bit of defending and make sure that we get a clean exit.
How frustrating was that? Because we were riding on board with you in race 2 when you were behind a diesel, and you just see him, he just moves away from you on the straight.
Yeah, it's every car has its advantages and disadvantages at the end of the day, and yeah, for sure, I think Seat have got a very fast engine in a straight line, but BMW have got a great chassis underneath us, and I think it's a good battle.
Okay, Matt, thank you very much. We'll let you go to the podium and spray that champagne all over your team crew. I know you want to do that, but Janie is down in the pits, I believe, with Plato.
Jason, championship-wise, 44 points behind Fabrizio now, so it looks like it's going to be a struggle to make that title yours. He says laughing, look at his face.
I mean, it's always been a struggle, you know what I mean? It's really not been possible. But you've got to keep trying and do what you've got to do, and in the hope that a little bit of misfortune might come his way. But he's done enough already in the season to almost guarantee the win, But yeah,
is it tough continuing racing when, like you just said, it's frustrating?
Well, no, not at all. This is what it's all about, isn't it? And we're out there having fun, enjoying what we're doing. We must remember it's all too easy to get kind of a bit embroiled in what's going on here. But we're lucky lads. This is what we do for a living. Let's get real. It's great, and sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. And today we just first race we as it worked out, that was good for us. It kept on raining, and our car seems to like it when it keeps raining. But when it stops and it gets greasy, we tend to eat our tyres up. And in that last race, the car was going great, and then all of a sudden, we lose the front end. And at that point, I'm going backwards at a rapid rate of knots. So that's a bit dull and a bit boring, but no, it's been a good weekend for us. We've learned some more about the car, and we've put a good show on for the fans and the people at home, and that's what matters.
Thank you very much. See you at Brands.
See you then.
Oh dear, It's always when they start to say, oh well, never mind, at least we put on a good show for the fans, that you know that he's just throwing in the towel, don't you? Okay, Janie is back down and she's found Giovanardi, haven't you, Janie? Where are you?
Yep, I'm certainly downstairs, and we've got, yep, you were on TV then. We've got Fabrizio Giovanardi, a little bit like Jekyll and Hyde, aren't you? It's like you've got two personalities when you're in the car.
Is what my wife says. Normally I'm Hyde at home, and on the car I have to split in two personality, because sometimes you have to be calm, and the same way you have rush, you have to fight with the other cars. It's not easy, but anyway, I can manage now because I'm quite old.
You're not old at all. Talk to us about the championship. You've extended your lead, 41 points when you got here, 44 points now.
44?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one says 47, the other one 44. Okay, it's okay. It's more than when I came here. So yeah, I'm quite confident I have to score a few points in the next race and be championship again.
So what's your mindset going to be going into Brands Hatch?
Just as the last race of my life.
But you wanted to win the championship here at Silverstone, didn't you? Are you disappointed?
No, I'm tried, to be honestly, but I expect the Jason Plato performance, so I couldn't believe 100% to win here, just if he had failed on the car. No, it's okay. I scored more points than him, and it's a perfect weekend for Vauxhall.
So an enjoyable weekend and an enjoyable 3 races for you?
Yeah. I have to say yes, because I won once, 3rd, 5th. It's a good score because we're struggling to start 11th in the first race. No, it's a perfect day.
Okay, going to let you have a perfect evening. Thank you.
Cheers. Bye.
What an absolutely glorious day we have here at Brands Hatch. It is stunning, and the stage is set for the final battle between these two. Jason Plato for Seat versus Fabrizio Giovanardi for Vauxhall. I say the final battle because we know that it's certainly Seat won't be a part of the party after the end of this year. Let's take a look at how they line up on the grid then. Stephen Jelly has taken his first ever pole position. It's the first for the team this year. Matt Jackson alongside him though. He's a fast starter in the white BMW. Watch out for him. Turner and Matt Neal are on the second row. So Darren Turner, the fastest of the diesel powered cars. Matt Neal is alongside him. Then behind them we've got Gordon Shedden and Colin Turkington. Turkington, remember, leading in the independence points, but battling with Matt Jackson, who starts up front. Rob Collard, his best qualifying performance of the year in 7th, ahead of Adam Jones. Behind them, we've got Stephen Kane. Then it's Jason Plato starting 10th, and right behind him, of course, is Giovanardi in 11th, with his teammate Onslow Cole alongside. Then it's Tom Chilton and Andrew Jordan on row 7 of the grid. Row 8 sees Jason Hughes and Michael Doyle. On row number 9 behind them, we've got John George and Martin Bell. Then it's Alan Taylor and Mike Jordan, who had a broken part in the gearbox, so he didn't put in a time. Chris Stockton and Harry Volkard both failed to put in times in qualifying. And Erkut is at the back of the grid, and they've had to quickly go and get his sport hatchback. He was due to run in Ivan Muller's old championship-winning Astra Coupe, but unfortunately the engine blew in practice yesterday, and he's not been able to use that car. You're looking on board from Fabrizio Giovanardi at the moment as he gets ready to line up in 11th place. Tim, as I say, the stage is set. It's an absolutely perfect day for this championship decider.
Well, they say it's hard enough to win one championship, but it's even harder to win 2 on the trot. And if anything, for me, Giovanardi has driven better this year than even he did last year. And I'm sure as he sits there, needing only 9 points, he is full of confidence.
That's right. Plato needs Plato to finish 4th or lower in this for Giovanardi to take the title. Even if Plato were to win from where he is way back on the grid there, 10th place on the grid, then 4th place for Giovanardi would be enough. So it's looking good for the Italian, and we're all set for this first race of the day, round 28 of the British Touring Car Championship. Lights out, away we go, and Stephen Jelly makes a great start from pole position. Matt Neal trying to squeeze down on Shedden and had to back out of it. Thankfully they didn't make contact. Matt Neal very slow away in the first of the Vauxhalls on the grid. The Giovanardi getting away. Jason Plato going around the outside of Fadakill Bend. He's trying to go around Adam Jones. Hasn't quite finished it yet, but he's going to try and finish it as they come up the hill to the hairpin, but Jones is on his inside. Giovanardi's just tucked in behind that little group. Up front, Stephen Jelly leads. Matt Jackson pushing him down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. But Jason Plato is trying to pick his way through here and trying to find a way past cars without any damage being incurred. Behind him, in fact, it is Tom Onslow Cole and then Giovanardi, and then, no, it's Matt Neal, isn't it, back down there, and Giovanardi behind Adam Jones at the moment. A little bit of a lock-up. You can see Plato 2 cars ahead of Giovanardi at this stage, Tim.
Well, Plato's got one thing on his mind, and that is a charge to the front, but this is very much a BMW circuit. There's 2 across the line at the front. There were 5 in the top 10 at qualifying.
Matt Jackson's taken the lead. Matt Jackson takes it from Stephen Jelly. BMW's 1 and 2, but it's Matt Jackson in front, Jelly in second, Turner in third, Giovanardi in the gravel. Giovanardi's in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. He's got it back on. My goodness. He's scored points at every race this year, and suddenly he's off in the gravel. Jason Hughes and John George have made contact as well.
Well, that'll be a safety car for sure, but Giovanardi needs to regroup. He was trying to pass Adam Jones, and of course, he's finished every single race so far this year.
Chris Stockton got punted, and he was just behind Giovanardi at that point. Turner's come up. Stephen Jelly's lost 1. He's lost 2 places. Are we going to see the safety car? Yes, we are. And they're racing back to the line. They race to the line before they get picked up by the safety car, and it looks as though it's going to be Matt Jackson who leads as they cross the line from Turner in second, Gordon Shedden now third, Stephen Jelly fourth, Rob Collard in fifth, then Turkington in sixth ahead of Stephen Kane. Now Jason Plato is in 8th place. Where is Giovanardi? He's all the way down in 14th position.
Well, that was potentially the disaster that could have ended Giovanardi's chances if he gets taken out in an accident that means he takes no further part in the meeting, and that's not impossible. Last year in the multiple accident triggered by Matt Jackson, the current leader of this race, Matt Neal, and took no further part in the race after that. So it could have been, but Giovanardi keeps his miraculous record going of still managing to get out of trouble. He's still on the track.
So we're all set now for the race to get underway, and it's Matt Jackson, absolutely breathtaking once again from the youngster. Matt Jackson leading, Turner in second, Gordon Shedden in the Team Halfords car third, Stephen Jelly fourth, and then coming through is Rob Collard, Turkington down there. Now watch for Giovanardi. He's got to do something over the next few laps. He's okay at the moment, but he can't, of course, depend on that, because presumably Plato's going to pick up some more places here.
Yeah, I'm sure Plato will. I mean, Matt Jackson is absolutely flying, and don't forget, he is very keen on trying to win this independence title. He's just slightly behind Turkington in, so he's going about it in the best possible way.
Problems for Jelly on that back straight. He slowed right down, and several cars all going past him. I don't know what happened to him there, but Stephen Jelly really slowing down, and the pole sitter in trouble. Now further back, let me tell you that Giovanardi's just lost another place. Look at Plato. He
That's Kane and Turkington side by side, and I think Kane's got through.
Yeah, he has. He's got past. So he's got past the Team RAC BMW, and here comes Plato. Plato on the grass, and in the background, Chilton getting very out of shape. Contact, I don't know if there was with the Vauxhall, perhaps, of Onslow Cole. Meanwhile, Giovanardi is down in 14th place now. So Giovanardi really struggling in this race. It could be the first race this year that he's not in the points. Here comes Plato now, trying to get past Colin Turkington, a winner here earlier this season. Turkington, but Plato a bit slow through Paddock.
Well, Plato taking the tight line, the Seat very good over the curbs, and Jason Plato using the inside curve, which is quite an aggressive one at Paddock, to try and shorten the line here, but it's got this real end of term feel about it, this first race of the last meeting, with everybody going for broke.
So race leader, the white BMW of Matt Jackson. In second place, the Seat of Darren Turner. Look at this battle for third now as Rob Collard goes on the attack, and he's down the inside of Gordon Shedden, and he's through. Good move there from Rob Collard. I tell you what, Stephen Kane's not far behind him. Shedden's trying to come back up the inside. Here's this good stuff from the Scot as well, and Stephen Kane right behind. Look at the sandwich as they come around the hairpin. Wonderful racing, but now Collard's got the inner line, and Kane's going to try and follow. No, he can't do it. So Collard does move up into third, fourth now for Shedden, and fifth for Stephen Kane.
Well, a great battle there, and a real peach of an overtake from Collard there. It's not easy to pass up the inside into Paddock because it's a blind approach, and the car goes light on the inside. We just managed to get it done.
Yeah, he's a bit wide turning into clearways, but actually he seemed to get away with it, and it's now Shedden under attack once again from Stephen Kane, and Kane now trying to line him up for Paddock Hill Bend, but I doubt if Gordon's going to see it happen twice. Is he going to leave the door open? No, he doesn't.
Well, in fairness, I mean, Shedden didn't defend the inside, and it looked like Kane had a good run onto that straight, and didn't quite pull the move that. He's going, looking up the inside. There's a little bit of a push. That'll probably get the job done. Very nice indeed. These two Motorbase cars, well, have they found this performance? Dave Bartram must be leaping up and down with excitement, because he loves to race, and he loves to race well and nowhere else than Brands Hatch. A fantastic performance.
Now these two guys are teammates. You've got Rob Collard running third here, and then Stephen Kane right behind him. Now, how hard is Kane going to try to get past him, or will they be under some team orders here?
Well, Dave Bartram said if they take each other off, he'll sit on them, and that's a threat that no one would want to see carried out. So they're very close. Stephen got past Shedden at that corner with a little rub, but he's looking down the inside now.
And meanwhile, Jason Plato is trying to get past. Oh, and Collard's gone wide, and Kane is through on the back straight.
Yeah.
Collard ran wide out of Graham Hill Bend.
Well, we saw the start of that, and Kane was just looking down, and whether he put enough pressure on the Collard to get through, I don't know, but they're very close behind Darren Turner in front, so Kane wants to keep his progress going.
Yeah, absolutely on board with Jason Plato meanwhile, and he's got a chance of getting past Gordon Shedden, who seems to be struggling with the Team Halfords Honda. It's not working as it was in the early stages of this race, and Plato now really getting close. He's going to attack surely as we come up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Has a little think about going for the inside, decides against it. Matt Neal and Tom Chilton still right behind him, and then it's Onslow Cole. He's running in 10th place, but the attack is still on. Plato having a little think about it. In the background, Onslow Cole thinking about getting past Tom Chilton, and this is great stuff, but at the moment it's still Giovinazzi looking to win this title. Unless Plato moves a bit further up, he won't have enough points to keep the championship alive. He's got to get past Shedden, and then ideally get past another couple as well. He really needs to get into 4th place here, Plato. At the moment he's down in 7th.
I tell you what, Plato's giving it everything. That car is struggling on its tyres. He's got second biggest success ballast, and he's still lapping really well. And Darren Turner in the sister set with no weight is in 2nd place, but he's no quicker at all. And Plato's up the inside as we come across the start-finish line.
Yeah, this is an opportunity. He's through, and it's a fairly straightforward one in the end there for Jason Plato. He takes the place from Gordon Shedden, so he's into 6th place, and Shedden now under attack from Matt Neal as well. Matt Neal follows through, and there's Tom Chilton, his teammate, and Tom's not taking any prisoners. Squeezes right past Shedden at the same time.
Yeah, well, we said Tom was going to be quick, and Shedden clearly got a pace problem here. This is on board with Plato alongside. The door is wide open. Plato's got enough speed down the straight to get the job done nice and early without any panic late braking.
So up front, meanwhile, Matt Jackson is still leading this race, but the battle for second is really hotting up now. The battle for second, watch it, Darren Turner under threat from Stephen Kane in the BMW, then Rob Collard, and chasing him is Colin Turkington, as Turkington's car really seems to be working now in the latter stages of this race. So Darren Turner finds his mirrors somewhat filled with that BMW of Stephen Kane. Well, how big a risk? Oh, there's contact, and Kane's alongside, he's going to take it. He's into second.
Well, that's Kane's perfect place, isn't it? There's on board inside with the Motorbase crew, Patrick de Groot, the engineer there. He's only 4 foot nothing, but he's jumping up and down like a 6 foot.
But it might change more, because look at this, Rob Collard in the background there. He might be able to get past Darren Turner, and then Colin Turkington as well. And Turkington, remember, wants to try and get past these other BMWs because they're scoring points in the Independence Championship, and Matt Jackson's leading this race and looking for maximum points in that, as well as maybe taking Turkington's 3rd place in the overall championship. So lots of changes potential here, and we're on board with Colin Turkington as he attacks coming into Paddock Hill Bend. But at the moment, Rob Collard just managing to keep him behind. There we are on board. He's lost that place to Mike Jordan recently, but Mike running in 13th position. Behind Giovinazzi, it's then Michael Doyle, but he's just a little bit behind. Well, not far behind. He's only a couple of car lengths behind. So he's still got to keep an eye on what's going on.
Yeah, the team obviously will be on the radio to Giovinazzi, just keeping him advised of Plato's progress. And he's clearly got a hobble car. Is that Turner's drop back? Turner's got a problem. Now that looks, I don't know what happened, it looks suspiciously like the engine problem they had before.
Oh, contact between Matt Neal and Darren Turner down the hill. They just about get away with it. I thought that was going to end in tears. But as you say, Darren Turner, although now the car's working again.
Yeah, that was a team tactic. He was clearly just dropping back to let Plato through for extra points and then having to fight back.
Okay, and that nearly did end in tears. Yeah, that's right. But Turner's got himself back in front of Matt Neal. And what does that mean about Jason Plato? Well, it means he's now in 5th place, so he's behind all the BMWs that are leading this race. Scott Dennis keeping an eye on what's going on. Can their tactics help him? Maybe. There it was, Turner backing off.
Yeah, he's backing off, waiting for Plato, and trying to desperately get back inside there and stop Neal getting through. It worked out quite well because Neal then had to go around the outside, which is the longer, harder route.
So that puts Plato into 5th place now. That's 6 points on offer. Now, that's not going to be enough unless maybe somebody else goes off ahead of him or something else happens in this race. So certainly Seat doing everything they can to try and keep this going, but they need a little bit of luck to go their way as well, because Matt Jackson leads this race, Stephen Kane is in second, Collard in third, and Turkington in fourth.
And Neil has got past Turner.
Yes, he has. Matt Neal has gained that place, so he's into sixth position now ahead of Darren Turner. But we're on the final lap here, and it's running out of time for Seat and for Jason Plato. This is the replay of Matt Neal and Darren Turner. There was a little light contact, and Matt Neal slipped through on the inside.
Yeah, Matt Neal's favourite overtaking place.
Here we go, though. Matt Jackson is coming out of Clearways for the final time. It's going to be victory for Matt Jackson, another win, back-to-back. He won the wet race at Silverstone. Second place goes to Stephen Kane. Watch them across the line now. It's Collard third. Fourth place goes to Colin Turkington. Fifth place goes to Jason Plato. It's not enough for Plato. Fabrizio Giovanardi is going to take the title, finishing in 14th place. 14th position for Giovanardi. First race he's not been in the points, but he's taken the title.
Well, how ironic is that? The first race he's not in the points, and it's the race he wins the championship. Well, a great race, and it was always going to be hard for Plato, especially at this track that doesn't suit his car as well. The BMWs maximising their advantage, but a valiant attempt and a worthy runner-up and a gracious runner-up, Jason Plato.
Not that many drivers, Tim, have actually done the double.
No, it's very hard to do, and especially in such a competitive environment. And celebrating 50 years of the BTCC here at Brands Hatch, where it was settled in the very first year between Tommy Sopworth and Jack Sears. No rerun necessary this year. Giovanardi is the champion.
He is indeed, and for the Triple Eight team and for all at Vauxhall, this is a special moment. They've worked so hard, and it's been reliability that has been so crucial to this success. Scoring points in every race, bar the one he won the championship, and isn't that ironic?
It is hugely ironic, but it is a credit to VX Racing that they've built a solid, reliable and fast car that has finished every race at least, and a brilliant performance by the whole team.
No, fantastic stuff for Giovanardi. The second title in a way, his 8th touring car title of his career. What a remarkable career this guy has had. Absolutely fantastic, and well, what can we say?
Well, I want some of that pasta. That's winning pasta, isn't it? I don't know if I've got time before my Porsche race, but congratulations to him.
Well, here he is, the 2008 British Touring Car Champion, and he's looking very pleased with himself. Your emotions, Fabrizio, right now?
Yeah, obviously, we've done a good effort all through the year, the Vauxhall, the team, and it was a great job. I think they give me a reliable car, so it's why we finish all the races. Not just today. It's really unusual race. Is not the best way to finish, but anyway, we won, so we can ask anything more.
You won the championship. You haven't won that many races. Have you ever won a championship by not winning so many races? Jason's won more races than you.
Yeah, it's true. In the end of the season, they came really strong, I think. He won a lot, but, you know, I said before, I had a reliable car, and we scored all the points. We understood immediately in the beginning of the season there was more tough championship with more cars, with more strong drivers, so we had to say just keep going, take points, and when it's time to win, win, and when it's time to wait. Is why.
Yeah, and were you ever worried in the middle of the summer from Snetterton onwards when the Seat Diesel had the fastest car? Were you ever worried that maybe it wouldn't happen this year?
Yeah, I've been honestly, I've been worried until Silverstone, because in the first race he scored the pole position, the fastest lap he won, and they finished 5, 6. So I've lost 11 points. So in that way, I could come inside the Brands Hatch with really few points, so I was worried. Keep concentration, try to do the maximum, and here we are.
Okay, and just very briefly, what happened? We heard you talking on the commentary link, but what happened in that moment coming down into Paddock Hill?
There was a confusion, a lot of cars fighting for the position, and I had the contact with the Seats, the black Seats, and I think even another car hit me in the back, so we had the contact and finishing the gravel. So after that I crashed, I broken the bumpers, and my race
this is almost finished.
Okay, Fabrizio, many congratulations. We will let you go to the podium where your public is waiting to see you. Well, you can enjoy the beamers on the podium, but I'm sure they'll be there to give you a special bottle of champagne anyway. I hope so. Yes, it's time for a drink, I think, for you. Thank you very much. Well done. Well, a worthy champion in Fabrizio Giovanardi, and even his rivals have only good things to say about him.
He's got a massive amount of self-belief, but he's a great team player. So, you know, he'll work with you, he'll try and help you as you help him, and he's got a great knack of pulling a rabbit out of a hat. You know, at any point of the race, he always comes up with a good result.
He's a class act, you know, he is the benchmark at the moment, and you know, I guess he doesn't do anything drastic, you know, he's just sort of steadily quick all the time.
Oh, he is, you know, he's world class. He hasn't won the amount of championships he has without being a bit special. And you know, this year is obviously a lot of the time he's had 45 kilos on for leading the championship, and he still pulls the time out of the bag, and you're like, no, that's good. So no, he's definitely a worthy champion.
Some of the angles he can dance that car out on the way into the apex. That's for me his biggest thing. His speed from turning to apex. Absolutely sensational car control, and knows when to push, knows when to be a bit aggressive, and knows when to score the points, doesn't he?
He's sort of incredibly precise with everything in his feedback and his sort of mechanical background as well. It's been fantastic for me to learn from him and sort of pick up the things that he notes while he's out there.
Ciao Bella, Giovanardi Fabrizio, I'm the world champion, Bella.
He's a nice guy, you know, he's done a good job. He's consistent, keeps his head down, stays out of trouble pretty much most of the time, and he's a very complete driver in my eyes.
Without a doubt, he's a creme de la creme driver.
It's knowing when to back out of the situations and when not to, and how far to push. And I think you know, Fabrizio's the master at that.
He's merciless. He will just give it 120%. You're giving it 110, you'll think you're giving it death, and he'll just go and pit you. He's bloody good.
If you place your car in the wrong position, he'll be up the inside. Vice versa, if he's in the wrong position, I'll go up the inside. But he's very rarely in the wrong position.
Any champion's a worthy champion. They've got more points than anybody else. So anyone that says he's not, you know, obviously I don't think that's correct.
Okay, good stuff. And many congratulations to Fabrizio Giovanardi. And that means that the final two touring car races today will really be just ones for fun. And they'll be out there probably to settle some scores down the line, I should have thought.
There's Fabrizio, and well, it's a bit strange not to see him in the car and getting ready to go, but the engine overheated earlier as a result of going through the gravel, and they put a new one in and it wouldn't fire up. So here's the grid. It's Matt Jackson and Stephen Kane on the front row of the grid, then Rob Collard in the second of the motor-based cars alongside Colin Turkington for Team RAC on the second row. Then it's Plato, as you say, could well be a threat from fifth place, but he's got the top Vauxhall of Matt Neal alongside him. Then it's Darren Turner in the second Seat with Tom Chilton. Team Halford's going well in that race. He had to start from further down. Then it's Onslow Cole and Andrew Jordan. They're 9th and 10th on the grid. And remember, some lot will be reverse grid for race 3. Mike Jordan a bit further back, but not too far down. He's got Adam Jones just on the inside of him. Gordon Shedden and Fabrizio Giovanardi. Shedden had a problem with the setup on that car, which made him drop back through the field. Michael Doyle and Harry Volkard are next up on the grid. They're followed by Martin Bell and Erkut. They're on row number 9 of the grid. And then as we keep going back, it's Alan Taylor and Chris Stockton. They're on row 10. Row 11, former pole sitter Stephen Jelly had that gearbox problem earlier. He's got Jason Hughes and the MG with him. And then at the back, it's John George. Absolutely glorious weather conditions still here. We've got a fantastic crowd too at Brands Hatch this afternoon. It's a real joy to be here. Lights out, away we go. It's Jackson versus Kane. Kane knocks the well off the line, and his teammate Rob Collard slips up the inside to take second place. Great start from Collard. He is quick off the line, but as you said, Plato has started well. He's up to 4th. Is he already? No, that's yes, coming through. It is Plato in 4th, and right with him is Matt Neal. So it was a poor start from Turkington. He's the one that's lost out. The Team RAC BMW's lost a couple of places.
Yeah, unusual that. And Collard, a really good starter. He was always a great starter in the front-wheel drive cars, but he's taken that skill over to rear-wheel drive. Jackson's trying to make the escape. And Kane,
we've got a Vauxhall on
very sideways.
Just saved it, didn't he? That's where he had a big accident earlier this year, and he just got out of it.
Well, that was immediately what I was thinking as they came alongside side by side with Adam Jones. I was thinking, don't go left. Oh, he's fighting back straight away.
Yeah, he is having a go, but can he get through? I don't think so. But that was a great piece of recovery from Tom Onslow Cole. Just about managed to save it. Meanwhile, Mike Jordan attacking Michael Doyle just further back, but it's Jackson who leads. Collard in second place. Stephen Kane is in third. There you are. Top three are all BMWs, but then it's Jason Plato on a charge. Plato now moving to the outside on the approach to the hairpin. Behind him is Matt Neal. Then it's Colin Turkington. Tom Chilton's up there as well in that group, followed by Darren Turner, and Andrew Jordan's at the back of that sort of lead group, if you like.
Yeah, the weight differential between Plato and Kane in front of him now should enable Plato to be very aggressive down the main straight.
On board with Jason Plato then, he has Andrew Jordan right behind him, but he's desperately trying to find a way past Stephen Kane. Jackson still easing away up front. There's no sign of this group catching our race leader currently. Matt Jackson is totally in command at the moment in the BMW, leading this race, and really has been another impressive showing once again from the youngster driving for the BMW dealer team UK. But here we are on board Turkington, very close to the back of that Vauxhall Vectra. The Vectra's been such a strong car, hasn't it? And there's Matt Neal, his favourite move up the inside, and he's through, is he? He's got past Plato. Well, we said he likes going up the inside there, and Plato's lost 2 places in 1.
Yeah, well, he might lose another as well. Has Plato got a problem? I think Plato's got a problem.
That's what it is.
Well, I alluded to it perhaps in the first race wrongly when Darren Turner pulled back, but that looks like, well, that's a terminal problem. I wonder if it is that engine problem.
Well, you wonder, don't you? It was so sudden there, and it may have already started just as Matt Neal went on the attack, because he didn't seem to defend it as vigorously as he normally would have. It means that we've still got Jackson, Collard and Kane, but Matt Neal now in 4th place, and that's the battle for 4th between Matt Neal in the Vauxhall and Colin Turkington in the Team RAC BMW. Right behind them is Tom Chilton, still going well in this race, but not really threatening so far. Behind them is Darren Turner, and then it's Andrew Jordan in 8th, Tom Onslow Cole in 9th, and 10th place Gordon Shedden, with Plato really completely out of it. He's coasting down the hill at the moment on the Exeter Druids.
Matt Neal looking up the inside of Stephen Kane. Kane very sensibly goes out wide and will now use the extra traction to try and hopefully get across in front. I don't know that he will. Can he shut the door? The Vauxhall's a very strong car on the straight.
He was very careful. Remember, he had a big shunt against the pit wall earlier this year with Andrew Jordan, so he was careful not to shut the door, but Neal's through, and Turkington's going to follow. Turkington's going to squeeze past as well, and you have to wonder, that accident that Stephen Kane had on the top straight made him very cautious there on shutting the door on Matt Neal.
Yeah, there was actually a point where he was slightly in front, and he probably could have come over, but I'm sure you're right, he thought better of it, bearing in mind the accident he had before. And I did Rob Collard a disservice, because Rob has actually maintained his pace really well and stayed in front of Kane, and in fact he's got a little gap on that group.
Well, Turkington, that will help Turkington. It's taken him past another independent. You're looking at the replay from on board Turkington's point of view, and he was just put himself in the right place at the right time, didn't he?
Yeah, well, once Matt Neal was up the inside, there was no way that Stephen Kane could shut the door, so it was relatively simple for Turkington to stay up behind, and Kane would be out on the marbles.
This is definitely looking like a difficult race now for Collard. The weight on the 2 motor-based BMWs, they never really carried this much weight before, and Matt Neal's going to go for his move up the inside. Classic Matt Neal, he's up the inside. Has he done it? Not quite. Gets sideways, banging. I wouldn't want to start. Remember, these two had a huge accident together going into Paddock Hill Bend a few years ago. They don't want to repeat that one. And look, Turkington's going to try and do what he did before and sneak down the inside as well. He's done it. Perfect.
Yeah. Carbon copy manoeuvre. You could almost put your money, your mortgage on Matt Neal sliding up the inside there at Clearways, and a carbon copy of the move they made on Stephen Kane a few laps earlier. Puncture for Turner, left front puncture.
All the favourites are in trouble today. Yeah. What's going on?
Now that's something you don't often see at Brands, but it's to do with the heat. It's to do with the pressure on the tyres, maybe a little bit too much camber, I don't know, but it's very extreme conditions, and the left front is the one that's taking all the damage around here.
Yeah, indeed. A little battle here, but
Kane getting close to Collard.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's that little inter-team rivalry that's going on between Rob Collard and Stephen Kane is still going on, and this is for 4th place. And Kane, they made contact. You don't want to do that, boys. You do not want Dave Bartram's anger on you, and so you certainly don't want him sitting on you, which is what he threatened earlier if they took each other off. And catching them both is Tom Chilton, so he might take advantage of this in the closing moments. But we are on the last lap here, and it does look as though Matt Jackson is going to take victory. He's had enough of an advantage, and Matt Jackson surely is going to take the win. Here he is, and it's going to be Matt Jackson's 5th win of the season. That's the same number of wins as Giovanardi's taken this year. What a fantastic end to the year. Matt Jackson is having another victory, his 2nd win at Brands today, double win. 2nd place goes to Matt Neal, Turkington is 3rd, Collard just beats Kane, Chilton finishes in 6th, Andrew Jordan finishes in 7th ahead of Onslow Cole in the end. And let's just take a look back at Matt Jackson there crossing the line, 2 out of 2.
Right, he loves his racing. He's a real racer, someone that gets stuck in, is passionate about his team, he's passionate about his car, and he's passionate about racing, and that's fantastic to see.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, that's actually a hat-trick of wins for him, because he won the last race at Silverstone, didn't he? The previous round of the series. Now he's won the opening 2 races here today. So it's a remarkable run that Matt Jackson's on. And what it also does is it puts him into 3rd place in the overall championship. So if you've got Giovanardi as champion, Plato as 2nd, but Matt Jackson is going to finish 3rd overall.
Yeah, well, this is just what we want to see as well, with trying to tempt BMW in next year with an official factory team would be absolutely fantastic, and this is exactly what we want to see at the last race to hopefully bring them in.
Of course, Jason Plato didn't score. I tell you what, it's still a chance he could take 2nd in the championship. That's the other thing to watch out for if Jason has problems later. So Matt Jackson wins the race, Matt Neal 2nd, Turkington in 3rd, and then Collard and Kane, the 2 motorbase cars, Tom Chilton 6th, Andrew Jordan 7th, ahead of Onslow Cole, with Shedden and Mike Jordan completing the top 10. So father and son Jordans both into the top 10 there, and scoring useful points. Now just outside the points, Adam Jones and Stephen Jelly, who had a wonderful dice all the way through, and look, they were separated by less than a tenth really at the end of it. Harry Volkard and Jason Hughes finished 13th and 14th, John George on 15th, and Martin Bell, Erkut, but then we had few who didn't make it to the end, I'm afraid. Darren Turner, Michael Doyle, Jason Plato, and of course Fabrizio Giovanardi never even made the start.
I've got Colin Turkington here. Colin, we talked about the changes you made before that race. They obviously had quite some effect.
Yeah, they were very good. You know, we really went back to what we had maybe at the start of the year, you know, when we were more competitive. So, you know, you develop the car through the year and think it's better, but sometimes it's better to go back to what you had. You know, I won a race here at the first meeting, so, you know, I'm pleased that the car was much more competitive in that race, and you know, hopefully I can give a good showing again in the 3rd race.
And of course you've still got to keep your hands on the title. It's been yours for 12 months, independence, and you want to retain that.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's important for me and Team RAC, and you know, the gap is down now. I'm not sure how many it is, but you know, with the reverse grid there'll be a few more independents through to the front. So, but you know, hopefully I have a good enough car, I think, to come through again. You know, of another 27 kilos, so it's okay.
Okay, thanks very much, Colin. Going to move on from Mr. T to Matt Neal. Matt, Clearways, that's your place, isn't it?
Always has been, always will, I suppose. No, it's just the car felt great that race. We made a few small changes to from the first race. It felt great in the first race, but the ambience gone up, so we tried to tweak it. And I got a bit more push in it, but I think we just got less than everybody else. You know, I had to pick and choose my moments because Colin was waking there like a vulture to pounce at any time, so I was mindful where he was.
And you just described it to me as a mate's rub with Jason Plato.
I think I had a mate's rub with about 2 or 3 going through there, but yeah, it's nothing malicious, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Janie.
Okay, good stuff. Nothing malicious, he says, from Matt Neal. Okay, let's take a quick look at the independent standings, and this is what the man next to me, Matt Jackson, is interested in. The way they do it is slightly different from the way they do the normal driver standings. It means that, well, it's not quite the lead that he wants. Colin Turkington on 3:11, Matt Jackson on 3:04, Adam Jones out of it now on 2:53. Double race winner so far, Matt Jackson. Just explain how you're not actually ahead of Turkington in the independent standings, first of all.
I think Mr. Gow's probably the best one to explain that. It's you know, we're ahead of him in the main championship, but 2nd in the independents. It's a funny point scoring system, but you know, it's still mathematically possible. We can do it in the next race, so fingers crossed we can get there.
And that would be massive for your, not with all the greatest respect, small private team.
Absolutely, yeah. Obviously, last year was our first year of BTCC, so the team is still relatively new. It's 2 years old, so we're very, very young, up against the likes of RAC, who have been around for 1981, I think, so as long as I've been around. So it makes it very tough, but so far so good.
Okay, Matt, very well done. As part of your prize for winning, as well as the champagne that you're about to go, you have to make the draw for the third race of the day. These are the numbers to look out for. Number 6, Tom Chilton. Number 7, Andrew Jordan. 8, Tom Onslow Cole in the Vauxhall. 9 will mean Gordon Shedden is on pole. And 10 is Mike Jordan. Okay, we've got Ellie here from Motorbase, and also wearing the Help for Heroes, which is the charity of the day t-shirt. Very nice, Ellie. Excellent action there. Matt, if you'd like to go and pick one. Feels like the FA Cup, doesn't it? What have you got? Number 8. And it's dropped it. Careful where you look down there. Okay, so that's Tom Onslow Cole. There we go. We can hide it up. Number 8, Tom Onslow Cole is on pole position for the third race of the day. And we can hear from Ben Edwards with the rest of the grid.
Well, let's have a quick look at the lineup on the grid for this one then. It's Onslow Cole and Jordan on the front row. That's Andrew Jordan. Tom Chilton and Stephen Kane are on the second row of the grid, so you've got the Honda versus the BMW. Then Rob Collard and Colin Turkington on row number 3, and then behind them the heavyweights of Matt Neal and Matt Jackson, because they're carrying more ballast than anyone. Behind them, Gordon Shedden and Mike Jordan. He starts 10th. Adam Jones starts in 11th place with Stephen Jelly alongside, and then we've got Harry Volkard and Jason Hughes. John George and Martin Bell are together on row 8 of the grid. Row 9 sees Erkut and Darren Turner, who had a puncture earlier on. Michael Doyle finds an interesting bedfellow on his row. He's got Jason Plato next to him, and then it's Fabrizio Giovanardi on row 11 with Alan Taylor. And at the very back, it's Chris Stockton on his own. And Giovanardi's already been saying to his guys on the radio, I don't think I've ever seen so many cars in front of me. We're all set for the final race of the season. Away we go, and off pole position, Tom Onslow Cole. But here comes Tom Chilton. Tom Chilton's made a brilliant start, so has Stephen Kane up into 3rd. But it's Chilton that leads into Paddock Hill Bend. Well, this could be a story indeed. He was very determined talking to Janie on the grid. And just look at him go now. Up the hill he goes, and it's Chilton leading with Onslow Cole in 2nd, and then Stephen Kane.
Well, Chilton was quickest in one of the free practice, 3rd in one of the others. His meeting has been compromised by a poor qualifying due to a broken suspension damper, but now he's got a great opportunity. 0 ballast out in front.
And behind, there's a bit of bumping and boring going on. Gordon Shedden ends up on the grass, but he gets it back on. And at the back, Plato and Giovanardi have not made huge progress yet. We've got a big shot. John George has rolled that car on the approach into Surtees, and that is going to be the safety car called for.
That's a big accident there. Hope John George is okay. He's had quite a few incidents already this year, and we do hope he's okay.
Now let's take a look back at some of that first lap here, Tim.
Yeah, this is Giovanardi's on board, and already you can see the bunching in front. John George's car is 2 cars in front. He moves back across the front of Plato's car and gets turned into the wall in exactly the same way that Onslow Cole did earlier in the year. He's moved across to the left, and then he moves back to the right.
Yeah.
Oh dear, and he goes into the wall at fairly unabated speed.
Yeah, and look at the way the energy of the car is dissipated as it rolls over and onto its side. Another view of it here, Tim.
Yeah, in fact, Plato was looking to get down the
Actually, it's
inside.
Turner. It was Turner,
Was
I think.
it Turner? Yeah, you're right. I apologise. It was... Oh, that's a big roll, big roll. The race is going to be back on at the end of this lap. Great potential battle between Chilton and Onslow Cole, neither with any weight in the car. And, of course, they're both very keen to end this season on a high. The driver take a huge sort of feeling of goodwill through the Windsor if they've won the last race.
Here we go then. The safety car's about to head into the pits, and already look how close Tom Onslow Cole is. The back to Tom Chilton. He's going to try and make a good restart, but Chilton is quick out of clearways. And we're racing once again with Chilton in the Team Halfords Honda, looking for his own first win in 3 years. Is Chilton. It's been a long time, but we've got a long way to go in this race for him to hold on to it. Onslow Cole in 2nd, then it's Stephen Kane in 3rd place, Andrew Jordan in 4th position, then Rob Collard with Matt Jackson behind him, and Matt Jackson ahead of Colin Turkington on the road here. Remember, those two are still battling for the Independence Championship, but Turkington well placed if he just sits there with Jackson. And in the background, Plato picking off 1 or 2 more by the looks of things. He was 15th. I think he might have gained 1.
Yeah, along the bottom straight, all in line, fortunately, this time. Chilton with a good restart and a good opening lap. He's always been good on colder tyres and from the get-go, and He's pushing very hard.
So will the tyres last for him? The temperature's cooling a little bit, even though still got bright sunshine here at Brands Hatch. As the sun begins to dip, the temperatures cool very quickly. It's Chilton in front of Onslow Cole. 27 laps for this race now. We've had a few added as the safety car's been out there. Onslow Cole still chasing. Stephen Kane in the first of the BMWs. Then it's Andrew Jordan. He's ahead of Rob Collard. So still got quite a few BMs to watch out for, and they have been fast all day long here. Final outing for the SEAT team as a manufacturer team. I'm sure we'll still see plenty of SEATs out there next year in private hands. It's a fast car, but as the Works team, this is their last outing, and they'll want to try and keep that pesky Giovanardi behind them, well, at least between them. Plato wants to stay ahead of him, and a wonderful show being put on. Adam Jones in the meanwhile with Stephen Jelly alongside, and there's contact a little bit between them. Did they get round? No, they didn't. Jones is in the barrier.
Or possibly a mirror image of the John George accident, I fear. Not as bad, fortunately. And meanwhile, Giovanardi and Plato side by side again.
He's got the inside line now, but look at the speed of the SEAT. This diesel power just again powers him away from Giovanardi, and he's going to watch out now for Darren Turner trying to do likewise. Will he ever look down the inside into Paddock? No, he won't. Patrizia, that's Fabrizio's wife, watching this and enjoying it, and this is turning into a real tussle. And they're not even fighting for points here, remember. They're not in the points yet. They're in 12th, 13th and 14th places.
Now that was interesting because Jelly ran very wide there and Jordan went through.
Yes, that's right. So now they've got Mike Jordan at the head of the queue. Giovanardi's getting alongside Plato. Here we go. On board with Giovanardi. He's going to have the inside line into Surtees. He's turning in, and he's got past Plato this time. But Plato will no doubt try and go. Oh, he's up the inside now, Giovanardi of Jelly, and he's done it. He's got past Jelly as well.
Yeah, that was good racecraft. Jelly obviously had a problem, and Giovanardi seized on the moment to pass in a place where Plato couldn't respond, and then got past Jelly very quickly. Oh, and is that Turner going past?
It is.
On the outside.
Plato seems to be struggling a bit. Maybe the bit of contact there has damaged the car, I'm not sure. But Turner has passed Plato. Plato can't seem to respond, so it may be that there is a little bit of damage there on Plato's car. We'll keep an eye out for that. Meanwhile, Jordan has got ahead in that little bit of a group. Tom Chilton still leads this race from Tom Onslow Cole in second place. Just take a look back at this.
Now this is the incident with Jones. Oh, and he's got contact with, that was the contact with Jelly.
Yeah, again it was, as you say, very similar, sort of the contact front bumper to rear bumper on that backstretch, and that's taken Jones out of the race, I'm afraid. Very, very good season he's had, but a sad way to end it. Chilton still leads this race. 20 laps have been completed out of 27. Matt Jackson is sitting in 6th place. Colin Turkington is now in 8th place, but he's only one position behind him in the Independents. And that means that Turkington is on target to win that Independents Championship for the 2nd year in a row. And that's really what he's looking for. But look at them. Jackson's right in the middle of this pack. We're riding behind Shetton with Colin Turkington, and Turkington just trying to stay out of trouble here as Collard hits Jordan. There's a bit of a nudge, and he pushes him out wide. Andrew Jordan tries to cut back in here, doesn't want to lose more than one place, and now Collard's got that position, and Matt Jackson's trying to get past him as well.
Yeah, Jackson might have an overlap here. He's got it inside. He's going to have the inside turning into Sturtees. That was Collard just pushing a little bit naughty, really, to push Jackson wide, and Shedden up the inside as well.
God, Shedden takes advantage. That's that inside line, and Andrew Jordan suddenly finding himself muscled down the field. He's got Stephen Jenny. He's going to have to try and cover now, and that's where it can be a little bit wary, and he's lost that one too. So Andrew Jordan's lost about 5 places in one go there. He's down to 8th position, and he's still having to fight off Matt Neal. Oh, in the gravel, Collard and several others. That's Shedden, is it, in the background? I couldn't quite spot. And that's changed things. Now Colin Turkington suddenly gained several places.
Yeah, and I think that might have been Onslow Cole coming back onto the circuit as well. Now there's one of the Arcus cars pulled off. I guess he must have had a blown engine or something, and that's what the oil is.
Yeah, there's oil at Paddock Hill Bend, we gather from the teams. Oil at Paddock Hill Bend, which is causing problems. Giovanardi has got smoke trailing from his car. Giovanardi's in trouble. Smoke pouring off the Vauxhall. Safety car is coming out, and my goodness, this series is coming to another dramatic end.
Yeah, and I think it was Onslow Cole that went off. We saw him. He's back to 3rd place. Stephen Kane up to 2nd. Giovanardi with some serious damage on the front there. Very dangerous Paddock Hill bit. Well, that looks more than a little bit of bodywork rubbing. I think that might have to be a retirement. that's the oil going down. Martin Bell dropping the oil. The engine's blown up. In the background, you can see them starting to go. If the camera stays there, they'll all fly off.
Oh, that is horrible. Coming through Paddock Hill Bend, one of the most daunting corners anywhere in the country.
Yeah, and
to find oil.
And the oil went not on the entry to the corner, but halfway through it. So they had absolutely no chance to miss it. The safety car is obviously going to stay out. This race will end under the safety car, and it will be Tom Chilton's win.
Well, it looks that way, you have to say, at the moment. Just under 2 laps to go, and Tom Chilton sitting pretty at the front of the field, and it could well be victory for Tom Chilton. And what a wonderful way for Tom to finish the season by taking victory here. For Giovanardi, of course, what a strange way to finish the championship, but he took the title earlier on, and so everything should be okay for him. We'll see if we can get a quick word with him, if we can. This is Ben in the commentary box to Fabrizio. Fabrizio, what a very strange race, and what about the oil at Paddock Hill Bend?
It's incredible, because there was no advice about the oil, so 5 cars just came in the corner flat out. Normally is we slept on the oil. We came over all in the gravel. We couldn't see anything. In the camera you can see it was impossible, like a fog. Anyway, yeah, my race was pretty good, but start from the back I couldn't make better. I had a good fun with Jason a couple of times, so it's okay. It's finished.
Yeah, we noticed your fun with Plato. You two have a great rivalry, don't you?
Yeah, it's true. Thank you.
Well, Tom Chilton brings the cars in. The red flag, well, not the red flag, but the race has been brought to a conclusion. And it is Tom Chilton, therefore, who takes the final win of the 2008 season, his first victory in over 3 years, and that is just wonderful. His last victory was in a Honda. It was when he was with the Arena team in 2005, and it was in September of 2005. So 3 years down the road, Tom Chilton has done what we've expected him to do so many times. But Tim, good result, and he deserved it.
He did deserve it. He made a great start. He led from the front. He knew it was a good opportunity. Don't forget, he started third, made a brilliant start, and led every lap of the race. Didn't go off himself on the oil. Onslow Cole did. A well-controlled drive. He is good. Look at the elation there. Fantastic. Oh, he's going to dent the roof. Well done, Tom. Great drive.
So Chilton wins it. Stephen Kane, a superb second as well, taking advantage of Onslow Cole's mishap on the oil at the end there. Matt Jackson takes 4th place, but with Colin Turkington 5th right behind him. That should be enough for Turkington to win the independents. Collard in 6th, Andrew Jordan in 7th, Matt Neal in 8th, then Gordon Shedden in the top 10 there as well, and Mike Jordan, what we think should probably be his final race as a driver, in 10th place in the points once again. And outside of the points is Giovanardi. Unfortunately, Fabrizio Giovanardi just outside the points, finishing in 11th, with Turner behind him just in 12th place.
Oh, that has been a long time. Oh, it's been
3 years.
Yeah, I've had a million podiums, I swear, and every time I'm leading the race, I've had punches, gearboxes, engines, like someone hit me off. And finally I strung it together. And even then I saw the oil flag, slippery flag means oil or gravel or whatever. I went extra careful. I think I might have even gone down an extra gear just to make sure I wasn't coming off. And I saw Tom go off, and he obviously gave it the big push. And that's where it paid off for me to back off then.
I mean, it's obviously meant so much to you. You're quite a tall chap, but to get up on top of that Honda Civic's a fair dude.
It was actually. I've been dreaming so much about winning. I was thinking, what am I going to do? I'm going to stand on the roof, and I finally did it. And I've done a lot of racing. I've done 185 race starts in the British touring cars, and for some reason the last 3 years I might have been at pretty much every race weekend the top 3 fastest, but not had a win. I keep getting second, third, second. Finally got the win. It just feels so good. It's just like lift that sort of devil off your shoulder, flick it off.
And you're our 9th different race winner from this year, which really shows how open it is. If it's your day, you can win whatever car you're in.
Yeah, I mean, this is the hardest year out of this. Is the end of my 7th year in it. This is the hardest I've ever known it in the championship. I love it. That's why I do this championship, because it's so close. It's nose to bumper every lap, and you're literally just fingertips on the wheel. And if you just get that fingertip slightly wrong, you can lose 3 car lengths here around Brands Hatch, and that's what Stephen Jelly was saying earlier on. Yeah. That's why touring cars are so hard, and I enjoy it. And when you win, it feels so damn good.
Okay, listen, Tom, very well done. Congratulations. We will let you go. We'll let you go. Hey, we might as well do the whole thing. And Bo, there we go. Okay. Of course, we know Fabrizio Giovanardi has won that. But Matt Jackson moves into second place. That is the big mover, and what a surprise. We wouldn't have thought that would have happened at the beginning of the weekend, but he had such a strong race, and the BMWs showing such great pace around Brands Hatch. Let's take a look at the Independence Championship, and even though Matt Jackson is up to second overall, he loses out to Colin Turkington by 10 points. Adam Jones is third. Stephen Kane, well done to him, another podium today, and Rob Collard fifth. Okay, let's go down to Janie.
Well, Matt, you came here in 4th position overall, and you're finishing in 2nd.
What a result! It's great for BMW Dealer Team UK and Accident Exchange. It's it's a fantastic result, and we started the season well, and I think we left Brands Hatch at the start of the year in 2nd, and we'll be leaving today in 2nd, which is when it matters.
But when you arrived here at Brands for the final round, did you think that you could make such a big impact?
No, not at all. I mean, 3rd place, Colin was in 3rd, and we thought, okay, yeah, 3rd place is realistic, but 2nd place relied on Jason not scoring many points at all, and he didn't, so it went in our favour for once.
And obviously the series has been, so much going on, action-packed all the time. What about that race in particular?
It was a difficult race, obviously, with full ballast, 45 kilos of ballast inside the car, and then during number 8 it was always going to be difficult, but it was really that race we just had to shadow Colin, and I know that if we stayed on the circuit and we got a good start, so that was fantastic. And we knew going into this, we said, keep an eye on Jason just as an outside bet, but he didn't come through, picked up some damage, I think, and it went in our favour.
So 2nd overall, does that mean more to you than if you had have won the independent title?
Obviously it'd be nice to win both, but the independents relied on Colin having a lot of bad luck this weekend, and it was something that we probably couldn't, we had no control of. So to come away with 2nd is, I'm chuffed.
Can you tell us what your plans are for next year?
At the moment it's hopefully be British touring cars, but we'll have to wait and see.
Just before we move on and talk to the independent champion, let's have a look at John George's crash. Can you just tell us, from a racer's point of view, what's going through your mind when you see something like this?
It's obviously not a nice shunt. It's a big old hit into the barriers, and it's always, I think, the start of the year, Tom Onzo Cole had a similar kind of shunt, just that the consequences weren't so bad as that. Is John okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Good.
Good. Okay, thank you very much, Matt, and congratulations on your 2nd place. Firm handshake there. Colin, well done, independent champion. That's what you wanted to walk away with, and that's what you've got.
Yeah, I'm really happy. That was the priority for the weekend, to retain that title. And I'm so pleased for everybody at Team RAC. Coming in 22 points ahead is a nice cushion, but Matt was flying today, so we just had to really keep it steady and not let him get too far away. So I'm absolutely thrilled.
I asked you earlier on, and you said it was a tough race.
Yeah, it was a very tough race. All 3 races have been really hard. In the back of my mind, the thing that's there is, I got to finish and win this championship. So, you don't want to take too many risky manoeuvres, and those last few laps there were very, very tough. So I'm just really happy for all my guys at Team RAC.
Well, no doubt you're going to have a few beers tonight. Can you give us any hints as to what you're doing next year?
Not yet. This is my last race at the moment with Team RAC. Hopefully we'll be back and do it again next year. So, it's been a great season. I've finished higher than I did last year in the Drivers' Championship, and again to retain the title is perfect.
Hey, well done. Congratulations. Back to you, Ted.
Thanks very much, Janie. Okay, we've got some housekeeping to do. We know Fabrizio Giovanardi has won the Drivers' Championship, and Matt Jackson 2nd in that. We've just seen that. But let's have a look at the Manufacturers' Championship. Well, we knew it was sorted out before we even got here, but look at that margin, that's incredible. Vauxhall 658 over Seat 512, and Seat will reflect they've had a good innings even though they didn't manage to win that. Let's take a look at the Teams Championship, and this is the one that they really care about. It's just like the constructors in Formula 1. VX Racing win that, even though they were short of their 100th win for AAA Engineering. They win that by 537 points from Seat Sport UK 328. Team Halford's a 3rd with 241. Team RAC 4th. The BMW Dealer Team UK have done very well to finish 5th and Motorbase 6th. Team RAC have won the Independence Manufacturers title, but Janie is down in the pits with Dick Bennett from West Surrey Racing.
Certainly am. In fact, I've got two handsome chaps here, both title holders. First of all, Andy, Manufacturers, Teams and Drivers Championship.
Yeah, fantastic season. You know, when we start the year, we've got the objective of winning all 3 trophies, but to actually do it in such a competitive series, you know, for the first time since 2004, great achievement by the team.
I was just going to ask you, how significant is it for you to be involved in such a competitive championship?
It's very important. You know, we want to race against the best and beat the best. So to win the manufacturers is job one, but to win the team and drivers as well. It's a great tribute to the 888 team led by H, all the drivers, Fabrizio, Matt and Neil, and the Vauxhall support team that helped the team. You know, they should all feel very proud this evening.
I'm sure they are, and looking forward as well. How strong is your commitment to the British Touring Car Championship?
We've been committed to the BTCC for a long while. You know, this is the 8th time we've won the Manufacturers Championship. We love taking part. We want Vauxhalls to be in there next year. We want some great teams to be up against so we can beat them again.
I love that confidence. Dick, I know you're confident as well. I mean, this is the second year you've won the Independence Championship. What does it mean to you?
Oh, it's fantastic for the whole team again, WSR and Team RAC. Colin's done a storming job. You know, I set a tough target. I wanted to be 3rd overall, but at the end of the day, we said to about 6 people who was 3rd last year, and no one knew. So it's not that important. So the biggest thing was to lift the independents, teams and drivers again for the 2nd year. So you know, to have the BMW is a very good car for a private team, and it's, you know, it's good and reliable, and you know, it's fantastic for everyone because it is hard work. Because you know, we like to try and chip away and beat the works guys every now and then, but it's, you know, it's our budget's much smaller, but we're happy to, you know, be in there doing what we're doing, and we love it.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to both of you.
And the champion for the 2nd year running of the 2008 HiQ MSA British Touring Car Championship, Fabrizio Giovanardi. And the very happy Italian climbs onto the top step of and Alan Gow presents the 2008 championship in the HiQ MSA British Touring Car Champion. Fab Fabrizio about to spray the champagne. A huge crowd. Alan Gow has been a hasty retreat. And that's the podium shot of the champion for the 2008 championship.